and it's like,
Another thing that's funny? Another thing that's funny is he's got that drawing still on screen with the plane sideways, pitched up 3 degrees still, dude. That's fucking hilarious. Everybody look at share screen, bro. It's fucking.
That's
funny.
how it flies. It will fly with an angle of attack of 3 degrees or whatever it is. That's how they fly.
What if I turn my phone sideways, bro? Does that make the plane crash?
Oh
Well,
man.
Not unless your phone is a plane, no.
I'm just
I'm
joking, dude.
sorry. I
But
was
how
trying to
about
be
this?
serious.
How about this?
but
So,
it was
I put a video up. Check it out. I'll give it right back to you. But I put a video up, and they're saying, "No, you're June, Orion. That can't happen on a fucking globe, and you can't have June, July, August Orion belt on a fucking globe. That's the Hubble picture. That astronomy picture today is from Hubble, and your July picture is time lapse or some shit. So then I went to Stellarium and showed them fucking the Orion's belt at night above the horizon on Earth.
How much?
Every day, every day. Every month of the fucking year, and now they're going to change argument. Watch, they're going to rewrite all their websites. Because if you go to Wikipedia right now, it says that from October to fucking April, that you can't see it. Okay,
Right.
I mean that's when you can see it. That's when you.
By how much is it above the horizon, and when is sunrise, sunset in relation to that?
Yeah, that's what crypto.
Well, I'll say this: December 14th. December 14th, it's 10 degrees off. Complete antipode to the sun. Now, if parallel rays are any part of your reality, then I got 180-degree daylight sky 6 months later, or else my noon is now my midnight. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either noon is midnight, or I've got fucking 180-degree daylight side of the moon antipode to that fucking to the Orion 6 months previous. So you're gonna act like Riv's gonna act like he's gonna peek around the globe. I'm gonna peek around the globe at sunset to see Orion. But the fact of the matter is to get dark, you have to be 90 degrees facing away from the sun, which is a whole different section of space. Yeah, that might work with Polaris, pal. But Wikipedia does not claim that.
With Orion's belt,
Ruif, what? Hold on. When did you say you can start seeing it, Ruif?
Say again?
When did you say that you can start seeing Orion's belt? Did you say October?
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not making a claim.
I said that from October to April. Wikipedia claims from October to April you can see Orion's belt from Earth.
Okay.
No, that's stupid because you can see it in August.
Right.
I just played a video and showed it on Stellarium every month of the year.
Right. So what I'm asking, Brian, is first of all, how high above the horizon was it in these months that you supposedly can't see it? And also, what time is sunrise or sunset? Right? That's important.
Does it matter? So are you trying to peek around the globe? Hold on. Are you trying to peek around the globe? Hold on. Is sunset not defined by 90 degrees to the sun? So I've got so my horizon has to be 90. Hold on. My horizon has to be 90 degrees from the sun. So Orion's belt, for those who don't know, is a fucking is a part of a constellation that is literally 1 degree off the fucking equator. Okay? In December, it's literally antipode by fucking like 10 degrees. Okay, so here you go. So he's going to act like we could peek around the fucking Earth.
No, I'm asking you, what is twilight?
90 degrees away from the sun. That's twilight.
That's
When I'm facing 90 degrees away from the sun and the Earth starts blocking it, then that's twilight.
Sunset. No, that's sunset. Twilight lasts for, I think, about another 15 degrees.
Right. So that makes it worse. So it's 180 degrees. But since you want to put it, wait. Since you want to extend the daylight, hold on. Since you want to extend the daylight, that really puts it at about 105 degrees. So 210 degrees is daylight side of the Earth, right, Ruhif?
The reason I'm asking you this is as to why it's close to the horizon and close to sunrise or sunset is because it's not visible when it's twilight.
Right.
Right.
Now, here's my point. It's visible at night 12 months of the year. Is that what the globe claims?
Is it?
I showed it in my video.
In the Stellarium screenshots?
I showed it in the Stellarium screenshots.
Right. Again, how close to the horizon and how close to sunrise and sunset is it? Holy fuck.
Would you agree? But I'll
How
answer
much
all
does
your.
the
I'll
government
answer
say
every
if
question
you
you have.
want
Would
it,
you
though?
agree that sunset implies? Sunset implies. Hold on. Twilight set. Twilight set implies at least 100 degrees away from the sun. So my horizon has to be at least 100 degrees to not have twilight. Right, Riff? So 100
let me
degrees
look
one
up Twilight.
direction, 100 degrees another. Correct?
Let me look at Twilight. There's civil Twilight is 6 degrees. 12 is nautical
Okay,
Twilight.
I'll go back to 90. So 180, right? So for the
102.
Earth has to block my fucking horizon, right? So my horizon has to be getting in the way for me not to see the sun, right, Riff?
So these
So 180 degrees, correct?
No, but
man.
102 degrees would be when you
Come
see a
on.
star.
So show me
On
a
the
day
horizon.
on Earth where 100 or fucking you say 102, so subtract that from 360. So you've got 200
I
and
think you're
fucking
missing the point.
58 degrees of darkness on Earth. Show
I
me
think you're
that.
missing the point, Brian.
You're missing the point that sunset in your model is the horizon getting in the fucking way of the sun, which puts
Yes.
me at 90 degrees away from the sun, and
Yep.
which is 180 in both directions. It's
Right, but it's
really
not
way
dark
less
at
than
that
that,
time,
and you
right?
know it.
It's not dark at that time, right?
So
What is the goal?
6 months later, I'm facing opposite Orion, right? Or is it noon midnight? Which is it? Is noon midnight? Or am I literally
sidereal.
facing the opposite direction as Orion 6 months
That's
later?
sidereal rotation. You know that, surely.
I'm just asking. So it changes, right? So noon ain't midnight 6 months later, right?
Right, because of a sidereal day versus a solar day, correct?
Okay, so now I'm facing the sun. So now to get sunset, I need the Earth to block the sun, right?
Let me draw it.
Bro, you can draw it all you want. You're going to try and peak a fucking angle around the sun, but you're failing to realize that if I've got 180 degrees of Earth 6 months later from fucking antipode, I'm facing the wrong direction, bro.
Don't worry about
We're
antipode.
not looking at Polaris, bro. We're not looking at Polaris. Yeah, the globe claim is that 5 months out of the year in the summer you can't see it, and I've got Bacon down to 3.5. Now I've got Rift down to 0.
Let me draw a little dude here. One
These
dude.
points are shit. Are you fucking kidding me? These points are fucking shit. Why? What the fuck?
And I literally showed the whole constellation, not just the belt. I showed the whole constellation in every month of the year.
No, fuck the whole constellation. Sorry, your points are shit. They're fucking shit. You're not gonna convince a fucking molecular scientist with this shit. Like, what are you?
You're a molecular
like,
scientist.
There's layman's in it. Like, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean? There's way better points in this. What are you even getting at?
Well, think about this. If the sun is in the middle, if we're circling the sun and we're looking up at midnight at Orion's belt and it's right overhead at the equator, 6 months later, we're on the other side of the sun, right?
Don't worry
How
about
the
6
fuck
months
can we
later,
see
Brian.
Orion's belt if we're looking the opposite side of space?
Don't worry about
Look,
6
I
months
get
later,
it,
Brian.
but
Can you see my
no-
screen?
No, Glober. You gotta think like you were. Are you kidding me? You used to be a Glober. Think like you were a Glober. That's the dumbest shit ever. You wouldn't have
Brian,
That's
cared
a
about
fucking globe killer, honey. That's a
Can you
globe
see my
killer,
screen,
honey.
Brian?
No,
Can you see
you
my
wouldn't
screen?
have cared about it. My point is that when you
I'll
were
look.
a Glober, you wouldn't have
It's
given
working.
a fuck.
Riff. I don't know if he's looking at it.
Second.
You wouldn't have given a shit.
I said it's working.
Better point. There's better shit. There's better shit. Straight up. Why? Why even? Fuck it.
All right. Hey,
What-
okay. Enough
what's the
enough
shit?
about Brian's shit point. Hey Jimbo, what would be different if we were flying a plane over a flat and stationary Earth?
Hang on. Brian,
Ask me. We'll come back to that. Ask me in a little bit.
I'm watching. I mean, I
Right.
see what you're talking about. You got Orion. I'd like you to put it right over the equator, if you don't mind.
okay. Let's say we're just looking top down on Earth then. Either way, it doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. All right? Doesn't really matter. This guy at sunset, all right, he's hit sunset. He cannot see the sun. And Orion is a
If you got
bee's
an arrow pointed like fucking Orion's tilted, you got to change your arrow or draw an equator tilted, pointing
Don't
toward
worry about the
Orion.
equator. We're looking top down. Let's say this is the north.
Bro, you're desperate, bro. You're literally fucking tilting Orion.
Doesn't matter,
Why?
Brian.
Who's about Orion? No one even knows about Orion. Who even name one normal glober that knows anything about Orion?
Everyone
So,
knows
Brian.
about Orion. It's in Men in Black.
Yes.
No, they don't. No one knows shit about Orion.
Brian.
How about a star? A star above your head in the globe model at midnight, 6 months later, should
Can we
be
get through this?
opposite side of. Let's say the star in the solar system is your room. Let me explain her this argument real quick, Coach.
No,
if you don't mind.
Brian, you gotta let Rivet finish, man.
I'm watching what he's doing. If a star is on a wall in the sun, and we're shut up, and then we're looking at the star at midnight, and the sun is directly underneath us. 6 months later, we're looking at the opposite side of space. We're looking at the opposite side of space of that star, right? So we're looking at the wall across the room, but on
are self-absorbed.
Simply talking about whether Orion can be seen at all times. And you've got those stellarium screenshots suggesting that it can. Right?
Why'd you point Orion like at the top of your globe? I'm just curious. Why'd you
I'm saying Orion. I'm saying Orion is very, very close to the sun from the Earth's position.
Well,
right?
December 14th, it's fucking almost
whatever fucking date it is, Brian. I don't give a shit what date it is, okay? You're saying that every month you can see it.
Then why are you tilting
Brian? Fuck. Can we please
go ahead? I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Now, this observer here at twilight, that's when he will start to be able to see stars in the sky. Right? He can't see Orion. He's looking through the Earth to see Orion. Your screenshots from Stellarium is this guy at sunset, where theoretically he can see Orion, but the sky is too bright to see stars.
Show me the sun. Show me the sun.
What do you think the yellow fucking circle is, Brian?
Okay, so you got the sun there. So you got the observer is the guy in the middle of your ball?
There's a sunset observer and a twilight observer.
Please draw me an equator, just for argument's sake.
That's the equator.
We're looking down. Right toward Orion.
It's drawn.
Just draw an angled
circle
line.
Is the equator. We're looking down on the North
Erase
Pole.
that arrow and draw a fucking equator pointing towards Orion, please. So we know which way the Earth is spinning.
We're looking top down, Brian.
The equator.
Fuck these crappy arguments. I'm a fresh glober. What's your point gonna be? Huh? I'm new to the globe. Oh my god. I think the Earth's a globe. I think I'm spinning upside down and shit. There's wind flapping on my face and somehow I'm not flying off into space and shit. Convince me that that's not true.
Not really.
I'll say this. I'll close my arguments. And I'll say, so you got a lot of websites to update, right, Roof? So now you're claiming now that on the globe, we can see Orion every fucking day. Right? Right, Roof?
Oh my god. Why? Just, what's the point? What's
Let me just get this out. Trust me, I've been fighting this for a while. Just let me end it. Rip, so Rip, change your argument to now we can see Orion every day, right?
Rif's muted. Just hold on.
Yep, sorry, I'm back.
So say it again, Brian.
So you change your argument now, or maybe this was your argument the whole time, that the equatorial Orion's belt we can always see.
No.
On the globe model.
No. It will be behind the sun for a bit. It will also be too close to the sun for us to see it during twilight.
How many months do we lose it?
I don't know. 2 or 3.
Brian.
You said 2 or 3. Okay,
Brian,
I showed in my video every month.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Brian. Like I said 5 times, please tell me the height above the horizon and how close you are to sunrise and sunset in those still shots.
I was just about to ask, Brian, so you're saying that you can see Orion at what time of the day, every day for a whole year?
You have to look at the time on the videos. All I did is scroll month to month because the Wikipedia says 5 months of the year. I got Bacon down to 3.5. Now I've got Roof down to 2, but I'm sure before this is over with, they will agree that every month we could see it because all I did is go to Stellarium and just click month after month after month after month, and I only changed positions one time because
hear me out.
In their model, the light's coming in parallel. So if it's coming in parallel, yeah, go ahead.
Because listen, I follow the luminaries. I follow the sun and the moon. I have a sundial. I'm fascinated with this topic. I can actually keep up, right, with the constellations, the Mazarot. I'm looking at Stellarium. I can see Stellarium every day from Jerusalem time, every single day of the year. I can see it in the sky. Not even at twilight, like at night, right? At 11:30 at night, I can see Orion in the sky every single day of the year.
Right, but Wikipedia claims, since it's an equatorial fucking constellation, the belt, they claim you can only see it 7 months out of the year. Okay, Wikipedia, Google, the Royal Astronomy, you name it. Okay, I got Bacon down to 3.5. Now I've got Rip down to 2. But what I did is, you're saying you see it in reality. That's fine. I haven't went that far. But what I did is showed in Stellarium, okay, that all I did is click month after month after month. I don't even know the day or the time. I just changed the month all the way through from January to December and showed Orion's belt above the equator, and that does not work on a globe. So before it is over with, they will change the argument to you can always see Orion's belt, and that doesn't work on a globe.
Away from the sun, is it?
It's a website. That doesn't mean it's true.
12 degrees,
it's
Riff.
a fucking website. It doesn't mean it's true. Your points are shit. Okay? They're shit as fuck.
It's a wonderful point.
Didn't that other? Can I ask? The guy in Jerusalem. Didn't he say that he can see it? Oh my gosh!
I'm listening to this guy saying dumb shit for age. If you're gonna speak about flat Earth, have some goddamn good points. Okay?
Okay. Oh, yeah, this is actually very good point. Now, it's the
most dumbest point I've ever heard.
Hello? Did somebody claim that he can physically, with his own eyes, see Orion's belt every night?
Stellarium. On Stellarium.
Okay.
Stellarium. Fucking who cares? What about the fact that we're not floating into space? Or gravity's a fucking theory.
But
what
Artemis,
about all the goddamn actual points?
We understand that you don't like the topic at hand, but I actually like the topic, and others in here are interested in this topic.
Yeah, the topic.
So you can't just jump in here and try to change the topic because you don't like it.
Brian's not.
Well,
Brian
people
needs
do that all the time. Okay,
I feel you.
Other people do it. So
I know there's a lot of topics that these guys talk about that I get bored with it too, and I'd rather them talk about something else. But
I think Artemis can take the floor, and I think we all want to hear her voice. So say whatever you like.
Hold on, before we move on, I can share my screen. I can go on Stellarium real quick. I can't even share my screen on here. But I'm on Stellarium. I can go through the months easily, and I can show you how Orion's visible every day of the year or every month of the year. Either way.
Yeah. No, I don't even disagree. I get it. I'm not even saying I disagree. I'm saying if you're trying to convince Globers, which is what the whole fucking group's about, because we're already convinced, then these points are shit. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Saying they're wrong. I'm saying they're shit. Different.
Better than that, not only can you prove that we can see it every day, we've been seeing the same star constellations for thousands of years, yet they want to tell you that we're spinning and wobbling and flying through this crazy vacuum of space, and still they're exactly where we see them in their position every year by year, decade, century after century. They're still in the same position, yet they want to tell you that you're flying 2.5 millions of miles in the Milky Way, and yet these positions are still the same. Come on, guys, wake up! You got to get out.
And I want to make a point here. She's saying that this argument is stupid. The Stellarium is the Globers' thing. It's based off of what they believe. So when their thing proves that their model is bullshit, I believe this is a good argument.
Right. Yeah, they want to use globe math to prove their globe Earth, but it doesn't make sense logically in so many different aspects. I love how Kosho dipped out, by the way, and I was trying to tell him about, a whole nother subject that I don't want to switch the topic yet, but I just want to point out he dipped out and he never addressed my argument in chat. because he's wrong. Ruhib
Just
still
ask him again next
left
time.
too. Did Ruhib live too? Yeah, Ruhib left too. They can't
Yeah, Ruhib's
handle it.
gone.
They can't handle it.
Artemis is gone as well. They've all left.
Well, here was my point real quick. I'll just throw it out there real quick. My point was that there was a about 3 months ago, there was a rain cloud, right? I guess they call them a circuit, a storm circuit coming in to the west coast of along the California ridge or whatever. Now that calculated amount of water that was in the storm cloud, millions and millions of pounds of water that was just floating over the ocean, like about 100 miles out from the coast of along the Pacific of Washington, Oregon, and California. And somehow gravity didn't pull all that water down. Matter of fact, the clouds howled, they defied gravity, and they carried all this water until it hit the states, and then released it. And now for me, as a stupid idiot, flat tard, whatever you want to call me, I'm questioning you. Why didn't gravity pull the water when it was 100 miles out? Because there's a weight, right? Gravity would have attracted that weight, but somehow the clouds kept it and then only released it when it's over the ground. Welcome to God controls how things work. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, the cloud floats on the air a similar way to a boat floats on water.
Right. So then, but the water is going to the cloud. I'm sorry, the boat has a buoyancy, if you will, along the skirts of the water. But then, how does a weight that is let's say 20,000 feet in the air, how does that not fall down according to your to a baller's bullshit gravity theory? How can this weight sustain itself as it travels hundreds of miles? This is my argument.
It's also got buoyancy.
Really? So what breaks the buoyancy for the clouds? Please explain. Please, you're so smart. Please.
I'm not claiming to be so smart. That is just how I would explain that it works, man. I'm not trying to flex on.
No. Well then, logic. Let's not try to flex on me. Let's just think logically. Let's just use brain right now. Okay, our brain power. Okay, how can if I took a balloon, okay, and I let it go, and then I added a lot of weight to it, will it come back down? Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay, so then a cloud in this argument is a balloon in this argument, and then somehow all this weight is formed inside of it. Why didn't it release when it was 100 miles away? How did it hold it? And it only released itself once it travels 100 miles later.
What you want to talk about, Willis?
I'm just saying.
What you're talking about is electrostatics, bro. Like that's what actually debunks gravity, bro. What you're talking about, but
that's my point exactly. I'm literally speaking about this because I'm debunking their gravity bullshit. It has nothing to do with gravity. Because if it did, if they wanted to argue that gravity is a real thing, then that would negate the fact that clouds can hold millions of pounds of water.
All that mass in the atmosphere, mass attracts mass bullshit, right? How the hell is all this water being held up in the atmosphere without gravity acting upon it? And you would have to have an extreme amount of buoyancy or repulsive force to repel gravity, which, mathematically, all that's been debunked, bro. Like, I'm not an expert in that field. I don't know all the jargon, but if Whitson was here, he'd definitely break it down for you.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But that's my point, though. But Kocho ran away from that. I just want to address that. I just want to point it out. He ran away from it because they can't answer it because it destroys their gravity bullshit theory, hands down.
Yeah, no, that's actually a good argument, dude. There's something weird going on.
Absolutely. That's why I brought it up, because that's an argument that so they want to say, oh, mass attracts mass. We have the Cavendish. Bullshit, bro. Because if we have a weight in the sky, right, but it's not falling down to Earth, and somehow it goes hundreds of miles until it releases, dude, no such thing as gravity at that point. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck what they say. It's a beautiful argument. That's what it is.
It has to do with polarity, bro.
Yeah.
The polarity changes, the water falls.
It's because
the thing is, okay, what I always think about is when you're down a hole, to say in a mine or a cave, and these forces are still acting upon us. I find that really peculiar.
Yeah, these guys got nothing. These ballers got nothing other than their regurgitated falsehoods. That's all they got.
He's right though. Down in the cave, so the lower you go, you'd have to hit a point where at the center of the Earth, you weigh nothing because everything's pulling on you in every direction, but you're also fucking infinitely crushed at the same time. So you're infinitely crushed by nothing, by shit that doesn't weigh anything. It's a fucking conundrum on its face.
What'd you say?
And then if you look
Brian?
if you look at Jupiter, it rains
None of this
diamonds on
science
Jupiter.
makes any sense.
So in other words, to get to Jupiter, they say it squashes us. If we to even get into Jupiter, the entire Earth, okay, the diamond's the densest thing on Earth. So if it rains diamonds, we'd bounce off fucking Jupiter. The whole entire Earth would bounce off. Iron anvil couldn't. We'd be so buoyant. They want to talk about gravity and all this shit, but they don't think of the fucking whole equation. The buoyancy. If it rains diamonds, then anything fucking less dense than diamonds would float. So the whole Earth couldn't even fucking. You wouldn't be crushed. You'd bounce off Jupiter. Their whole model is fucking crumbled to shit.
Hey, Brian, it's not Jupiter. It's Uranus and Neptune that rains diamonds.
No, it's Saturn and Jupiter, bro.
No, it says Uranus and Neptune. Those are the ones that rain diamonds.
Okay, well, then that planet.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking science textbooks that are spreading lies. That's all it is, bro. And these globers gobble it up. Globers gobble. There you go.
I gobble it, man.
They gobble it up.
Yep.
When it comes to logic, oh man, they can't handle that. They can't. They run away from it.
Like we say, the extra land is out there for us to find, and they laugh at that. They think the extra land is in the sky. That all the terra firma, all the land is up above us, and laugh at us for saying the fucking land is out across the oceans or fucking across Antarctica or wherever. It's out there. You know, they want to explore the places they could never go. A fantasy, a story they made up. Like we want to fucking explore the fucking our true Earth, man. You know, and we get laughed at.
I think there's an inner Earth too. I don't know if you guys go into Hollow Earth, but
could be.
Well, yeah. You know what? Hey, there is an underneath. There is a netherworld, if you will. There is. It says
yes, netherworld.
Absolutely. I agree to that. There is something else below us, as well as way beyond us, because that's where the term extraterrestrial comes into play, because it's extra land. It's extraterrestrial. Terrestrial is land.
I'm not sure about how far out though there's extra land. Only because the sun.
Though?
Well, the reason nobody knows, but the scriptures are clear that the sun shines its light rays on all the land.
Right.
But
they got us going in circles. They act like everything's been found. So am I more likely to take a floating ship and go in different directions and find land, or take a spaceship and fucking go a gajillion miles away? What am I more likely to find land? They think you got to aim a rocket up in the sky to find more land.
What I'm saying though is that the sun is limited by its boundaries, which are the tropics. You know, the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. And the sun, from what I've noticed, observing it, does not go beyond those borders. There's lines of demarcation that the sun is stuck between. And you can see it on the horizon. The sun will only go so far to the left on the horizon every year and it will only go so far to the right of the horizon every year, and it bounces back and forth like ping pong.
Right.
Between the horizon, and then at the equator or at the equinox, it's right in the middle of the horizon, the visual horizon. With that being said, if there's extra land beyond the ice wall, the ice wall, Antarctica is already well beyond the Tropic of Cancer.
Right.
Who said that though? Was it Moses or fucking John or who said that?
Well, hold on. So, like, what's interesting about this is if there theoretically is more land, then how is, because we mentioned, when the sun is at the equator, prospectively, it gets dark, and once it peaks over the equator, the horizon, it gets dark, right? You were just talking about this, 100 degrees, the twilight, it's dark. So beyond it, when you go beyond the ice shelf or Antarctica, it's going to be dark, bro, like all year long, every day.
Yeah, but the Bible doesn't say that, dude. The Bible even says that they stop the sun. Okay, so if you're acting like there's certain rules that they say the sun's reach stretches to fucking Antarctica. The Bible don't say that.
No, I'm saying that both visually.
You're going by a model, bro. And I'm with you.
No. I'm not going by any model, bro. I'm going by literally what I've tested myself, or what I've seen myself, and what the scriptures talk about in the book of Enoch.
What shape is Capricorn? What shape is Capricorn?
What do you mean, what shape?
Well, you saying what you've tested. So, what shape is the Tropic of Capricorn?
Well,
on a flat Earth model, it's a circle. It's
Which
just
model?
a circle.
Which one? Okay, so on the AE map, because there's a few flat Earth models. Okay, and so it's a circle, but on other maps it's a straight line. And dude, nobody's been to Antarctica. Further, I've seen Periscope films. I've seen video footage of Antarctica with no ice. And it's like, fucking, where'd that come from? I've seen where they say there is 9 months of darkness in Antarctica. Admiral Byrd hunkered down for 9 months of sunless Antarctic winter. They literally said them words, quote for quote. And I would say, yeah, if we went further into Antarctica, further away from the sun, it'd get darker for longer. But still, man, we ain't tested all these things, That's fair to assume.
No,
but there could be land anywhere, man. The Bible doesn't say there ain't land.
Well, hold on. No, like, I agree with you, bro. I'm speaking in theoreticals right now. I'm hypothesizing because we've never been to Antarctica. And all I'm saying is that if you go beyond Antarctica, right, the sun doesn't go out that far, bro.
Right.
Like, I can visually see the sun reach a point and turn back around. That's how we get our seasons, right? The sun literally, it's not the earth moving, it's the sun moving back and forth between the tropics. Right. Well, the sun only goes so far south. On the flat earth map, the sun only goes so far south. It truly does, bro, in real life. And
I would tend to agree, bro, but I would guarantee you, almost bet my life, there's fucking more fucking good sized plots of land. Maybe not as big as the United States, but probably close. There's probably a handful of them out there to be discovered.
Hey,
hold on. What I'm wondering is, how is there light reaching that land?
That's what I'm not necessarily beyond Antarctica. I'm just saying in our fucking world. I'm not saying that it has to be beyond Antarctica.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick. So everything we know through the scriptures that we have, including the book of Enoch, talking about the quadrants of where the sun and the moon are in their position in the sky, that may be only explaining our realm, our a circle of a what we call Earth, what we call our place where we live. But that's not to say that outside of that, who knows if there's a whole nother celestial created thing by God, to where the outside skirts, like you're saying, like, what about the outside skirts? It would be all dark if we're only going by our sun. But who's to say that there aren't other sun and moons that are outside of our distance? Only because our books didn't tell us that. Because our books didn't have to tell us about that.
That's fine.
We're only told about our area. Go ahead.
That's fine. But yeah, so in our books, we have one sun and one moon. Now, the Masons say that there's a black sun in the earth. That's what the Masons say. I don't care about what they say. What the Bible says and what the Apocrypha says, we have one sun and one moon.
Absolutely.
Right? And what we consider planets, and what the Globers consider planets, are really wandering stars. that
there's a
are
black sun in the
rebellious.
2016, 2017 ephemeris. Has the black on the cover. I think it says they charted. I don't know if they charted it. I didn't look into it, but it was on the cover of the 16 and 17 Celestial Almanac. The black moon or the dark moon or something.
So hear me out, though. I posted a screenshot of what I'm trying to explain, but a picture's 1,000 words, so it'll be easier to explain this. So you see the Tropic of Capricorn, right? The yellow line, the yellow circle.
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the throw of the
All right.
sun. I get you.
So, and then you got the Tropic of Cancer. Those two tropics are literally what you call the solstices. So at the equator is the equinox. It's the beginning of the year according to the Hebrew calendar. The way the sun travels, the sun would travel north during springtime. And then at the summer solstice around June 21st, it hits the Tropic of Cancer, right? And that's literally the longest day of the year. And it's when summer reaches its climax. And then after it reaches the Tropic of Cancer, the sun makes its journey back to where it came from.
Bro, you got to watch my videos, man. I'm working on episode 4 on celestial navigation on a flat Earth. It's so much easier, bro. There's no celestial equator. It's the fucking equator. The sun and the stars are above the equator that time of year. I'll go in the almanac and all this shit and show how much easier it is. I'll post one, and you could subscribe and you can check them all out. I'll post one in live text.
So the sun returns back after hitting the Tropic of Cancer. It literally returns right back. And at the 7th month marker, which is considered Yom Teruah in the Hebrew calendar, Day of Trumpets, it literally reaches the same exact spot it was at the beginning of the year. And the shadow will show it's the same exact spot at the equator. And then that marks the halfway mark of the year. And then it will continue its way southwards until it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, which is that yellow border, that line of demarcation. That is considered the winter solstice around December 21st. And then that's when the sun reaches its most southern point every year, year to year, for thousands of years. It's not deviated beyond that marker of demarcation right there. And you can see the Antarctic Circle. It's way beyond that, right? And you just explained how when the sun reaches a certain point, that's when it begins to get dark. So Antarctica, most of the year, is dark. It literally is. Now, people don't believe it. People don't believe in the 24-hour sun or 24-hour darkness in Antarctica. But Antarctica, for a good chunk of the year, is dark, bro. And I can see why. Because the sun only reaches, in real time, it only reaches the Tropic of Capricorn. So all I'm saying, if there is more land, right, beyond the Antarctic Circle, that land is going to be dark all year long, dude. There's no reason to go out there.
Yeah, like I said, bro, I posted from our own government saying that Admiral Byrd, when he went back for the second time, that he went back to his old base, they had to dig it out, and that he had to hunker down for 9 months of sunless Antarctic winter. In other words, so the further inland they go, the less sun. So yeah, I just DM'd you, bro. Nice to meet you. I like hearing you. I think we think the same. And I just posted the first version of the celestial navigation introduction on a flat Earth. I DM'd it. So when you get a minute, dude, check it out, dude. We definitely talk about it.
Yeah, sure. So basically, the scriptures are clear that the sun that we have right now, that one sun that we have, shines its light throughout all the land. So I'm not sure if there's more land out there, bro. I think you might hit the firmament. You might hit a barrier, or it might beyond that. Beyond that, it might be ethereal. There might be magnetic waves. There's going to be something that's going to prevent you from actually going any further. I don't think that you can go any further. But that doesn't take away from
the point, though. I'm better off finding land in a ship over the water than I am trying to build a rocket and fucking going up into space. Like I'm saying, there's land underwater. You can see there's old statues and literal walls, like a fucking 400-mile wall underwater and shit. Old cities and fucking. So shit's constantly changing. Who knows what's going on? They're going to try and say everything's been discovered, and it doesn't necessarily have to be beyond Antarctica. I'm saying it's man's natural tendency to want to explore. That's why all the young minds are looking up at the stars. They think everything's been discovered, but it's still their tendency to want to explore and adventure. And so they're looking up into space, which is a fantasy they could never achieve or get to. When instead they should be out in boats and exploring and doing their own adventures and shit. They got all the brightest minds fucking living in their own mind, trapped in their own mind in a ball.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say is I think that there's actually more stuff in the earth than beyond the ice shelf. I think that there's shit like inside the earth, like hollow earth theory, and even Admiral Byrd. I have his book, dude. I have his literal book from 1928. I got an actual copy. In this book, the binding is like all old and it's falling apart. But it's from Admiral Byrd's journey and his trips that he made to both Antarctica and the North Pole, bro. And what he talks about is insane. Like,
that's awesome.
It's and that's why I'm wondering how the hell
the diary part of it. I don't know if I don't know the name of the book, but I did get the diary part of it, which was interesting as hell. I keep an open mind to everything, you know. I keep even a 0.1% chance of any damn thing. Now I've seen it all now, so I try not to be closed minded to anything. So, I mean, that sounds pretty. I mean, interesting. He goes into some good detail in that diary. It begs some questions, don't it?
Yeah, man. The Nazis in World War II went to Antarctica that talked about like underground bases and the inner Earth, and there's maps going back to the 1500s that show Antarctica completely iceless, bro. Like it was deciduous, like temperate. There was even parts of Antarctica in Latin that say Tierra de Fuego, laying a fire. Like it was hot.
They show that in 1950s Periscope film. They show coastline with no ice at all, bro. In Antarctica, like, and you're talking about like the map of Monday and everything before that. Yeah, it showed no ice.
Yeah, Urbano Monte map and other maps show any explorers talk about Antarctica being like it was deciduous, bro. Like it had plants, dude. Like it was warm. It was like 70 degrees, 80 degrees.
Bro, you're well studied, bro. You're well studied. I'm enjoying listening. I will shut up now, but I just wanted to say I enjoy listening. You're well studied, so yeah, man. Hopefully you come in more often. I feel like I've heard you before a couple times.
No, yeah, I hear you all the time, bro. I just don't talk a lot.
Okay, very good. Well, talk more, dude. Fuck, dude. I don't like talking so much, man, but I'm gonna defend. You know me.
I just don't understand, bro, because like I question everything. But how the heck are these maps showing Antarctica only 500 years ago iceless? So what the hell happened between then and now to have all this ice, dude? Like, something's not adding up, bro. I can't explain it. Maybe somebody else can.
That is a byproduct of plasma, is like water, and then if you've got lower pressures, like if you've got gas expanding to lower pressures, like you're gonna get extreme cold, gas expanding, and you're gonna have water as a byproduct. I don't know, man. I'm just throwing out possibilities, but I think that whatever happens, like I mean, I definitely know about the flood. That's pretty apparent, but I think there's other shit going on, you know, periodically, man. Just our population, I think, denotes that. Like just double the rate every 30 years, where there'd be like a undecillion people on Earth if you go back to Adam and Eve, or if you go back to Noah. It once it starts doubling, it takes a while, but it just starts getting ridiculous. And just the doubling rate, if you include wars, all that, dude, there'd be way too many people. I mean, way. There wouldn't be 7 billion. There'd be like 7 undecillion, which is a number past quadrillion, past decadillion. It's like ridiculous, dude. So I think it's like a plasma event. I think the stars and planets, all that shit. They say that stars fall to Earth. I think they're local. They're big. They're huge. But I think they're part of what God used to balance shit out. It's a perpetual system. We won't be able to fuck it up for long anyway. So I think whatever we're lacking, whatever balances this place out, is what's closest and getting closer to us. And then there's other shit lingering in the background, like whatever, every molecule on Earth, every element is up there in the stars, and like maybe 10 miles across or whatever, just whatever needs a balance. That's the way the system's created. It's a big giant harmony, and I don't think we could fuck it up for long. So it's just balancing out. It's my thoughts.
Cartographers of the past, they mapped out the world and the continents and stuff. Granted, some of them weren't perfect, but the ones that we do have that considered like ability to map out the world accurately. So these maps are like not accurate. But then like I was watching some people compare these ancient maps with the contouring that's underneath the water, because sea levels apparently have changed. They've risen or fallen, and ice has, changes things.
Ah, yeah. I didn't.
So like these maps that look like inaccurate, they were compared with the contour that's underneath the water.
Good point, dude. So like with the
Dude,
bigger,
and I
fatter
was like,
Florida,
whoa, like they
dude, just in
actually
my
match,
area
dude.
alone, bro, with a bigger, fatter Florida, bro, like the Gulf Coast is like it's like 10 feet deep, just barely overhead for like miles and miles until you get further out. The whole Gulf Coast. Then you got the reef, a certain distance off. So yeah, dude, I can't believe I never thought of that, dude. I'm almost upset with
So like
myself, bro.
I've
That
actually
makes
seen
perfect sense.
people like, they made the images translucent just enough so that you can drag over modern maps and then take away the the water. So all you have is the seafloor and the contouring. And these maps are like perfect, dude. And it's funny because you'd expect obviously the seashores aren't gonna be the same. Like they change. The earth isn't static, like it's always changing and morphing. And earthquakes have proven to shift the land masses 300 feet. And that even in just the Middle Ages, bro, like the British Isles, like that's all changed drastically, bro, in just a few hundred years. Like just the way the land, it shapes itself, the environment, bro. Like, so why would you expect the shores and the beaches to be consistent over hundreds of years? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then when you think about that, and then the sea level is changing, bro, and you compare these ancient maps to today, and dude, it matches up. They actually match up. Even like South America, what at one point was connected with Antarctica, where today it's not connected anymore. The water has risen over this land bridge that's there. All kinds of stuff, bro. You have to rethink everything. But I don't know if you can hear me.
It showed North America and like Europe like connected, as well as like everybody thinks about the land bridge like from Siberia or whatever. Like, bro, even North America connected up and around like Iceland or whatever. It's that makes sense. Like with the draining the oceans, there, like I said, even in my area, that makes perfect sense. But yeah, I seen where South America and every map was connected to fucking Antarctica, all the old maps. And I'm curious though. Like I've heard recently, like the Panama Canal runs north south. Like how the fuck does that even happen on the globe model that I grew up with? Like how is the Panama Canal run north south? It cuts through Central America and Panama. It doesn't make sense. But I mean, why ain't there roads? If there's land, literally fucking miles and miles of land connecting North America, South America, why ain't there fucking roads? I mean, just even a dirt road going. I mean, has anybody ever even heard of a story of somebody walking from fucking North America, South America? Can anybody confirm that shit?
Yeah, people have done. Why wouldn't they? I don't understand.
Where did you hear that the Panama Canal runs north-south?
I have a good
What I
video
heard,
on that.
dude. What I heard.
I have a really good video on that. Actually, let me post it. I have a really good video that totally debunks their globe Earth, water, curving, all that bullshit. Let me post it. It's a really good video. Let me post it. It's from the Panama Canal, by the way. Let me post it.
Did you hear it runs north south? I mean, I'm just telling you what I heard.
Where did you hear that from?
It was
dude.
It was a fucking. It was a damn fucking. What do you call it? When shit changes right in front of your eyes, like old old DVDs change. What do you call that phenomenon that they say? I don't really believe the phenomenon, but I believe the facts that he showed me on his stream. Brian Stapley or whatever his name is, like or Mandela effect. Like it's a Mandela effect. Like everybody, I always thought it was east to west, dude. It's fucking. You look it up. It's north to south, like the Panama Canal.
You talked about stars, like falling stars or shooting stars, and what they could be. What do you think they are? Oh man,
you're right, dude. It does run north south because they did it at part of the at the part of the land where it's starting to curve to the east, or yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, it is north south.
Hey, what do you think
I
about the
think everybody in
rivers?
the world would say it runs east-west. I know
What do
I
you
would
think?
have.
What do you think about the Mississippi running backwards?
Hey, Brian, I posted the video for you.
Running
I just think that's a
out.
bad. They're using a bad datum. I'm gonna check that video out now, but that's a bad
Yeah,
datum.
what would cause the Mississippi River to run backwards, flow backwards?
What do you mean run backwards? What do you
It's
mean by that?
in history. There's been documented cases where the Mississippi River literally flowed backwards. Like rivers around the world, for whatever reason, there was a phenomena that these rivers flowed backwards.
So it went from the southern coast. It flowed north.
Yeah, yeah.
It flowed to where?
It just backwards. They flowed backwards.
Okay, but what if it was flowing north? What ocean? Where did it flow to? Where did all the water go to? Because right now it dumps into the ocean.
The Gulf.
If it was flowing north, what's that?
It dumps into the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, which is part of the ocean. Is it not part of the ocean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So right now it flows south and dumps into the ocean. But if it was flowing north, what would it dump into? That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm confused too. But apparently, there's been times in history where the rivers flow backwards. There's Native Americans that talk about it. Let me see if I can find an article on it.
Can somebody look up? Can somebody look up where the Mississippi begins, where the Mississippi River actually begins in the north?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'd like to know where that is. I'd do it, but I'm driving a truck, so.
I got you. Hold on. I got you. It starts in the Gulf of Mexico. What? How's that? How's that even possible? It says it starts.
That's where it ends.
I swear, it literally says that's where it starts. But let me look for it. All right. Oh my gosh, there's so much text to go through. Hold on. The Mississippi River powers a significant segment of the economy in the Upper Midwest. Blah 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 blah. Hold on. The Mississippi River is the second largest river flowing from its source at Lake Itasca. Its source at Lake Itasca through the center of the continental United States to the Gulf of Mexico. So it starts at Lake Itasca, and then it goes to the Gulf of Mexico.
And I'm assuming that's in Canada.
It sounds something like that's very, very, it sounds like the Canada. Hold on, let me say Lake, let me hold on. Lake Itasca is a small glacial lake, approximately 1.8 square miles in southeastern Clearwater County in the headwaters area of north central Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Oh, it doesn't even go up into Canada, eh?
No, it starts in Minnesota and it goes down to Gulf of Mexico.
Okay, so if it flowed north, like you've heard, that doesn't even make sense because all northern Minnesota would be flooded.
Exactly. 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 Anyways, I posted a video for Brian. He left though, but that video I posted completely debunks a globe Earth. You can't have two levels of water like that on a globe. All I'm saying, because it's honestly, it's literally horizontal. That's just the way it works. Like, come on, we gotta wake up, guys. Ballers, wake up. That's what it is. It is what it is.
Well, don't you know that horizontal on a globe is curved?
Yeah, unfortunately, these guys are brainwashed and they have to believe that. But watch the video. It's literally like an elevator up to hit another level of water. That isn't possible on a globe Earth. You can have levels of water like that on a ball
What makes the
without
sky
it.
blue?
The
Gases.
reflection off the dome. That's what it is.
I'm just wondering. I don't know myself. I'm just wondering what you guys thought.
They say it's some of the gases. I can't remember which of the gases.
Well, when you have water up above, it's very and it's.
But water's not blue.
In the light of it, it is.
No, it's not. Water looks blue because of the sky. But if the sky was red, the water would be red.
No, you're right. You're right. So the reason why is because what has been explained of what the dome is, the crystal glass. I think it's called a something with the owl, Luzerith. Hold on. Hold on. Let me look it up.
The lizards? What do you say? What did you just say?
No. The lizards.
No, I'm just playing.
Hold on. Give me a second. I'll tell you right now. There's a scripture that tells you the makeup of the dome. It says it literally.
Oh, let's go. Yes, let's get it.
I don't mean to change the subject. I just want to ask a question. Are you the same guy that was talking yesterday morning about the English general or whatever that showed free energy? Was that you that was talking about that yesterday
That was
morning?
Witsit. That was Witsit. And it was Royal Navy. Yeah, it was a Royal Navy officer. No, he wasn't in an office. He was an NCO.
So in the book of Ezekiel.
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want. Do you by any chance have a link to that video that he posted? Because I lost it.
He posted it yesterday.
I want to watch that video.
I've seen it before, but he posted it yesterday. I'm driving, so I can't pull up the link right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right.
You said Ezekiel.
Yeah, in Ezekiel, but I'm trying to find the actual. Give me a second. So in Ezekiel it says, "Spread out above the heads of the living creatures was what looked something like a vault, or in Hebrew, like a dome, like a sphere, but like an arch,
A vaulted dome,
sparkling like crystal and awesome." Yes, but there. Hold on though. But there is another verse that talks about. I think it's what scripture is it? Let me look it up.
Job.
Maybe Job. Maybe.
It talks about. I think it says sapphire though.
No,
a molten looking glass.
It's called lapis lazuli. That's what it's called. Lapis lazuli. It's in the Exodus.
Yes. Lapis lazuli. That's not even Hebrew, bro. That's like Latin.
Hold on. And it's also in Revelations. Before the throne, there was, as it were, a sea of glass like crystal. Hold on, but I'll pull it up. Give me a second.
Yeah, I believe it. That's actually the floor. That's their crust up there. Is the firmament.
Yeah. Lapis lazuli. Scriptures. Here it is. Okay. So.
Something just hit me. Hold on for a second. Sorry, you can go and keep that. Something just hit me. You said that the dome, the firmament is their ground.
Yeah.
So they can actually measure curvature up in heaven.
They actually. That's actually a good question, bro. I don't know. That's funny. that brings a whole new perspective into this, because if the dome is literally a dome, and if the dome is their floor, then yeah, they would have curvature.
Heaven would be like almost a half planet.
But it's more complicated than that.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So in Ezekiel 10, it says, "In my vision, I saw what appeared to be a throne of blue lapis lazuli above the crystal surface over the heads of the cherubim. Then the Lord spoke to a man in linen clothing and said, 'Go between the rolling wheels beneath the cherubim, and take a handful of burning coals and scatter them over the city.' He did this as I watched. The cherubim were standing at the south end of the temple when the man went in, and the cloud of glory filled the inner courtyard. And the glory of the Lord rose up from above the cherubim and went over the entrance to the temple, and the temple was filled with the cloud of glory." So it's at the beginning where the lapis lazuli is the contents of this dome, or shall we say the footstool to God would be the lapis lazuli. Interesting.
It's very interesting.
Hey, you said that sounds like Latin.
Yeah, because he's not using the Hebrew. He's just using the transliterated. Like, for example, the English Standard Version literally says sapphire. So it says its stones are places of sapphires, and it has dust of gold. Job 28:6.
Okay, well, I may be displaying my ignorance here, but where did Latin come from? Who spoke it? I know that most of our language comes from Latin. It's like, translated whatever. But who originally spoke Latin? Does anybody know?
Italy.
Italy?
Yeah, it came from, like, I don't even know, bro, to be honest. But you got Italian, Spanish, Romans. They all spoke Latin.
Okay. Well, that would make sense.
Rome.
That's why it was so dominant, because Rome ruled the world. Okay.
Like Cleopatra would have spoken both Greek, Latin, and probably Egyptian too. Whatever Egypt. Yeah.
It's in Ezekiel. That's where they talk about it. It's in Ezekiel 28:13.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah, Isaiah 54:11. O afflicted one, storm tossed and comforted. Oh, not comforted. Behold, I will set your stones in antimony and lay your foundations with sapphires.
Right. Yeah. In my vision,
Ezekiel,
I saw what appeared to be a throne of blue lapis lazuli above the crystal surface over the heads of the cherubim. So guess what? So they say that the stars are the cherubim. They're the angels. The stars are the angels. And above them was the lapis lazuli, which would represent where the firmament is. The firmament is
no. What that scripture's talking about is the literal throne of the Most High. So his throne is made of the same substance as the firmament.
Right. Which he puts his feet on. Yeah.
Which the Hebrew literally says sapphire, bro.
Yeah, I think it is because I guess I think you're right, because in the translation it's just literally just a stone. But more importantly, this particular lapis lazuli is a blue stone, which would make sense why the sky is blue, because it's a blue stone, which is what it's made out of, up above, way up above.
Yeah, it's fascinating. You mentioned the stars being angels in the scriptures. Well, there's an extra biblical word called the Testament of Solomon, and it talks about the fallen stars or shooting stars that we see being actually either fallen angels or demons. That what they do is they slowly make their way up to the heavens, because there's a heavenly war going on right now, right? according to the scriptures. There's a heavenly war, and the enemy tries to take heaven by force, by violence. They try to take it by force. And while this is happening, these fallen angels or these demons, they will try to penetrate the different layers of the heavens and then get tossed back. They get tossed down. And when they get tossed down, you see shooting stars.
Right.
Now, I don't know how true that is. It's extra biblical, but it's pretty interesting.
Absolutely.
Can you hazard a guess at how true it is?
I didn't hear you.
You roboted really bad. Who talked there?
Can you hazard a guess at how true it is?
I know, only because the Testament of Solomon, I don't believe is inspired completely. So if it was scripture, I would say like, yeah, it's legit. It's definitely a fact. But since it's not actually scripture, like I can't tell you if it's true or not.
Different scripture?
Define scripture? Is that what you asked me?
I'm asking you.
To define scripture?
No, I'm asking if it's the same scripture that claims that bats are birds.
I don't know what you're talking about. Bats are birds.
Yeah, that's not in the scripture.
I don't think
or
so,
the
bro.
rabbits chew their cud.
What
is scripture?
Okay, are you asking what scripture is?
Sure, yeah, what scripture?
Okay, are you referring to biblical scripture?
What are you referring to? That's
well, there's different kinds of scripture. I mean, the Quran.
That's
is
why
considered
I asked.
Scripture. Okay, well, biblical.
That's why I asked if it's this.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm trying to answer you. It all depends on which kind of scripture you're referring to. Biblical scripture is believed to be God-inspired message written by man.
Exactly.
Now, I guess the Quran, Muslim scripture, they consider that as Allah's. That's why I don't know. I don't know what they believe.
Well, they have their own scriptures because they have their own belief of.
Well, I know. Yeah,
what
that's
was
what I'm saying.
inspired by God to the Prophet Muhammad, but they will call it scripture. But scripture is technically the words that were written down by man, inspired by God. That's probably literally like the definition of it.
Yes.
Right. So I'll ask again: are you guys referring to the scripture that claims in Leviticus that bats are birds?
I've never heard that, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Did you read Leviticus 11:13?
Oh, okay. Leviticus 11:13. I got you. Leviticus
13.
11. And these are they which ye shall have in abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are in abomination. The eagle and the ostrich and the osprey, and the vulture and the kite after his kind, and every raven after his kind, and the owl and the nighthawk and the cockcrow and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl and the cormorant and the great owl, and the swan and the pelican and the gier eagle, and the stork and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing and the bat. All the fowls that creep going upon all four shall be an abomination unto you.
Yeah. So when you said and the bat.
Okay.
Yeah. So you think it's okay to eat bats?
No, I didn't say that.
So what's the problem?
Well, the word says don't eat them. In other words,
He's saying because
I didn't say
he
it's okay
said
to eat bats.
you're being semantical because Yah says don't eat bats or any fowl doesn't necessarily mean like a bird, like right? We understand that bat. What are bats considered? Marsupials?
No, mammals.
Mammals. So because they're mammals, they're not considered fowls. You're saying
Correct.
But fowls, it's basically talking about anything that flies. Doesn't have to necessarily be just a bird, right? But you're trying to make it seem like it has to be a bird, or otherwise the scripture is wrong. You see the logic there?
Ostriches don't fly. Do you see your logic there?
It doesn't say ostrich here.
It doesn't say ostrich. I thought you did.
It did say ostrich.
Hold on. Let me go.
It was like right in the beginning.
Oh, it was.
Hold on. Let me
second
read
one.
it. Let me say it. These are the birds you are to regard as unclean and not eat, because they are unclean. Okay. The eagle, the vulture, the black vulture, the red kite, any kind of black kite, any kind of raven, the horned owl, the screech owl, the gull, any kind of hawk, the little owl, the cormorant, the great owl, the white owl, the desert owl, the osprey, the stork, any kind of heron, the hoopoe, and the bat. Nowhere does it say ostrich.
Okay, well,
but let's say these are birds.
The person who read it first, a different version, I did hear ostrich. Who read
Ostrich
that? Who read it
and
first?
osprey.
Who was
But
it
the
who
first
read that
person
passage first?
Yeah, and the first person said fowl and ostrich, meaning not flying birds. And the second person, you, Apocryphon, said birds and bats. So again, are you referring to the scripture that says bats are birds?
I didn't say. By the way, I didn't say ostrich. I said it says osfridge, ossifrage. I don't know how to say it. These are old English words. I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
Ossifrage, osfridge, with an F.
Okay.
I thought I heard ostrich. So
no, sorry, it's all good.
But does it not say bats are birds in that?
Well, the thing is, hold on. Even the names of these animals have kind of they're debated because these ancient Hebrew words, like, is it really talking about a certain animal or a different animal? It's kind of hard to determine. It's with specificity what exact species of animal it's talking about. But for the most part, it's pretty accurate. But if you want to get into the technicalities, like, it's going to be very hard to decipher the truth.
Okay, so
and I think that the creator, I think the creator wants to call a bat a bird. I think because man doesn't call it bat.
Yeah. Actually, I'm along the lines with him. In the scriptures, it does call the bat a bird, but I guess
it doesn't though.
No, well,
it doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't call it a bird. It does. It just adds it, or it's including it into. It doesn't technically say a bat is a bird.
Is
but
the
it's
owl a bird?
including it into it.
Is the owl a bird? Is the owl a bird?
Hold on. In the Hebrew, it doesn't say bird. That's an English transliteration of the Hebrew. The Hebrew for bird that you see there is the Strong's Concordance 5775, which is pronounced oaf. Oaf. An oaf is not defined as a specific species of bird, right? It literally says flying creatures.
Right.
It's more.
Right.
It's more. It's more dynamic than just birds.
Right.
It says flying creatures.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I just looked it up right now. You're right. It's just a flying creature. So you have different flying creatures: the eagle, the bat, the owl, the seagull. It says don't eat these. That's all it's saying.
So and then fowl in the Old English is actually a better word than bird, because fowl It's more, it's more inclusive. A fowl doesn't just mean just bird. It can mean any flying creature. It's a flying. That's what fowl means. A flying creature.
Right.
So you're trying to get into the technicalities, into subgroups of flying creatures. Like we know bats aren't technically birds in the modern English, but that's irrelevant.
But is a chicken fowl?
Is a what?
A chicken fowl?
It's known as, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a flying bird. Now it can't sustain flight for long periods, but it can fly.
Can't fly though.
And it's it's a fowl. I would consider it a fowl.
Yeah, but a chicken's not listed in that scripture though, so I don't know.
Yeah, chicken's good. Chicken's
but
clean.
Not an ostrich. But ostrich
not an ostrich.
Also okay.
It doesn't say ostrich though.
I know. I'm just saying it's okay to have my ostrich burger.
Well, wait. Actually,
I don't know, man.
Actually, hold on. No. He's right. In the ESV, it does say the ostrich.
Yeah, I don't think.
Hawk,
I don't think ostriches are clean.
Yeah, they aren't. You're right.
You can eat it, bro. You can eat it against Yah's will. You can eat it, but these guidelines are to preserve us, right? They're for life, because these animals, even scientifically, some of these animals do carry parasites and disease and things that are just not beneficial to our systems. So, like as a creator, he knows what's what our system needs. Like if you build a car and it requires 5-WD-40 oil, right? You're gonna put 5-WD-40 in that car. Or if it requires diesel, you're gonna put diesel. You don't want to put gasoline because it's gonna be against the system. And that's all he's trying to do is guard us.
5W40, not WD-40.
Yeah, 5W.
Water displacement.
Yeah, 5W40. I meant. Yeah.
WD-40 is the grease.
I'm just.
No, but I get what you're saying though. But he's right. Like you could throw the ostrich in there. Now, if people eat the ostrich, it's the same as why people eat the pig. It says don't eat of the pig, don't eat of the swine, but people still eat it, right? Every day, all day. Yeah.
You can't put ostrich in there if you claim that fowl or oof or whatever means flying bird.
No. This is the mistake that you're making though. That we may classify to our language, we're trying to classify what a bird is, but in the Hebrew, it's talking about these particular animals that just have wings. And yes, we do know that ostriches don't fly. That's a given. You're right. Like so, but it's still under the same label. It's still under the things of that you should not eat.
Well, why does this matter? That's why I don't. I'm trying to figure out why does this matter at all?
He doesn't. Well, he doesn't like it, dude. Whatever.
No, because you're trying to. He was trying to claim lying for Yah or whatever, which a lot of lying going on. Was trying to claim that the Bible is unerring, and it's full of nonsense. That's just one. There's also the rabbits chew their cud. Also not true.
Well, can you give an example?
Yeah, I gave one. A second one is rabbits chewing their cud. That's not true.
Well,
the third one would be two different.
Can you fix your mic? Hello? Can you fix your mic? I don't know if it's just me, but you sound like you're talking into a tube.
There's nothing wrong with my mic. It's where I am. And I can't fix that until I move from where I am.
Okay.
So, a second one. Did you hear the second one?
I didn't hear your first one. Can you say that again?
The first one is bats or birds. The second one is rabbits chewing their cud. The third one would be two different sets of top 10 rules, both of which are bullshit.
Okay, first one.
How much more do you want?
Your first one, we already established it's not calling bats birds. It's talking about flying creatures.
Well, hold on.
That's debunked.
We moved on from that, right?
That
so now he's talking about, so what do you consider chewing the cud? What does that mean to you? And what did it mean to the ancient Hebrews? That's what you have to investigate. And not be so quick to discount the scriptures. Any little, try to nitpick at the scriptures, bro. So what do you think, what do you believe chewing the cud means to you?
Isn't that for animals with multiple stomachs to chew it between?
Who told you that?
From one stomach?
Who told you that?
That's just what I recall. What is chewing?
See, that's the problem. See, you're jumping to conclusions because you think you think that chewing the cud has to mean what you think it means.
What do you think it means?
Well, so chewing the cud, right? And I'm looking it up real quick on Google because I already know what it means, but I want to get a proper definition. It says here, to chew the cud. When animals such as cows or sheep chew the cud, they slowly chew their partly digested food. That's what it says.
Yes,
so,
because they have more than one stomach.
It has nothing to do with having more than one stomach, bro. There's a lot of animals that chew their cud and don't have more than one stomach.
Can you name one?
Well, let me go a little deeper. Let me go a little deeper. It's known that rabbits eat their own feces.
Exact. I was about to go there, bro. So chewing the cud means to eat your own feces too, because it's to eat digested food. So cows, they'll puke up their digested food and eat it again. They're eating their cud. Rabbits will literally shit and eat their shit.
So in the Bible,
they're eating digested food.
So in the Bible, there's no difference between shit and cud.
No, what I'm trying to say that it's an example of eating your cud is literally can be considered eating your shit, can also be considered eating your cud. You're trying to like put it in a box, like it has to have multiple stomachs. Dude, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so in the Hebrew language, I get where he's coming from, but let me just kind of like shed some light. In the Hebrew language, they had this understanding that animals that will eat their own shit, that's what they related to chewing the cud in their language, almost like an idiom, if you will. It was like just the way they spoke. And the English has like words like that too. Like we have a certain way we talk. We may say one thing, but we mean another. So you have to understand the Hebrew language to represent how when it says that a rabbit that chews its own cud doesn't mean that it's eating the way a cow does, but it's along the lines that it eats its own shit, which is the scripture is saying, don't eat the animal that eats its own shit, because like he said earlier, there was a very, very like an implemented wisdom to what you do and don't eat, because there can be disease, there can be parasites, there can be
Hey, Pop, did you
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you hear my?
No. What you say?
Do you think it's possible to write or speak very clear?
Breaking up.
You're
Can't hear
breaking up
you.
a lot, bro. You're breaking up a lot, but I'm still listening. You're still breaking up.
Not open to interpretation.
You gotta start over. We didn't hear anything you said. Already.
Did you hear? Write or speak in a
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, we didn't hear anything you said there. You have to start completely over.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, but you're still cutting out a little bit. Go ahead.
Well, I'm stopped in construction. Is there a way to write or say things clearly that is not open to interpretation?
Yes, there is. And in that language, all they're saying is that an animal that tries to re-eat what's already processed, then you don't eat that food, whether it's by it vomiting and eating it or shitting it out and eating it. That's what the Hebrew language. Go ahead.
But the Hebrew is more specific, because not animals that chew their cud are unclean for you. There are certain animals that do chew their cud that are still considered clean.
Yeah,
but there's a criteria. Only if they have a cloven hoof.
Exactly. And rabbits
are they
don't have
considered
that.
clean.
Yes,
Rabbits
exactly.
don't have that. Cows do have that. That's why cows, even though they chew their cud, they're considered clean. Now listen, you can question the creator all you want and be like, why is it like this? That makes no sense. Da 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 da. that's irrelevant. We believe that the scriptures are inspired by the Creator, so we don't question what it says.
Right.
But you can question it. It's natural to question these things because it seems like it doesn't make any sense or it seems foolish. But the things of the Creator are foolish to the non-believers.
Right.
Okay. Well, here's another major thing. The scriptures were written in a specific language, and throughout the generations, that language has been that they freaking tore it up in their not interpretation, but translations. So you need, when you find something that doesn't make sense in scripture, if you actually go back and look at the original language and see what it says in the original language, all the time, every time I've done it, it's made sense.
Right.
And compare and contrast them too. You could look at Greek, Hebrew. There's like a source like Bible Hub. You could look at all the different versions of the Bible as well.
But yeah, man, I didn't really want to go down this route, to be honest, nitpicking at scripture. But define what to define what scripture is, though, because it's all right to be questioning the scriptures. It's natural for us to do that and be like, how do you know that this is legit? And how do you know what's scripture and what's not scripture? Right? The way I discern what scripture is, my personal opinion, it's by what the Second Temple priests had in their canon, right? Not necessarily what the church gave to us, but what the Second Temple priests that were in Jerusalem at the time that were exiled into the desert, they found their archive in the deserts of Judea in 1948, ironically, around the same year that Israel was reestablished as a nation. Which this is also prophetic in Isaiah 29, that the dead would speak through their writings. In the future time, knowledge would increase and men would go to and fro. So archaeologists, they discovered this literature, this library of writings that were consistent with what we consider scripture today, in the 66 book canon. But not only the 66, but even the books that were taken out by the Protestants, called the Apocrypha. So these books were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And if the Second Temple priests, which are known as the Zadoks, if they considered it scripture, then I consider it scripture too. Now, I put my faith in them that they would discern what scripture is.
Somebody's trying to talk, you're roboting and nobody can understand you.
Yeah, you're way out.
But the prophet Ezra, in 2nd Ezra chapter 14, tells us how many books are in the Old Testament and how many books are going to be hidden. He prophesied because he was given the task of rewriting all the Old Testament. Every single book in the Old Testament he had to rewrite because it was all destroyed, especially after the first Babylonian captivity. The Babylonians destroyed all the scriptures.
And the temple, yep.
And the temple.
Yeah.
Wait, so Ezra says how many was in the Foundation Testament, and then how many will be lost or hidden?
Yeah. So in chapter 14 of 2nd Ezra, he prophesies. Well, he was given the task of rewriting all the scriptures, and he says that there was 24 books in the Old Testament, which is consistent with what we have today in the Old Testament.
Okay, I'm going to have to read that again.
Did you say Isaiah says we will know more in the future than at the time of the Bible being written?
I'd have to break down the prophecy. It's in Isaiah 29. It's a little complex. I'd have to be at home on my desk. I can't do it right now on the
road. You're breaking up bad. I can't make up anything he's saying. Anything he's saying, I can't understand. Breaking up bad.
But there are books that, according to the Creator, he told Ezra to leave out. And then what we have today in the canon is for the worthy and the unworthy to read. So both the worthy and unworthy have a certain amount of books that they can read. And then there are books that were purposely hidden according to the divine creator sovereignty. He actually purposely left books out. Because, for the longest time, I'm like, how come the church did this and they left these books out and you want to blame the church? But we forget that the creator is sovereign over all things. And if these books were left out, it's because he wanted them to be left out. And that's why we have the book of Enoch, the book of Jubilees.
Yeah.
These books were purposely left out because they're not meant for the unworthy to read.
For the exactly.
For the unbelievers.
Yes,
because these books.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Go on. I'm sorry. I'm going to say, because in the Apocryphas is where you're going to find a lot of truth that goes against even in today's modern beliefs, because they can't even fathom how did these people in these books, how did they know this? It's hidden knowledge. The whole point of the Apocrypha is the hidden scriptures. By definition, the Apocrypha is hidden scriptures, and that's the hidden knowledge. And this is why they aren't for the unbelievers. They are for the believers. So only true believers will seek them out to get that knowledge that's hidden from the masses. No different than the parables that Yeshua spoke. He always said, I spoke in parables, so because those that are meant to hear are going to hear them and understand them. But go ahead.
So like the book of Jubilees was never included in the canon. And even when it was written, it was supposed to be only for the priests, the Zadoks, the line of Levi. That was their book, specifically tailored to them. It wasn't meant for the average Israelite to read, because in it, there's very complex things, and when like if you're a non-believer or you're a new convert, right, and you just came into the faith, you don't want to be reading Enoch, you don't want to be reading Jubilees off the get.
It's too much.
They're too much. Yeah, it's too complex. Right. And it might actually be worse, because it might actually turn you away from the faith. That's what a lot of times, like, people say, start with Matthew, start with the Gospels, and that there's actually some truth to that, because if you start off with Deuteronomy or Leviticus, which are meant for people that were already established in the truth, right? That actually witnessed the miracles in Egypt, that actually witnessed the hand of the Creator. They had, no problem accepting these things. But as a new believer, you don't want to be starting off with the Leviticus right off the bat. Start off with the Gospels, then move your way into the Torah, because some of these things are too.
Can I say one thing?
Leviticus should be canon.
You're a Apocryphan. I'm glad you have your voice camera on. You look like a fucking legend.
What's up, Baba?
Are you from the Byzantine Empire?
Yeah,
that's what Byzantine Empire, correct?
That's my peoples.
Yeah, bro, that's good. Are you Muslim?
No, but
you look ancestrally Muslim.
I have
look
blood from everywhere.
Muslim. Really?
I have blood everywhere. I have everything that you can think of. I have Asian, white, Hispanic, black, everything. I'm a mixture. I'm literally a mixture of everything. I'm a mutt, but so shall
have you done Apocryphan? Have you done the test with the percentages?
Yeah.
Wow. And what was
I'll post it.
Yeah, post it, man.
I've Jewish in me too. Yeah, I have everything. In me.
Wow. Well, what's your number one? The biggest percentage?
Native American.
Yeah. Okay. You don't feel bad for me calling you thinking you're a Muslim?
No, because Muslim is a religion, not a nationality.
No, I'm sure anyone looking at you right now, exactly. But I'm sure ethnically, I'd say anything. You look like Muslim.
I'm a child of God. I'm a child of God.
I think anyone watching, sure, but like, I think it's funny. Anyone watching, you'd agree with me. You'd say Muslim.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's good, man. It's fucking crazy, man. Mixed race. I didn't, bro. I didn't intrude on a conversation, did I?
It's all good. No, it's good.
It's just because, mate, I have two monitors and I can just see your face. It's just like the whole monitor is your face.
I didn't realize Apocryphon. I didn't realize you turn on your video. So no, it's all good.
Bro,
but hey, why do you call yourself Apocryphon?
Because I love the Apocryphas.
I didn't even realize that. You know what I'm saying?
I've
It's
read
funny.
all of them. I've read all of them, and you know what? I came to a point in life, just as you're saying. There's books like by definition, the apocryphas are the hidden knowledge, and I wanted to find that out. The spirit within me drove me to learn them, and once I read them and I studied them, you know, there's even like there's even scriptures in the old Catholic Bible. They keep a lot of the apocryphas in it. I don't know if you know that or not, but they
Yeah,
have them in there.
absolutely.
Yeah,
It wasn't taken out to the 1800s, bro. Like
exactly.
the first translation of the Bible from the Hebrew and the Greek into English was done by William Tyndale. William Tyndale was martyred by the Church of England because he translated the Bible into English. For most of history, there was no English translation. William Tyndale was the first one to take it upon himself to translate the Bible into English. And on his deathbed, or at when they burnt him at the stake, he prayed out loud and he said to the people that he prayed to the Creator and asked the Creator to please allow the scriptures to be translated into English and be passed around universally. And literally a year later, 2 years later, the scriptures started spreading around Europe in English. And then after William Tyndale, you had the Coverdale Bible that came about like 10 years later and was also had the Apocrypha. And then the Matthew Bishop's Bible also had the Apocrypha. And then the Geneva Bible of 1560 that was the Bible that the Puritans and the Quakers and the Pilgrims came to the Americas with. That Bible, the 1560 Geneva, had the Apocrypha in it. And then you had King James that came around in 1611. Yes. But it wasn't considered. It wasn't called the Apocrypha till the Protestants came around and relabeled it the Apocrypha. And that happened with King James, with his first edition of the King James Bible in 1611. He had categorized the Apocrypha in their own section. And then after that, a little bit after that, like 50 years after that, they translated the King James, or they came out with a King James edition where they completely took out the Apocrypha.
Took them all out. They did. Yep. They took them all out.
Or actually, it was a couple hundred years later. But so that happened with it was political pressure by Scottish Masons, right? That went to Europe, they pushed.
Hey, you know your stuff, bro. You know your stuff, bro. Hey,
Well,
cheers. You know your stuff.
That wasn't the only thing that they took out. The King James. They also took out the Creator's name and replaced it with the Lord.
Yep. You know. You know what else they did in 1611? You know what else they did? They changed whenever it said a circle. You know, they changed it to globe and a sphere. You know that? They changed it. That's why McToon on one of his broadcasts, on one of his videos on YouTube, he was pointing out the scriptures say it says a globe, it says a sphere, but that didn't happen until 1611 when there was a whole agenda to make everybody start believing this falsehood that the world is a circle and a heliocentric model. That's what it comes down to. Because I even said earlier, there's a difference between it's called Hug and Dura, and Hug and Dura, that means sphere and circle. Now, people want to argue, oh, the Hebrews, they said he sits on above the earth and on the circle of the earth and watches like grasshoppers. That Hebrew word is Hug, right? And that means circle. And they're trying to say that means sphere. No. Globe and because in Isaiah is it 16 or 22? In Isaiah, he says that you will be tossed like a ball. That's a sphere, and that's dur. So there's a difference of Hebrew language, but a lot of ballers, they're lost, and Satan's attacking them, bro, and they're telling them this falsehood. But there's a very clear difference. Go ahead.
I'm glad you brought up Isaiah again. So Lion for Yah mentioned that in Isaiah they prophesied, or prophesized, whatever you call it, that man will know more, or his knowledge will increase. Is that true? Did they say that or not?
It does say that, yeah.
Okay.
Especially in Revelation.
So it says that we know more now than they knew back then. So if they were ignorant and thought the earth was a circle, they knew that we might know in the future that it's a sphere. Is that
False.
possible?
No, because the
Not
scriptures are very the scriptures are very clear that there's a firmament, a hard firmament, crystalline structure. The scriptures are very clear that the sun moves around the earth. Enoch astrally projected into the heavens and witnessed the workings of the luminaries. Like where we can't see the luminaries from our perspective, Enoch was able to see it from the heavenly perspective, and he wrote down and jotted down meticulously.
We know both those things are false.
The workings of the luminaries, bro, and the earth is fixed, immovable.
What?
We know that's false as well.
How do we know it's false? What are you talking about?
It's all right, bro.
How do we know those things are false?
You don't have to believe the scriptures, bro. But that's what they say.
Hold on. He just made a claim. He said those things are false. We know they're false.
Yeah.
How do we know that? And what are
by
you
measurement and by measurement and observation. How do you think we know things?
What did you measure?
What? Come on.
Well, we're talking about the movement of the Earth. We're talking about stellar parallax.
I'm done.
Seasonal stars.
You're gonna talk about curvature now for the next 3 hours. I'm all set.
Yeah, come on, man. Here we go. Here we go.
It doesn't take 3 hours.
Here we go.
Okay.
Parallax and diffraction and refraction and da 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 and whatever.
Look, listen. We just told you what the scriptures are telling us.
It tells you we're going to know more in the future and that they were ignorant back then. I agree.
No, it doesn't say they were ignorant. It doesn't say
Well,
that.
More ignorant than we are now, because we are still
ignorant. Well, guess what? I actually appreciate why you say that, because guess what? From 100 years from now, everything that we think is scientifically is going to be debunked in 100 years. The same way that the same way that we look back 100 years and we're like, dude, those scientists, they didn't know what's up, because 700 years ago, they didn't believe that the sun was 93 million miles away. But now we know. But now we have the knowledge to know that it's not. That's false. That's a falsehood. Don't dive in to the falsehoods of man telling you what science is. That's not what the scripture's saying, bro. You're twisting it, bro.
The scriptures say that we're going to know more.
Yeah, not about science, dude. Science is in it. What you consider science is not what the Bible's talking about, bro. The knowledge of the Bible's talking about
then, and why do you know that?
Because it was prophesied in the future that the people would know more, but not of the science of the world, but of the scriptures, the word. Like I just mentioned, because the scriptures were translated into English for the first time.
Exactly.
Okay, so now we have how many versions of the Bible?
People were ignorant.
And all of them are wrong except for possibly one. How is that knowing more about the scriptures than they did then?
Hold on, yeah. Hold on, y'all. Listen, you're misunderstanding what y'all just said, right?
Don't call me Yah, call me Lion.
Lion, you're right, because there's only one Yah. So hold on. Lion's saying that we're not gonna know more in science. We're gonna know more in scriptures. That's a totally different thing.
We don't. We have so many translations, and even if you claim that one is correct, that means the other ones are not. So we know less about scriptures, or at best.
That's not true, bro.
How do we know?
That's already been debunked.
How do we know more?
Like I mentioned already, the Dead Sea Scrolls were
called the Apocryphas.
Listen, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in 1948 that put an end to that logic. That because all these translations, it's like the telephone game. The more you translate it, the more errors there are. Until they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1948 and compared them, with the modern translations that are 2,000 years newer, and compared them with 2,300-year-old texts, and they're verbatim. There's minute textual criticisms, bro, but for the most part, they're 95% accurate. So that claim that, you can't trust it, that's bullshit, bro.
It's very on point. It's very on
point.
So
you're saying our Bibles today are more accurate than they were back then?
No, that's not what I said. I said that they're 95% verbatim with the ones discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls that are 2,300 years old. So in 2,300 years, the texts have changed a negligible amount. We're talking about minute textual criticisms.
Are there more Buddhists on Earth today than there were 2,000 years ago, 2,300 years ago?
Yes.
Do
What
they
does that
know
have
more
to do
about
with
the
what we're
Bible
talking about?
today? Do they know more about the Bible today?
A lot of them do because of missionary work. A lot of them do. So yes, you're right about that. But hear me out there real quick. There is in the Vatican, in the vault of the Vatican, they have over 1 million scriptures that man has not ever even read, has never even come across. And in the scriptures, it says that if we were to write down all the things that Yeshua did, it would fill the skies of the earth. Of how many books? Go ahead.
APOC. How
Yes,
do you
sir?
know those are scriptures if nobody ever read them? And how did nobody come across them if they put them in the vault?
Because they vaulted them. That's why. There are scriptures.
Monkeys? Did
Okay,
we
okay.
use monkeys to do it?
Hey, put this way. Let's say I had see all these beers right here that I drank? See all these beers? You see all them? I drank a lot of beers.
No, I'm not looking. I'm driving.
No, okay. Well, you're not looking? Okay, that's a lot of beer there.
That's not something to brag about, guy.
No, I'm not bragging about it. I'm just saying. I'm just using an example. Imagine all these beers right here, but I've only shown you 3 bottles, okay? And I'm telling you, there's way more bottles that I've drank. And those are the bottles.
I'm supposed to believe you because you told me.
Exactly. Yes. So believe me. So believe me.
I have 100 bottles of beer in my fridge, APOC, and they're all different brands.
Okay.
But you can't see them.
Okay. All right.
Nobody has ever seen them, but they're in my fridge.
Not nobody, but you
That's
have
what
seen
you
them.
said.
You've seen them, right? You've seen them, right? The
Yes,
Vatican
but you
has
said
seen them.
nobody has seen these scrolls.
No, not nobody. I'm just saying that the masses have not seen all the scriptures that are in the Vatican vault. But you know who has seen those? The people that have seen them. The people that put those scriptures in the vault.
True.
They've
You know
seen
who's
them.
seen something? People that saw it. Okay, I know. Okay, that's fine.
All right, we good then. We good. Peace. All right, we good. We on the same page. But listen, that doesn't negate the fact that there are things out there that we do not know. There are many scriptures that we don't know. My name is Apocryphon because I looked into the Apocryphas, and there's a lot of them, and I haven't even read all of them because, matter of fact, the Vatican is hiding a lot of them. But I've read everything that we can put our hands on, could put our eyes on, what we can research and see, because somebody somewhere has put it available to read it. Now, for instance, do you even know about the Book of Enoch? Ever?
I know, but I don't care.
Oh well, okay, that's a whole nother argument. But I'm just saying, if you
why would I care though? The God in your Bible is the most evil character in all literature.
Okay. All right. Well. You know what?
Can he defend that?
Actually, wait. Honestly, hold on, guys. Honestly, woe to he that calls evil good and good evil. And this is what I mean by that. I get what you're saying. No, that's not Thanos. That's literally a scripture in the scriptures. But here,
I'm saying he's worse than Thanos.
Okay. He didn't. Actually, kind of he did snap and kind of. Yeah, you're right. He snapped and caused a great flood.
But he only killed half of everybody. Whereas
no,
God
he killed more than half. He killed more
no,
than
he
half.
killed half.
But I get what you're saying.
Killed everybody but 8 people.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And you know what? I can't even argue with that. I can't even argue that. You're right. You are absolutely right, bro. Because if you look at it that way, yeah, you're right. Because every death that has happened since the beginning of time, it would have been something allowed by the Creator.
No, that wasn't allowed by him. That was caused by him. If you believe,
exactly, and I agree with you.
Allowed.
I agree with you. No, you're right. You know, I can't even argue. You're right.
Wait, no, he's not right.
No, he is.
God didn't cause the flood.
Yeah, no, he's
Angry
right.
guy.
Hold up. No, I'm on your side on this one. Hey, Bubba,
Yeah, I know.
I get it. But listen. It does say that he did, like for instance, there's a story to where he told, his followers, kill every man, woman, and child that is not, that's going against this what I've written. So you're right. So you're right. Now,
Okay. Let me
Go ahead.
talk about this, please.
Go ahead.
There's specific and very good reasons for God telling the Israelites to kill all the men, women, and children. And that's because they were infested by the Nephilim.
Exactly.
Creatures or beings that were not supposed to exist, that came from, and if you just read the scriptures, the flood was perfectly necessary too, because it said all of the world was full of evil, and everything that man did was evil. And so it's because of the Nephilim. The Nephilim infested the world, and so God had to destroy that race, even though
Why
it didn't take.
Create the Nephilim as the same species?
He didn't create the Nephilim.
That could breed
did not
with humans.
create the Nephilim.
Well, how did they exist then?
Hold on. Can I get in here real quick? Hold on.
No, he did though.
Hold on. No, he didn't. Hold on. Wait a second. Right. So it just.
No, he
did. So you want me to believe that God created the earth and everything else except the Nephilim?
No. Hold on. I'm on you on this one. Hey,
say
bro. Hold on. No. He did create them, but he didn't. He allowed them with the free will to do what they did. It doesn't.
Why
it doesn't
didn't
mean
he make them? Hey, Pop, why didn't he make them a different species than humans so that they couldn't breed with humans?
Well, that goes back to Lucifer. Hold on. That goes back to Lucifer, because he created Lucifer, but Lucifer found in himself what's the word I'm looking for? He was jealous of God's power, and he wanted people to follow him, because he became very, very like pride and ego. As in man's explanations, Lucifer became this. He wanted to be the center. He wanted to be appraised and worshipped. So God, that in the story of it. By the way, it's all a story. You either believe it or you don't. You either believe it or you don't.
It's more than a story, dude.
But
it's history.
It's
history, dude.
Right. So guess what? Lucifer, he went along a path that was against the creation that our Father above intended. Now, there was a little mishap, and he did have to cast him out and said, "Hey, get out of here! You're defiant, so I cast you out." And Lucifer's whole point was to destroy the creation that God made, because out of envy, out of jealousy. But go ahead.
You gotta read, bro. I respect you, but you gotta read the scriptures. You gotta tell them through the scriptures.
So somebody who wants to defy God.
I don't want to cast seeds, that are
hold on.
on the wayside. Go ahead.
So somebody that wants to defy God is simply cast out, but somebody whose parents had sex with a Nephilim are killed. That doesn't seem equal.
Okay.
Hold on.
But to go what the Creator does.
Yeah, exactly. But to go back to what we were saying, right? So this is what the scripture says in Jubilees 5. Enoch says the same thing.
Yeah.
And it says here, and Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, there was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its orders, and all that were upon the earth had wrought all manner of evil before his eyes. And he said that he would destroy man and all flesh upon the face of the earth, on the earth which he had created.
All right, man. Yo. Listen, man, I appreciate you guys learning this Bible thing, but you take it there every single time, dude. We don't, bro. What do you mean?
We know you don't like it, dude.
Listen, I don't mind it.
Now we're gonna talk about freaking curvature. All right, whatever.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just
talk
that
about
you
curvature.
take it there every time, dude. And we did it for like 8 hours yesterday. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're interrupting me, bro. I was in the middle of reading a verse, dude, and you're talking. Now you want to talk about parallax.
I know, but I'm modding though.
Yeah, you don't like the conversation. All right, whatever. We get it. Let's talk about
I'm just
something.
saying, like, you can't get there every single time, dude. Everyone, stop. Just relax, man. The Bible thing's fine, okay? I'm not crazy about it. I don't hate it. There are some people that don't like it. I get a lot of complaints every day about, is this becoming a Bible server? You're sitting here reading scriptures all the time. Like, just let's have a break for one day or something, or a little while or something. I don't know. I went to bed.
Oh man.
Anyways,
you're modding Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Here.
Hey, Jeremy.
We're
In all respect, hey, Jeremy. In all respect, we're just answering somebody else's, questions. Like that's all we're doing.
That is true. That
Because
is
he
true.
brought it up. We didn't bring it up. He brought it up. So I'm just saying.
No, it's all right though. They don't like it here, bro. That's the thing. They don't like it.
we do. We talk about spirituality all the time, but just like I don't know. It's let's give the Bible thing a break for one day, maybe.
All right.
It's been a pretty respectful conversation we've had, even though a lot of us disagree with one another.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let's talk about clouds carrying water. How about that?
All right, but it's all right. We can end it here, bro. It's all right. I really don't care.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, let the spirit move.
What do you want to talk about, Jeremy?
Yeah, there you go, Jeremy.
Let's talk about two trains, Jeremy. One leaves Chicago.
I love
Let's talk about that.
I don't care. Make it.
Hey, I got a question for the baller.
Let's talk about something that was answered in 10 minutes for 6 months.
Hey, Jeremy, by the way, good morning, bro. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Yeah, thank you, bastard.
Did you get
Good morning.
Did you get good rest? You good?
Not really, but listen, we don't. It's not that we're not Bible haters or anything. Like we like the whole spiritual thing. This is Geo's big into spirituality, and everyone's free to have their thing, but
right.
We just got to
Jeremy,
chill a little bit.
We were only responding to his question to us. That's all we were doing, bro. We didn't even bring this up, Jeremy. He did. He brought it up.
We like talking about history too. It's not just about the Bible. It's about like the history of man and like giants and like Nephilim. Like I hate that we have to talk about the Bible and you guys don't like it. But I really just want to talk about giants and stuff too, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because there's way too much proof of them to not believe that they didn't exist.
Right.
Oh,
right.
Okay. What proof?
Right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Let's hear about the proof.
Yeah.
The stuff that was built so far back without machinery and the bones that have been found.
Exactly.
Okay, what bones are those and what things have been built?
They found a femur,
investigate it.
The length of a human.
Look it up. They found femur bones like the size of a man.
Exactly.
Okay.
I just said that. I literally just said that. But
whales have jaws bigger than a man.
Whales have a penis bigger than man. We get it, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about bones that we found in the earth, and they discovered that there is a entire skeleton that is a giant. It's literally measuring 12 feet high. It literally accounts for the story of David versus Goliath, because
who
Goliath
they found that.
What?
Who found that? Where?
Okay. I don't know his name, but just for argument's sake, his name was John Doe, and he found it in 1922, and he found it in the desert of Pakistan. Does that help you? I mean, I know it's all false what I just said, but there are don't look that up because that's not what it is. I'm just saying there is a historical account that's what was found. There's a lot of okay. Go ahead.
Why don't we know this famous finding?
Did you ever look it up?
We do know.
Did you ever?
Yeah, I've looked at.
I want to answer them. Did you ever investigate this?
Yes. And every time I've looked it up, it's just
you never found any evidence of giants. Really?
It's all been false.
Then you're a liar.
What?
Okay. Then can you?
If you said that you hold on. Let me finish my statement here. If you claim that you actually investigated, I'm going to prove it too.
Archaeology is the real thing.
If you claim that you investigated the existence of giants and you found no evidence at all, you're a bold-faced liar. I will come out
so
and say
I'll
it.
ask you then, angry guy, who was the person who found the giants and where were they found so I can look it up?
All right.
Oh my
I'll
gosh.
tell you what, I'll look it up for you. I'll tell you.
Yes, please.
Wait,
I can't do that.
guy that's
I
researched it, you
did
don't know the
I
name of
did
the
this
people
so
that
long
found the
ago.
giants?
Dude, I did it so long ago, I don't remember their names, but I saw the evidence of it.
And how did you verify that it was real
like
and not
6 years
just from a
ago.
movie? How did you verify that it was real and not from a movie?
From a movie.
All right.
Yeah.
So
What are you talking about? A movie?
So hold on.
It could be from a movie. It could just be a hoax. It could just be clickbait at this point.
Historical documents.
So what researcher or archaeologist or anthropologist verified these were giants?
Okay.
Humanoid giants.
He's looking it up. I can't look it up right now. It was like what 7? No, it was probably about 7 years ago when I looked this stuff up. I don't remember the names. I just remember seeing the evidence.
Okay,
and
so
there was
after
actually
seeing
a lot of it too.
Okay, after seeing a lot of evidence, what did you do to verify it?
Okay,
well, there's plenty of evidence, bro. Even in Peru right now, in museums in Peru, they have giants, dude. They have 11-year-old boys, right, that are 6 foot tall.
Yeah, well, my
skeletons.
My friend's daughter is 12, and she's almost 6 feet tall. So what?
No, but like proportionally, their bones are different. Their four magnums are different. Their skulls are different. Like they're not. They've even been DNA tested, and they're not even 100% human, officially, bro. Like I don't know why it's not.
Are they close enough to human that they could breed with the human?
Yes.
Okay, so they're closer than bonobo.
These are legit Nephilim, bro. Same ones the scriptures talk about.
It's in Brazil, or you're saying it's these
in South America and Peru. They also found in Russia.
Peru.
They found some here in the United States. I believe it was in New Mexico. Was it Arizona? I can't remember.
Look up Brian Forster's work. Brian Forster's work. He's gotten these skulls tested, sampled, sent to labs around the world.
Isn't that the British nut job?
He's not British. Pretty sure he's American.
All right, so I'm looking at it right now. It says the new discovery.
Or Forster?
Okay, so after 30 years of dedication to an excavation site in the Israeli city of Ashkelon, archaeologists have finally struck gold, or bone to be more precise. Archaeologists believe they have discovered the first known Philistine cemetery. An exciting new discovery has been made in the Israeli city of Ashkelon. Archaeologists believe that they may have found the first known Philistine cemetery. This holds tremendous significance, as it can potentially offer a great deal or insight into who the Philistine people were and the way of life. Very little is known about the Philistines, and archaeologists are eager for the opportunity to shed some light on this mysterious culture. Of course, they immediately comes to the mind when, upon hearing the word Philistine, is the group's most famous member, Goliath. Goliath was the fierce warrior giant who was the young David defeated with only a slingshot and some stones. Over 200 skeletons were...
We're getting the movie for you. Don't worry. I appreciate it. I'll come right out.
No worries.
Is he cutting
Okay,
down?
I want to respond to his comment. How did I verify it?
I gotta go, guys, because I'm at work.
For you.
Go ahead. I don't think I'll be able to answer. I'll be able to type it later.
Do you believe that like some of the planets are gas planets? They're just made up of gases.
Not just gases, no.
Oh, there aren't any planets that are just gas planets?
Not that I know of, no.
Oh, I thought
You're
Jupiter
a gas planet.
Jupiter is
I thought
supposed
Jupiter
to be.
was a gas
I believe a solid core.
You're a gas planet.
Okay, can I read this real quick? Can I read this real quick? Can I read it? Just hear me out. So Dr. Martin found Goliath's skull in the valley west of Jerusalem with the stone from David's slingshot still embedded in his forehead. Dr. Marin said, "We found this skull in the valley of Elah, in the foothills of the Judean mountains. During an archaeological survey 20 miles southwest of Jerusalem on 23rd of March 1993. He continued, "The most telling piece of evidence is a small round rock we found embedded in the forehead. The Bible tells that David killed Goliath with a stone flung from a leather sling. There was also
Oh, it's in
evidence
the
to suggest
Bible, so it
that
must
he
be
had
true.
there was also evidence to suggest that the head had been severed from the body by a sharp object, just likely a sword. There can be little doubt that this Goliath skull," said Dr. Martin, "he and his assistants instantly realized that the find was important, but it was only when they had performed tests which showed the skull to be between 2,900 and 3,000 years old that they began to think they had found the remains of Goliath. The Bible
Wow.
places the battle between David and Goliath around 990 BC or 1,000 years. Now, let's see in the details how the Bible describes this epic. They go into scripture, yada, yada, yada. Regardless, look into Dr. Martin. That's the one that found this giant. So I'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
That makes sense that things used to be. I mean, things used to be bigger, even in your paradigm, Chucky. You know, you had the small faced bear and all these megafauna that were just huge, huge back in the day. Does it make sense? You know, humans might have been bigger. It makes sense to me just logically, or like everything
The
was bigger.
Bible is not proof that
Hasn't been disproven.
He's talking about corroborative evidence, corroborating the Bible. He's not using the
Bible
Bible as primary evidence.
isn't.
He just brought up a
True.
doctor in his work, and you're just talking about the Bible.
Well, regardless of either which way you want to look at it, it's still not evidence.
You're not listening though. You're blinded by ego. I don't know what it is. He just brought up a whole doctor's work, and you're talking about the Bible.
He's an archaeologist named Dr. Martin. He found it, and he had a whole staff. They all came across it. They all found it. There's evidence that supports the scriptures in the story, and that's all I'm saying. Like, there is truth historically and archaeologically.
No.
Go ahead.
I could write a book. I could write a book, and I could hide it in the middle of the desert, and I could put some coffee spills on it and shit like that, rip it up a little bit, and then leave it out in the sun heaps and shit, make it all faint and faded and crap, and then you're gonna find it, you're like, oh my god, I found an amazing hidden scripture detailing about how we're gonna have a digital ID and shit, and then you think it's all amazing and shit, and then you spout it in a Discord group, and you think that you're a genius. And it's like, no, that's not how this shit works.
That was one of the
Fair enough.
lamest arguments I've ever heard.
Fair enough. It's all good. I'm not even gonna engage that. But just to
I don't
talk
even
about
care
the
if you
Giants,
find
though.
it in a cave. I don't care if Jesus
But hold
handed
on.
it to you yourself. Like, if you didn't write the book, then just no.
We're not even
If I
talking
can't
about the
find
Bible anymore. We're talking about Giants. Like, forget about that, because I understand your distaste for the Bible. We're not talking about that. But going back to the Giants, right? There were
Giants
skulls
are real.
found in Peru, elongated
No, I
skulls
know.
by the hundreds, right? By the hundreds. These skulls have been tested for DNA samples, right? And the samples have come back and shown that these specimens are part human. They're not even officially human. 100%. Like, this is insane. And then nobody talks about this stuff. Like, I used to not believe this shit. I thought that these skulls were just skull binding from babies, where you just kind of, some cultures today, they still do that. They wrap their heads. That's what I thought at first. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized that there's a difference between skull binded babies and genetic traits that these skulls have. Like the skull have the foramen, which is the part of the skull that connects to the spine.
You know what's crazy?
And that
The
part,
skull
you
functions
can't
were completely different.
you can't change that by head binding. You can't change the position of the foramen to the middle, or to the back of the skull like an alien. Like you can't do that with skull binding. And not only that, the density of the skulls are different. Everything about these things are not human, bro. Like
you know what's crazy?
And the DNA test only corroborated that. They confirmed that these things aren't 100% human. But yeah,
You know
go
what's
on.
crazy? Hollywood even like spoke about it in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
They literally
my
talked
God.
about it.
Oh, I love Indiana Jones.
They
Yeah,
claimed it
they
to
were
be
talking about
aliens.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They
Well,
literally talked about it.
they had to make it aliens instead of Nephilim.
Exactly. Exactly. There's a lot of
Otherwise, we
truth
know
in
about
Hollywood.
spiritual beings.
There's a lot of truth in Hollywood. There's a lot. They love to skirt along the truth and put it in our faces, and they love to tell us what is and what isn't, and they put it in our faces. Now, let someone that have an ear hear it, and let someone that have eyes to see it. I'm just saying, it is what it is. Like you can debate that all you want, but there's a reality to it. There's a reason why these directors they don't just write this out the side of their neck. They do their research. There's literally archaeological research behind these movies, and that's crazy that there's so much truth to what they
But just like flat Earth, though, these things are being suppressed by the scientific community. They don't want to believe in these giants. They don't want to believe in. They're suppressing all these finds because it goes against their paradigm, bro. Because they have this idea that you have humans are this old, and then you have Homo erectus and Neanderthal and Cro-Magnons, and these things don't fit in their model, dude. These giants, they just don't fit.
Exactly.
Have you guys seen Rob Skiba?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the bomb. I actually really liked his stuff. I think he's obviously controlled up, but it doesn't matter because
He's not controlled up.
Yeah, he is.
He's dead.
Hell no. He's dead. They killed him.
He was
Come
not
on.
controlled.
Come on.
I know his wife. I know his wife. I'm part of his actual Discord server. Rob
Greg,
Skiba was not an op.
Can you please ask him why I get banned off BitChute and he doesn't then?
He's dead.
He's dead. He died in 2021 from COVID.
What?
They killed him at the hospital.
He died.
No.
Skiba's dead.
No.
You don't even know. You don't even know
Skiba
about
died?
it. Yes. You don't even know
No.
about it. Yeah.
No, because I live in a cave. It's actually a house trap, but it may as well be a cave. Wow. Rob Skiba died?
Yeah, I
Oh,
was shocked
shit.
too when I found out.
Oh, no.
He helped me
that
come to
actually
flat Earth.
hurt. Oh, man.
Yeah, he was a big part of it.
So cool on my journey. Oh.
Yeah, he died.
Oh. Oh, man. He taught me about the Nephilim. That's why I thought of him. Oh, man.
So there you go.
Oh. Do you feel that? Did you have
You know what's funny?
moment?
You know what's funny?
Damn.
Do you remember? Just last week, I think it was in Russia. They uncovered like this statue that they're saying it looks too real. Like it looks like a angel or a demon, or what you want to call it. And then somebody said, "Oh, Simpsons predicted it," because in one of the Simpsons episodes, it shows they're uncovering bones, and then all of a sudden it has like wings, like like an angel. But that's funny to me that Simpsons pointed out years ago. They talked about finding angel bones, and now last week Russia.
I don't know about that.
Russia. Yeah, well, look into it.
I've seen it.
last
I don't.
week- So last week Russia. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Last week, Russia what?
They
I was
found
looking.
they found this statue that looks way too real, and they say that it has like wings, and like it was a they uncovered it. It's an archaeological find, if you will. And can somebody bring it up? I don't know. I don't know.
So are
I've
you
seen it,
hinting
dude.
that it might be a petrified fallen angel?
Nah, man. It's
Something like that. Something like that. Something like
it's
that.
fake, dude. There's no way, dude. It's fake,
No,
dude.
look it up. They just found it last week in Russia. Just look it up.
I've seen it. No, I've seen it, bro. It's all over TikTok, dude. I already seen it multiple times. It's a hoax, dude. There's no way that thing's real.
TikTok. Why are you on TikTok, man?
It's all over social media, bro. But no, I don't believe it because it's not consistent with the scriptures, bro, regarding angels, man. Like you can't just petrify an angel.
Okay, can you explain to me how pedophilia, raping children, and MK Ultra are part of the scriptures? Thank you. Asking for a friend.
Yeah, it's all over
Where's
the
the
scriptures.
pedophilia?
It's in the Old Testament. It's when you cause the children to go walk through the fire. And back then, when you look at the Hebrew, what that actually means, it means to transition your child sexually from a young age. So what was going on today was going on back then, and that's basically giving your child up to Moloch. By having him turn gay early on against his will, you're literally turning him over to the enemy.
No, the kidnapped ones. Hold up. Calm down. Wait. Well, hold up. Take a breath. Okay. I'm talking about kidnapping. Okay. That are raped and shit. We're in the scriptures. Like, what do we mean to do about that? Do we just watch it? Or do we step in? Like, where in the scriptures does it mention that, please? Asking for a friend.
About
Asking for what? Where does it mention what?
What do you mean? I can't say it again. Come on.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you asking?
MK Ultra. Government fucking mind control, pervasiveness. Not actually being able to control your body because of like electromagnetic wavelengths that have been pulsed into you or something. So these kinds of things, what does it say in the Bible to do about that specifically, please?
Does it have to?
Of course it does. What do you mean? This is reality. Like, yeah, of course. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. This is how you avoid mind fucking control. Are you kidding me? Come on.
We talked about that yesterday. You have to raise your children. You have to raise your children from a young age. You have to instruct them morally, ethically, instill good morals into them to prevent them from being conditioned by the world.
You're skipping
Can
a
I
whole
make a
step.
comment?
It's mind controlled. They're mind controlled. So you're saying, oh, you need to raise your children. They don't even know they're raising their children. They're so fucking mind controlled. Okay? So starting there, what does the Bible say to do about that?
Investigate all things. Make sure all things are true.
They're mind
This is very
controlled.
clear.
Traumatized. Traumatized. They can't even think properly because they're so afraid and scared and harmed. Okay? There are things that aren't being answered for, and that's one of them.
Well, I agree. And you know that this is a fallen world. Evil things happen all the time.
Well, if you're going to follow scripture,
God,
it should say to do something, shouldn't it?
Scripture
He's going to do
is
something.
instruction of how you should live. It doesn't.
Great.
It's not.
I'm asking
Okay.
now.
Can I finish? Can I finish? It
Don't
doesn't
get angry.
necessarily. Oh
Just
my
take a breath.
gosh! Can you take a breath? Let me get
I'm
my
good,
statement
man.
out.
Sorry.
It doesn't. I'm done. It doesn't necessarily give answers for everything that will happen in life. Okay? To think that it does is just stupid.
Okay, so let's contrast that. No, that's cool. No, I respect that. I hear you. I get it. It's not going to give you the answer for everything. I heard you. That's cool. Okay, if that was flat Earth and we're looking for evidence for the globe of flat Earth, you wouldn't accept that answer.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay. You wouldn't fucking accept that if we're talking about scientifically based evidence.
How do you know what I would accept?
We don't necessarily have an answer for whether the Earth is flat or round. Actually, we just believe it anyway. Shut the fuck up. Are you fucking kidding me?
Man.
What are you talking about?
Because they're all computers. If it's true, it's true. If it's false, it's false. And you all know full well you should be getting off your fucking lazy asses and doing something.
Once you can control yourself and work out your families, because if you can't put your family in order, How you expect
they're
to put the
good.
world in order? You can't. So first you have to work on
Yeah, they're
yourself,
cool.
then work on your
My
family.
family's
Then if
great.
you once you get your family
They
in order,
perky.
hold on, listen. Once you have a husband, right, and your children are obedient onto you, then maybe you can think about working in the local town, right, and then move on outwards from there. You don't just start, making the world a better place. You have to start at home first. And if everybody did that, the world would be a better place.
That's true. And here I am on this Discord chat right now for a fucking divine reason to tell you cunts off for doing nothing. Okay? Maybe I do
Hey,
shit.
what are you doing?
Maybe look in the mirror. Do
You're
something.
a hypocritical bitch. You know that? You just
Am I
mind
YouTube videos of me doing shit though, buddy? Do you? Do you got YouTube videos of you doing shit? Do you do
Follow
shit?
your own advice and get off of here.
Ah, but here is where the lions are at, and we're supposed to be waking up the lions, not the sheep.
Then why are you here?
Before you can work on somebody else, you have to work on yourself first. So take the beam out of your own eye before you try to tell people what to do and how to act and how to be. And that's what the scriptures teach. It's about working on yourself first, and then your family, and then move outwards from there.
It's called.
That's cool. I'm bored. Give me
It's called. It's called take. It's called
Tell me-
take the log out of your own eye before you talk about the speck in mine.
Okay. Give me a challenge of something to do tomorrow then, because I'm bored as fuck and I've done heaps of shit and I'm out of ideas.
How about this? If being here is so bad, please leave.
No, she's cool, man. She's cool. No, you cool.
Bad.
She's cool. She just a little hypocrite.
Whoa.
Chill the fuck out.
I just want a baller to join us in the conversation and explain why clouds carry water the way they do. I'm still baffled by that. I'm still wondering why that. I want somebody with half a brain to try to tell me how a cloud can carry millions of pounds of water over 100 miles and it only releases itself at a certain given point. Why didn't it pull it down to its earth gravity, mass attracts mass bullshit?
That's a perfect question for Witsit, dude. Like I've never heard anybody explain it except Witsit.
Hey, no. I know the answer. I just want to hear a baller's horrible attempt to try to explain that to make their gravity a reality. I'm still waiting, by the way. I'm still waiting. No one can say, "Hey, Chucky, you're here. Hey, Chucky, you're here." Wait, Smoke, get in voice chat, bro. Let me know. Tell me. Break it down. Fuck the bullshit. You're over there in chat just saying things. Get over here and talk about it. Hey, Chucky, you're here. Let me hear it. It goes against your falsehood. So that's why I bring it up. Because y'all think y'all think you know what's going on, but the reality is y'all don't know shit. I'm waiting. I'll wait. This is me waiting. See my face? I'm waiting.
Electrostatics.
I'm waiting. No. I know our belief, but I want to hear their gravity belief. Oh, okay. Well, Smoke, I respect that. You're right. So clearly you don't have one. So that's okay. I get it. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. At least you're humble and honest about it. At least you can acknowledge that you can't explain it, and that's okay. Because it destroys gravity. Now we can talk about it, how electrostatics works, and we could prove to you how that is a something that's even capable of being a reality, which is our reality. But at least humble yourself and say, yeah, that doesn't make sense in our paradigm of gravity, because it negates gravity. It literally negates gravity, bro. It just throws it out.
Or all they do is just hand wave it away. They just ignore it.
I know because that's what people in the wrong do. When they know they're defeated, they hand wave it because they can't bring anything to the table that would justify their falsehoods. Hey, what up, Hammer? I see you. What's going, bro? Hey, you here? Get on mic, Hammer. What's up, Bubba?
If
Hey,
gravity, if mass attracts mass, right? How
Go
does
ahead.
10 million pounds of water in the atmosphere stay up there?
Exactly.
In layman's terms, you just explain that.
Exactly. Hey, Hammer. Once again, everybody, for the panel, for the people, for the audience, Hammer just had a baby. Congratulations, bro. It's a beautiful thing right there. Beautiful. Welcome, welcome. How you doing, by the way, Hammer? Join voice chat, bro. You're over here talking. Get over here, man. Get over here. Get in the voice. I'm drunk as fuck, by the way. I'm about to go to Jam's Panda to start some more shit. I love going over there and just stirring up shit. Cause all those fucking dumbasses, they're all lost. Wow, Smoke. Really? Wow. I'm not common. You're right. I'm apocryphon. I'm different. Congratulations. Jump in voice chat, Smoke. Let's go. I got more questions for you, by the way. If you want to really get into it. Respect, for sure. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Respect. Anywho. Take another swig of this beer right here.
Are you an alcoholic? No, I'm just playing.
I am. I'll admit it. Yeah. I
You
love
are?
alcohol. Yeah, I love it.
Oh.
I drink a lot. I literally I drink more than the average person can consume. I'll admit that. Yeah, no doubt. I do want to debate you, Smoke. Get over here. Get in voice chat. Yeah, I do want to debate you. Get over here. Come on. And I have other people that also want to debate you. But stop. Hey, get behind the keyboard. Come in voice chat, bro.
Don't gotta be a debate, bro. It could just be a discussion.
I know. Exactly. Let's just have a discussion, bro. We don't have to debate shit.
I always gotta
talk.
fight.
Exactly. Why is there always a fight, bro? Like, why? Let's just talk about shit. Let me try to get into your mind to make you realize that you believe in falsehoods. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy as that, bro. Real talk.
Bro, you're out of control. You're out of control.
Let me enter your mind. Oh my god.
Exactly.
That's not convincing.
Come on.
What the fuck? Let me brainwash you is what that sounds like.
I said yeah, you're
You're not very convincing, dude. You gotta work on how you talk, man. That was a bad way to talk.
Artemis, you have to realize these people are brainwashed and indoctrinated. The only way to get to them, you're right, but I broke free from the nonsense. And the only way
it wasn't
to get
from someone saying through your mind. It sounds like you're gonna stick your dick in his brain.
Wow. Okay. Come on.
They turn into
Artemis.
argument.
Artemis, get the penis off your brain, okay? Get out of here. It sounds like you need something. I'm just saying.
You're the one. Don't predict that. You said it. You said it.
The discussions turn into arguments because when you prove a zealot's beliefs wrong, they take offense to it.
You're right.
Be open-minded. Get them to convince you, and then make your points. Okay, that's a better way to do it. I want to listen to you. Is how you want to enter that convo. Let me hear you out. I want to hear your points. Is how you should say that, and then obliterate him.
I'll be the
Don't
Glober.
tell him you're gonna fuck his mind.
All right, Artemis. All right.
She's getting excited, dude.
I know, right? But real quick, Smoke. I respect that. I respect what you just posted in chat. I respect that. Kudos. I respect that. We'll leave it at that. But anyways, what's the next subject? Let's talk about it.
How does electromagnetism make humans fall off cliffs?
What are you even saying?
Well, he claims gravity's nonsense and it's actually all electromagnetics. But how would that pull a person off a cliff?
No. You fall off. Hold on. No. Let me answer.
Remain calm, Optimus.
So, okay, you do know that there's a periodic table, right? Yeah? You with me? Okay, cool. There's a periodic table. And on the periodic table, it tells you how much, like, actual masses weigh. And, like, you actually physically weigh more than fucking oxygen, dipshit!
Exactly.
Yeah, but why do I fall down? Why do I fall down to the beach instead of straight up?
Because you already know the atmospheric layers get less dense as you go up.
Yes,
that's where you get helium.
Because of gravity. And
You
because Earth's a
dipshit.
ball.
So everything above you is lighter than what is underneath you.
Which proves
okay?
Earth's
So
a
you're
globe.
Wait.
No.
Who's talking right now? Hold on. Who's arguing with Artemis?
I was just asking you a question.
You asked me a question and I wasn't even finished answering it. So don't even fucking ask me next time, dude.
I was asking Apocryphon.
Who's talking right now? Who's asking me a question?
Artemis. Get the fuck out of here. You said Artemis.
No, not you, Artemis. Who's the guy talking?
It's me, Dawn.
Dawn. Oh, Dawn. I know Dawn. Okay. What's up, Dawn?
Oh, I thought you were related.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh,
Dawn.
shit.
Go ahead. What's up, Dawn?
I was just asking a joke question. How does electrostatics pull humans off cliffs down to the beach?
Well, we go back to the old density and buoyancy. But hey, Dawn, now that you're here and you want to step up to the plate,
yes.
How do clouds hold millions of pounds of water and it doesn't fall down to the earth? Go ahead. I'll wait.
I think you have to answer mine first. Otherwise, it's not fair.
Okay. What was your question? Go ahead. But we're going to come back
How
to
does
mine.
electrostatics, if someone accidentally slips on the edge of a cliff, how does electrostatics pull them to the beach?
We're dealing with density at that point. You're going to fall through the air because you are more dense than the air.
Okay,
so you're going to fall down.
Optimus did say that, so I've got a follow-up question.
Do you agree to that? Do you agree to that?
Not really. I've got a follow-up question.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. You can't just say not really. It's either yes or no, because I'm saying that a heavier weight will go through a lesser medium. Is that fair to say, yes or no?
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. All right.
My follow-up question is, why towards Earth?
Because that's what down is.
Oh, okay. So you don't know?
No,
that's why water.
You don't know why down. It's just that's the way it is.
No, I just told you why.
Well, for me, my answer is down because Earth's heavy and it attracts other things. Yeah, so I've got a bit of an extra explanation.
All right. No,
man, I see so many fat bitches though, and they don't attract no one.
Wait. With that being said, Don, why doesn't millions of pounds of water fall to the earth? Go ahead, please explain.
I'll have to Google that.
He's just crazy.
Go Google it. Yeah. Do your due diligence and find out that clouds, a weather storm, a circuit can hold millions of pounds of water, and it doesn't fall down until it travels. Like miraculously, it only falls down once it's traveled 100 miles a ways later. So what you just asked me right now literally negates your logic and reason of a bullshit called gravity, because the millions of pounds of water. No, his logic reason.
The air is still going up until it's too heavy, and then the water falls.
Well, how heavy is too heavy for you?
Well, that's dependent on each cloud, isn't it?
If I had a balloon, okay, and I added 3,000 pounds to it, would it fall back down to Earth? Yes or no?
Well, I don't think that's analogous.
It has nothing to do with weight. It has to do with electrostatics, bro. Like there's differences between the electrostatics out in the ocean and over land, and sometimes it just varies, bro. Like all over the world. It has nothing to do. It has to do with charges.
That's our answer. I'm looking for his answer.
Like you have cumulonimbus clouds that are like insanely heavy, right?
Right.
And they hold their water, and then you have other clouds that are, for whatever reason, are half the size, and will release their water. It has nothing to do with how much weight is being contained. It has to do with there's an electrostatic variant.
But that's our answer. I'm looking for his answer. You understand that?
Yeah, his answer.
Because we get it. We get it. But he don't.
But he's asking a legit question, like, why is there downward bias? Why does everything seem to point towards the ground or fall towards the ground?
But no.
Electrostatics.
I'm going before that. I'm saying if we had that same force and amount of water, 100 miles it travels and then it releases. This is what I'm trying to get at. Because when you have this weight in the sky that doesn't fall down, that means gravity is bullshit. Because their explanation is that gravity will pull that weight down to itself.
And that's what we call rain. That's what we call raining.
Hold on. Gravity's not necessarily bullshit, though.
Welcome to gravity.
It's just how you explain it. It's the difference between how you explain it. He believes that mass attracts mass, where people that believe in the ether and electrostatics believe in polarity and variant charges.
But lion. I'm going way beyond that. I'm saying that God releases that water at the end of the day, because you could have 2 million pounds of water that's 100 miles away from the coast, okay, but it doesn't release.
God.
It has nothing to do with gravity. It has nothing to do with electrostatics right there, boy. It has
No,
nothing
it does.
to
It
do with
does.
all
Bro.
I didn't say gravity. I didn't say gravity.
No, Don
You
did.
don't.
Don did. And
But some believe. Hold on. Some believe the reason that there's a downward bias, we can't prove it 100%. But if you believe in the toroidal fields, you know, you got a certain polar charge north and a certain polar charge south, right? And the reason you have a negative polarity towards the Earth, or why you have to ground things, there seems to be something in the Earth, inside the Earth, that creates this downward bias. Some have speculated it's the Great Abyss. It's the bottomless pit, the closest thing that we have to a black hole. There seems to be a black hole that creates a downward bias.
Oh, I like that.
At literally the most bottomless point of our realm, there seems to be a black void that just sucks polarity inwards or towards the ground.
How about this? The Creator, in order to have a functioning world, he made it so everything that needs to stay on the ground can stay on the ground. Otherwise, you can't have a functioning world. Can it just be God made the Creator made everything go towards the state of the Earth, and so you can have a functioning world?
That's not science, though. That's just appeal to.
Is Smoke on here?
Appeal to myth.
Here's if it's not science.
It's hypothetical, man. We can't prove it.
Appeal to myth.
I'm not saying
If you stop at God did it, that's appeal to
here's the
myth,
thing.
isn't it?
But dude, the theory of relativity is a myth, dude.
And I wasn't finished. And I know it's not science, but there's a lot of stuff in this world that you can't explain through science. Okay? There's a lot of it. And this may be one of them.
I've got a theory for you guys.
That's for Tim.
MT1, bro.
Hey,
Tim. Listen to my dawn theory. You don't have to replace gravity. All you have to do is change the magnetic core to a magnetic plate under flat Earth, and that's going to create gravity straight down towards the puddle of flat Earth.
The Book of Job and the Book of Genesis talks about how he controls the rain to fall upon the earth at his accord. He's the one that controls when it falls and when it doesn't. This is how listen, hear me out, Don. I'm an idiot. I only believe in the scriptures. Give me that, okay?
I know.
No, just give me that. Now, I'm telling you that the scriptures say that God decides when that water is released from the clouds and when it's not, in the Book of Genesis and in the Book of Job. So
he must use a method, right? He doesn't just do it willy-nilly. He must have like a chart.
No, there is a method. Absolutely, there's a method. Absolutely.
Would say that was
Absolutely.
weight. He could base it on weight. Like if the cloud's big, it can hold more rain.
Do you
If it's
understand?
small, it can't.
But do you understand that God's design negates your logic of gravity? Because technically, your gravity should be pulling the rain down at millions of pounds of water at one point. But the clouds hold themselves and they travel 100 miles
Equilibrium.
and then release.
Let me ask you a question.
God's in control, Don.
As if you're Job and I'm God, let me ask you a question. Why do I rain on the deserts where no man is?
Because he says that he does. He says
But
he
why
does.
would I? Why would I waste rain
Who knows?
on a desert?
Your mind is not his mind. Your ways are not his ways.
Well, I think you should meditate on that question.
You can't even fathom why he does that. You can't even understand why he does that.
It's because the cloud was too heavy and it ticked off on his chart. Whether there was any men there or not.
If the cloud was too heavy, it would have released
That
it.
that makes no
But it
sense,
doesn't.
dude. That's yeah.
Exactly.
Why do you think he wastes the water on the desert? That's a good question.
Are you just ignoring all the animals that live in the desert that need water?
No, I'm saying the question to Job is why would I empty rain onto a desert where no life is? I mistakenly said man,
But there's
but you get the
life
point.
in the desert.
You get the
There
point.
is life in the desert.
Oh man.
Hey, bro, the script. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
To
That's
try
a good
turn
shot
it
right there.
to try turn it back into a garden. Is that your answer?
Okay.
Hopefully an oasis will grow.
Hey, Tim, thank you for that. Hey, Don.
It's a picture of a demon drinking blood.
Okay, hey, Don, check it out. It says that he rains the waters upon the desolate for where the plants are, for where they need water, for his purpose. Now, you're trying to be a man, trying to like explain and understand why he does or doesn't. Wake up, Don. You're not God, bro.
I was God in that example. You were Job, and you didn't.
No,
Your
but
answer was. I
replied
don't
to
know.
you
You tell
accordingly.
me. That was your answer. If there's a worm and one weed, that was your answer.
No, bro, you're not getting it, bro. You're not getting it. It's
Well,
way
he didn't
beyond
respond.
It's way beyond your understanding, Don. Way beyond it.
Okay,
And
are you going to
You
respond
can
to
do
what
science.
my answer to your question?
Sorry, say it again.
Well, you asked why would he dump water on a desert where there's no life. There is life in the deserts, and
Okay, but can you
that
imagine a
life
place?
does. Can I finish, please? That life does need water. So, what's wrong with giving them water?
Can you imagine a place on Earth with no life, like one of those craters of dust in the desert?
Craters of dust.
Like in the film Wolf Creek, where there's tiny amounts of life, but hardly any.
Okay, but there is life that needs water.
Okay, so he's
And
feeding. He's
he
feeding
cares
the
about
garden.
all of his creation.
Does he think
So
it will
he's
turn into a garden, or does he know it will stay a desert?
concerned, it's all things.
This is kind of complex because the world that we live in is in a steady decline. It's de-evolving. Its tendency is towards degradation. And right now, we're going to see things get worse and worse. More desertification. The sea life's going to die. Animal extinction, species extinction. This is going to get worse as time progresses until he renews the heaven and the earth. So the idea that, there's desert, so how come he doesn't make it rain over here? That's a very complex question. You know what I'm saying? You can't just like explain it away either. I can't explain it. Why are there deserts in certain areas and other places it's fertile?
I could answer the question if I'm God. The answer is because rain isn't for man or life. It's just a natural law. When there's water in the sky, it has to fall back.
Did he do the devil horns just then? Did he
Doesn't
set
matter
that up and then
where you
stand
are,
back?
who
and
you
do the
are,
devil
what you
horns?
are. You don't get to decide. The rain just comes or doesn't come.
But the scriptures do teach that if you let the land rest every 7
You're a
years and you
Nephilim.
do what the Bible
Microphone, I
says,
think
that
everyone's deciding whether you're a
the land
Nephilim.
will be fruitful and will multiply. The fruits will multiply in that. The land will take care of you if you take care of it.
Well, the fact that it didn't rain before the flood proves that Earth can exist without rain, because it did for how many hundreds of years before the flood? What?
Why do you believe it didn't rain before the flood?
Because Scripture states it.
It says it in the Bible.
Right. That sounds like a good argument because it says it in a book.
No, but that's literally the only reason I believe it myself. I don't have any evidence to support that it didn't rain before the flood.
Right. You should try and
Okay, I'm
find
sorry.
evidence.
I misspoke when I said prove. Proves it. It doesn't prove it. For me, it's evidence that the Earth can survive without rain because, according to the
I don't
Scripture,
know how
it
it would
did.
be evidence unless you trusted the writers.
What was that?
I don't know how it would be evidence unless you trusted the writers to be telling truth.
Why wouldn't I trust the writers?
Because people lie in books all the time.
Yeah, well,
But the creator is sovereign over all things. He's sentient and he controls his word, and he wouldn't let his word perish and be corrupted beyond comprehension. Like there's textual criticisms, but they're like I was talking about this earlier. They're minute. There's minute textual criticism, but for the most part, the word has been preserved in its entirety. And it says in the scripture, it says that heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall never pass away. And if you believe in a creator, he is sentient over his word. But you got to figure out which one of the so-called scriptures in the world are legit, and then that's everybody's best guess, bro. Like it could be the Quran, it could be the Buddhists, the Vedas. You got to search it out, bro.
How do you think the plants grew if there was no rain?
Well, the water cycle was different, dude. According to the scriptures, there was like a vapor canopy. There was like a mist that would feed the plants every morning.
I can believe
it was
that.
like a morning mist.
Hello?
Sure,
can
go
I
ahead.
finish my response to his question before we change subject again? I trust the writers because I researched scripture a lot. What?
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the voice chat. My bad. My bad.
I researched scripture a lot, and based on the many different writers and the time between them, everything fits perfectly together. Or it fits way too close together. It makes more sense than it should or could with all the span of time and the different writers. That's one of the reasons why I believe it. Not the only reason, but that's a very strong reason why I believe in scripture.
If I said to you, can you cite what bit you believe that said it didn't rain before the floods? Would it
read
just
it?
be? Would it
Go
be a
read it,
verse
bro.
in the New Testament?
Somebody walked in on you. What?
Are you just talking about a verse in the New Testament that says there was no rain before the flood?
Old Testament.
Yes.
It's in Genesis.
It's in
There's
Genesis.
2 verses that lean to that. Like even when the people first started seeing the rain fall, they were terrified. They'd never seen rain fall before. When the flood first started happening, it started raining, and the people they'd never seen rain before.
It could be in one area, though, couldn't it? The whole earth.
The earth was replenished by dew. I'm almost positive there's a verse that said, no, I know there is.
It's in there, bro. I'm working right now. I can't look it up. Look it up
the
on
earth
Google.
was watered for what it needed for water by dew before the flood.
Well, it says the water came up from the ground. Yeah.
Well, that's what basically dew is, isn't it?
Isn't a spring that too?
Oh, God.
Okay, I'll take that Genesis might be talking about an ancient time where there was some cosmological event that meant there was just water vapor and mist and not rain in some of the earth, or all of it, that made people
all of it
mention it.
It was a different time, bro. There was different, like, physical laws. Like, they were different, bro.
I think I'm using the reasoning that I believe the solar system can change and nature can change. And not the fact that God said it.
That's fine.
Nobody claimed that things can't change without God.
But even today, you can do aeroponics. Where they have these aeroponic misters that mist plants, and it's more efficient than hydroponics. And that's what apparently NASA was working on. And I mean, this goes back to the scriptures. That's what the plants originally fed off of, is, that's how they absorbed the water, was aeroponics. There was a natural mist, an aerosol mist that would feed the plants in the morning. But that, whatever happened to the earth after the flood, that changed. And now the world is like in a worse state than it was before.
I thought the intention of the flood was to put the world in a better state. How did it end up worse? Did God's plan not work out?
It's not that it was temporarily refreshed through a bath, right? But that bath, with it came great destruction. And according to the scriptures, the foundations of the deep were broken open and the windows of heaven were opened up. So like something happened to the actual physicality of this realm, the ecotarium that we're in, and it fractured the firmament, and it also opened up the fountains of the deep. And after that happened, like, yeah, the water sank back into the earth. It went back into the earth, and the land appeared again. But since then, like, it's different now, bro. Like,
how is it different?
And it's gonna get worse until the end of time, bro.
Well, what are the geological differences?
What are the differences?
What are the geological differences on the Earth before and after the flood?
Well, before the flood, there was only 15% ocean. 15% ocean compared to today, because of the prophet Ezra. The prophet Ezra.
Everything changed.
What did
Because
he
the
say?
scripture says that the scripture says that the whole face of the earth was changed.
The prophet Ezra states in fractions, and I forget the fractions, but he equates to 15% of the earth was water, compared to now, where most of the earth is now water instead of land, where before it was more land than water.
Where'd you say that?
And
I don't.
In Second Ezra's.
Second Ezra.
I don't know the exact chapter, bro. I
that
I
was
know
part of
my
the
scriptures, but I don't know them to the exact verse. I have to look it up.
Is that part of the Apocrypha?
I mean,
There's no second Ezra in scripture. Well,
it's in the Septuagint. It's in the Greek translation of the Old Testament. It's in the First King James Bible. It's in the William Tyndale. It's in the Geneva. It's in a bunch of Bibles, bro. It might not be in your Bible, but it's in a lot of them.
All right. Well, that's what I. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So it actually says that like 15% of the earth was water. Okay.
Yes. So, they're finding antediluvian ruins underneath the water, off the coast of Japan, off the coast of South America, all over the world. They continue to find. Now, the archaeological community is, for whatever reason, they just refuse to accept that there was, like, advanced civilizations long ago. Like, we didn't just come from nomadic tribes 12,000 years ago after the Younger Dryas, just and then running through this, through the Bering Strait. Like, no, that's not how it went down. Like, that's what they want you to believe, but no, humans are a lot more advanced. And they're finding, in Yonaguni, right off the coast of Japan, there's like underwater pyramids, bro. And they try to tell you, these are natural formations. These are natural formations. Yeah, you got perfect right angle. You got underwater pyramids. They're trying to tell you that, oh no, those are natural formations. Like, all right, whatever.
Well, there's structures.
You can't fight with these people, man.
You can't. Yeah. They on one.
There was a whole landmass between America and Asia that the ancients, even Madame Blavatsky and occultists and the Masons, they talk about the antediluvian world than where these landmasses existed. But now these landmasses are completely submerged in the water. But before, there was all kinds of civilizations on them, like Cain's descendants.
Well, just the structures that we
Probably
see
heard.
that. Oh, geez.
You had a one world culture, like everybody was unified, had the same architecture, everybody had pyramids. Anyways, you find that verse yet?
Don. Kick back, Kanye, Don. Y'all funny.
I got
What's
a
he
bit obsessed
saying?
when he was going.
Why do you call him
DEFCON
Kanye?
3 on the Jews. I got a bit obsessed.
Nah, he posted a picture. He posted a picture in text chat. He said, "This is
I
me."
like Kanye, bro, but he let me down. Kanye let me down.
Come on. Come on, Artemis. Get your shit together. This woman. He's funny.
You know that the god Artemis popped up yesterday a couple times, and she keeps popping up, bro, like all over the place. I keep hearing about Artemis.
Yeah. Yeah, she's live and direct.
She's related to Apollo some way. I forget how, but Apollyon, the destroyer.
Lion, you ever notice how the timelines are different from the Septuagint to the Masoretic text, like the amount of time Noah was in the boat?
Yeah, bro, that's a rabbit hole, man. The Septuagint, the Masoretic, the Pentateuch, and Jubilees. I've compared all and then Josephus' account of the timeline. I've compared it all, and in my opinion, bro, Jubilees is the official account. and it matches up with the Masoretic. The only thing with the Masoretic, there's a corruption by the Pharisees. Well, anyways, what are you gonna say? What about it?
No, that's all. I was just thinking, like, if that timeline's been messed with, how could I really tell that Gilgamesh wasn't Nimrod?
Well, so Gilgamesh, bro, just came later. Like altogether, overall, Gilgamesh was a character that came later, generations later after Nimrod. The Sumerian tablets record Gilgamesh as the sixth. I want to say the sixth king of Babylon. Nimrod being, or maybe not the sixth, but man, I gotta refresh my memory. The first was Ham, but Gilgamesh is one of the Nimrod's like grandsons, bro. Like, he's like 3 generations from Nimrod. I want to say 3. That's why I don't believe he's Nimrod, but I could be wrong. I'm open to correction.
Did you ever look into Steve's
You're breaking up, bro. You're all roboting, bro. You're roboting. You're roboting, bro. Drop out and come back. You're all roboting.
How about now? Is this better?
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I was asking, did you ever look into Skiba's research onto this? Because he showed a lot of evidence that Nimrod and Gilgamesh and all those, they were all the same person. And this,
I know.
I don't wait. Hold on.
I'm aware.
And I don't want to stop for a second. I don't want to change the subject, but does anybody know if? Speaking of Skiba, does anybody know if his wife or anybody put his YouTube information on the Rumble? Because I hate using YouTube. Does anybody know if somebody made a Rumble channel for him?
She did. She does have all his videos backed up. All his videos are backed up. I can get a hold of his videos if you want them.
Oh yeah, I know, but are they on Rumble?
I don't. They're in a hard drive, bro. I don't think they're on Rumble yet, but there's people in the process of converting them.
Okay.
If you want
I
videos,
want
can
to watch more of his stuff, but I hate YouTube.
But yeah, so the thing with Rob Skiba, rest in peace, he did wonderful work for flat earthers and for spreading the truth. And he was even persecuted against people, that are of his group, bro, like Christians. Like they thought he was nuts. They kind of shunned him because like, you're a flat earther, like we can't take you serious. Anyways, but yeah, so the thing with Rob Skiba though is that he needs Yasher to be inspired, which I don't. Yasher has no historicity. Remember, I was talking about earlier about the biblical archives that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yasher was not included in that. Therefore, the Second Temple priests were not reading Yasher, because in my opinion, Yasher, the one that we have today, is a Middle Ages forgery from rabbinical Jews, and it's basically consists of there's truths in it, but it has a lot of embellishments. And it also has a lot of Jewish mysticism or midrash, Jewish legend. And people thought it was the book that's referenced in Joshua, but it's not. And there's so many things that are Yasher contradicts with scripture that if I were to break it down, there's over 100 things that I can point out in Yasher that are incorrect regarding scripture, directly contradict scripture.
I agree with that too. I don't think Jasher is inspired. I think that passage when Joshua says, "Look to Jasher," he said this. I think that was talking about Jubilees, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, me too. Even Josephus, he talks about the book of the division of the eons, the division of years, that's the book of Jubilees. It describes it from the beginning of time to the Exodus, how many years, meticulously. When all the patriarchs were born, Yasher has, when Abraham was born, Yasher has Abraham living with Shem and Noah in the mountains, learning the ways of God. For in biblical account, Noah was a Gentile. He was a non-believer. He didn't even know who Yahuwah was. So he was like a young adult, and he started questioning who God was. And his father was an idol maker. In the book of Yasher, Abraham is in the mountains being raised by Noah and Shem. And in the biblical account, by the time Abraham was born, Noah and Shem are dead. In Jubilees, when Abraham was born, Noah and Shem were dead by like 60 years.
Yeah,
Shem died.
Abraham's more around that time of Job, isn't he?
I'm not sure. I have to review that.
I think Job and Abraham are from the same period, and Job was a priest or something like that. Of the Melchizedek order, I think, too.
Yeah, so Yasher has Shem being Melchizedek, dude, which is not scriptural at all.
For sure, I hear it. That is before Levitical, so what was the order before the Levites? Like, what was Adam, Seth, and Noah, and all them?
They
what
weren't.
order
They. So the Jews believe that in the Melchizedek order, going down from Adam to Shem. That's Jewish legend, right? There's no evidence to support that scripturally. Scripturally, Melchizedek's always been Messiah. Before he became a human, before he was born of a virgin, he was Melchizedek. And he was ordained Melchizedek from his father in the beginning, before the foundations of the earth. He was made a king and priest. And basically he was given, he was delegated. So the father delegated all his powers to his son. Like, he gave his son over, like, to control everything, bro. It's weird, bro, but that's what the scriptures teach.
So
when Abraham gave ties to Melchizedek, go on.
Doesn't it say in Hebrews that Yeshua is a high priest in the order of Melchizedek?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, definitely. I was just wondering.
And that's because he can't be a high priest of Israel because the law commanded that the priests were only to be of the Levites, and Yeshua is from Judah, so he cannot be.
Well, no, that's not true.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
That's not true because Yeshua to be the Messiah. Even Jews know that you have to be from both Levi and
you're roboting really
and
bad.
Yeshua was from both Levi and Judah.
I didn't understand.
I'm saying that
said,
Jesus, Yeshua. Am I still roboting?
Not anymore.
So Jesus was in fact of both lines, bro. His mother, right, was related to Elizabeth. Now you know Elizabeth and Zechariah, right? Those are John the Baptist's parents. Zechariah was a priest in the temple, a Levite and a Zadok priest to be specific. Miriam was of that lineage. So inside of Miriam was both Levi and Judah, 50% to be exact. So Messiah from his mother inherited both Levi and Judah, making him qualified to become high priest and king.
Okay.
That's why he's.
Thank you.
I
should have known that.
Before we get on
to that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of going off topic because what I was saying was Abraham is said to have talked to a Melchizedek. Do you believe he talked to Yeshua or the king of Persia?
Yes, Yeshua.
Which one?
Yeshua. Jesus
really?
Christ. Before he was born of Yep. And Melchizedek broke bread and drank wine with Abraham, which that's what he did with his apostles too.
That's described as a real king, like that was ruling that area.
You'd have to show me that.
It's in Genesis.
Yeah, I will for sure. I mean,
David, it's weird because David describes the heavenly Jerusalem towards the north, the city of the great king, right? And he's not talking about an earthly king. He's talking. That's why it's strange, because at the North Pole, bro, listen. There's something going on at the North Pole, bro. That's all I'm saying. And the North Pole is not too far.
What, are you saying that Melchizedek didn't exist?
No, he did exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because Abraham in Genesis, Abraham paid him a tithe of 10%.
Yeah,
No.
that was Messiah.
But it was Abraham's faith that counted righteous, and that's the whole point of the whole story.
That's a different topic.
Well, I understand that. I thought you were. So I just thought you were saying that Melchizedek wasn't around at the time of Abraham. I thought that's what I heard. Sorry, my bad.
He wasn't.
Lion, have you watched the Babylon series?
Yes, I haven't seen every episode, and I don't agree with everything that Sean believes. Sean's a good teacher, he is, and he breaks down. He's very eloquent in his words, but there's certain doctrines that he preaches that they're very questionable, that I don't agree with.
Yeah, but what about on this topic? I mean, specifically, rather than getting into he sacrifices animals in heaven.
Yeah, I don't remember what he believes about Melchizedek though, so you'd have to fill me in about that because I don't remember.
Okay, yeah.
But I know that in Hebrews chapter 6, right? In chapter 7, if you don't divide the chapters and read them continuously like the original texts there were no chapters or verse numbers. If you read chapter 6 and chapter 7 continuously, Hebrews, Paul tells you who Melchizedek is. He tells you in chapter 6 that it was Messiah, in fact, who Abraham gave tithes to. Paul tells you, but for whatever reason, they literally split the chapters at a vital point, bro, where Paul tells you who Melchizedek is. And the reason that Melchizedek, who he was concealed, right? Because think about it. Why wouldn't God just tell you straight up in Genesis who Melchizedek is? Why keep it such a secret? Just tell us who he is. Why do we have to guess who he is? Because it was Messiah. Because it was his only begotten son. And according to Enoch, the identity of his son was preserved in secret and concealed. The merciful one, and only revealed to the elect. And his time was not yet to be revealed until he came from a virgin. Then who he was became apparent, that he's always been mediating for mankind, that Abraham gave him tithes, But for most of history, who he was concealed. It was a mystery who Melchizedek was. Paul tells us in chapter 6.
I hear you for sure. I just thought it was a physical, incarnate being in flesh that Abraham was associating with.
Yeah,
That's
it was.
Yep. And I never heard that Hebrews was for sure written by Paul.
Melchizedek was a high priest. Oh shit, Melchizedek was a high priest when Abraham was. So that's the whole point of it. So when you go into later on, like maybe like in the New Testament, the Hebrews, and they're talking about how he was a high priest of that time, and then you can even jump forward to why they considered that him being a high priest was the foreshadowing of Christ to come because of who he was. That's a whole other argument, by the way. That's a whole other discussion.
So,
yeah.
So the thing is, right? Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, biblically, like, Melchizedek is like it's like a, how would I say it? It was he was a mystery
title.
Yeah, it's a title. It's the mystery title because they tried to relate that because who Melchizedek was, nobody knew where he came from. Nobody knows that, and
nobody knew who he was.
Right. But they're trying to say that in the scriptures that Yeshua was Melchizedek in the not the poetry of it, but the
He's in the
my
order of
gosh.
Melchizedek, like a
Right.
Levite is in the Levitical order. So that's what I'm asking. Before the Levites, what was the order?
Well, the thing is that word order, when you look in the Hebrew and the Greek, it's kind of misconstrued. There was an order given by the Most High in the beginning when Messiah was invoked. Right, when his name was invoked, he was given a title. Right, he was given through the Father. He ordained Messiah to be both king and priest. So the order, that's what the order of Melchizedek is. Now, people for the longest time have misconstrued that, and they thought there was some sort of like hierarchy or a ranking structure that was passed down
You know
from
your
Adam
stuff, bro.
from
I like
Adam
it.
to Shem. That's
like
not
it.
what happened. Melchizedek was a specific title of both king and prince of peace, right? And also king and priest. And that specific title, only one being in all of existence has that title of both king and priest, and it's Messiah from the
Yeshua.
beginning of time.
Exactly.
Yeshua.
That's why they related to him.
But Seth was chosen as the priest rather than Cain or Abel, right?
No.
No, I mean,
That's false.
technically,
No.
because they
Seth, no.
sacrificed animals. Like I know Sean states because they offered up sacrifices that they were considered priests. Technically, he's got a point,
Noah? Is
but
that
it doesn't
Noah?
make him Melchizedek.
No, hold on. Is that Noah talking? I hear the voice. Is that Noah talking? Who keeps talking right now? Is that
No,
Noah?
it's me, Torah.
Okay, my bad, Torah. My bad. I'll say this though. This is just like Lion spoke. Melchizedek, he lived in a time where he was actually in order. I believe you said, was there an order before the Levites? Well, technically, Melchizedek would have been the order before that.
Yeah.
But there was no order before that.
That's right. That's why I was saying when Abraham met the king, that's before the Levites, so that would be of a Melchizedek order. So I didn't know that that was actually Yeshua. I was just thinking it was the king of Persia that was ruling Persia righteously.
No.
So real quick, I'm gonna explain this real quick, right? So before there was a kingship on earth, right? That was given to Judah. Who had that kingship? Israel did not need a king. They demanded a king, right? Their first king was King Saul. But before that, who was king? Messiah.
Yahweh
Right?
was their king.
Yes, but it was technically the son. Yahweh gave the kingship to his son, but he was known as Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh too in the Old Testament. Long story short, after a grip, they gave the priesthood to Levi. Right? But who was the priest in heaven before they was given to Levi? What's up?
Hey, Lion, let me blow your mind. In Hebrew speak, in the language of Hebrew. Let me blow your mind real quick. Do you understand that there's a word in the Hebrew? It's called membre, and membre is the word that walked with Adam and Eve in the garden. Membre is the one from the beginning. It's repeated through the scriptures. Look, Google it. Look it up. It's called membre, and membre is this entity, if you will, that was with Adam and Eve in the garden. So when they said that God spoke to Adam and Eve, it wasn't God. It wasn't the Father. It was membre. It was the Son of God, because no man has seen the face of God, and no man has talked to God. It was the Son of God that spoke to him from the beginning. Now you look it up. Now going down this order of Melchizedek, that's membre, bro. That is exactly what that's what you're talking about. There was this entity that represented this priesthood, as well as this Messiah, if you will. He was a Muslim. He obviously he came to Messiah later, but it's the same person. In the script, if you look into it in the scriptures, it was always the membra, and the membra moved like the wind. It was like the air. But honestly, just go look it up. I'm
No,
really
I understand, and I agree with you, bro. I believe you, and I agree with you. But I just want to say that in the heavens, there's a temple. In the heavens, there's an altar. In the heavens, there's a priesthood of 24 priests, right? Who holds those positions, right? According to the testament of Levi, the positions that are held in the heavens are by they're angelic priests, right? So you have to ask yourself, since the beginning, who served as the angelic high priest? It was Messiah. So the temple on earth that Moshe built was patterned after the heavenly temple. And this is something that Sean doesn't understand. Sean Griffin. He doesn't understand that Messiah has been priest and king since the beginning, because he thinks that Messiah didn't become priest till after he resurrected and ascended. That's where I disagree with Sean heavily.
Oh yeah. Well, I would agree with you on that if it's true. That the powers and spirit goes back, doesn't it? I think that makes more sense.
I'll be back.
Hey, Jeremy,
I'll be
Jeremy,
back.
is this?
These guys over here
Hey,
in Gems
Jeremy.
Panda, they're wilding out right now. I'll be back. I'm gonna go over to Gems
I'm
Panda
done.
server.
No, I'm done with the scripture stuff. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to.
No, I'm just
You
saying.
guys are gonna hate me.
I'm just saying these guys over here in Gem Panda server, they're wilding out. I'm gonna go over there, just mess with them. I'll be back. These guys, bro, they're full of it. Hold up, I did it. Done. I'm gonna give them help for show. Let's go. I'll be back later.
It makes sense for me inside a Christian context that the God that became man, that same person that is the man, was also part of God to begin with and had a high position.
I've been doing a lot of research on this lately, and if you read the Old Testament, the word of the Lord, when you hear that term, and you see the word of the Lord is eternal, right? And then you go to the New Testament, and in John 1, it says the word became flesh and dwelt among us. There's a direct correlation between that, and throughout even the Old Testament, when it says the word of the Lord, it says sometimes it says the word of the Lord appeared. Okay, now if it's an appearing, it's not the same thing as hearing. So I can hear someone's voice, but if someone appears, it's a seeing. Yeah. So when the word of the Lord appeared to someone or even revealed themselves to someone, it's not the same thing as I heard the word of the Lord. It's two separate things. So even throughout the Old Testament, it's the word of God is in or the word made flesh is in the Old Testament. And you do see sometimes and sometimes you see an interchange, like in Genesis 18, I think it was with Hagar, when it seems like there's the angel of the Lord is speaking. That's another thing, is the angel of the Lord is speaking, but it's also saying it's speaking for Yahweh. So it's the angel of God is Yahweh speaking for Yahweh. It's like you have that interchange between the two. And the writer's not messed up. He's just trying to convey an idea through the language and the linguistic means. And I think Michael Heiser unpacked a few years ago that even the old Jewish theology, and the rabbis removed it, and it's called the two powers. I think that the ancient Jewish belief back in the day, but it was removed from Judaism, that they used to believe in the two Yahwehs, the two co-equal beings in the Old Testament.
Interesting. I wouldn't consider them co-equal, though.
What would they be called, the two beings? Why do they need two?
Say that again.
What are the details on the two beings? Why is it split? What are the characteristics?
Well, I mean, just okay. If you want me to give some logic behind it, just from a perspective, there is an eternal.
I wanted to know what the information was, what it says about the two.
Like, what do you mean information? What do you mean?
You said it claimed somewhere that there was two equal gods.
Right. So go read the story of Hagar in Genesis 18. And when the angel of the Lord is speaking to Hagar, just the language of the dialogue seems to reveal that there's two. Because one, it's almost like the one is in heaven and then there's one on earth. But then it says, I'll go to another one in the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. It says the angel rained down the Yahweh rained down fire from Yahweh. That language, that kind of language. And so it's almost
Literally.
like there's, yeah, so literally what it says, and it's just you're just looking at the language. So it's like, wait a minute, if I was saying, all you'd have to say was just one, like I did, if I'm Yahweh, so I rained fire down, you know. But in the language of the text, it says the angel or Yahweh rained fire down from Yahweh. It's like, wait a minute.
Referring to himself in two different contexts.
Well, no,
Well, but-
it's the Father and the Son. Hold on. So there's a
Right.
verse in Isaiah too where it talks about Yahweh and Yahweh the Redeemer. There's two Yahwehs.
Right, that kind of language.
Yod-Heh-Vav-Hes, literally.
Well, and think about this. Well, think about this. If God wanted to show himself a spirit, an entity that's not made of matter, space, time like we understand it, but wanted to reveal himself in a physical way to his creature, it would seem like there would be two. One that's immaterial and one is material. Even in that sense, it would seem that way. And ultimately, that's what you start seeing in the Old Testament. The Son is the physical representation of Yahweh on earth. So whenever you see a physical appearance, that's Yahweh. That's the physical representation of Yahweh, which is Jesus.
That appearance
Hold on,
also
hold on.
refers to himself on a bigger scale, right? That's what you're
Well, no, it's not. It's not that Jesus is the Father incarnate either, because there's literally there's two physicalities, bro. And Jesus is literally the same. Like the Father has a form. It's not. He's not just ethereal energy, wispy material. He's actually he sits on an actual throne and actually has a form. It's just that his form is so pure for whatever reason it kills anything that comes in contact with it that's on earth. So he can't literally. Go ahead.
One is manifest in appearance and voice, and one is the big thing that does the big things.
But
right.
Well, I think I agree with the line of Yah. This is the heart part. We're trying to use our language to try to express something that is eternal, that is beyond us, that is not us. So we're trying to express this idea, but you can't get away from not being able to see it. It's like you can see it but don't understand it. You know.
I'm just saying you've said there's two Yahwehs, but I'm hearing the example is an angel apparition referring to Yahweh, but they're both Yahweh. So it seems like an example of two persons, one God.
They're two beings, but the reason that you have two Yahwehs is because his identity was not revealed in the Old Testament. He came in his father's name. It's like you and your father have the same first and last name. Messiah had the same name as his father in the Old Testament, so that's why it's confusing.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
but it's not that they. Not only that, hold on real quick. So Moshe on Mount Sinai literally got a glimpse of the Father's backside because he requested to just get a glimpse. And the Messiah, the Son of God, covered Moshe and protected him so that he could just get a glimpse of the Father's backside.
Right.
They're indeed two different beings.
You've got the mediator talking about the big guy, but he is the big guy as he's talking about him, almost. Right? You're referring to your dad, but you're
Messiah's
also
the mediator
saying, I am my
for the
dad.
Father.
I am my dad.
Well, and here
you can't see.
No, he doesn't say that he's his dad literally. It's like if you've seen him, you've seen the Father, as in like they have the same form, bro. They literally have the same.
He's part of it. He's suggesting you can only see my.
Yeah.
And well, I think there's I would agree. This is I think language has a hard time. We're using a language to try to express something that language sometimes can't express. And I think there's there is a distinction, and the scripture bears it out. The Father is not the Son, the Spirit's not the Father, and the Spirit's not the Son. But there seems to be an interchange between the two. And the thing is, and I was saying this that I did another research in the scripture. You can actually see a plurality in things in the scripture, but one, right? You see that within scripture, not even within the Godhead as I term it, but so you can have one thing that has plurality to it, like one nation. A nation has a group of people, but there's one nation. right? So there's indistinct individuals within the one nation. You can have a monarchy, right? But within that monarchy is indistinct individual different people. And then you can have, like the Bible says, hold on. Then the Bible says, even in the very beginning, it says, let's make man in our image. Man is one, right? But then if you go to the next verse, it says, male and female, he created them. So in a sense, both male and female share the same nature of man. They share that same essence of who they are. They're distinct. Male and female are distinct, but they're, in a sense, the nature is the same. So the same thing with the Godhead. You have three, but they share the distinction of this God nature. They all share it.
Yes, I'd agree. I think it's split into more than that. I think man refers to all men, and God refers to all nature. But I can still use the Trinity concept just to try and separate the meanings of God. When you're a priest or a military and you speak for the monarchy, you speak as the monarchy, don't you? Even though you're just a small part, you may never have seen the king's face yourself or been in a room, but you speak for them, as them.
I see there's a distinction though, and even in that, the military is not the monarchy, but they may speak for the monarchy. That's like a prophet. A prophet is not Yahweh, but they carry and they speak the words of Yahweh. But in this distinction, though, it's like the prince is part of the monarchy. The king is the head, but the prince is also still part of the monarchy. They're all part of the monarchy. That's the distinction.
King's son,
Go ahead.
prince. That would sort of fit the analogy better.
Right. And even Jesus uses that analogy. He says he sent prophets to the people, and if you read the Old Testament or New Testament, he sent prophets to the people, and they killed the prophets. Then the king says, I'm going to send my son. I'm going to send my son to talk to them.
Yeah.
And then they kill the son too, So even in that language is still even within the New Testament.
In my Alan Watts talks, it comes up. Let me try and remember my point. I've got to remember it. Give me 1 minute.
There's some incredible mysteries that Paul reveals in the New Testament that for the longest time Jews were bewildered. Like how one of the mysteries is how would Israel be redeemed after the father, or perceivably they thought was the father, gave Israel a bill of divorce. And because once you give a bride the bill of divorce, you can't take her back according to the Torah. So God would have to basically go against his own word to take Israel back. Israel eventually, amalgamated themselves with the nations. They mixed themselves with the nations. And now it's hard to discern who's actually Israel and who's not, because for the most part, we've all been mixing for so long that we probably all have Israel blood in us, whether we realize it or not.
I think that the idea that Israel is a thing, I think is true with culture. I don't think if you say it's a people or a place, it gets semantic.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Israeli. Thank you very much.
My point.
You think that, but I guarantee that you have Israel blood in you. You don't even realize it.
Of course we do. If we all come out of a similar area, that's true. We could have come from different groups, but maybe breeding in the past has made us share blood anyway. My point is, we're in court. Satan is the prosecutor. He's got a good argument, but Jesus is the boss's son, which is a very good position.
So what I was saying is, though, that the Gospels reveal that the father actually set up a wedding for his son, and that his son was who Israel married, not the father. The covenant was actually made with Yeshua. Yeshua married his bride, and Yeshua divorced his bride. And Yeshua died redeeming his bride from the curse of the law, which states that once you commit sin, you're basically bound to death. But not only that, the bill of divorce that was given to Israel, which is his bride, was then made null and void because her husband had died. But then the Jews always wondered, well, how can the son marry his father's bride? That's against the word. It's because it wasn't the father who married Israel originally. It was the son all along. But the son was concealed as Yod Hevavhe. So when Moshe asks God, what should we call you? You know, and he says, Asher Ehaya, Asher Ehaya. You should call me Yod Hevavhe. You should call me Yahweh. And that was the son all along, speaking to Moshe face to face. It had to have been the son. It can't be nobody else.
Well, and actually, I want to go back on something you said. You kind of went past it, but it's very significant.
Sure.
When Messiah died, when Jesus died, it nullified that marriage contract. It was gone, so no longer had any sway. So technically, that freed up Israel and Yahweh to remarry the bride. It's like almost like so. It broke the contract. The contract becomes null and void. So, like when I married my wife, when I die, that contract between us is gone. So yeah, that's huge. People don't think about that either.
But then there was still a problem. Is like, how could the son marry his father's ex-bride, even if he died? That didn't make any sense to the Jews.
What do you guys do with Isaiah where it says, this is what Yah says, where is your mother's certificate of divorce with which I've sent her away? Or whom of my creditors did I sell you? Did he do this? Can they provide it? There was a certificate of divorce, right? But was there any certificate of divorce that they could provide to him? They sold themselves. So go to Isaiah 50 and just start in verse 1 and you'll see that.
Well, no, you got to, because the Jews weren't given a bill of divorce. Only the northern house was. And the Jews, that's how the father was still able to reconcile back his bride, was through Judah. Reasons why, even though Judah did worse than Israel and was accused of way more heinous crimes, they were never given a bill of divorce until after they were exiled in 70 AD, after Jesus had already resurrected and all that. Then they were kind of like sent off or put away, more like not. They're put away.
What do you think Israel is in that context? A place, like a civilization, people, a race, what?
Israel is a people. It's not, the thing is, if you understand population growth, if you have two people, just one couple every 40 years doubling, just having two children every 40 years, in 1100 years, you have 6 billion people, bro. That's conservatively. We know that couples can have up to 12 children, i.e. the 12 patriarchs. So if you think about this conservatively, if Israel was a people, was a nation, and they migrated to according to the scriptures in Deuteronomy 28 and many other verses, they would be exiled to all the kingdoms of the earth. That was part of the curse in Deuteronomy 28, that they would be exiled to all the kingdoms of the earth. In other verses, it says that Israel will be exiled to wherever the feet of men have trodden. And they've been mingling their seed for 3,000 years, mingling their seed. When I say that, everybody in this chat, whether they realize it or not, has Israel blood. Everybody in this chat is Israel. They just haven't woken up to that fact. And that's actually prophetic, because in the prophecies, it states that Abraham's descendants, Jacob's descendants, Ephraim's descendants will be as the sand of the sea, as the stars of the heavens.
If I accept that I might have some Israel blood, will you accept that you might have some Germanic pagan blood?
Yes. I mean, the mingling of the nations was prophesied. The mingling is what Paul refers to as the fullness of the Gentiles. It was a prophecy that was fulfilled. And when the amalgamation of the world is complete, when everybody has been amalgamated to literally almost every human being on earth today has Israel blood, that's when the end begins. And that's when Israel will start waking up, where their spiritual slumber will come to an end. Because, all right.
No, it's a very strong, impactful story. Would you become an adoptee of the Jews if they offered it to you?
I don't need to.
You don't need to be adopted because you've got some blood already.
No, I accept Jesus as my savior, bro, and I keep the commandments. It's all you need to be part of Israel.
Okay, but that means it's not, hang on, that means it's not a people. Israel's not a people. It's just a belief in Jesus now.
Well, it actually says, if you read the scripture,
I think that's which it is.
Hold on, Don. If you read the scripture in Romans, especially, it talks about the true followers of Abraham or true offspring of Abraham are those that live in faith to God, in a sense, live in faith to God. So they are the true descendants. So yes, there is an element to that, but also it does talk about that we are adopted into the family, into this nation of Israel. We're adopted in. So there is an adoption aspect to this.
Well, if the
Go ahead.
rabbis asked you, would you like to be formally adopted? Would you?
I am, because of my faith in Jesus. I already am adopted.
That goes against Lion's point that Israel is a people, and that just means it's a belief in a concept or a real.
Well,
or
the
a
thing
story,
is,
a real story.
well, if you read the scripture, though, it says that the true nation of Israel are those that follow in faith of Abraham, but which is faith in Messiah. So
yes,
it doesn't. There's not a.
That Israel
There's
isn't
no.
a place or a people; it's a belief system.
it has nothing to do with blood, dude. But even though we all have Israel blood in us, even if it's 2% blood, it has nothing to do with blood. It has to do with faith.
Yeah,
You're grafted into the olive tree by faith.
It was talking about the people then, but it actually means anyone that's willing to go along with this belief system.
Well,
since
even
the
back,
beginning,
even
bro.
back in Moses' time, the Gentiles could become part of Israel if they chose to move in and move to their area and abide by Yahweh's law. Then they were considered part of Israel.
They're not actual Jews. They're not considered Jews until you're adopted.
Yes.
Even Paul stated before and after Jesus, right? It had nothing to do with blood, bro. During the Exodus, it was a mixed multitude. Even with the covenant. Well, hold on. Even with the covenant that was made at Mount Sinai, there was a mixed multitude standing there that accepted the covenant of Gentiles, of foreigners, and they became Israel. So when Israel entered into the Promised Land, you can't differentiate one of blood and one of not blood. There's no such thing.
So
the only one that mattered about blood was Judah, because only the line of Judah could sit in the throne of David. That's it.
So technically, I could live in Iceland.
Oh, and Levi.
I could live in Iceland, and through my belief system, I can help Israel get the promise back.
What do you mean?
You know, they were promised, and then they didn't have it, or something. You were talking about before I brought up Israel. You were talking about Israel, the divorce.
The thing is, Paul teaches us that not everybody of Israel is Israel. Meaning that, you might be blood Israel, but if you don't keep the commandments and you have no faith in the Son, well, guess what? You're not Israel. And just like he says about Israel, he says a Jew can be a Jew outwardly, but a Jew is a Jew inwardly. It's not about blood. It's not about where you come from, your lineage. Nothing to do with that, bro.
Okay, it's an idea then. Just happened to happen in that place, and the country's still called that name.
Well, okay. Now here's the thing. I don't believe that the nation of Israel, as it exists right now, I don't believe they're the true Jews. I believe, because Scripture says that God will make them a nation again, and man made them a nation back in what 1950? Was it 54? Anyways,
58,
when
58.
nation be 58. When they became a nation again, an official nation, God didn't do that. Man did it. And stuff that they do now.
That's another topic.
I don't believe that nation. I'm sorry?
How do you tell the difference if God did it or man did it?
That's another topic, dude.
I'm not going to go into that. Yeah. In that context, how would you tell on that?
Well, I'm just saying that. Okay, go ahead.
Would it be more fantastical if God did it, and because it was just paper signed, you know man did it and God had nothing to do with it? Or could man work through mad politicians sometimes?
Okay, you know what? You got a point there. I take back what I said. I apologize.
I want to address something.
Let's discuss it.
I want to. Well, we could discuss that, but I want to go back to something you said, Don. That's important. You said something about it's just a idea. No, it's not just an idea. I mean, when it says we have the faith, hold on a second. When we says we have the faith of Abraham, okay, now faith isn't just an idea. Faith is trust. It says that Abraham believed God and it was credited to him as righteousness. What did Abraham believe? Abraham believed that he could provide him a son and an heir and would become an heir of all nations. And also, he trusted God when he left the Ur of Chaldees and went to the land that God was going to show him. It's not just an idea. It's faith and trust in what God has done, can do, and will do. It's not just an idea.
I get that.
I don't, but
When
don't
I
say
said
it's just an
idea,
idea. It's not that.
when I
I mean,
said
you
idea, I meant a huge concept, one of the biggest ideas ever that people had, that lots of other people believed was true and related nature to. Right? That's what I mean by idea. I don't just mean a silly,
Well,
made up
it's
thing.
more like a way of life.
Yeah.
It's basic. The nation of Israel is more, in my opinion, more a way of life than anything else, because you're living by God's standards, what He expects man to live, how He expects man to live,
Someone in
and those who
Iceland can
do
do
that
that.
are part of Israel.
Someone in Iceland who's white can do that by a different book, can't they? And they can claim they're doing it exactly how God wants them to.
What do you mean by a different book? What?
Any old book, any book you can think of. Right?
Are they abiding by the Torah?
Oh, any book, not a Jewish book, something that comes from Iceland that tells them how to live under God.
Well, the thing is, the Yah of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob prohibits mixed worship. So if it's not dedicated to him and in his law, it's mixed worship, and that's
my point.
prohibited.
So you've decided your way is the best and only way.
No, it's not.
And we've
It's
got to
not what
go
I've
with that. We're
decided. It's
gonna
what
go with that
if
for
you
the
believe the
conversation.
Creator had revealed Himself to the prophets, to the patriarchs,
Someone in Iceland
and there's
can
only
believe
one
that.
Creator. There's not multiple creators, right?
Someone in Iceland can believe that God revealed Himself through an apparition.
That's fine. But you have to that's what you have to take it upon yourself. Do your due diligence and compare the faiths and see which one vibes more with your heart.
I did, and they both make the same logical sense.
And that's on you. He'll judge you for that. You know, if you legitimately think that they both are equal, then
she.
Doesn't that sound like you're the ultimate judge, not God?
You have to figure it out, bro. It's our test to figure it out. Which God is the true God? Is it Buddha? Is it Allah? Is it?
It's all of them.
Is it Gaia? Is it? It's
All
up
of
to
them.
us to discern this. We have a lifetime to figure it out.
It's not a competition of ideas for one of them being true. It's all of them are talking about a concept,
No,
a belief.
What you just said there,
disagree.
all of them. That is that's not possible. It
is.
can't be
Harry
all of
Potter.
them. No,
Harry
they
Potter is
contradict
about
each other.
God. It's about magic and God, Holy Spirit. That's what the book's about.
No, they all the other teachings and everything. The teachings, the so-called gods and stuff, they contradict with the God of Scripture,
That's
Yahweh.
through the looking glass. That's about God going behind the veil. Go inside yourself.
All gods contradict each other.
No, they contradict Yeshua or Yahweh.
Yeah, they do. So that's why you got to kind of decide which one you feel is the true God of the heaven and earth. They can't all be the same God, bro. You know what I mean?
I do feel you, because on the Earth thing, we can't just say, "Oh, all Earths are true, all pointing towards a real Earth." But with God, it's much more conceptual. It's not science.
Well, yeah, everybody has their own faith. I mean, what's wrong with us believing that Yahweh is the only true God? Now, if we were going around beheading people because they didn't believe what we believe, then you can criticize us like other religions do. If we just let's say, hey, this is what we believe, and we believe we're right, and we just leave it at that, and we witness to other people. But you don't see Christians going around beheading people because they believe something.
They did in the
You
past.
do,
They did in the
bro.
past.
Millions, billions,
No.
fucking all the time, 24/7.
No, not true Christians.
What are you talking about?
Not true Christians.
I understand though,
You
because the
never-
persecutions in history, bro, the Christian Crusades, you know, the Spanish Inquisition.
That Spanish Inquisition was done by the Roman Catholic Church.
Well,
which
either
is
way,
not Christianity.
they were professing Jesus Christ as their savior, and they went along
yes,
killing.
and that's why.
So I understand what
That's
Don is
why
saying,
I
bro.
said. Well, hold on, and that's why I said true followers of Yeshua, true Christians. You don't see them going around forcing their beliefs on anybody.
How do we know if
Yes,
they're a true Christian? Do we ask them after they've murdered people? Before?
you can tell who they are by their deeds, just like Yeshua said, by their fruit.
Oh,
If
okay.
they are living, hold on, can I finish? If they are living according to God's law, they would not do the things that the Roman Catholic Church did.
Yeah, I agree.
That's true.
People can debunk themselves with behaviors. I do agree on that. But
it's true.
It's hard to work out. So what I'm saying is some people that said they were Christians did hurt people. And we can't interview them all.
And the thing is, though, if you look at history, bro, like the Bar Kokhba revolt, or if you go through the first millennium of all the believers of Messiah that were persecuted by the church themselves, so you had them turning on their own people. So there was people that were keeping Shabbat, keeping the feast days, that for whatever reason the Catholics hated them for keeping Shabbat and killed them. They sometimes they would even throw them into all kinds of stuff. Like, man, just look at the Bar Kokhba revolt.
Well, here I like this discussion about the Christian thing too, because if I claim I'm a Christian, let's say, so that means I'm a follower of Jesus, right? And I said, if to say I'm a follower, that means I have to obey his commands. So what were his commands? I don't want to go to the Old Testament. I just want to focus on the New Testament. So what commands did he give to his followers? What were they?
The same as the Torah.
I've got my own
Well, okay, I don't want to go there. I want to try to focus. I'm not disagreeing. No, well, he says, he says all the law and the prophets hang on two commandments: love God and love your neighbor. How is me going in? Okay, how is me going into another nation? If a nation is in a sense, I live in one nation, they live in another. Wouldn't that be your neighbor? How is loving your neighbor going in and conquering and killing your neighbor? How is that loving your neighbor?
That means people have made a mistake and not managed to follow Jesus very well, isn't it? It doesn't mean they're not Christian.
So that means, so they're not following Jesus' commands. So you would begin to question, hold on, and that would make me, hold on. Then that would make me question, are they true followers of Jesus?
Right. If we just have to throw people's Christianity in the bin every time they do a wrong action that contradicts with the Bible, then none of you get to be Christian ever. Because you all make mistakes that contradict
I'm
the
not
Bible
disagreeing.
every day.
I'm not disagreeing. But hold on though. But this the thing is though, then they can claim to be Christian, but they are not following the commands of Christ.
That's what I'm telling you. You are one of those people that claims
What I'm
to be
doing?
Christian but doesn't follow the book.
Okay, you're right, but you can call me out when I don't follow the commands of the book.
But you know what that means?
And I can say, and that part of your life is not a command. That is not a command of
You
Christ.
ignore Jewish
So you should not be doing
commands,
that.
I think you're much better of a person. That's the weird bit of it. Because you don't follow it.
Well, no, because we all fall short of the glory of Yah, right? So even if you did follow them perfectly, you still wouldn't achieve perfection. It's impossible.
Can't base what a Christian is on behaviors, can we? Because otherwise everyone slips out of the
No,
net.
you can, because a true Christian would be repentive of their deeds. A fake Christian would continue in iniquity and wouldn't even blush.
That means we have to interview everyone every 5 minutes to see if they've repented.
No, you have to know people's character, bro. You have to get to know them. You can't just judge somebody right off the bat.
Well, this is
and actually
what you've done is made Christianity as a real label really nuanced and up for debate and up in the wind.
Well, no, I mean, here's the thing. Well, let's go to the scripture again. David was called a man after God's own heart. And if you look at David's life, he worshiped God, he sought God. David made a mistake. David made a huge mistake. He murdered a man and committed adultery with a woman. But when he was confronted about that, what did he do? He repented. He acknowledged his sin and says, I have sinned against the Lord. So that's the thing. I mean, and I agree with what Line of Yah said.
Okay,
so that's the nature of Christianity. If you're a true Christian, even in that scenario, you would repent of your sin. If you don't, then that makes you question: are they truly a believer? Are they truly a follower of Jesus?
Follow all the rules, Paul, but also repent if you break them.
Of course, that's part of the walk.
That makes you a true Christian.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I can't do the first bit, follow all the rules. That's what I can't do.
No, you don't have to follow all the rules overnight, but our job as Christians is to continue to read the word and try to keep it to the best of our ability. Now, we all fall short, bro. I fall short daily. Sometimes I'll swear, sometimes I'll watch porn, you know?
No, but no, it's not that.
I try not to, but it happens, man. Like
it's
part of being in the human nature.
I don't want to be told what to do by those people. So, right.
Well, here
I'll just say I already knew that, or yeah, I've researched and I agree. I won't say I'm definitely following them.
Okay, don't do what they tell you to do. Do what the Creator tells you to do.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Christianity isn't the only way. Anyone that does a good path under what they think is a creator is the right way.
Well, no, wait a minute though. Hold on. There's a problem right off the bat because Jesus said He is the only way. So if those other religions are not following His way, they are not following the way.
That for me, that debunks Christianity because he's trying to claim there's only one way. And for me, if he was that special a person, I think he was a rebel rabbi who was enlightened and knew natural law. I don't think he would have ever said that. I think he would have said anyway. And when he says me, he means looking inside is the only way.
No. Let's evaluate this. Let's go back to what we said earlier. If Jesus is Yah in the flesh, or Yahweh in the flesh, or he is the Son of God, he is speaking. Hold on, he is speaking for Yahweh, or what Yahweh. He was representing Yahweh, and if he says, "I," the Word made flesh is the only way, then what else are you going to do? That means all the other ways are wrong. And you're following what the Creator says to do. You have to follow the way He wants, not the way you think or what you would want.
I'm going to immediately question why this book claims to be the Word of God. That's my next move.
Well, first of all, pages in a book, paper, is not the Word of God.
All right, that's word of mouth.
It's the message that those books convey. And if the message says Jesus is the Word of God made flesh.
Yeah, but I think the message has been rewritten by Roman psychopaths along the way.
Okay, now let's talk about that. So you're saying the Bible's corrupt. Explain to me in the ancient world, hold on. Explain to me in the ancient world how all 5,800 manuscripts have been corrupted. How did they go across the ancient world with only means you had to copy until something was ascribed. There was no printing press. A lot of it was oral, which some was oral. These letters were hand copied and passed around. How was that corrupted? Please explain.
It's easier to corrupt if it's just one stone tablet or one bit of fabric. That's easier because you pay a clever artist to write another one and say, look, we've got it. This is what
there were five. We have 5,000 manuscripts. 5,000. You said just one. It's easy to corrupt just one. But how do you corrupt 5,000? How do you do
the
that?
whole message is corrupted.
How? Like what specific? What got corrupted that you believe is corrupt that shouldn't be there?
I'm telling you now. This will be a bit of a nail in the machine. Even before the first Abrahamic scripture was written, they already knew they were going to corrupt people's minds by writing a story about a Messiah that was a Jew. So as it's been corrupted all the way along, but it's also a psyop from before it was ever written down.
Well, there's one event that's supposed to take place.
He's made a huge claim.
Hold on, Paul. I was right in the middle of something. There's one event that's supposed to take place, and if this event does not take place in the future, then all Christian worship was in vain. It specifically says this in the Bible. Can anybody tell me what event that is?
The resurrection of Jesus. That's it. It's one event.
No, it's not. It has to do with resurrection, but not of Jesus.
The
It's
rapture?
the rapture, the resurrection of the body of Christ, of
Well,
all his followers.
when that happens, I'll tell you guys I'm really sorry. I should have believed you earlier.
At that point, it's a little too late.
It's a little too late. But no, bro, like the corruption of the scriptures, like that's something that I wonder myself. Like, but you have to understand that you have the Aramaic translation of the New Testament and the Old Testament. You have the Pentateuch, you have the Greek Septuagint, you have the Hebrew, Masoretic. And these are all independent manuscripts from each other that have been translated through time, right? And then when the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1948, bro, and you compared the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are 2,300 years old, with every single translation, every single manuscript, the Masoretic, the Aramaic, the Greek, they're 95% verbatim consistent with each other. There's minute textual criticisms, I will admit, but we're talking about 95% accurate. So the idea, like the telephone game, the idea that these scriptures were corrupted through time by scribes, that's been debunked.
You're talking a tablet, 2,400 years old tablet, and now Paul following the New Testament King James version.
Okay, Paul. Oh, first of all, Paul did not write in King James, and he did not follow the King James version because the King James version came in 1611. Paul lived in 90 AD. How is that possible?
Sorry, your citation for Jesus' commandments. What version is that from?
I try to go to the Greek as much as possible, as much as I can. I do translate. I use English translations, but you can go to the Greek manuscript and see what the Greek manuscript says.
They have Greek manuscripts.
By that point in my theory, there's 2,000 years of psychopath occultists that have had their hands on it.
No, man. Listen, there's hold on, real quick. There's the Hebrew New Testament that was recently discovered through Sephardic Jews in Spain, right? They revealed Hebrew manuscripts of the New Testament. You can compare that with the Aramaic New Testament and the Greek New Testament, bro. They're consistent. They're consistent 95% throughout. There's nothing wrong with them.
Of that? Can you show an example of the 2,000-year-old translation? And
they're not 2,000 years old. They're around from the 600 CE era.
Oh, and they were found more recently. I just mean,
well, no,
I'll give you that they had their old stories, but I don't think they're going to be consistent on every detail, like law and commands. And
but you have
Genesis even. I don't think they'll even agree on how things are created or how many gods.
That's the thing, Don. That's the thing, Don. It does. These variances that line of y'all's talking about, it might be instead of having an A, like if I said the word sit or sat, instead of having A, they might have an I. Or something like that. Those are the variants.
Instead of woman, they'll say wife. Or instead of wife, they'll say woman. Dude, that's minute, dude.
Yeah, and see the overall message and the most important part, what message that these texts convey? They have shown through textual criticism, which y'all saying, that the message has not changed. The death and resurrection of Jesus, the commands have not changed. The things that are, if you look at it within the context and read it, none of that has been affected. So in a sense, the message has been carried through all these even textual variances. The message is still carried through even to today. And that's why I said about how do you go? Because they have these in this 5,000 manuscripts, they date back probably a few hundred years, or 200 or 300 years of after Jesus to even into the more our common era. So you have that date range that gives you that you can go, and it's all over the world that they found these manuscripts. It wasn't just in one location. Oh, we found 5,000 manuscripts right here. They're all over the world. They're in every parts of the world, and you can compare all these messages, and it's all the same message. That's what y'all saying.
You'll have to show me examples of how it stayed the same, like some of the law or some of the gods or something.
Well, that's going to get it. Then we'll have to get into manuscripts, pull up the manuscripts. But I mean, like a lot of y'all said, they found almost the complete book. Hold on. They found almost the complete book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they compared it to the oldest manuscript that they've had of the book of Isaiah, which was not 2,000 years or a couple hundred years before Christ. They compared those two, and they were virtually identical.
Well, what about Romans 13? Can you find that in Hebrew saying before Caesar to give all your money and stuff to the Jewish kings? Is there an older version of that, or is that written in by the Romans?
Go compare the Peshitta, compare the Aramaic, and compare the Greek. That's because all we have in the New Testament is Aramaic and Greek. We don't have Hebrew New Testament.
Maybe
We have the Gospels in Hebrew, but we don't have the writings of Paul in Hebrew.
Maybe we could go back to what Jesus commands, and if it is.
I mean, why would Paul
is the
write
whole
to the
point.
Romans in Hebrew? He would have been writing to them in Greek.
Which version, Paul? You use a Greek version to determine what Jesus commands.
What's wrong with Romans 13? What's your problem with Romans 13?
It preaches slavery to government, communist fascism.
Listen, bro, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
All kings and rulers are appointed by Yah, even if they're tyrannical.
I don't blame the Jews or the
Let's
Christians.
address
I blame
that.
the Romans for that shit.
Okay, for one, a couple of things on that. By you saying that, you're imposing, first of all, your 21st century mentality on the Old Testament. They had a different culture, a different way of thinking than we do now, first of all. Second, hold on, I'm not done. And you have to say that God is concerned about slavery. You know, that God, on God's radar, that slavery is something that he doesn't want. But then you listen to Paul's writings when he's the slave or a bondservant of God or Christ. And also that we are servants, ultimately, of God. So you think God's truly going to be concerned whether you're a slave or not, with who you are? He's more concerned about your character. How are you going to deal with the position you've been put in? And if you read the Old Testament, if you read the New Testament, when Paul talks about slavery, he talks to a master how to treat a slave, but he also talks to the slave how to treat the master. And that's how God wants us to interact and treat each other. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that God, that how tyrannical governments are bad. Listen to me, Dawn. I'm not saying tyrannical slavery is a good thing. I'm not saying that. God's more concerned about how you deal with things in the position you've been put in. Let me give you an Old Testament example. Joseph was sold into slavery by his brothers. Was that a good thing? No. But when Joseph went to become the slave of Potiphar, he rose to be the top servant in the house. Okay? He was accused, thrown into prison for something he didn't do. In the prison, he rose to be one of the top prisoners. Because of him rising in those positions, in those places, when Pharaoh had a dream, when Pharaoh had a dream, he rose to become, after the story ends, he becomes the second most powerful person in Egypt.
Ever.
Paul, let me address 2 points what you said. First of all, I wasn't accusing God of not acting after the Bible existed or rewriting it and caring about slavery. I was suggesting it cannot be the word of the Creator if it's suggesting for me to give my money to the Roman government or any government.
Well, Jesus himself said, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's."
That debunks the
Give
whole
to
shit.
Caesar's what is Caesar's. No, because we're not supposed to be rebellious,
I've got
bro.
to address the other point. Did you say, Paul, that God wants us to act like masters and slaves?
He wants us to learn how to, in the situation that we're placed in, wherever we're placed, where we're the master or we're the slave, he wants us to act a certain kind of way in those. He wants us to act like Jesus in those scenarios.
Doesn't he want us to?
Okay, now and also going back to what Lon of Yah said, when Jesus was asked about paying a tax to the Romans, he says, "Bring me a coin. Bring me a coin." And he says, "Whose symbol is on this?" He says, "Caesar's." Then Jesus says, "What? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God that which is God's."
Hallelujah.
When I pay a dollar bill back, or I pay my taxes to the government, I am paying money that they printed. I am paying it back to them.
That's not what Romans 13 says. That's Jesus talking about natural law, saying that's just someone else's money system. Yeah. Romans 13 says submit authority and everything, all your money, to a government.
We're supposed to submit, because right now we are in servitude. We are in servitude in a foreign government, in a foreign land. If you understand the scriptures, we are in spiritual Egypt. We're in spiritual Babylon. And we're not supposed to rebel and try to assassinate the president and try to redo the system, because the system that's in place is in place because of the Most High Yah. So if you try to rebel against the system, you're actually rebelling against Yah. So for the time being, you're supposed to be like Jesus and just accept the fact that you are a servant to the system, and until he comes back, you got to deal with it.
As the Romans wrote into the Bible, you should be a slave, you silly Gentile. That's what they wrote in. That's why I do not believe it.
You expect me to just sit down and take it? No fucking way.
No, you do your part, but we're fighting a battle. It's a spiritual battle. We fight against.
No, we're
We don't
not.
fight against flesh and blood.
Yeah, we do.
We fight against principalities in high places.
That's what a book says.
And by going and trying to assassinate Biden, what are you gonna do trying to kill Biden? What are you gonna do try to kill the Rothschilds and restore the U.S. Treasury?
Dude,
what are you gonna do?
If someone tries to, that's cool. Good for them. What's wrong with that?
If you go and kill Biden right now, you grab a sniper and you go and kill Biden because you feel like this government's unjust. What's that gonna accomplish, bro?
Well, here let's just analyze this for example. Do you obey the traffic? Let me ask the question: do these guys they obey the laws in the land that they live in? Do they obey them? Do you obey the traffic laws? Do you not steal? Do you do certain things that's in the law is illegal? In a criminal act. Do you obey those laws? Do you obey them?
Paul, are you asking me?
I'm asking anybody that says we don't have to obey the system. I'm asking you, do you submit to those laws?
No. Well,
I obey.
No,
I obey the laws that I agree with. I obey the laws that I agree with.
So if you don't agree with the speed limit and you go 80 miles an hour in a 70, you say, "Oh, I don't have to obey that law. I don't agree with it."
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so when he gives you the ticket and they go have to pay the fine, do you not pay the fine?
And
I haven't paid my fine. No.
A ticket. I spit.
Okay. Have you been pulled over and the next time you get pulled over and they impound your car because you haven't paid the ticket, are you going to say, "That's my car, don't take it from me"? Are you going to let them take it? Or are you going to fight for it?
Well, I'm going to fight for it, but they're going to take it anyway.
Okay. If you fight the police, hold on a second. If you fight a police officer, what is more likely going to happen?
Oh, the police officer is probably going to win because the system's corrupt.
Okay. So wouldn't it be better instead of you losing your life over a material thing called your car to submit to
my life?
Yeah. Are you wanting to lose your life over losing your car?
No, I didn't say I was going to lose my life. Who said it's going to lose my life?
Oh, you're going to fight the cop to keep you from taking your car? You're going to fight the tow truck driver?
Lawyers.
You don't have a license. You got a ticket. You haven't paid it.
My family.
You said you
lawyers.
okay. So you're going to use the. Oh, wait a minute. But you don't agree with the legal system. Wait, hold on a second. You don't agree with the legal system. So why are you using the legal system that you don't agree with to fight for your car?
When did I say that?
You said you had lawyers. You said that my family has lawyers.
Yeah, I didn't say that I don't agree with the legal system. I said I don't obey laws I don't agree with.
Okay, so again, back to my analogy. You don't agree with the speed limit. You go 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, and 70. They give you a ticket. You said, "I don't agree with that law."
The speed limit's not a good example.
It's my fault for speeding in a place where someone else says I can't go that fast. That's still my fault.
But that's the system. And do you agree with the speed limit?
Fuck no.
Oh, but you submit to the speed limit.
No,
wait a minute. What's going on?
No, I
You
don't.
also, he breaks the speed limit.
What a vehicle can handle.
Bro, as long as I'm going.
So I have a car, I have a Mustang that can go 100, 200 miles an hour.
Safely. Paul, as long as I'm driving safely, I don't care what the speed limit is. As long as I'm driving safely.
Okay, so can you drive safely going 100 miles an hour?
Yes.
Oh,
No, you can't.
but the speed limit's 70, and you get a ticket for going 100. What?
What do you want me to say to you, dude?
I'm trying to make a point that you hold on, Don. You still submit to the laws, whether you acknowledge it or not.
Have to, yeah.
Because you don't want. Oh, so you have to submit to the laws because you live in this country.
Yes.
Back to what Paul was saying. Apply that to what Paul's saying in Romans. That's exactly what Paul's saying in Romans.
13 again, and then reapply it. Romans 13 doesn't exactly say this.
The only time that you don't submit to the system is when the system goes against God's law. That's the only time you don't submit.
Which is a lot. But Paul, if they change the law to you can only drive 3 miles an hour now, anywhere, would you submit to that, even though you had to get places?
If the speed is only 3 miles an hour, more than likely I'm going to walk because I'm not going to waste gas on the car because it's going to take me the same amount of time, and I can actually walk, get exercise, and
Okay,
still
but
get there at the exact same amount of time.
if they put
So I'd
3
rather walk.
miles per hour on your walk, you're not allowed to walk faster now than 3 miles per hour. Would you submit to that?
Yeah. If I'm going to get my life, potentially my life, or my positions taken from me because I'm breaking the law, I'm going to submit.
Okay, what if they want to sacrifice your firstborn? Would you submit to that?
Then I would stand up and lose my life to protect my firstborn.
Exactly. Of course not. You can't. You can't. No, because God's law is supreme over the law of the land.
But you've got a limit. You've got a limit, and if it doesn't align, you're going to say no. That's too far.
Well, you got to take these things with context, bro. Like you're trying to nick and pick at the scriptures.
Of course.
If you want a healthy lifestyle, right, and you don't want to be living in fear, right, like some lawless anarchist man, right, running from government, then it would behoove you to submit. No, you don't have to.
The fear
You
is
don't have
Paul
to.
walking 3 miles an hour, thinking, "Oh no, I don't want to get a ticket." That's real fear. Me,
Yeah, that is fear,
I'm
dude.
just driving my car however I want.
Yep. You should be able to drive however you want as long as you're being safe.
Think about this. Okay. If the government's going to take my possessions, now I established
Don't
this.
let them see you. Don't get caught.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, don't get caught.
Correct.
So now, what does that say? That sounds like rebellion. That doesn't sound like you're submitting to.
What's wrong with that?
If you go back to apply that,
like Christ tipping the tails over, rebellion.
What's wrong with rebellion?
Because if you go back to the Bible, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the Bible. Never mind, as you were.
Hey, okay, so just real quick, so Paul, let's bring it down to like practical examples. Let's say I damage your property, and you come to me and you say, "Hey, Travis, you damaged my property, and the cost to fix it is going to be this," and I'm like, "Well, I'm not paying it." Do you know how to remedy that situation between you and me? Okay, so you remedy that situation through the law.
I was muted. I was going to respond. Unless there's a system in place to help me remedy that, then the only two options to remedy is between me and you trying to duke it out. But if there's
No, I get that. I get that. So there is a system in play. There's a difference. We have to start thinking differently right now. There's a difference between that which is lawful, that's between you and me, and then that which is legal, and those are rules and stipulations that stretch the boundaries of common sense and commercial enterprises. And the legal system is a commercial enterprise. It's not lawful, because when the cop pulls you over for whatever infraction he might think that you're doing against the system, not against another man, but against the system, that crosses the boundary that the Constitution puts up and establishes between people. So there is a system that you can approach and ask for help that will listen to your complaint, give me an opportunity to defend myself in front of a jury of our peers, and then the peers will say, yeah, you know what, we're siding with Travis, or we're going to side with you. Okay, so that's the way it normally happens. Now, we have to understand that happens when the cop pulls you over and writes you a citation. The citation gives you, let's say, 3 options that you can deal with. You can go to court and try to defend yourself, or you can, pay the fine or whatever. But there's a 4th way, so to speak, that's lawful. Okay, so we have to start to think about the citation that the cop writes us. That's a claim against us, right? He has a complaint, and then he fixes a monetary value on it, just like you did. If I damaged your property, you write out your complaint, and then you have a monetary value. It's going to cost $2,000 to fix your car or whatever. Okay, it's the same thing. My response is now I can write a response to defend myself. That's the same thing with the ticket. My option to address the cop is to counter sue him. He's suing me for an alleged violation of a policy. However, because he's a man attacking me with this claim, I, as a man, can counter that his claim with my own. When I do that, my claim takes precedence. That's the way the law is set up. We just don't know. We just don't know that we have that fourth option to counter sue that officer as a man, not as a police officer, but as a man.
Travis, I hear you, and everything you maybe say is correct, but that's not the topic of discussion. Don brought up the fact. Listen, did you hear? Have you been here the whole time?
Not the whole time, but what you guys are talking about, it is relevant. But go ahead.
That's fine.
No,
It's
hold on,
maybe
real quick.
relevant.
What you're saying is valid, bro, and I don't want to take anything away from you. But we're not talking about because we know that we've been duped, right, with the system, the Federal Reserve, and the birth certificates. We're not going down that route, though. What Paul's talking about is completely different.
I wasn't going down that route. I wasn't going down that route either. I didn't mention anything about birth certificates, straw men, or anything. It's
no, you know how,
irrelevant.
like traveling and driving, and how we're traveling, and every man has the right to travel. Like, we get it, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about something else.
Okay, listen. Again, hold on. I'm sorry. No. Listen. I did not bring up. Hold on. I did not bring up the right to travel. I didn't bring up any of that. I'm just
I know you
addressing
didn't.
the fact. But you brought it up as a correction toward me. You're correcting
No, it's not a correction,
me,
bro. It's not a correction. I'm just saying I know that line of thinking, how we've been duped, this whole system. We don't even know our rights. Most of us don't study the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the actual laws that we were given by God. Inalienable rights. I understand, bro. And how we have this option to try to circumvent the ticket. We get it, bro.
The discussion was about whether the discussion was about whether we are obligated to abide by the laws of the land that you live in. That's what the discussion was.
You're not. You're not
right.
physically.
Okay. So look. Right. But see,
No one can physically obligate you to do anything.
This goes back to the discussion yesterday about applying a rule to me that doesn't apply, right? So the Constitution protects my rights and my property, right? So the Fourth Amendment protects my property from being unlawfully seized. When that cop pulls you over, he is seizing your property right there at that moment, which is a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Who's hot miking? I can't hear him because somebody's hot miking really bad.
I want to go into, the scripture. Because obviously this came to Romans 13. This is where this discussion came. And then if you go back to, within the context of scripture, the Bible says that God has set up the authorities and the governmental systems that we live under. Is it perfect? No. Is there evil at times? But see, the thing is, God may set up an evil ruler to bring judgment on a nation. And that's something that can happen as well. So now, this is for the rulers are not terror to good conduct, but to bad. This is Romans 13. Would you have no fear of the one who has authority, but then to what is good, and you will receive approval? In a sense, what Paul's saying is if you obey the rules of the land, because the rules of the land are designed to go after the bad, right? That's what it's for. And I think there's another one, I don't know if there's on this one, but talks about also learning to live in peace. A believer's job is to live in peace, not strife, not creating turmoil, not, going after war. That's what he's about. But there's times when the believer is called to do that, and you see that also in Acts. So sometimes you do have to stand up against authority. I'm not saying you shouldn't. But ultimately, this passage, if you read the context of it, is learning to live at peace with people around you.
Right. But just real quick, okay? So I'm just going to say it this way. The Constitution has been established by our government. That is the law of the land. the Fourth Amendment supersedes any traffic policy that they might create. So
Yes.
I am
Listen,
abiding.
listen,
I am abiding. Hold on. I am abiding by quote unquote the law of the land, which is the Constitution. I have a right to keep my property safe and secure from unlawful seizure. When a cop pulls me over and forces me to stop, he has seized me and my property at that moment, which is a violation of the law.
Okay,
It's
that's
unconstitutional.
fine.
We understand. But hold on,
That's
hold on.
fine.
Let me just get this out. So the thing is, bro, like the thing is, like there's contracts that you don't even realize that you signed, that you've made an agreement with the government since you were born. So when I brought up the Bill of Rights, I mean,
That's not
the birth
true.
certificates
That
and
is
Social
not
Security.
true.
But
That
listen,
is
bro,
not
listen. When you follow W-2, right? All these things that we do since we were born, we're making covenants with the government that we don't even realize what the implications are. So there's
Okay,
stipulations to the law that what you're saying
just said
is
it.
only valid. A lot of the stuff that you're saying is only valid if you're not corporate property. And most of us are corporate property. We are property of the corporate United States government. And if you like, I understand what you're saying, but unless you're a state national, bro, what you're saying doesn't apply most to, in most states. And each state is different, bro. There's all this stuff, and I'm not a lawyer to try to differentiate the difference between like corporate law and then the law of the land. But this stuff is like irrelevant. You're bringing that's not what we're talking about, bro.
Okay, hold on. You brought up a contract, right? Right? And then you said we have entered into contracts that we're not even aware of. That's a violation. Oh, yeah, that's a violation of a contract. Do you know what the stipulations of a contract are?
If you don't know that you basically sign into the system, you can get out of it. And that's actually, there's ways that you can get out of the system that you're in right now.
Try to.
And people, I know Hebrews, hold on, but you don't understand where I'm coming from, bro. No, you don't get
Can
it,
you
bro.
let
I
him
know.
respond, please?
I
Let
know
him respond.
Hebrews.
I want to hear what he
Hold on.
says. I want to
Hold
hear
on.
what he
I
has
know.
to say.
I know Hebrews that are completely out of the system, that had to fill out paperwork, go to court, and now they're state nationals, right? They live off grid. They don't depend on the system. They don't file income tax. But what I'm trying, but you have to understand that what you're talking about is irrelevant, dude.
Our time.
Because you're talking about stipulations in the law and ways that you can get out of it, right? Get out of a ticket. Dude, we don't care about that right now. That's not what we're talking
Let him
about.
respond now.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Let him respond.
Okay. You said, you brought it up, not me. You brought up contract law, and then you said, we have entered into contracts of which we were not even aware. That's a violation of a contract. The contracts that you're appealing to right now are void. Why? Because whenever I signed my driver's license, that wasn't a contract because I wasn't aware that it was a contract.
I get it, bro.
Hold on. No, okay. If I'm not aware it's a contract, then I'm not obligated to that contract.
I get it. But you have to understand that there's usurpers that were set in place hundreds of years ago that have usurped the U.S. Constitution, right? And these tyrannical governments that are taking over, that are obliterating the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, are the ones that are reinstating new laws that you're trying to find stipulations in the old laws. But you have to understand, bro, that as we speak right now, every state is getting more and more tyrannical. There's tyrannical judges. And if the system is replaced with the new system, bro, what you're talking about is irrelevant. And it goes back to being in servitude. And we're all in servitude to a foreign government right now. And yes, you might be able to find stipulations in the law and get out of contracts, but that's all irrelevant, bro.
Yeah, that's not
Okay, can I respond to
got,
that, please? I just want to respond to that real quick. Okay, so basically what we should do is let as many people know as possible that these laws, we don't have to abide by this nonsense. And therefore, we can go back to the Constitution, because since that is the official, real law of the land, and if you say, no, sorry, this violates the Constitution, I'm not obeying this, we need enough people to know this stuff. If there's enough pushback on it, then we can go back. Now, do I believe it's going to happen? No.
This is where we part
That's
ways.
that's exactly
Hold on.
where we
Let me get
started.
in.
So the revolution,
Exactly.
you want to start a revolution. That's what you want to do, right? Well, this is what Paul's saying. Go on, Paul.
Well, here's the thing. As a believer, okay, I'm not here to protect the government. My goal and my job is to do what Jesus did, is to build God's kingdom. Because ultimately, God's kingdom and rule is the only way to fix all of this. Okay? Now, I think in the midst of trying to accomplish the building of the kingdom, I have to learn to live within the system for which it is and influence the people around me for the kingdom of God. Okay? So now in doing, if I can change the heart of somebody, if I one day get to talk to Biden and I share the gospel with him or share the gospel with somebody and their heart is changed because of God and Christ, what Christ has done, I've had a bigger impact than trying to do a rebellion. Okay. And
Amen.
if you go through the scripture, that's what Jesus, he says, I can call a legion of angels down on you. But you know what he did? He submitted to Roman rule. He submitted to the priests and he died. The creator of the universe died, but he submitted. Because why? Because he saw something greater and bigger. He was looking for something that was not of this world. He was building something greater. And that's why Christianity, the gospel, I'm not talking about the religion, I'm talking about the gospel has transformed this world. The fact that we can even sit here on a Discord, have freedom of speech, is because of the Christian values that were embedded within our laws. I'm not saying everything's right and everything's perfect by no stretch.
I'll give you that.
Okay,
Okay.
Paul, can I ask you a
And
question? Paul,
sure.
can I ask you, can you please find and read the passage where it talks about, where it says that all leaders are appointed by God and we are to obey the laws, basically, and because the laws are for your good and they're there to, do good for you. Can you read that passage out loud, please? And I'd like to respond to it after you do.
It's much easier just to explain to yourself what Paul was trying to say, even though it's overbearing.
Well,
and then denounce it completely, and then no one has to bring it up.
You're being silent right now. Are you looking this passage up or what? What are we waiting for?
Paul, are you looking it up or?
Okay, so while it's silent, so look, listen.
Okay.
Paul is trying to apply a system of rules to us that he's getting from the Bible. That begs the question. He's assuming that his system. Okay, thanks. I'll be quiet. He's assuming that his system applies to us, and he hasn't proven that.
If you're a follower of Christ, and Paul was a follower of Christ, and he's speaking in a sense what we should do as believers, then this law would apply to us as a believer. It may not apply to you because you're not a believer, but it does apply to a believer. Okay.
So again, yes, but you are trying to convert Joe Public to be a believer, but you in
I
that
am
moment
because.
okay. Let me finish.
Okay, no,
Because
go ahead. I guess I can't answer the question I was asking. Go ahead, Trey. You take over, Travis.
Okay. No, I'm not taking over, Paul. Don't lose your shit, man. When you go to preach the gospel to someone, you are taking a system that you believe applies to all men, which you haven't proven, you just think it does, and then you go to Joe Public and you say, here's my system, you need to believe this. But you haven't proven to Joe Public, who's not a Christian yet, that your system applies to him.
Okay, what's your point?
Your system doesn't apply. You can't tell us that we're supposed to obey the laws of the land because your system tells us that we're supposed to obey the laws of the land. That's begging the question.
He's saying those who are followers of Yeshua, this is how you are to conduct yourself. That's all he's saying.
That's what Paul is saying. Yeah.
Okay, now Paul, were you able to find that passage?
Paul the Apostle, I mean.
Yeah, I found it. I was taught I was reading it, but I guess I was muted. So, and I've got my little ones in the background, so you may have to deal with it. So bear with me just a second. It's Romans 13, and this is Paul talking to the Romans. Now think about this: Paul talking to the Romans in Rome, in that first century. Now let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Okay. Now, what I was going, you didn't hear me say this, but I was saying, if you go back to even what Jesus said to Pilate, Pilate said the same thing. He says, I have the ability to destroy you, to kill you, or to give you, set you free. Jesus said to him, that authority you would not even have that authority unless someone gave it to you. Okay, so in a sense, from this passage, hold on a second. You want me to answer? I'm trying to answer it.
No. What I wanted you to do is finish reading the passage.
Oh, well, I'm just trying to give you some other context. I'm just giving you a little commentary. If you don't like it, that's fine. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resist what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not heir to good conduct, but to bad. Would you have no authority or no fear? I'm sorry. Would you have no fear of the one who is in authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive approval. For he is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain. For he is the servant of God. So he's saying that the authorities are the servants of God, who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. And go ahead. I mean, I could read on, but I'll stop there.
Okay, now
amazing.
When you look at what our government and our rulers are imposing on us, forcing parents to castrate their children because they're a gender pretender, all these evil things that our government is forcing, making us do, or trying to make us do. How does that fit with it's for our own good or for our good?
Remember, and I will go back to what you see in Acts, because the rulers of Paul's day or Jesus' day, when the apostles were preaching, the rulers said, "Don't preach that." And what did the apostles say? We have to obey God rather than man, right? So there is when God's law and man's law conflict, when there's a conflict there, God's law overrules it.
Okay.
Amen.
So you have to follow what God would say over there. What's that?
Romans 13 is debunked every time you disagree with it.
That. You're right. Okay.
No, it's not. It's context. Context on.
Yeah,
context.
when you decide that it's not a line, then you decide it's wrong now.
Okay. Is obeying the traffic law? Hold on a second. Does obeying the traffic law go against God's law?
No, we're talking about extremes where the government pushes bad teachings that are not moral.
I just said that.
People. And that every time that happens, it debunks Romans 13. That's my point.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
I just said it. No, it doesn't.
You have to agree with Scrat that in that case, I have to forget Romans 13 and go back to the other verse that I think God is talking, not Paul.
I mean, it's like people's common sense goes out the window in this discussion. It goes right out the window.
Romans 13, God's word as well, Paul? Is Romans 13
okay,
God's
yes,
word?
God would say this.
Why is he contradicting himself?
No, he's not. This is how I would hear it. And if you talk to Paul, he'd probably say the same thing. And I've just said it. When the laws of men line up with the laws of God, obey it. And you'll have peace, you'll live at peace. Okay?
So where's the God law? Where's the God law about speed limits?
In the apostles, in Acts, they were told by the authorities not to preach, but they said, we can't do that. God has commanded us to preach, so we must preach. And they said, okay, if it's going to cost me to be put in jail, which they were thrown in jail for it, prison for it, then they were. But guess what? When they were in jail, they preached to the guards. They preached to the
But
prisoners.
you know,
They didn't stop.
Speed limits is your example. The government tells us what we can and can't do on the road.
D-
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Is
that
it
against God's law, or is that adding to God's law?
does it go well? Does it kill anybody? Well, actually, speeding can
So
kill people, by the way.
you're saying if it
But
makes sense to you and it seems safe, then it's fine. Anyone gets to add to God's law. The
Dan, when
government.
you ask
adding
him
to
a
God's
question, can you let him finish answering, please?
I've already said
If
it.
you're going to,
If the law, okay, like that right now, abortion has become, in a sense, be redistributed to the saints, to the states. Does that law command me to kill my child? No, it doesn't command it. It just gives approval for it. Do I have to obey that? No, because it's not even applicable to me.
That's not
I
a
mean,
good
it's just looking
example.
at. Well, I'm just giving an example. This is another
Use
modern
my
example.
example.
okay, can I ask you a
Can
question?
anyone add to the law? And if you agree with it,
I would like to
is
say
it fine?
something too.
I just got one question, one more, Paul. When it comes to taxes, when our evil, wretched government uses our tax money for so much evil, are we still obligated to give them our money
I'll
when
go back to what the
they're
Bible.
doing it? When so much of it is being used for just pure evil act, are we
Well,
still
let's
obligated?
analyze that. Well, let's analyze that. Okay, let's go back to what Jesus said about paying taxes. Okay, did the Roman centurion and the Romans did a lot of evil in that time? Did they?
Yes.
Okay, but what did Jesus say? Render under Caesar that which is Caesar's, and to God that is God. Who prints the money that we use?
Well, that's another thing I've got a problem with.
So I'm giving back to them what's theirs. It doesn't matter. Well, whatever the system, the government approves the monetary system we have, right? The government does. Whatever monetary system it has, they approve it. So now they give me a dollar bill or a few dollars in my bank account, and they say, "Give it back to me." I say, "Okay." Now, what are the things that are God's? That's the next question.
Yeah, but Paul,
What are the
who's
things
the
that are
government?
God's?
Who's the government,
What's that?
Paul? The government is us. The government is supposed to be
I
of
don't
the people, by the
disagree.
people.
I
So
don't. Now we're going to get into we're getting into the Travis argument, and we're not talking about that right now.
Yes, exactly. Because
been
we
talking
are
about this the
under a
whole time,
tyrannical system, but we have a tyrannical system of tyrannical governors, tyrannical
Listen,
judges.
I put my
The whole
hand
thing
up
is
a couple
corrupt.
minutes ago. I put my hands up a couple minutes ago because I wanted to say something. So I said I'd like to say something too, otherwise it's going to get lost. So what Paul said a moment ago is very key, Paul. You said context, right? Okay? Your book that you're appealing to has a contextual limit. That is, you can't apply it farther than it was intended. It was intended for people in the first century. Now, when you're appealing to Romans chapter 13 and Paul is talking about that God has established the rulers to punish the wicked, he is talking about in the context of the first century that God has established Rome as those who are going to punish God's people who are being wicked, not everybody else, because God only cares about the Jews. He doesn't care about the Romans. But he uses the Romans, in your book, to punish his own people, which is what happened 40 years later when the Romans came in and destroyed Jerusalem. That's the context for what you're trying to apply again to the entire world. You are begging the question. You still have not proven that your system in your book applies to any of us.
That's patently not true because hold on, the scriptures are clear that God appoints all kings and rulers all over the world. He's sovereign over all the world, not just that little piece of land in Jerusalem, bro.
Do you believe that?
Just one question to Travis. If you don't obey the law of the land, will you be punished?
If I understand how to defend myself, I will come out on top.
I didn't. That's not what I said.
That's how I would address. That's how. If I get forced off the side of the road by some costumed highwayman, I will sue the shit out of him in both his personal and private, in both his official and private capacity. That's my right to retaliate. That's how I will respond to injustice through policy.
Travis, if you murder somebody, will you be
my
punished?
God. Oh my fucking God.
You're saying you won't murder him. I'm just saying is if you're working within the system, so you're trying to work within the system. I'm submitting to the system, and this is what I'm going to do to win my case within the system. But if you don't work within the system, you will be punished. If you break the law, if you kill somebody, murder somebody, you will be thrown in prison. You will be punished.
Okay, I got to respond to that. I'm not arguing against moral law. That's why I made a distinction at the very beginning when I opened my mouth. There's a distinction between lawful and legal. Legal has nothing the fuck to do with human beings. It has to do with corporations and policy. You are conflating two systems, and you don't understand that you're doing that right now.
Travis, pay your taxes.
Right? Okay. Listen, fun. Even within that system, there are ordinances and there are laws and all this stuff that's in place in this system. If I don't pay my traffic ticket when I get it, if I break the law and go speed limit, they will revoke my license. The next time I get pulled over by a cop and my license has been revoked because I broke the speed limit, they can impound my car.
Okay, listen,
My
very
car is
carefully.
gone.
Right. But what I'm trying to help you understand is that the Fourth Amendment should illuminate your mind that the moment that cop pulls you over, forces you, he is already in violation against the Fourth Amendment by seizing your person and your property and not letting you go anywhere, forcing you to sacrifice yourself at that moment, okay? Now, you have the right at that moment to sue him because he's violated your rights. You don't have to pay that ticket, but you should respond to it because the system is set up that allows you to respond to it. And your response is a countersuit. If it gets to the point that they impound your car, you have not done your diligence. If they impound your car, they have done it without due process, which is a violation of the fucking law.
Here's the thing, though. Let's go back to what line of y'all said. What if somebody comes in, or us as a society, say which people are talking about, the Constitution is obsolete. It's no longer any good. We shouldn't obey it. It should change it. It's a living document. We were interpreting it wrong. And they completely change the system. Completely change it. And a new law of the land comes into play. What are you going to do?
William Wallace time, okay? We don't live in a world where the Constitution has been eradicated. If the Constitution, now listen, if the Constitution gets to the point, if our society gets to the point that the Constitution gets completely removed, we have a Constitution burning party. That's the time to rise up and fight, because at that point, we are getting face to face with tyranny in a way that we haven't before. And that's where the principle of William Wallace steps in.
And that's where the deception starts, because that's exactly what's going on. You have people rising up, inciting rebellion, and that's exactly what the enemy wants. And that's exactly what the scriptures prohibit. They don't want you inciting rebellion. That's what we're trying to say to you, bro.
Oh, okay. So how do you fix it? You just turn the other cheek and just keep taking it, or what?
That's exactly, it's counterintuitive, bro. It's counterintuitive.
Well,
the scriptures are
a lot of
clear.
y'all, let me answer him.
I'm not doing that, bro. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing.
Sorry.
I actually already gave you the answer if you weren't listening. Are you building God's kingdom? Are you changing the hearts and minds for Christ?
Stop applying your system to us. Stop applying your ideology to us, Paul. Stop it.
Well, then stop applying your ideology to me, Travis. Stop it.
My
Stop
ideology
it.
is common.
Stop applying your ideology to me, Travis. Stop it. Stop it.
All I gotta say is, if you're scared, go to church, bro.
No, I don't go to church.
I'm not gonna allow tyrants to impose their will upon the masses, dude. All right. You're breaking up, Travis.
Word, I'm with you, Dyslow. I ain't letting it happen.
Yeah, I'm Christian. I believe in Jesus and all these good things. But at the end of the day, Paul, and lying for y'all, I got kids in this world. They don't need to suffer unnecessarily at the hands of some wicked evil doers, despite what you believe of God putting them in this position to justly do what they're doing. I ain't buying it and I ain't having it.
I get you, bro, but hold on, just hear me out real quick. So the idea is that when you see the abomination and desolation taking place, when you see wicked rulers about to take over, guess what the scriptures recommend you do? To flee. It's counterintuitive, bro.
The problem is where do you go? The entire world is under this corruption. It's not just a single government. The world's governments have colluded against the free man. All right, so there's nowhere to flee.
I understand, but there's always going to be a safe haven for us, for Yah's people. He's always got a path for a way out.
You are misapplying the story that you're reading. Okay? The story that you're reading was limited to geography, to politics, to culture, and to history. It's in the past. Your story is over with 2,000 years ago.
All scripture is breathed by the Holy Spirit. It's God breathed and profitable for instruction in righteousness. What you're saying is not true, bro.
Yeah, real quick. When tyrannical governments have you on your knees, it's too late. You can never let yourself be brought down to your knees, and that's metaphorically speaking, but I'm pretty sure you get the point. We're getting really close to being brought to our knees. After
Dyslow. One question, Dyslow. If you're a follower of Jesus and you believe in Christianity and Jesus, was he brought to his knees before Pilate?
Yeah, but all of that, was to protect God's people in the future.
The thing is, bro, you have to understand that it's not rebelling and inciting rebellion that you're going to fix things, because it's half the population is in agreement with the vaccine. Half the population was perfectly okay with being, with the social credit score. So you're not just fighting government, bro. It's a civil war that you're talking about.
I don't know about that.
Just because you're quoting just because you quote 2 Timothy 3:16 that all scripture is blah blah blah, you are still begging the question, trying to apply your story to everyone in the world. You still, I'm going to say it again, have not proven that your story applies to everyone throughout all history.
If you call yourself a believer, the scriptures apply to all believers, regardless of your location, your geographical location. That's irrelevant, dude.
So then don't go and preach the gospel to a non-believer, because you just disqualified non-believers from being subject to your story. Yeah.
But we're talking.
What are you supposed to do when they finally implement the digital dollar and they control everything that you can do? What are we supposed to do then? Are we supposed to just obey their laws because they control everything that we do?
It's only going to get worse, bro. Prophetically, it's only going to get worse, dude.
It's already here. What are you talking about? It's already here. Banks in Canada, people that were part of that protest and the trucking deal, their banks, the money, their bank accounts were frozen. Same thing can happen here. Banks are doing that, telling people they can't bank here anymore. They can't do that anymore. It's already happening.
Yeah, it's actually easier.
Well, I know,
in this system
but I'm
to
talking
do that.
about when. I'm talking about when it's completely done. When the digital dollar is in and there is no more cash currency.
Bro, this conversation is rooted in fear.
You're
You
gonna
guys
have
are.
two sides to that. Yeah, and I agree, Hammer. But yeah, you're gonna have two sides of that. You're gonna have the centrally backed digital dollar, and then you're gonna have the decentralized currency. And everybody's leaning towards the decentralized currency because of what these tyrannical governments have been doing through manipulation of our currency for the last 100 years or so. So we're already aware of that. We want to be free from that. That's the whole point to digital dollar.
That's a deception, though, in its own right, because that's what they want. That's what the beast system wants: is a digital dollar, a cashless society, a one world currency. And so they're steering you right into their trap. And all those people that support Bitcoin, they're blinded.
Okay, now
Oh,
hold on.
Bitcoin!
I got a
It's in the word blockchain. It's a chain and a block, and you're chained to a block.
Can I ask you a question now? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm addressing you. That you're the real Bob Dole, right?
What?
Is that who I'm talking to?
Me? No.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
Scrap.
What's your screen? What?
Scrap.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to.
You're
I thought
talking
he was
a
the real Bob Dole.
line of Yah. That's who you're talking to.
Line of Yah. Okay, well, whatever. He used to go by the real Bob Dole, I thought. Anyway, he asked the question, like, what do we do when they turn the dollar into digital currency or whatever, blah, 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 okay? Here's the question phrased a different way. What if they stop allowing us to go to the grocery store to buy our food? You start growing your own. That's the answer. You go out of the system, and then you create your world naturally.
That is correct. Okay, now hold on. Here's with a question for Jan Paul. What if the government, when they do implement the digital dollar, if they pass a law preventing you from being able to barter, are we supposed to abide by that law?
You won't have a choice. It says that the beast.
You're not
right?
answering the question. You don't know how to answer a question.
You won't have a choice. He's gonna force.
Yes, you do. Yes,
everybody,
you do.
rich and poor, to receive a mark, and if you don't, you won't be able to buy or sell.
Okay.
Right?
So my question is, if they make a law that prevents us to barter, that's how they used to get along, have a society, barter. If they pass a law to prevent us from being able to do that, are we obligated to obey that law?
Well, let me go back to. Let me give you an example. Just hang in there, Travis. From the scripture, it's my job as a father of my family to provide, right? Provide for them. So that's the command in a sense to provide. So now, if I have to break the law of the barter system to provide for my family, yes, I will break it.
Okay. Good answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Same. And yeah, so you have to depend on the creator to support you. He's gonna support you. He's gonna pay. There's always a path.
That.
Yeah. So when this happens, and we're all forced to either transfer to digital currency or to accept a VAC or whatever it is, or we won't be able to barter. At that point, you literally have to put your faith in him, and hopefully, if your faith is
You
to supply
can do
you.
everything on your own. You can grow your own food. You don't have to deal with trusting anybody.
I understand.
Well, let's apply Travis. Well, let's apply Travis. What if they outlaw anyone that doesn't have, like, if you don't have the specific currency, the specific mark, the specific ID, that you cannot own land? If you don't have that mark, you can't own land. So that means Travis's argument falls apart. So how are you going to grow your own stuff when you can't own land to do it? That means you have to go draw it on somebody else's.
Find somewhere to live where you can do that. There you go.
I could have sworn
Okay, but
the scripture says, "Fear not."
Yeah, fear not.
That's right. And also, if God can provide oil, God can provide oil and flour for a whole year to a widow and her son, don't you think He can provide for you?
God can make manna rain from the throne.
Good point. That's a really good point.
Don't worry about it.
It says something in regards to the birds, how the birds don't worry about what they're gonna eat the next day and stuff like that. They just live life.
Exactly.
But point is we still need to be, keeping our heads on a swivel and looking at the tyrannical system that we're within and trying to navigate ourselves as smoothly as possible, not just turning a blind eye to it because, God's up there and he's doing everything he can. You still have responsibility. All right.
Can I
To
give
keep
you one more?
yourself safe and your community safe. Go ahead.
Can I give you one
I'd
more?
like to say something to Paul real quick. I
Well,
just
let me
want
give
to
you
say
one.
something to
I'm
Paul.
gonna have to go here in a minute. Let me give you one
Okay,
more
go.
example, and I'll let you say what you want to say to me. Then I got to go. There's another example within the scripture when Israel was taken captive. They were go back to Travis. They were judgment was brought upon them because of their disobedience to God. They were all taken into captivity. You know where they were taken? They were taken to Babylon. Okay, they were taken to the Persian Empire. Now, what did God command them to do when they were there? What did he tell them? Did he say, "Fuck the system, guys. You need to keep this and this and this"? You know what he told them? He says, "Let you be taken into captivity, be taken into this place that's not yours, but prosper there. Learn to prosper in this place." That's a huge command. They're going into the place that the Babylon, the whore of God. They're taken to this place, but God's telling them to go there and prosper.
That's pretty fucked
Everything we're
up.
talking about. But why? Why would God want them to prosper there? Because so they
70
would
years.
survive. So they would survive and come back more prosperous when they were finally brought back out of Babylon back into the land. They would be prosperous and they would bring things with them to that land. So
And
you
he actually
gotta
told
look at
them.
the whole context.
He told them to mingle themselves too, to take women as wives, and also to plant vineyards in Babylon to make yourself at home, because it would behoove you to listen to the king and it will go well for you, is what he said. Counterintuitive. We're supposed to fight. It's not always about fighting.
Yeah, he said to
Can I
take
say something to Paul before he leaves, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Paul,
I'm here. I'm good.
it's been a long time since I've talked to you. I want to thank you. Every single time I let the crap that's happening in this world get me pissed off and start doubting a few things, every time I've talked to you, you've set me back on the right path. You've opened my eyes to how I should be reacting. I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's ultimately my goal. Remember, Travis doesn't like it. My goal is for your heart and mind to be lined up with the Creator. That's my goal. Because ultimately, change can only occur when that happens. Let me finish. The only way true change can occur in anybody in this world is when their hearts and minds is lined up with God. That's it.
I was getting a little frustrated with
Real quick,
Paul.
no, hold on, please. Hold on.
Incorrect.
Paul addressed me, okay? Paul, I hope you know that I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. If you don't know that, I've just said it, okay? I have a tremendous amount of respect for you until you fall off the rail, okay? Stop putting words into my mouth. When have I ever said to you, I don't like what you're saying? Do not mistake my addressing your claims as not liking what you say.
So you
Are we clear?
that's fine. That's fine. So what you're saying is then you like what I'm saying, but you don't like the claim I'm making in what I'm saying.
Stop the fuck using
Does
the
that
word
what?
like.
What? That's what you just said.
No. This is
know.
Go ahead.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll be done in 2 seconds. This is an argument. I am addressing your claims, not you. It's got nothing to do with what I like or what I don't like. It has to do with what comes out of your mouth and whether or not you can establish your claim.
Yeah,
Okay.
but maybe
I get that.
he likes that you have a convicted position and thinks it introduces profundity to the conversation and likes to just point out things that he's got additional to it or where he may disagree. Maybe he specifically does like that you say what you say so that the conversation can take place.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good job, Paul. Good job, Lion, and everyone. That was a great conversation.
All right, cool.
I missed it.
Well, let's start over again.
Yeah, can I get a TLDR, please?
I don't speak millennial.
You're literally a millennial.
Yeah, no.
Hey, Witsit, you there?
I am here, yes.
I was over at Jams earlier, right? And I
That
was asking
sucks.
him. I know. I was drunk. I was in the mood to fucking argue. So I go over there, right? And I was like, "Hey, how does water hold its contents in clouds and then travel 100 miles before it releases?" And I swear to you, they were like, "That's a question for Witsit." I swear to you, bro. That was so funny, bro. I was like, "Wow." They're trying to put you on blast, man. They think you have the answer for that. That was just good
Wow.
shit right there.
Yeah, it's electrostatic.
I know, and they can't say that it's electrostatics. I'm like, okay, but do you realize that what I'm saying is negating your gravity because technically gravity would pull the water of 1,000,000 pounds of water, and then Jam Pan's like, no, you don't understand. There's molecules and there's dust, and I was like, okay, so are you saying that like water is like less weight than dust? He's like, no, but I was like, well, then why are you saying that? Oh man, dude, it was a funny conversation. I wish you would have heard it, bro. I wish you would have heard it. It was great shit.
Well, this is what they'll say: is that electrostatics just overpowers gravity. You just add it. You just have an additional force there, but that doesn't mean gravity's not there, and it's just an unfalsifiable position. I gotta do something.
It's my opinion. It's my opinion that clouds do not hold water. When it rains, the atmosphere gets condensed by the pressure that's in the system. But the clouds are just there by correlation. They're there at the same time, but the rain doesn't come from the clouds.
No, that's a falso though. I'll tell you why. Because the whatever you want to call them, the people that like, on the Weather Channel, they tell you that there's a cloud system with millions of pounds of water, and for some reason, that millions of pounds of water can travel, like 100 miles until it releases the water. And by the way, they can calculate how many inches of rain is going to fall upon the earth based upon their calculated, mass and volume in the clouds themselves. So what you just said is false. And I don't mean to disrespect you or
Okay,
call
hold
you
on.
out. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're saying that the weather system, the Meteorological Society, tells you that something about nature is happening, and you just believe it?
Well, they're not always accurate, but they do say that this storm system is going to bring us 5 inches of rain. How do they know that without realizing that their calculated, amounts of water in these rain clouds is going to that's traveling. So that's what they do. They literally do that.
Okay,
They
so I
can
have a question for you.
Go ahead.
I have a question for right. So I heard you talk about the conversation with Gem Panda, but your point was, I think, right, that if you believe that gravity is what gravity is, and that clouds have a massive amount of volume, then how does gravity all of a sudden not work in that system? So you're challenging the science even in this discussion.
Exactly.
That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, great. I'm saying that I've looked at other people's research that suggests that clouds just happen to be correlations to when rain comes. But rain actually just simply comes from the air. The pressure that changes condenses the molecules, and then they fall at that point.
Is that what you believe, or is that along the
Well, I'll
lines of
say,
like?
I'm saying though, you can see videos, right, of high altitude. You can see high altitude videos where the rain isn't above the cloud but comes from the cloud, and then the governments of the world, all over the world, they now do this thing where they fly up and they introduce electrical discharge to the cloud, and they use electrostatics to trigger the cloud to rain.
that just, again, this is just a belief, okay? I do believe that then the cloud has the electrostatics within it, but then electrostatic creates the condensation, and then that forces the water in the air to condense, but it's not coming from the cloud itself.
Okay, yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah. But I mean, like, so for all intents and purposes, it comes from the area in which there is a cloud. But you're saying it's not like the cloud is holding water. It's actually what's going on in the cloud is basically what pulls the water or causes the water to come from the sky.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. But what makes it? Okay, so for instance, so I remember about 3 months ago, there was a huge storm system coming from the west, and they were saying that there's over 2 million pounds of water that's going to be a rainfall over Washington, Oregon, and California. Now, how do they know that measurement of water when they calculate it and they said this is what's coming, and then they predicted with that measure, with that volume, they said it's going to create so many inches of rain on the land. This is my point, because I feel like
I get it. I can respond. Okay. So if the system knows how to seed clouds, right, to create these weather systems that create rain, then they can turn it on, and then they know when to turn it off so that it matches their measurement.
Wow, so you're all about HARP then.
There you go.
Okay. That's another discussion argument, but I'm just saying, if clouds can carry because they said in the news reports that there's over 2 million pounds of water that's in this system. They call it, I think they call it system. If how do they know that much weight is in the cloud, and how does the cloud travel with 2 million pounds of water in itself and gravity not affected? Now, obviously, we don't believe in gravity, so we know that's total bullshit, and it wouldn't pull the water down. But I like Witz's answer, electrostatics. It makes sense. It's just holding it,
I believe in gravity. Gravity.
Get out of here with
that. Gravity is gravitas. It means how heavy something is or weight. And things
in that sense,
do have a weight. Yeah, but gravitation. No, gravitation.
There you go.
Pseudoscience.
Right.
Yeah, if you want a dumb answer, you've come to the right spot.
There you go.
Obviously, if it has weight, gravity is affecting it.
There's no such thing as gravity.
So this intellectual giant has come in and offered the profundity of a begging the question and reification fallacy. I am incredibly impressed. And in fact, I need to pull over and take notes.
What question did I beg?
That gravity exists.
Intellectual midget.
That gravitation exists and causes weight. So maybe keep your own intellectual ineptitude to yourself, man. Calm down.
It's actually a bit of a weird thing to ask.
I forgot it was masturbate. It was jerk off Witsit hour. I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird question to ask, because begging the question is actually, it comes from Latin, and it's kind of a mistranslation anyway. So when you say, what question did I beg? That's actually an incomplete question when someone tells you you're begging the question. I don't know if you realize that.
I don't give a shit about fallacies.
All right, well, that's probably...
we know that. We know that.
Yeah, that's probably why, to be honest, you don't care about...
What does that have to do with science?
He's talking.
What does logic have to do with science? Are you serious?
Does my question have to do with science?
Well, how do you think we arrived at the scientific method?
Well, first of all, I didn't ask a question, so...
So how do you think we arrived at the scientific method, my guy?
Sorry, say again? I heard some jackass was hot miking.
This is poor trolling, Crypto. Come on, man.
Dude,
Wait.
What's blowing my mind? What blows my mind? Then the Gator jumps in and defends what he's doing. Like, what he just said was so stupid, right? And then he says, "I don't care about fallacies." And then he asks, "Why?"
What did I say was stupid?
You said you don't care about fallacies. That's stupid.
Yeah, I don't care. Why is that stupid?
Because logical fallacy.
Because.
I'm literally explaining why. And like
Okay,
and
go ahead.
all I need to know about like Negator is that you support this behavior. So like
Keep
anyway,
going.
the point
Go.
is
Just stop bitching.
logical fallacies are invalid arguments. Okay, meaning that there is no actual valid substantiation of your claim in the form of your argument. Meaning it's irrelevant. It's inadmissible in intellectual form. It's a moot point. It's stupid.
Except for we have measured weight.
So just ignore.
So it's not.
It was made then. Fair enough.
I hear a robot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. This is weird, man. Like when people say, you said, I don't care about logical fallacies. I pointed out why that was stupid. And then you just avoid it. You just don't even address that point. You just skip back over to talking about weight where you actually employed a fallacy.
You said I'm begging the question when I talk about something that's well understood. What question am I begging? Right. W equals mg.
Oh, the equation proves your claim of something called gravitation.
No, it demonstrates our understanding of.
You know that's not what he said. What's it? Let's not play with.
Well, that is
No, he really doesn't. He's Negator. He's really not that smart. I mean, you're giving him way too much credit.
Just pointing out that an object has weight doesn't actually prove your claim of gravity. Okay, so mass is just merely a conceptual. Oh my god, dude, are you guys gonna do this today? Where like you're just gonna all interrupt? Please don't interrupt.
If you keep saying stupid shit that you've been corrected on hundreds of times,
please don't interrupt. So, yeah, your equation W equals mg. Okay, well, mass is a conceptual quantification of matter, right? And then
no.
G, yes.
Okay. And then G.
Okay, what? Okay, wait. Then what is?
And
mass?
then G.
Wait, what is?
It's
mass?
matter and energy, but close enough. Matter and energy. Go ahead. And then G.
Here we go. Witsit has a problem
and
with
then
base
G.
units now. Witsit has a problem with base units, and the mass is a base unit, so he's going to have problems with the definition of it because it's defined Witsit.
Yeah, not strong. Man, dude.
Now what's G? What's it?
G is downward acceleration. Little g is just downward acceleration. So in your paradigm, gravity is the cause of downward acceleration. So to say that downward acceleration is gravity is very incompetent. You're claiming that that's the effect of gravity. Well, yeah, sure. We have an average of how fast things fall down, and then we use that value and we label it with little g. That doesn't in any way verify the alleged cause of it.
No, but the cause has been shown that mass.
So then you agree that whenever you said that W equals mg verifies gravity, that's an ignorant claim.
Well, there's implications in there.
No.
I don't think it's ignorant at all.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're also ignorant. Of course you don't think so. So is little g the effect?
This is pedantic.
Is downward acceleration gravity itself, or is it the effect of gravity?
Sure, it's the effect of gravity.
Okay, so then pointing out that little g exists doesn't actually substantiate your claim that gravity causes downward acceleration, does it?
I don't think he set out to provide an exhaustive argument as to the existence of gravity. Like it
Make
was a
sure
short
you don't
clip,
ever answer the
right?
question, though, right? Like as long as you can constantly not answer the questions, somehow you'll win the debate.
If you have the effect, which is a downward acceleration, and you can change that effect, then you probably can explain it.
How do you change downward acceleration? Sorry, you're good. You're breaking up, bro.
Having a conversation.
Sorry, you're breaking up, Travis. Like, yeah, but what's so funny is like you said you can change downward acceleration. I thought it was a constant. Does constant mean change?
Yeah, you're being
Little g is a constant.
Stop just jumping in without addressing the point, Negator. So
that's the point.
Is
You're
downward.
playing word
You're
games.
saying I'm being,
You know it.
No, I'm not.
We all know it.
I'm not playing word games. I'm making a specific argument. Okay. So you said that you can change downward acceleration. How do you do that?
I don't think that's what he said.
You can
Literally
partially
did say
negate.
that.
You can partially negate
exactly what.
Okay.
the net
Well,
downward acceleration
You can't
by
how do you change
providing an
downward
upward acceleration. Like example, opfos.
Okay. So you invoked it as if you could manipulate mass and change downward acceleration to verify that that's literally what you said. You said, and you can't do that. So that's hilarious,
I
right?
just said a way that you could do it. What did I say? How can you partially negate it?
Well, partially
Or add
negating
to
it
it.
is irrelevant. Well, that's irrelevant.
No,
Adding
this
something.
is not irrelevant. Free body diagrams are not irrelevant in physics. Did you never do one?
Oh my god!
Oh my
so
god!
You're trying to claim
He's bringing up the fact that I didn't take high school physics again. Oh my god!
Which
He's trying to respond.
That's why he's so.
No, he's just saying,
I mean,
"Oh my god."
I just made an A in physics 1 and 2 honors in high school. Why would you claim I didn't take physics in high
Okay.
school? That's so weird.
So why are you saying free body diagrams are irrelevant?
Anyway,
You obviously
dude, you
forgot
guys
what
are
you learned then.
The three of you pay NASA shill, and honestly, NASA, if you keep interrupting, I'm gonna have to mute you now. So
Okay,
this is
if
what's
you
so
did free
crazy.
body diagrams in physics, why did you claim they're irrelevant?
Just mute him.
They're just not gonna stop. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. And I'm driving. This
No,
one
no.
sucks. Like, is there any mods?
No, you made a claim and now you're railroading or steamrolling and not
I
addressing
can't even
it.
get 3 words out.
Yeah, answer the question.
Chucky, chill out and stop being antagonistic.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
I'll
when
go
you're
on mute for a few
interrupting me.
minutes. I'll go on mute while I do my inventory. I'll listen.
Great. Okay. And Negator, I actually used to think that you were better than this. But like, you just jump right in with the 2 worst people, Chucky and Pay NASA Shill, and amp it up. I'm kind of disappointed, but anyway.
I mean, you sit in here and you act arrogant. You say things like this. You specifically try to trigger people, and then you preach for long periods of time, and then get surprised when people talk over you.
You've been,
I didn't even get 3 words out.
All 3 of you have been consistently interrupting him for 10 minutes. So
Because he spends an excessive amount of time talking about people instead of two.
Not if you
Just like he just did.
words in every time. It's just a fucking waste of everyone's time, isn't it?
Well, maybe if those 3 words he got out weren't him simply talking bad about people, we wouldn't have to.
That isn't the case. Now you're just lying.
Oh, what did he say about me and jumping in with these 3? What did he say, Crypto?
What did he say not about you? Because that was the majority of what he's been saying. That you've been interrupting, that's been wasting everyone's time. So why don't we just get back to the subject matter, and then we can stop talking about the conversation, which no one cares about.
I would love to,
So
but you refuse to hold Witsit to a standard.
Oh my god, you guys are like little girls, man. So this is what the Glovers always do, right? They conflate gravity, as in this force that's not a force can be thought of like a force, and you have Newtonian or Einsteinian interpretation. They conflate that with downward acceleration, which is supposedly the effect of it. It's so remedial. Those are different things.
Yeah.
And that's not semantical word games. It's just a fact.
Okay, is that it?
Okay, cool. So maybe you guys can stop doing it. So if you can just show an equation that has little g in it, that doesn't verify your claim of what causes downward acceleration at all.
Okay. Yeah, you said that already.
So you agree?
Well, no, I'm just saying you said that already. Stating the equation does not prove that gravity exists. I agree.
No, just invoking downward acceleration doesn't prove it.
No, I also agree.
Okay, great. Okay, so then you try to insinuate that it's based on mass and that we can verify this by manipulating mass and then changing the rate in which something falls. But that's not true. And then he diverted over, right, to like adding additional forces to offset downward acceleration. So anyway, what the real question would have to be like, what causes mass? And if we know that specifically density, thus buoyancy, causes things to go up and down, well, what causes that? Like, what's the cause of mass? What's the cause of density? Because that would be the actual primary causal agent.
Okay.
Do you agree?
The cause of mass is the cause of gravity.
Well, yeah, the primary causal agent, right? So, like, if things go up and down relative to density, well, okay, what causes density?
Mm. And how, hypothetically, how would I answer what causes mass?
Or density. Let's just stick with density. Maybe you can do that one. So, do you agree that things go up and down relative to their density relationship?
Well, no, but it sounds like you're asking me how do you prove mass or density now? So I guess I'm
No,
asking
I
you.
never
Right?
said
How do you?
prove. I didn't say prove mass
Okay.
or density. What I said was what causes density.
What causes it? Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
what
know how.
causes it?
How would you go about finding out what causes density?
What's the cause of it? Well, it's pretty easy. So, well, maybe we'll start by defining density. Do you know what density is?
Is this just a quiz? What's it like? This conversation? You ask me a question, you're the answer to, and you then talk about it.
He's getting you to look for the answers to the questions you never asked you. That's what he's doing. He's leading you down a logical pathway so that you can, at the end of it, have a conclusion that's rational rather than presupposed.
Okay.
Yeah, but they don't care about logic, so it doesn't matter.
What's the logical conclusion here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the reason that I had to do it this way is because I know that if I just like present the conclusion, that you're just going to freak out and not be honest and not address it. And then we're going to have to go back through all the questions. So I'm just trying to jump ahead and say, okay, we need to figure out what causes density. So first thing we need to do is define density. And density is typically defined as crudely the compactness of matter or the amount of mass in said volume. So if we're going to say that density is the compactness of matter or how tightly matter's held together, then the cause of that would be whatever's holding it together.
Okay. How do we figure that out?
Well, we know that matter's held together by electrostatics.
Okay. How do we figure that out?
We can look at the very small scale and prove that everything has a charge holding the matter together.
Okay. And then.
Okay, so then actually the cause of density or the compactness of matter is what holds the matter together in set amount of compactness, and that is electrostatics. So the actual cause of density is electrostatics.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So when things go up or down, the primary causal agent is actually the intrinsic electrostatic nature of the material relative to the electrostatic nature of the medium, i.e. how compact that medium is held together via electrostatics.
And is there a reason that it's not mass? Because there's a correlatory relationship between mass and attraction, right?
What gives mass mass?
I don't know. Isn't there?
There's a magnetic component involved in mass.
That's new. But anywho, if I understand
new?
your electrostatics bit, but I also understand that you think it's identical to what we call gravity, which doesn't disprove the existence of mass attracting mass.
Well, just saying that, first of all, mass attracting mass is a misnomer, even in your own paradigm, right? Like, mass itself doesn't attract mass in your paradigm. Actually, if mass did attract mass, it would only be evidence for my position, because I'm saying that there's actually an intrinsic quality within the material itself that can cause the effect. And you're actually claiming in your paradigm that it's not an inherent or innate or intrinsic quality. Rather, it is the bending and warping of space-time relative to that mass, right? So
Okay.
mass attracting mass is not what you believe in your paradigm anymore. So I find it weird that you guys say that.
But I don't think, number one, we don't need to define it as intrinsic to the matter for it to still happen, do we?
Well, that's what you're claiming mass attracts mass, as in the mass itself is what's attracting the other mass, but that is not what your paradigm says.
Okay, but is it? Is that what happens? Do we observe that?
No, I don't think that we observe matter. It's matter intrinsically accelerating towards other matter that you call attraction. What we observe is that there's electrostatic induction or transference in objects, and so based on the proximity of these objects, they can move towards each other to seek equilibrium. but it's all intrinsically electric. And well, that's weird because that's 10 to 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be on the smallest scale. So I don't really know where this additional claim of gravity comes in or what evidence we have for it.
So is there, if I were to take an experiment that shows mass attracting mass, how would we differentiate between it being mass and it being electrostatics?
Well,
you would have to move the electrostatic quality from that material, i.e. your mass.
How would you
Can
do
you
that?
do that?
I don't know. You tell me.
You can't do that because if you did that, you wouldn't have matter. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the situation that we're in.
Yeah, so it's really one and the same, right? Well, not one and the same, but it's impossible to exclusively prove electrostatics. Is that the word I should be using?
Well, we can directly control all the other variables and then manipulate and vary the variable of electrostatics, and we can show that it causes the effect, right? So
how do you directly manipulate the electrostatics of the object?
there's many different ways, man. Like you can just use a Van de Graaff generator.
I think you were talking about that last time I was doing FE several months ago.
You can add static charge to the object. I mean, you could take something that's either metal, plastic, or wood, apply a static charge to that, and get that thing to adhere to a wall. So, I mean, right there is a direct connection.
Can you do that with like a banana?
Yes.
I don't know about a banana, but I'm sure if you had enough charge, you could apply to it. But I don't think you're going to generate that through friction, like I was implying with the other things.
So if we were to do this, what unit are we using to measure the electrostatics that we're either adding or taking away?
Coulomb.
Does that matter? What unit of measure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you got two masses, you're like, man, I wonder how much these are going to attract to each other. Oh, the attraction is like 50 volts worth of attraction, or?
Okay, so I didn't actually hear what you're saying, but are we in agreement that
I think you might have broke up with it.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying, are we in agreement that electrostatics is the variable that can actually be verified?
Well, no. But that wasn't the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation was, what do we observe? And we observe mass attracting mass. How do we differentiate that between what you're saying?
When do we observe?
Because he said you can directly control the variable.
Yeah, like first of all, we observe electrostatics causing things to occasionally attract. And he gave you the example of the balloon. He said, "Can you do it with a banana?" And the answer is yes. Actually, if you had enough charge, you could absolutely do it with a banana. You know, like we have MIT having drones that levitate based on electrostatics, and we also have patents for electrostatic propulsion for like freaking basically UFOs. So we have electrostatic levitation in many ways, and yeah, you'd have to introduce a lot of charge the more quote unquote weight something has. But all this is showing is that we can directly manipulate the cause, but for gravity, quote unquote, you can't do that at all.
Well, so if I need a huge electric charge to replicate what I already see in reality that doesn't appear to have an electric charge, why is that?
What doesn't have an electric
We
charge?
just told you it does. It has an electric charge.
Well, so
We're
like
just
for instance,
talking about ramping it up.
So for instance, in Abrams is what, 70 tons? Sticks to Earth. I don't see it. I don't really measure an electric charge between the tank and the ground. How much charge would I need to pick it up off the ground, and why is it I don't observe that same amount of charge keeping it to the ground?
Oh, you don't understand it. Okay. So it's not that something is like pulling things down to the ground. It's that there's a density relationship of the object and the medium, and that's intrinsically electrostatic. Weight is thus intrinsically electrostatic because there's a mass charge equivalence. And so that's the primary causal agent of things going up or down. The buoyant force is significantly stronger than the very weak downward electric current that just sets the up and down. So when you have something 70 tons on the ground, to make it levitate, you would have to introduce a ton of electrostatics. And technically, I could actually make you levitate, but I would have to kill you like 100 times over at least, because I'd have to introduce so much charge to you. So,
But why
basically,
aren't I? But if I'm being held to the ground by electrostatics, but I need an amount of electrostatics that would kill me to go the opposite direction, why am I alive now?
Well,
Didn't
I don't know that.
The same amount is being
I
used
just
to
said
keep
you're
me
not
up to the
being
ground.
held to the ground. I just said you're not being held to the ground by electrostatics. I just explained it. Right. I just explained that it's the relationship between you and the medium that you're in. Right. And so you have a certain density, which is because of your compactness of matter or your electrostatics, which is directly relevant to what we call weight and mass, which is there's a mass charge equivalent. So all of this is intrinsically electrostatic. The relationship with the medium causes you to go down to the ground. Now you can't keep going down because there's a ground there.
I got you. But when I asked you what sort of experiments we could do, you mentioned experiments where we apply voltage. And so it seems funny, if I want a practical demonstration of it, we have to apply voltage in a way that is not applied naturally.
Well, I mean,
it actually is applied naturally. So.
Okay. Well, then why is it that I'm alive right now? If to get me to go opposite direction of Earth would require enough voltage to kill me.
Well, I don't know that it would.
You're implying
to have a circuit where it's grounded to have that discharge, which would in turn kill you. They were able to levitate a living frog in a level 3 Tesla field without killing it. So,
but if it's the same thing going down as it is going up, I shouldn't be alive.
That's what I'm saying. He still doesn't understand it, right? So it's pretty crazy. So there's a downward electric current on the Earth that's measurable, but it's very, very, very small, right? Like 10 microamps or something. It's incredibly small. This just sets the up and down. So there's a polarity, right? Meaning like there's equal potential increase of charge as you go higher above the ground, and then it's creating a current down to the Earth, right? So this is measurable and provable, and it just sets the up and down. Now, objects are going to go up and down, and the reason they're going to go up or down is because that sets the up and down. That's why they're going either up or down. And they're going to go up or down based on their density relationship that generates a buoyant force. Okay, so that force is way stronger than that really, really weak downward electric current. But everything goes down. It's naturally migrating down to the ground because that's where it seeks equilibrium. So there's a very, very weak, slight downward bias, and it sets the up and down. And then the force generated by the buoyancy is significantly stronger than that bias. So things can go up or down based on that alone. If you are more dense than the environment or the medium, you're going to go down. So this is going to be the actual cause.
So it's not electrostatics, it's density.
It's both. So
I mean, you said it's a very, very weak. Like, what percentage would you give it? Like, if you were to explain yourself, well, what percent? How much, in terms of electrostatics versus density, is responsible for keeping me to the ground? Like 5% electrostatics, 95% density.
Less than that. Like, it just sets the up and down. I don't know why you don't understand that.
Well, if it's less than 5%, it just doesn't seem like a good way to describe up and down as electrostatics.
It doesn't really matter what you think, though. So what's provable is that there's downward electric current on the Earth. Okay, so that sets the up and down. Our objects want to go down to the ground to equalize. That's why we ground objects. That's why we call it the ground. Okay, so the object's relationship with the medium regarding density is going to create a much stronger force than that really weak downward bias. That doesn't mean there's not a downward bias, though, and that would be the fundamental initial causal agent of stuff like weight, right? Because we classify weight as the fact that something's pressing down on a scale. It has downward acceleration. So the fact that it goes down, well, that's because there's an up and down, and there's a slight downward bias created by the downward electric current.
Yeah, I get it, but you're not really. You haven't really.
You're grounded, mister.
You started off with electrostatics and then moved away from it. So I can't say that I'm convinced.
I didn't move away from it.
Well, then,
it's literally the
is it density or is it electrostatics?
Can I ask what's the question?
Or not?
Can you just convey it a little bit differently for us that so we can understand how exactly this is working? Like, I know it's not specifically density. Like, we're not getting any denser as we fall. We're not expanding. Our cells, our mass is not expanding, making us more buoyant, right? And it's not condensing, making us heavier, right? But how is it that we have a downward bias to the Earth? Like, what is causing that around us? The density around us, or the air around us, the atmosphere, electrostatically, how is that affecting us so that we go down?
Yeah.
So that we go down.
So it just sets the up and down because everything is going down to the ground to seek equilibrium. So whether you're in the air or you're in a vacuum or whatever, there is electrostatics. There's electric component to all of it. Okay, but on the Earth, for example, it's going down to the ground. It creates this really weak downward current that just sets up and down. That's the directions we can now go, right? And then your relationship with the medium is going to generate a force way stronger than that. So we go down to the ground because we are more dense than the air. And our density is because our matter is held together by electrostatics with a certain compactness. Therefore, we're more dense than the air, so we go down. If we were less dense, we would go up. This is a buoyant force, and we calculate that with little g, which is just downward acceleration. So then the question is, what's the cause of downward acceleration? And the answer is that there's a downward electric current that sets the up and down. And then if you're more dense than the air, you go down. If you measure the downward acceleration of a helium balloon, what do you get?
Gotcha.
So things go down, go boom, boom.
Yeah, things go down effectively just because, it sounds like.
No, there's no way that's what you heard. So.
Yeah, what's the cause of this being the relationship, and like why is this reality?
Why is it reality?
Yeah, why is it that dense things go down? And
you want to ask a metaphysical question about physicality? Is that what you
I always ask
because of pressure mediation.
If there was no Earth beneath us and I dropped an object, how far would it go and why?
What a weirdo question.
But no, think about it. Is this a universal down? Like if I were to go a billion miles, if I were to go a billion miles east, is down still the same down? And if I go a billion miles down, when does it stop?
Why don't you just try to hold on.
You have to go ahead and do that first.
Negator, why don't you just try to figure out what's going on within the parameters of our reality instead of shifting to this million miles down or any of this or that? Like, I don't think you fully comprehend what it has said within his explanation of what we can experience here. So let's start there first.
I think the confusion is that he doesn't have down in his model, so we just have to say to or away from the surface.
Well, we could say to and away from the surface, but no, Nathan. The reason I ask these questions is to make the folks think that are saying them.
Yeah. So when Whitsitt says there's a mass charge equivalence, what, in your opinion, is mass?
Well,
because lots of people think mass attracts mass. Weight. We're talking about weight. We're talking about mass. We're talking about matter. What are these things, and how do you differentiate them? It's not to have a semantical argument. It's to figure out the base foundation of the words that we're using.
Before we go that far, I'm trying to understand this density-related environment that causes down. And for me to understand it, I need to understand it on a small scale and a large scale and a massive scale. So I think the scale does matter.
Napalm hit the nail on the head. The thing we haven't covered was weight, because there's a connection between density and weight. And there's obviously a connection between electrostatics, magnetism, and weight.
But why down? That's my question. That's why I asked if I were to dug a hole. But if I were to dug a hole and I drop something, how far does it go and why? What's the mechanism behind that idea?
That's the point. In your model, eventually it would fall so far down into that hole to where it would eventually start to float.
And in my model or your model?
In your model.
Oh no, but I'm talking about your model, not mine.
Negator, can you wait? You keep on saying my question is why down. What was my answer to that question?
You said a bunch of stuff about electrostatics. What it doesn't explain is why it happens on a large scale.
No, what
was the scales that I'm asking about?
What was my specific answer?
It wasn't sufficient. It doesn't explain it.
So you don't.
Just
So you're not even like present in the conversation, right? Like
well, then
you
why
couldn't even
can't you?
still man the position
Why
because
is
you're
it
not
that you
listening.
can't answer my question about
And
why
again,
things will fall infinitely?
oh my God, there is no fall infinitely.
But
Okay, that's
but is there?
ridiculous.
No,
We
no, no,
never
no,
made
no.
that
Think about it.
claim, bro.
Think about it
We made the
theoretically.
claim that everything sequels, everything seeks homeostasis or equilibrium, and the
So there's
surface is that medium or that barrier at which things equalize.
okay. It's
Yeah,
a
you actually
barrier.
can't go further than
What's
7.8
below?
miles. Let's say, let me just answer your question, and this is where you can pretend I'm stupid or something. Well, no one cares though. You're showing the inability to even actually
You're
retain
talking
the
about
information.
me instead of talking to me. Come on.
Shut up. So if I go 7.8 miles down, I can't go any further than that. Let's say hypothetically we could. Well, from my understanding, we are on the top of the inertial plane within the magnetic field. If we were able to defy all physics and materially penetrate this, which is literally impossible, and we were to get to the other side, we would, in fact, ironically, flip upside down. We would now have the pressure mediation migrating down towards the top of that inertial plane, or of the inertial plane on the other side, which would be bottom for us. And therefore, the polarity would flip, and we would actually have a different up and down.
Oh, I don't suppose you have an experiment to prove this, Whitsit, or is it just you bullshitting again?
Oh, so this is, and I want to make this point. So whenever it comes to your model, we don't have to have experiments
We
for
have experiments,
anything.
Whitsit.
Well,
Whitsit,
stop
we have
interrupting
experiments.
me, dude.
Whitsit,
Stop
you're
interrupting me.
lying again. We have these experiments.
Can you please stop interrupting me? So
Do you know what's crazy about it? Sorry, just quickly, Whitsit. Do you know what's crazy about this is that Negator actually asked him for speculation, and when he gives you speculation, you then tell him that speculation. What a waste of everyone's time.
I'm sorry. If Negator
Exactly. That's
asked,
what I was about to say.
that was
That's
a
what I was about
bullshit
to say.
answer.
if
It's
I
Negator asked for
prefaced
speculation, I
reasonable.
prefaced it by saying it was speculation, and that he's asking a speculative question, and that we couldn't go down past 8 miles, and that it's materially impossible from my understanding. And I clarify this speculation based on my understanding. And then you got this guy jumping in and say, "Do you have an experiment to prove it?" And my point is, hilariously enough, that when you apply that same logic to you guys, you don't have an experiment to prove the core of the Earth. You don't have to verify anything, but then somehow that gets a free pass. That gets a free pass, though.
Actually, we do have these experiments to prove the core of the Earth. Whitsit.
Okay, name it. Name it.
Oh gosh.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You want to go into that again?
Name it.
You know
Liquid
the
metal
you know
core.
the answer to this one, Whitsit. I'm not going to
name it.
No,
You know
Pete.
it.
You say you have it. You say you have it. Name it.
Before you guys continue, I do
name
it.
What's in the way the earthquakes propagate through the earth, and the fact
Those
that
actually don't work. No, that actually doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. So I know more about the.
These are all
I
experts
know
on
more.
that page. So.
I know more about. I know more about the geodynamo model than you do.
You don't, sir.
Really? What's? Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You memorize it. You don't understand.
It'll be a waste of our time.
Don't get emotional, guys. Just keep going, please. This is fascinating. What's it, please? Keep going into the nitty gritty. Why is there a downward bias?
I do want to point
Why
out
is there a
that
downward bias?
the explanation you gave about what would happen is starting very much to sound like a globe Earth. That if you go to the other side, you're eventually going to flip polarity and come back to some central point, right?
Yeah, first of all, it's not to a central point. Wow. No, it's not to a central point. And this is what's so funny, though. I literally said the word ironically because of that reason. So the truth is that you guys can't keep up with the conversation.
You're spending a lot of time talking about me.
It's
so
really weird.
Just
I already
be a grown man
little
and just talk.
Preemptively. I addressed your little claim preemptively by saying the word ironically.
Okay, great. And I think that should be something important for everybody listening to understand, is that you're supporting effectively a globe model in terms of down.
No, Negator.
Incorrect.
It's two directions. Andy said it was impossible. It's not every single direction. Okay, it's not a center of mass pointing inward at all times.
And somehow
and you talk about different scales. Different scales. You need a different model on all scales.
Me invoking an inertial plane supports the globe model. Wow, how profound.
Does it? So what makes it a plane? Why is it like that?
Boy.
Because that's how magnetism works. You have the pressure mediation from the top and the bottom, what people call the north and the south, and then it mediates towards the center, and you have what's called an inertial plane or a block domain wall in the middle of it. It's just verifiable.
So Earth is a giant magnet? Is that?
Well, we
Okay.
live in a
Like one
magnetic
minute?
field. That's right. That's right.
Mhm.
You didn't know that?
You deny that?
Sorry, Reed.
We're in the middle.
It's
Our
funny when
plane is
we
in the
get
middle of a giant magnet, right?
Yeah, magnetic field. Yeah.
peanut gallery folks in here like Regis. Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually true. True magnetism is the repulsive or attractive force, as you guys like to call it, doesn't reside at the north or south pole, rather 45 degrees from there actually.
Yeah, I can't
Dude,
understand Daiso.
you sound like
your
the
mic
Charlie
is-
Brown adult.
Yeah, your
Oh,
mic
sorry,
is
guys.
super muffled.
Is that any better?
Much better.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, I said magnetic repulsion and traction does not reside at the north and south pole, rather 45 degrees at the plane of inertia, being that there is no magnetism at the center of a magnet, at the north or south facing field.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, that's certainly verifiably true. You could put a magnetized steel ball bearing on top of a neodymium Gauss magnet, like a circular cylindrical style magnet, and that steel ball bearing will never stay at the center of the north or south facing side. It'll always fly off to the edge and process around it, because that's where true magnetism resides.
But there's still a magnetic force on the whole face of the magnet, right?
So the magnetic field, if you were to take a Gauss meter and aim it directly at the center of the north or south facing side, it's gonna read near zero, because, like I said, there is no magnetism at the center of the north or south facing side. It's always going to be off to the edge.
You want to bet on that one? $100?
Sure. I don't know about $100, but we could do like a gentleman's bet.
What do you mean?
There's
It's not Whitsitt throws out $10,000 when he wants a bet.
yeah, but the problem.
Yeah.
Well,
because
it's not the
it's
money.
to expose that you guys are lying and you guys never take the bet because you make baseless claims and claim I'm wrong about something, and then I ask you to bet simply to expose that you guys are not actually telling the truth.
Yeah, I think Jesse has a point. I do want to throw
No,
one
he
more
doesn't.
thing out there, because when you answered the, well, what happens if you fall through an infinite hole question with, well, eventually the polarity will flip. The problem here is, again, you said that the reason we're stuck to the ground is less than 5% electrostatics, and more
Why do you keep strawmanning me, dude?
to density, and density doesn't say that I'll fall infinitely and then flip around the other direction.
Hey, when did I claim that we were stuck to the ground?
You know what I mean. There's no reason to play word games.
Well, if what you mean is not in any way what you said,
What word would you like me to use that you'll answer me reasonably?
what causes the downward bias?
Well, if it's density, then why does density allow me to fall infinitely and then suddenly decide to fall me the other direction?
You're just so lost. So, first of all, I didn't say that the downward bias is caused by density. I said that there's a downward electric current because there's equipotential increase going up from the surface, and then it seeks equilibrium at the plane. Well, seeing as how if you were to be on the other side of the plane inertia, that plane would be 180 degrees for you. The same thing would be true, but inverse, say as above, so below. So then that actual bias would be the opposite direction for us. Now, this is complete fantasy land. I know you guys love to live there, but we can't verify beyond 7.8 miles. So none of that matters. We're talking about what can we verify as to why there's a downward bias on the Earth, and why do things go down?
Density, Whitsitt, is the greater reason you gave me for why things go down, not an electrostatic or magnetic pull. You said there's a bias. You said it's a very, very, very minute amount, but at its core, you believe it's density that does it. Sinking equilibrium, right?
No. So
no?
Dude, the actual
let's go back to how much charge is needed to levitate me versus how much charge is needed to keep me on the ground.
What did we tell you what density was, bro? Why do you keep like red herring past our points?
No, well, Daiso, he made it very clear that density and the actual charge keeping you to Earth are two different things.
Like, I wonder how many.
And you
First of
keep
all, what I
conflating
said
them,
was,
Negator.
yeah,
No, I'm not conflating them at all. It's very
I'll
distinct.
just have to keep repeating it, and then you'll come cry about how I'm talking so much because I have to just keep repeating myself with you people. So what I said was that density is the quote unquote compactness of matter, the amount of mass in a certain volume. Now, of course, what is mass? Conceptual quantification of matter. People call it basically resistance, whatever. So the point is that we have density, and that is the compactness of matter, which means how tightly held together the matter is, which means that the actual cause of density is the intrinsic electrostatic nature that holds it together, which means density itself is intrinsically electrostatic. There's a mass charge equivalence, which means that mass is intrinsically electric. So this is just a fact, which means that also weight, so mass, weight, and density are all intrinsically electric. And we have a measurable and provable downward electric current on the Earth. This just sets the downward bias. Anyone that denies any of these things are just denying reality.
Well, you can say that, Witsit, but I've told you that you can demonstrate that gravity is not electrostatic by dropping 3 items: a positively charged item, a neutrally charged item, and a negatively charged item. And if the gravity is electrostatic, those 3 items would fall at different rates, and they do not.
Still doesn't get it.
What's the difference between positive and negative?
Totally correct. If
gravity
was
doesn't understand it, dude.
No,
it's like,
you don't understand it, Witsit. You don't understand.
No, this is what's actually true though. It's not even that I've already answered this question for him, and he's just gonna pretend I didn't. So he's gonna come back in a week and do the same thing. As I proceed to answer it right now, he'll come back in a week and pretend I didn't answer it. So
it won't take a whole week. It won't take a whole week, dude. It'll be tomorrow.
Yeah.
It just took 5 minutes.
The question, Witsit.
You guys are all straw manning the claim. You guys are all straw manning the claim because you've been propagandized to believe that things are being pulled down to the earth by some immense force. But that is not what I'm saying. So stop straw manning it.
Then why is there down?
I've already explained that there's a downward electric current. It's super weak. It just sets the up and down. So the fact you dropped a differently charged object that's still more dense than the medium, it's not going to change anything because it's still more dense in the medium.
No, density has nothing to do with the downward acceleration.
Guys, just say you don't like it. Stop pretending you don't understand it. Just say you don't like it.
Witsit doesn't
no,
understand.
You don't.
The
You
fact
keep asking questions that show you don't understand it, Gabe.
No, listen to me one more time. The fact that 3 items, a positively charged item, a neutrally charged item, and a negatively charged item,
holy shit,
exactly the same rate, show that gravity is not electrostatic.
No, it doesn't.
You don't comprehend it. We get it, Master Shill.
Negatively charged.
You guys don't understand it.
What's a neutrally charged
totally
item?
Neutrally charged item, not positively or not negatively charged. The same. Yeah.
Oh, it's neutrally charged.
Not charged. Not charged. Neutrally charged. Positive.
Neutrally charged.
Demonstrate that knowledge, homie.
What is a neutral charge?
Wow.
Again, not positive or not negative. It has no charge.
What's the difference between a positive charge and a negative charge?
That's called an oxymoron, Shill.
No, it's not. Sorry.
No,
It has
not.
no charge. That's
no
why
positive,
it's
no
neutral
negative charge.
Then why are you using the word charge then?
Because that's what you say, you idiot.
That's how you talk about it with most people, except for I forgot pedantic flurfs who have to have any sort of angle to get into it when they don't fucking understand the issue.
Yeah, you guys you guys are calling Nass and Shill like dumb and all that, but in reality, you guys sound stupid.
He is dumb.
Okay.
No,
he
I'm not. I've disproven by doing this simple experiment. It will disprove. Yes, I will, Witsit, because doing this experiment will disprove your electrostatic gravity bullshit.
No,
you don't understand it.
Hold on. Wait, let me explain this. Like if you were to change the charge significantly enough, you could alter downward acceleration, but it would have to be a lot. Okay, and we can prove this. We can literally prove it. Whenever you manipulate the charge with, say, a Van de Graaff generator, you can change the weight of an object. You can change how fast the object falls. You can change the entire vector. You can make it levitate or even go up. Okay, by manipulating electrostatics. But you have to use like a Van de Graaff generator with 250,000 volts with a few inches in between 2 Gaussian plates with a really, really light piece of material, whether it's styrofoam, wood, hair, steel bearings, whatever it is.
You're talking nonsense.
Just because you say that means
that also shows that your electrostatic force is extremely weak and won't work at long distances. But no, we'll ignore that one too.
Everything
Probably
should
let him finish talking this time.
It's another straw man. You're now once again straw manning.
Well, I told you, dude.
It is demonstrating that your electrostatic gravity is bullshit.
Only if you
Adults
straw
understand it.
Straw man, you just straw man. You said all the stuff you can do, but yet you never show anything.
Dude, I literally showed it in a film that's been viewed by hundreds of thousands of people. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's it. I'm sorry. I didn't. I guess I didn't read that in when you published it and got it peer reviewed, and now it's approved.
Doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to
A
be.
YouTube video, a fucking YouTube video. This is insanity, man. You are insane, dude.
Are you acting like you can't get information? Are you acting like you can't get information? Are you acting like you can't get information from YouTube or the internet? Is that what you're saying? You cannot
They're
get
denying
information?
that Van de Graaff
Not from
generators
Witsit.
can be used to
Fucking
levitate out.
morons.
Not from Witsit.
They're
No,
denying that
you're
Van de Graaff
biased against
generators
him. You don't like Witsit because he puts in more work than you have in your whole life.
Yeah, Robo's
You know,
worthless. Everything he
I don't
says is counterproductive and insinuating. You should just get rid of him or mute him. He's kind of worthless.
I love when he says you haven't shown it, and then you're like, "I've shown it," and he's like, "Oh, a YouTube
on a
video."
Van de Graaff generator.
Like, how else are you going to
he
show it then?
On a
He
Van
has
de Graaff
not
generator,
shown
you're
a
talking
Van de
about,
Graaff
like,
generator with everything he
asking
said.
for
He has not
somebody
shown
to
it.
show
you can
something,
levitate a
and
piece
then you,
of paper.
when you,
Guys,
so you
hold
ask
on,
some,
man.
yeah, like, do you not hear me talking, both of you? So you asked for him to show it. He said he's shown it on a movie and a video, and
He's
then
showing
you
someone else's
criticize
shit.
the
He's not
platform.
showing his experiments.
You
Stop
still can't
interrupting.
fucking, you can't handle yourself, can you?
No, he's an emotional child.
Jeez,
Just
it's
fucking
like,
mute him,
it's
dude.
like,
He's the
hey, show
worst.
me a video of it, and then be like, "But you use that on a Canon instead of a Nikon. Irrelevant."
And then he moved the goalposts and said, "Why isn't it peer reviewed?" It's like, bro.
Chill. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why I said nothing
Gross.
fruitful will amount from a conversation with Peyton as a shill. You need to
What
just
is-
fucking
He is
mute him.
horrible.
How many things does he have peer reviewed? Can we check his work?
Well, this is what he's saying. He's saying that I just show other people stuff. No, I actually did it, right? Like, I did it in the movie. Like, Sean flew out, I did it. We show that you can make things levitate, you can make things go up, and you can actually even take, like, helium balloons, tie them to two still washers, and then you can balance it out just right whenever you connect the wire from the Van de Graaff to those wraps around the still washers, and then wrap it with electrical tape. You can make it levitate about 3 inches above the ground, right? Because the helium balloon's pulling it up. When you introduce electrostatics, it'll go down to the ground. When you ground it, it'll go back up. And we also show that in between two Gaussian plates, whenever you put like a little piece of styrofoam or iron filings or hair or whatever, you can make it levitate, right? You can make it go up and you can make it levitate. And you can also change the weight. And you can change how fast it goes down or even up. So yes, I've done it many times. I've directly manipulated the variable electrostatics, and anyone that denies that electrostatics can do those things are just like literally reality deniers. They're useless in the world.
problem though is it doesn't show how it can work on a global scale, and that's where you go back to, well, it's not actually electrostatics doing the pulling, it's the density thing. I have a different question that Jesse asked.
No, you're just incompetent. You just
about
don't understand it.
downward current, because current needs to flow in a circuit, right? So if there's a downward current, where's the opposite upward current?
I'm not playing the statistical game from Jesse where he says it's down, but it's actually not down because I think electrons exist and they go the opposite way. We're not playing that.
I do have a serious question for
a circuit or not?
I like to get
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Is that YouTube video? Is that your video? Did you make the video? Is it your experiment? Did you do the experiment, or is it someone else's?
Yes, I did the experiment. I did it.
Hey, Witsit. Hey, Witsit.
There's the video. You're an idiot.
Hey,
Post the link. Post the link.
Okay, look.
Wait,
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Slow down. Wait. I'm trying to get in. Hold on. With it, your video's on the new level documentary, right?
The next level.
Okay, the next level.
It's actually level.
Yeah, level with me. Okay.
Level with me.
Hey, so Jesse, go look at the level with me video. He's asking in the chat. Like, wait, is he here? No, he's not here. Okay, I'll comment.
I'm here.
Oh, you are. Well, there you go. There it is. You're asking for it. Go check it out. It's called Level with Me
Anyway,
video.
dude, this is the actual point, right? Like they're so like obsessed with me
Just
or
talk
flat
about
earthers
us.
that
To us.
dude, Nick Gator, you're about to get banned. Stop interrupting me.
You're
every
about
time
to
I
get
speak.
banned. Well, you've been
For
talking
real,
this
because
whole time.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
All right, keep
Shut
preaching.
up. God, you're such a little. Every time someone speaks, all of you people jump in and impulsively interrupt. Can you please stop? So the actual question is, why do things go down? Well, we can scientifically show that if we control the variables of, say, density and stuff like that, then we can actually manipulate the variable electrostatics, and we can change the weight, we can change the accelerative rate, and we can make things even go up or down, changing the vector. So that demonstrates scientifically that the cause of the effects is electrostatics. Now, if you want to claim that there's something else there, okay, you provide a scientific experiment that shows that it's there. Until you do that, you're not seeing anything.
Okay. I'm still curious though. Does current flow in the circuit?
Yeah.
It does.
No, I wouldn't say it flows. Flows implies
what we're doing.
movement, and induction doesn't. Induction doesn't involve the flow of electrons like you would like to think it does.
But they're not ready for any of that, dude. What's funny is, like, basically are you denying that we can go out and measure a downward electric current on the Earth?
So it's really just a direct question. Does
Answer my
current
question.
need to flow in the circuit?
I already answered it. Now answer my question.
Is it a yes or is it a yes or a
I
no?
already answered it. So now answer my question. Are you denying that there's a downward electric current on the Earth that can be measured? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Can someone else tell me what his answer was? Because I
He
don't
said
recall.
yes. He said yes. I said no. There
Okay.
you go. He gave it to you on a silver platter.
Great. He said yes. Where does the current?
Look, he's still not going to
Where does
answer.
it? Where
He's
does
still
it
not going to
connect?
answer. You're
Where
getting
does it
muted.
flow? Okay.
Yeah, because you don't run this room. So if you want, like, I answered your question, now answer my question, because what you're implying with Jesse's little incompetent little add-in is that basically there actually isn't a downward electric current on the Earth. So is there a downward electric current moving towards the Earth that can be measured? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, so then just shut up.
Okay, so where does the circuit come into
Wow.
play? Like if there's a downward current, where's the upward current?
Then
That
you don't
connect.
understand. You must not understand how
It's a false
you know,
dichotomy.
electricity works. Then,
I mean, does it flow in a circuit or doesn't it?
of course, it does.
Okay, so where's the connection for the upward flow?
The connection. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a good question, huh? Yeah, that's a good question. What's above us? But the truth is that to have the equipotential increase that we have, you have to have two Gaussian surfaces. It can't be replicated any other way.
Where's it at in the globe model?
And furthermore, space is not a terminal for discharge.
Okay, so
I think it's
again,
enlightening. I think it's enlightening on the globe model.
What?
You know, the funny thing is, Negator, if you look at both cross sections of a magnet and an AC electrical circuit, they're identical. Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Well,
Would
maybe
you say
there's a
it's equal
direct
potential?
connection.
Would you say it's equal potential?
Yeah. So if you look at a magnet under a supercell, and you look at the diagram of Charles Proteus Steinmetz of the electrical field, it completely shows you the connection. There's a conjugate geometry of force and motion, and inertia and acceleration. Force towards magnitude, and of space, and creation of space, and inertia towards force dissipation and increasing charge. The definition of an electrical circuit for you. Well,
But how does that work? How does that apply to me standing on the Earth right now? I've got a downward current. Where's the upward current?
yeah,
connect to my downward?
you've already seeked equilibrium.
I don't think current is equilibrium though. I don't think that's how that works.
Why is that?
Just denial. Like, all they have is denial, and in reality, you can go out and measure. You can go out and measure the downward electric current.
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't deny it.
Why would you think that there's no you know, flow to this, like where there's a downwards and upwards? What makes you think that there's not that? I'm very curious.
According to Jesse, I've got it backwards, and I definitely would bow to Jesse's wisdom on it. So
Yeah, Globers over flat earthers
That's
all the
cute.
time. That's right, Negator. Absolutely.
Well,
This
Globers
is the same
in this
thing Jesse
case,
always says. He just says that it's actually going up.
in this
not
case,
down.
it was just Jesse over me. It wasn't Jesse over you guys. That was him asking me
In
a
reality, though, he's
It's weird how
wrong
a minute ago you go ahead.
Yeah,
Good
no
boy.
problem. So in
Good
reality,
boy.
Jesse's actually wrong, So just because he says this over and over, it doesn't matter how many times I dunk on him. He just keeps saying it, which is why you guys should, honestly, we should consider not letting you speak. I'm just being honest. So I've already answered this for Jesse 5 times. Five times at least, okay? He says, oh, well, that's conventional current, but actually the electron flow is going up, not down. And then he got absolutely eviscerated intellectually when we started getting into, oh, yeah, verify the electron that is physically traveling from point to point. And then he just semantically diverts and wasted 3 hours of my day. I'm not doing it again. So the actual answer is what we see in reality is that there's a charge that actually seeks equilibrium at the ground. It goes from above us to the ground. That's why we ground objects. Whether you want to claim that actually it's just an illusion and it's going the other way because I believe in a reified idea of an electron physically traveling doesn't mean anything. What we see in reality is that the stuff above the earth goes and finishes at the ground. It's moving towards the ground. What we actually physically see is that it seeks equilibrium to the ground, which is why we ground objects.
Wait.
Which is also why lightning will seek a path, its quickest path to the ground, which in most of the times is going to be from a high object attached to the ground, right? So when you have something grounded and it's very high, that's going to be where lightning is going to seek its quickest path to ground out.
That's
why. Speaking of which,
that's like really charges reaching equilibrium. That's where I start to scratch my head. In addition, if it's going one direction, where is it going the other direction to complete the circuit?
I got a really cool photo of a lightning coming out of a rainbow. I'm gonna post it in live text. You guys should check it out.
That's why we build buildings with spires on top, so that way it could find it's a ground at the top of the building. I'm just saying.
Is the building like gonna float
There's
away?
the Richard Feynman lecture, so you can go bow to your buddy Richard Feynman and maybe inform yourself before pretending you know something's wrong next time.
I don't think I've pretended anything. I've been upfront about the things that I don't know, and I've asked questions that I think don't make sense.
Wait, Negator, what was your question to me right now? What was your question about the spire that we build on buildings?
Well, never mind, man.
I'm just saying, like that's the whole point. That's the reason why we put spires on top of buildings, so that way, if there is a lightning bolt to hit the building, it will hit that point and then shoot down to ground it. So that way, it doesn't destroy the building that we just built.
Check out the photo I just posted in live text.
I don't know. I bought a 24 pack.
That's cool, Dice. Though I don't think you're suggesting the rainbow has some interaction with the lightning bolt.
No, I'm not necessarily making that suggestion. I just thought it was a cool photo.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, 10 microamps across each square meter parallel to the Earth. You can go out and measure it. No one cares if you want to deny it. So, and this is
something
funny,
interesting.
You guys just deny it. It's weird.
At what point have I denied that? You keep saying that, but I literally haven't denied it. I don't know why you keep saying that.
We don't.
You said it can't be possible. It requires a circuit. Where's the up at? Like we went out and measured it. It's a fact.
Yeah, we just deny the fact that it's the source of the gravity. That's all.
No, you guys actually said it can't be there because you have to complete a circuit. Then Jesse said it actually goes the other way. So you did deny it.
It's very weak, though. It has like no
current.
current.
I've said that since the beginning.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, it's not the cause of gravity. We know this.
First of all, what do you mean the cause of gravity? You don't even know what you're.
Yes,
dude,
we do know the cause of gravity. Mass attracting.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So
mass attracting mass measured.
No, that's not the cause of gravity. You
Doesn't
don't
matter.
know.
Gravity is the cause.
It's measured. What's it? Mass attracts mass. Measured.
Dude. They claim that gravity causes mass to migrate towards mass, and then he says that mass attracting mass causes gravity, and he thinks he's teaching everyone.
We'll leave it at one today, Rever.
This is what's super funny. This is what's super
Curious
funny.
to be ready to walk out the door at one.
Funny that you have.
I'll let you do your stuff late.
Oh, you're hot, Mike and Jeremy. And now NASA's taking that advantage to try to interrupt him more. So this is the truth. Shut up.
It's super funny that you have such a small mind. You can't understand such a simple concept.
There you go. Yeah, for sure. You don't understand basic biology, and that makes me stupid. I get it. So please save your little jabs to yourself. The point of the matter is,
give me the word. I'll mute them.
The actual truth is, right, that you every single one of your guys' critique for almost 3 straight years, which means you will never stop doing it, requires you strawman the position as if there's some electrostatic force pulling everything down to the earth. even though I've clarified 10 straight times in this conversation alone, that is not the position. You will now respond by still strawmanning the position with electrostatics pulling everything down to the earth so that you can beat up a straw man, which shows that you're intellectually dishonest. There's no way.
I think it's been very clearly stated that once I realized you're not saying it's actual electrostatics doing it, and understood you're saying it's density, that still doesn't make sense.
Density is nothing more than
Oh
mass
my
per
God.
volume. That has nothing to do with
Like
gravity.
what's
What's it?
Oh, and there you go. There you go. Then he just another straw man, which is where I apparently claim
what do you mean
density
it's a
is
straw
gravity, right? And this is what's so goofy, bro. It's like you guys, it's like you're scared of truth. And what I specifically said was that density itself is intrinsically electrostatic, and what results from that is much stronger than the very weak electric current going down to the earth. All that does is set the up and down, which is going to determine the directionality of where things seek equilibrium, primarily based on your density relationship, and that buoyant force is significantly stronger than the very weak downward electric current setting the up and down. So now what we'll do is strawman Austin for the 50th time and say he thinks that there's a really strong electrostatic force pulling everything down to the earth, or that density itself is gravity. And if we keep strawmanning Austin, he's stupid.
Well, what is gravity then? If it's not electrostatics and it's not density, what is it?
Okay, first of all, I've already explained gravity. Gravitas is how heavy something is, what the weight is. Well, mass, density, and weight are all intrinsically electrostatic. If we're asking what
They're
causes
not,
the
though. I
downward
just told you they're
acceleration,
not
well,
electrostatic.
we're asking what causes the downward acceleration, then there's actually not just one singular answer. The primary causal agent of setting the up and down is the downward electric current, and then the density relationship sorts the rest out for the 20th time.
That's just bullshit. What's it?
What you call
That's
gravity, NASA, is nothing more than just incoherent magnetism, buddy.
Oh,
That's all it is.
it's not according to
it's
though. It's not.
non-point specific. It's non-point specific incoherent dielectric acceleration. But you'll just say it's word salad because you don't understand it.
It is
But
word
is
salad because you said, wait a minute, you said it's not electrostatics. Now you're saying it is electrostatics.
I did not say it's not
incoherent
electrostatic.
Incoherent. Yes, you did. When I told you that you can drop 3 items, a positive, a neutral, and a negative item, and they'll fall at different rates, and you say, oh, it's not electrostatics though. Now you're saying
No,
it is.
I didn't say
is it
that. You're just
electrostatics or is it
lying.
not?
You're just lying now.
Is it
The downward electric. No, I said that the downward electric current is so weak that to actually see the difference, you would have to significantly vary that variable. That's what I actually said. Now, you've come in to strawman me for the 20th time, claiming I said it's not electrostatic, when the entire time I've explained that the primary causal agent is actually intrinsically electrostatic, but the downward electric current is so incredibly weak that to actually see a significant difference with any object with significant weight, you would have to introduce a ton of electrostatics. This is maybe the 20th time now. Maybe the 20th time.
I got you. Then the next question becomes,
And if
why
you
is
do
it
that,
that density that?
Can I finish up with this for just a second?
Yeah.
But if you do that with it, you still do not notice a difference in the fall of the positive, negatively, and neutrally charged items, no matter how much electrostatics you put into
Oh, really?
it.
Do you want to bet $1,000 on it?
You don't have $1,000 first of all, and second of all,
bet $1,000.
You don't have $1,000. You don't have $1,000 with it. You live in a trailer. You got a kid. You don't have $1,000.
Bet $1,000.
You don't have $1,000 with it. I'm not betting.
Stop
with you.
with the
You're
dick
just making it
measuring
up.
us.
You're just
Oh.
making it up. So
You
you would never bet.
No, with it. I would not bet because you don't have $1,000. Flat earthers never
Okay,
pay
just
off
shut
their
up.
bets.
Just shut
And
up.
second of all,
Yeah,
I
that.
told that you can
Nah,
do this
you won't bet
experiment.
because you don't have it.
I have $1,000. He doesn't have $1,000. He lives in a
Well,
trailer.
well,
He's got a kid.
then
He
it's an
doesn't have a
easy
job.
$1,000.
He steals for a
Then
living.
it's an easy
Put
$1,000.
your money
Take
where
the
your
bet.
mouth is, bro.
Exactly. Take it. It's an easy $1,000 for you. Just shut
No,
up. Put your
because
money where
flat
your mouth
earthers never
is.
pay off their bets. That's the second thing.
Really? You
Flat
think
earthers
I'm just gonna
only lose.
Put it
publicly?
up.
You think I'm gonna
Yes.
publicly agree
Yes,
to
it's
a
been
bet
done before.
on
Yes.
Discord recorded
Yes.
and then not back it up?
Yeah. It's been
You're
done
full
before.
of
That's not
shit.
true. That's
You're full of
ridiculous.
shit, NASA. You're full of
In
shit,
Only
NASA.
you would do
meantime,
that,
in the meantime,
and for sure he
in the-
wouldn't pay it, right? Because he's anonymous.
in
He's
the
just some like
meantime,
anonymous weirdo on the internet.
in the meantime, you cannot show the electrostatics controls gravity because it doesn't. I've told you this.
Okay,
No
so
one's
wait,
taking you
God,
serious.
bro, you're a fucking idiot, bro.
I'm
You're
an
a
idiot.
fucking
Says the
yeah.
guy who doesn't understand electrostatics.
You're a
They only work
fucking
at short
idiot, bro.
distances. In the
So
meantime,
here's the
we have
reality of the
in the
situation, right?
meantime,
This,
they haven't just.
you
In the
can't.
meantime, shut up, Woodson. I was in the middle of something. You're interrupting me. How come?
Guys, let's not call names,
Why
please.
don't you get muted when you interrupt other people? Only I get muted.
Because
I know,
what
everyone
because
relax.
Because there's a double
okay,
standard in this
I'm
fucking
answering
room.
the
That's
question.
why.
This
Because
is
there's
the
a double
the
standard
problem
in this
is,
fucking
Nasty,
room.
this is the problem, dude. You've been interrupting for like 20 straight minutes, right? So now I'm tired of hearing you interrupt, right? Because I keep yielding the floor to the interruptions. I keep asking you guys to stop, and you're not going to stop. All of you guys incessantly interrupt. So now that someone else is tired of hearing you interrupt, you don't get to cry victim about interruption. So if you can
there's a
please
double
stop,
standard in
that
this
would be
room.
great.
What's it? That if you would stop, if you would like, say something and then quit so other people get in, but you bloviate for like 5-10 minutes at a time with just pure utter tripe, and then when you're wrong with the second word, but if I dare point it out, oh no, I don't understand, because you don't understand basic physics, Witsit. Gravity is not electrostatic. It's been shown. It's been demonstrated. The Cavendish experiment proves this. I've shown you. Here's a
Total
short video.
bullshit.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, total bullshit. That's like no, got it. That's all you guys
Just
got is
because you say
no.
it's been it hasn't been demonstrated with
Yes, it
Cavendish
has.
at all.
Yes.
Please stop
Blue Marble.
interrupting me.
Blue Marble Science just repeated the experiment not more than a couple months ago.
You just go right through it with the interruptions. Like you literally have a mental problem. Stop interrupting. Okay, so this is the fact of the matter. In the Glober's paradigm, they don't even know what gravity is, according to the highest levels of academia. They don't agree on what it is. Quantum has shown that all their ideas doesn't exist. They can't actually find the alleged graviton they presuppose. They can't agree what it is. They come up with modified Newtonian dynamics to replace it. You have Einstein or Newtonian dynamics. You have the loop quantum gravity. You have push gravity. You have all these different ideas because no one can even agree on what it is in your paradigm. I'm saying something that can be directly tested and verified. We can manipulate the variable of electrostatics and show it changes the weight, the acceleration, and the vector. This is a fact, okay? So what I've shown is something that's actually scientifically verifiable with a variable that's actually provably there. You're saying, I can't define it, I can't isolate it, I can't do an experiment, I can't find it, but I promise it's there, and you're stupid for not believing in it, and I need you to do all kinds of experiments and give me very specific claims, but I can't even define my claim. Ha ha ha, stupid flirt. There's the
Excellent claim.
summarization.
Excellent claim, Witsit. You can do the experiment. Have you done this experiment, or are you just bloviating?
Yes.
You have done the experiment?
On the video.
You have not done the experiment. Fuck
Yes,
off.
he has. I
Holy
saw the
shit,
video.
Chill. What are you doing? This has already been talked about. He
He
did it.
hasn't done the experiment. He's got
Yes, he
Van de Graaff
has.
bullshit.
He did though.
It's
You
on
stupid
video.
shit.
The Van de Graaff bullshit. The Van de Graaff.
He's
Yes.
got
Van de Graaff
Xanaxitis.
bullshit.
He's very ill. Cut him some space.
The
Yeah,
Van de
Yeah,
Graaff
first
So
he
bullshit.
said
gross,
I didn't do
dude.
it. Now
Hey,
he's
what's
just
it?
gonna
Such
say
a
that we
The
bad
Van de
did
Graaff
person.
bullshit
Hey.
You
doesn't
really
prove
are.
anything. Sorry.
You're a
Hey,
bad
See, what's
person.
We know about Van de Graaff. We know about this. You can only do it with very tiny
Shill,
weights at very short distances.
Shill,
Gravity
where's
works
it
for
from?
every weight at long distances.
Could you drop a link? What's it?
Okay, this is what you don't understand, right? So like you're basically claiming that, yeah, sure, it does it on the small scale, but it doesn't do it on the big scale.
That's
When in
correct.
reality, it would. You would just have to have a proportionate increase in the electrostatics because
Which
it
we
has to
don't
overcome.
observe.
No, well, hey, can you please cite a test they tried it? Yeah, shut up. So when you say it hasn't
No,
been
no, wait a minute.
observed, you're
That's
just
your
making
claim.
that up.
That's for you to prove, not for me to prove the negatives. It's for you to prove that that this exists.
crickets?
It's not for
You
me
just
to show.
claimed
It's
you
not.
just
It's
claim
not.
that we
It's
don't
not for me
observe
to
it,
show the
but
negative. It's not for me
buddy,
to show
here's
the
the deal.
negative, Witsit. This is your
Here's the
claim.
deal, dude. Here's the deal. So we actually have things like MIT created a drone that's electrostatic propulsion. There's all kinds of patents and stuff for electrostatic propulsion for even like UFOs and stuff. Now, like just because I can't go out on the earth and come up with a way to introduce an immense amount of electrostatics to heavy objects doesn't change anything. You're basically claiming that it happens on the small scale, but it wouldn't happen on the big scale, and you can't even articulate why. But if you had a proportionate increase of electrostatics, it would, unless you're claiming physics just magically changes to conform to your belief system.
Witsit, we don't notice this huge electrostatic field on the Earth, do we?
He can't answer. Why?
Witsit,
Why
do we
specifically
notice?
would it only
Do
work
we
on the
notice?
small scale?
Do we notice the huge electrostatic field that you claim is necessary on the Earth?
We absolutely measure
No,
that
we do
there's
not.
an electrostatic field on the Earth.
Very weak
Absolutely.
electrostatic. Very weak electrostatic field.
That's
Chill.
my entire point.
Chill.
Very weak. Not enough.
Yes.
Not enough to cause the gravity necessary. What's it?
Yeah.
I don't
The
claim it
electro.
goes down to the Earth, though.
Chill. The electrostatics argument is it's sort of a red. It's a diversion, right? They
Yeah,
mention
exactly.
it. Well, yeah. They will tell you. He's already said to me several times he doesn't believe that that's what actually keeps things to the ground. That's why I tried to move the conversation on to what actually does it, which is density.
He doesn't know. Density is just volume. Is just
You
a
people
mass
are
per
so
volume.
Yes,
inept. It's
I
impressive,
agree,
honestly.
and I'm just saying that
They're brainwashed.
I don't know why.
No, they're just dumb.
I don't know why. I don't know why you're attacking him. I don't know why he's defending it.
Because he's.
I think that you're actually slow. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm gonna repeat it one last time. So yeah, so you saying that things stick to the ground is like a 5-year-old statement. Try to pretend to be an adult. Nothing is stuck to the ground. That's retarded. I'm not claiming that electrostatics is pulling things down to the ground. I've specified very clearly, right? If you're asking why do things go to the ground, well, not everything does go to the ground. Some things go up. So why do things go up and down? Is the proper question. Stop interrupting
Fuck,
me.
if you don't understand buoyancy, why are you talking in this field?
Now
this is so annoying. Yeah. So the real question is why do things go up and down? Like why up and down?
Buoyancy.
Okay, well, the answer
what's
is
it?
their answer is there's a downward electric bias on the Earth. It's very, very weak, but it doesn't matter how strong it is. Literally, it doesn't matter how strong it is at all. It's the fact that it's there sets the up and down, which is the answer to the question, why do objects go up and down? If you want to then divert away to, well, why do specific objects like me stay on the ground? Well, that's because you're more dense than the medium, and density is intrinsically electrostatic. So that electrostatic relationship that we call density between the object and the medium causes it to go up and down relative to pressure mediation. And it goes up or down because, once again, we've established the reason there is up and down is because of the really weak downward electric bias. And it doesn't matter how strong it is. The fact that it's there answers the question, why up and down?
I got it. I got it. But what it doesn't answer the question, why up and down for density?
It literally does. It
How
sets
does
the
it
up
doesn't do
and
that?
down. It sets the up and down,
You
period.
keep
So
saying set it, and that doesn't answer the question, right? Either
It does.
that's the cause of up and down and pulling, and it's the force, or it's not, right?
No, it doesn't.
Both of them combined.
There's a downward electric current, effectively like pushing down, right? It's just like a very weak downward electric bias because there's an electric current on the Earth that sets the up and down. So when an
Okay.
object's going to overcome that, when an object overcomes that, it's going to go up or down because there's an up and down set by the downward electric bias. The pressure mediation between the object and the medium causes it to go up or down based on that relationship. The fact you don't understand it,
But if it's so, how can it cause it to do that if it's as weak as you suggest it is? It can't both be strong enough to make the tank sit on the ground.
But your gravity can though, right?
Dude,
this is
Either it's weak or strong. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Winston. So they're saying electrostatics is so weak, so
No,
it
no.
can't. Wait,
Witz-
hold on, wait.
Like
Hold
Witz
on.
is saying that.
Wait, hold
Witz
on.
is saying that.
No, but wait. So
Okay.
that's so weak, but your gravity is so powerful to hold everything to the surface of the earth, but yet it's so weak to where a bird, a helium balloon, dust particles, those things can escape the velocity of the gravity. But you want to argue about weak? Are you fucking kidding me right now, bro? Wake the fuck up. You're such a fucking hypocrite and a double standard, double speaking person, bro. Because if you want to say that electrostatics are weak in certain scenarios, yet you would have to admit that so is your gravity bullshit. And
no,
this
they
is
can't even define gravity, dude. This is
So,
the point. This is what they do, dude.
was actually the one that said it's weak.
Listen,
It's
they'll
not
never
me, like,
apply this level of
it's what's
critique
saying
to
that.
their own claims, right? They'll never be like, wait,
That's
let's
just
ask
not true
every
at all.
hard question about gravity. And what about, well, why does this happen? How does this happen? Where's the experiment? No, gravity is just supposed to be granted to them without even being able to define it. But then I give a very specific testable claim, right, that can be verified. And in your own paradigm, the electric forces are way stronger than gravity's claimed to be. So to quote Walter Lewin from MIT, on the Earth, everything's held together by electric forces. Everything's caused by electric forces. It's not until you get out on the planetary scale that gravity is even the primary cause of anything. Right? That's your own paradigm. You don't even understand your own belief system.
And they also just completely ignored the fact that density. They completely ignored that.
Well, NASA Shield.
I'd really actually love to talk about density, but we keep going back to electrostatics for some reason.
NASA Shield did pull away from gravity, and he said buoyancy. At least we're making progress with this stupid ass. Because
no,
now
he
he's
just
like,
basically But this is the point. What's the cause of buoyancy? It's the density relationship, but based on pressure mediation. Okay, well, what's the cause of the density relationship? Electrostatics. And what causes it to go up or down? Why up and down? Because there's a downward bias on the Earth. It's
But
just very, very weak.
The question is,
the buoyant
what causes it to go up or down at the rate that it does?
Right. So since it's so weak, right, in order to significantly change the rate, which by the way isn't constant and does change, you would have to significantly alter the electrostatic variable, which is why when they use gravimeters, which make very precise measurements, during thunderstorms, the rate the object falls changes because it makes a very precise measurement, which means I actually can change the rate in which things fall with electrostatics. Duh! I can do this with a Van de Graaff generator. I can make the thing fall faster or slower or even levitate.
You're doing it in a different way than what we observe in reality.
Why? How is that, though? How is it a different way than we observe? We literally observe this in reality.
Well, that's why when I asked you how to do it with me, you said you need to apply enough voltage to kill me. It's clearly not the same. The two things aren't similar.
Dude, no, you know what? You guys will never answer the question. So you acknowledge that we can do it on the small scale. Listen, answer my question. So you guys acknowledge that we can do it on the small scale, but you're like, you can only do it on small objects and small distances. Okay, so why would it happen on the small scale, but it wouldn't happen on the bigger scale with the proportionate increase of electrostatics? Answer the question.
Oh, sorry, I'm new to the conversation. What are we talking about? If no one minds.
Now, this is another way that the question isn't going to answer. The question will never get answered.
Witsit, I agree that I think you could do it on a larger scale. I'm not arguing that you can't. What I'm trying to get
because you agree that Big Nass is a clown.
Don't play these juvenile games.
Yes. Say it.
What
Say it.
I'm getting at is that we'd like to see whatever is keeping me to the ground now, all of it, its entirety, be replicated. And it's not a Van de Graaff. You can't do that with a Van de Graaff generator. It's not the same.
Was that like a tactic that I just pulled,
saying,
popping in here and asking what we're talking about instead of shutting up and listening for a few minutes to find out? Seems pretty arrogant and or disingenuous for him to do that.
It's just the new guy.
If you're talking about, are you talking that electrostatic would be gravity?
No.
I'm
new. I'm sorry. I'm new.
Electrostatics sets the up and down. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. It's very, very weak. That's what sets up and down. Everything goes up or down because there's a very weak downward bias. One of the primary things that causes things to go up or down is the density relationship. Density is compactness of matter, which means how tightly held together the matter is. So what holds the matter together is the causticity. That's electrostatic, which means the relationship causes pressure mediation, and then that's what we call the buoyant force, which we put in the downward acceleration average for to actually solve for it, which goes back to what causes the downward bias. The downward bias is intrinsically electric, and then the density and buoyancy sort the rest out.
Okay. If you're gonna say that, I know when I came in, you were talking about how we couldn't replicate this on a bigger scale. Is that what you were saying?
No, I didn't say that. No, I said that you could. It would just require a ton of electrostatics. So basically, their rebuttal, because they have nothing. And by the way, this is all a diversion away from the fact they can't even define gravity. I need to replace something they can't even define, which is hilariously inept. So let me replace something that you guys can't even define real fast.
He's got to.
Yeah, because you guys can't even define it. If you were intellectually honest, you would actually not be doing this. You would apply all these questions and these critiques to your own position. But no, you get a free pass without even being able to define gravity. You get to just pretend it's there and do no experiment and just say, oh, well, it's so weak, we can't isolate it. Oh, it's there, I promise.
No. Well,
I'll define it if you want.
Have fun with the Wizard Show.
Yeah, define it.
It's the curvature of space-time, if you want to say it, but on smaller scales, it's just space. And since we know that the path of least energy expenditure is a straight path on a curved surface is a curved path, and that's why you have, so for example, orbits and other things like that. I think that should be pretty simple.
You're just basically reifying a theory, though. Do you have any experiment for this?
Yes, we have experiments.
Name one.
Well, what about time dilation? What
Time
about?
dilation. You didn't invoke an
No,
experiment.
no. First of all, yeah, here's an experiment. I think it was, correct. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but 1912 or the year. It was when there was a total solar eclipse. This was back when Einstein was still. Please be respectful and let me finish.
It's the Eddington experiment.
What?
You're talking about the Eddington experiment.
Not sure the name, but they correctly predicted the parent position of a star versus the real position because light curved with the
That's actually
gravity of the sun.
That's misinformation. So what actually happened was they had 35 plates. Only 2 of them even recorded anything close to it. Eddington himself, which is called the Eddington experiment, said that it actually didn't work. It didn't match it. They actually fluctuated the actual variables for the 2 plates that were even close to try to make it look like it was closer. So 2 out of 35 plates showed something kind of close to the prediction, but not the actual prediction. And then they just basically reified the cause of it, ignored the other 33 plates, and admittedly, in today's time, we know that their plates weren't even precise enough to actually measure the alleged effect. So why did that part get left out?
We have other. You don't have to rely on the Eddington experiment. It was pretty early on in modern instruments and shit.
Address
So
what I just said, dude.
I'm saying it's not just one experiment. If you want to dismiss the Eddington experiment, then fine. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know everything about it.
Dude, buddy, you have to be intellectually honest, okay? So you said that we have
I am
evidence.
being honest.
You brought up an experiment. I just showed.
I brought up
you don't
one.
know
I
about
brought
the
up. I brought up the first one that came to mind. I'm sorry, but we have other experiments I can tell you.
Okay, but before we go to another one and just run away and ignore the fact I refuted that one, acknowledge that experiment in no way verifies that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, which you didn't even properly state it. You said it was the curvature of space. It's not. It's the bending and warping of space-time. That's actually gravity's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. And then you reify geodesic paths in a very layman way. So I want you to address that you actually didn't have that experiment doesn't verify it. Address it instead of just skating past and be like, oh, well, here's another one. Address that the experiment you brought up actually didn't in any way verify your claim.
Did they include, when they were measuring the place that you mentioned, did they include the effects of refraction in the atmosphere on the results and the path of the light? Look, man.
35 plates and 33 of them didn't show the effect at all.
You said they showed something close. Didn't you say that?
No, 2 of the 35 showed something kind of close. They actually messed with the numbers, admittedly. And Eddington himself said this is a serious problem for relativity, but now people on Discord say it proved relativity.
Well, that doesn't have to be the thing that proved relativity. I don't know much about the experiment. I'm sorry.
Okay,
but
cool, because nothing proves it.
Do you have another one?
I do. Again, I asked you for time dilation. I also want to ask you about the bending of light.
You asked me for time dilation.
I asked
supporting your claim.
I'm just asking you if you say that general relativity is BS and that for some reason gravity is actually electrostatic, which makes no sense.
It literally does. You can't rebut it. So.
Please explain to me how the Coulomb force, which is a very weak force, is supposed to attract exokilos of mass. You know the Coulomb force. You know the formula. You know.
So
no,
I'm
please,
not
please. That's the.
Electrostatic force pool.
Wait a second. He never gave you another. He never gave you. He never gave you another experiment. Why is he jumping away from this?
Because
he says they have it. Go ahead.
Me?
This is just a tactic. So you never want to substantiate your burden of proof. And the entire way this started was I was saying, you guys love to talk about electrostatics. Then you straw man it like you just did, saying that I'm claiming that there's an electrostatic force that's so strong it's pulling everything down to the earth, which I never said ever once in my entire life. It's just a blatant straw man. And then you never want to critique your own claim and substantiate it. So that's when you jumped in and said, I can define it and substantiate it. And then you didn't. You brought up Eddington. I had to teach you about it. Then you just basically said the words time dilation as if that somehow makes it true because you said the phrase out loud. What experiment do you have to actually verify your alleged claim of gravity, please?
Of time dilation? or just gravity in general?
Well, that's time dilation is part of the theory of relativity.
Okay.
Do you even know how they supposedly discovered time dilation?
Yes.
How?
They took 2 planes, and they had atomic clocks. Are you familiar with atomic clocks?
Yeah, this is incorrect. This is decades later.
I'm sorry. Can you? Okay, but they proved it. It doesn't matter. They show the effects of time dilation. They did.
No, it didn't. I know way more about this than you do. What are the 2 types of atomic clocks?
There's a cesium atomic clock and a laser atomic clock.
Well, it's actually a quartz crystal. It's a quartz crystal. It's a quartz atomic clock and a cesium atomic
Does
clock.
it matter what type if it measures time the most correctly we have?
Which one did they use?
I don't care. They used the most. They used an accurate measurement of time. What do you want from me? Do you want to say? Do you want to say that just because I don't know this one tangent, I don't know the whole thing? You don't even let me speak. No, because you're avoiding the question because it's gonna absolutely tramp the fuck out of you. What, are you gonna say the ether is the cause for time dilation? Is that what you're gonna say?
I can dunk all over you with atomic clocks. I know more about every single thing you've brought up than you ever.
It doesn't matter. Can you explain the time disparity between the stationary atomic clock and the atomic clock that was accelerating more than the other one, please?
Absolutely. So don't interrupt me. So in reality, I asked you how did they allegedly discover it in the first place? And you brought up atomic clocks that came decades later. The way they supposedly established and discovered time dilation was Michelson-Morley didn't show a fringe shift when they assumed of the orbital velocity of the Earth. So they said, oh, well, the apparatus must have contracted in relation to the sun. But if the distance changed, but the speed remained the same, that means that the time had to also change. So literally, it was just an assumption built upon the claim that the apparatus contracted. If the distance changes, but the speed remains the same, since speed equals distance over time, once you keep the speed the same but change the distance, that means time also has to change. That's how they quote-unquote discovered. You want to go up to the atomic clocks, they use cesium atoms. It's actually specifically based on a little tube with radio waves, and they actually measure the oscillation of the cesium. The oscillation of it changes when you get further away from the Earth, higher up in the magnetic field. They don't even account for the magnetic field, which would directly affect the oscillation of cesium. Completely ignore it. They didn't even actually synchronize the clocks on the runway itself. They never even could get it completely synchronized. They left the planes on the runway for hours trying to get as close as they could. They said, okay, good enough, let's go. It's not perfectly synchronized, but oh well. And then they claimed to measure 1/1,000,000th of a second.
Did you even have?
It's an oscillation rate.
Do you have like a proof for this, or this is just something you heard somewhere?
Proof of what?
Is this like recorded or what?
Oh yeah. That's the very test you're invoking. It uses oscillation rates of cesium.
No, I'm asking you the whole not like the careless handling that you claim that they didn't synchronize it, that they didn't account for the magnetic field, blah blah blah. Do you have evidence for this, or is this just a conspiracy theory?
The actual paper doesn't say anything about the magnetic field of the Earth at all.
Okay, do you have
you read the paper? Have you even read the paper?
No.
Okay, so it's actually you that's just repeating things.
No, bro, I'm sorry. Your theory doesn't make sense. You said something like,
my theory doesn't
what did you say? Pressure? I don't even know what you said before.
Stop changing the subject.
No, I'm just saying. You're asking me to read every fucking paper. I can't do that.
Well, you're making claims.
That was
you made 2 claims so far. You brought up Eddington experiment. Didn't even know the name.
Oh, dude, you're oh my god.
You brought up time dilation. You didn't understand anything about either of them. You haven't actually read the experiments or the papers about either of them. But yeah, you're sitting here pretending that you're teaching us that it's a fact.
No, I'm debating. I'm not teaching you.
You're not debating anything. You're just making baseless claims and then getting dunked on.
No. I'm trying to debate you, but you're so hopelessly verbose and only the things you need to know to defeat the subject. You don't actually look at anything else.
Okay, so can you please wait, listen. How does the oscillation rate of cesium verify that time physically expands?
Because oscillation rate of cesium, you mean the last electron? It's not. It doesn't matter how we measure the time. It doesn't matter how we measure the time. We see that the time has slowed down.
No, we didn't see that time did anything. We saw that the mechanism that we used to allegedly measure time, which is a concept that we use to quantify change and motion based on the sky. You're just claiming that since the mechanism I use changed, that means something else over here physically changed that I can't even substantiate in the first place. So you just reify a concept, specifically time, and then attribute physical properties to it. It's called a reification fallacy. and the actual results didn't match relativistic prediction, and it's just the oscillation rate, and the error bar is bigger than the alleged amount that they measured the change in, and the oscillation of the cesium atom, as you go higher in altitude, you're going to be in a different layer within the magnetic field, and they didn't even account for that, which would objectively affect the oscillation rate.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Can't
Whatever.
respond.
You win, bro. You win, bro. Yeah,
I know.
I don't know
Yeah,
where the fuck you get all this from. I mean, it's not true, but you still win. I don't care.
Dude, you just hand waved away.
I don't know where.
No, because this dude reads scientific papers on a casual debate on Discord. I don't know. Like, I thought we were gonna be talking about fucking Earth shape. This guy pulls up here with Coulomb force being gravity. That's what he pulls up with.
Yeah, well,
yeah, this isn't like the beginner. This isn't like the beginner. Hello. This isn't like the beginner thing. This is like a more advanced kind of thing we do sometimes. We do some simple stuff sometimes. I mean, you can hang around.
Please, I'd like to be when you guys are talking about normal things, not this. This is fucking insane.
Elementary stuff. You want to talk about elementary stuff?
I do find it quite funny because this kind of comes down to the Glober needs to criticize us no matter what our position is. So most of the time we're being criticized because we're idiots, we don't understand things, right? And now that he's behind what which is telling him, that's also criticized as, oh, you guys, you research too much. I have a life, right? So just bear that in mind. They're gonna criticize us no matter what we do.
I'm sure someone who knows. I'm sure someone who knows more about electricity and other things would know how to refute this.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's called the magic science man fallacy.
You made the statement. I don't know where he gets all this stuff. It's called research.
I don't.
You may want to try it sometime.
I don't research. I didn't research electrostatics or anything of this.
It does somewhat.
I just go along with
do you have
physics.
The position that you do if you don't know what the position says?
Because people who know more about the position, and 99.99% of them agree with it, and it has experimentally been confirmed and has worked. So, and we use it every. That is true. And we have, and we use it in everyday tech. We use everyday technology. Yeah, we do. Come on, bro. If you're just gonna say it's not true, I'm out. I'm out. Fuck y'all.
I can expand on it. And he just left. He literally made 2 incorrect statements and then rage quit.
Yeah, that dude is like, that's a textbook example of what we deal with. And what's funny is like the ballers want to sit here and defend him right now. It's like, that's what blows my mind is when you see your fellow compadre over here just shitting the bed effectively, you don't have to defend it.
I mean, that guy's brand new. I just voice checked him in like 5 minutes ago. So,
well, sorry, he asked for it.
They conflate these really weird things. It's like if you didn't live on a ball, you wouldn't have computers. Also, like, how is that a logical statement?
Yeah. And like they want to act like gravity is needed for all the technology, and it's literally not at all needed for anything.
Hey, Witsa, what was that levitating flat ball disc thing in your video?
What are you talking about?
I tagged you at 19 past the hour. It's in your level with me video, and it shows like this like flat shiny metal pill thing levitating. What?
I don't remember exactly what all we showed in the movie, but we used aluminum foil with the words "level with me" to show it levitate. We used a balloon tied to washers to make it go down to the ground, and then we used like styrofoam and iron filings and hair and blah 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 in the Van de Graaff. So if it's a shiny metal thing, it might be the aluminum foil.
Well, this one's like a shiny metal flattened sphere shape, kind of, and someone's hand takes and gets it spinning, and it's levitating over this like electromagnet thing.
He may have clipped in another clip of something. I don't know what a flattened sphere is, though.
Well, did you see that? Can you look at the live stream text?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. This is not me.
Oh, they clipped that in.
Better.
Okay. They clipped that in right while you were talking about electrostatics.
Yeah.
I think this is electromagnets.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question. I keep hearing one specific guy say that if it wasn't for Einstein's theory of relativity, we wouldn't have computers. Can somebody explain what the theory of relativity has to do with being able to make computers?
It doesn't have anything to do with it.
Bro, you can't have a bicycles wouldn't exist without the theory of special relativity.
I mean, well, do you know why they would say that? I mean, other than it's pulling out of their ass.
They're just
it's just a talking point. Yeah, it's just to try to gaslight you. Like, Flirts are so stupid that they use technology that would be impossible if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, it's just literally just 4 incorrect statements just glued together, and they hope you don't call it out.
Okay, so they never explain how relativity got us to computers.
No, of course not. Basically, what they're gonna say, like, accelerometers in your phone prove gravity.
Yeah, at best they'll give you like appeals to authority and then loose correlations, and then it's like, yaha.
Yep. That dude got so triggered that someone was actually like calling him out. He wasn't allowed to just come in here and like pretend he knows things he doesn't know. He watched a YouTube video explaining relativity for the layman and was like ready to come school us.
So you guys, you're not anti-computers, you're just anti-space travel, gravity.
Dude, how are we going to be anti-computers? Like, we're all on Discord.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. You're not anti-computers, you're just anti-space travel and gravity in the context. In this
Not
context.
really. That's like saying that I'm anti-dragons.
Well, yeah,
The
but we're
point
fantastical nonsense,
you
is how
get
you'd
to
say
pick and
it.
choose which science you believe in. Depending on your point, you get to pick and choose.
You don't believe in science.
I put a time code and a video link to its electrostatic experiment in the video. In the chat, in case anyone wanted to see his experiment. Except the editing
What's
crew.
crazy is we did so much more. You only put like a little clip in there, I think.
Yeah, they edited most of it out. I really wanted to see it.
Yeah, you got to put out like a video of just all that experiment. That'd be helpful for us going forward.
He hasn't.
Nice.
Did he make stuff go up and down with electrostatics?
Yeah, of course.
Just down.
No, I made it go up. What are you talking about?
It looked to me though like your weight was simply being attracted to the ground due to the electrostatic potential.
Yeah, do you understand the whole point is that it went down to the ground. That was the point. It goes down to the ground object. And then the other one with the Van de Graaff generator and the plates shows things going up. So why'd you say it just shows things going down? Exactly. Why would you say that?
Oh, maybe does it appear in 2 places in the I mean I saw the ball of washers going up and down when you would short out. Is that what you're talking about when you shorted out the Van de Graaff generator and then the helium pulled it back
Like
up?
in between the plates, we have a little piece of styrofoam that goes up.
Maybe I haven't found all of your clips in there yet.
Okay, whatever.
Oh, was that the little triangular thruster? Electrostatic thruster you had?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Use the Van de Graaff generator. Do you not know that you can put 2 plates on top of each other, separated by a few inches? Connect the Van de Graaff to it, and if there's an object sitting on the bottom plate, once you spin the Van de Graaff, it'll make the object go up.
Well, I'm 100% aware that you can use electric fields to create an attraction or a repulsion.
Oh yeah, so there's electrostatic induction into the object because you flip the polarity of the field and it makes the object go up, which shows that the polarity of the field between the plates causes up and down, causes the direction of preference.
So when you flip the polarity, did the balloon then go up?
Why do you go back to the balloon every time? I'm disengaged. I'm trying to change the battery. You're being intentionally obtuse.
But everyone just stopped talking.
Yeah, everyone did stop talking.
Oh, okay. I thought I lost signal or my earpiece died.
That's pretty nice, man.
Hey, what's it? You still there? What's it? Leave?
No, he's still here, but I think he's changing his battery.
What's up?
Hey, was that you yesterday that was talking about that British general that proved free energy?
Yeah.
Hey, could
The,
you
the Royal Navy.
Hey, can I ask a favor? Could you send me a link to that video, please? Yeah, I tried to get it yesterday. I couldn't find it.
Has anyone tried his experiment, by the way? With the magnets?
That's what I want to. I want to. Go ahead.
I just dropped in the chat.
All right. Thank you.
Which experiment with magnets?
It's only for truthers.
It's this guy named Nigel. What's it? Drop the video.
So how do I save this? So I have to come back to chat.
Just open it up. Open it up in a browser.
there's no way everybody just simply got rid of all their opinions and stances right now. Look at all these people in the VC. Come on, guys, let's talk about something, huh? I'm at work. I'm bored. Let's go.
We got some evidence, some personal, direct, physical measurements you'd like to share with us?
Not on me, no.
Yeah, these biceps.
I mean, you can measure my biceps if you want. It really all depends on what you want to measure. But I'm not gay, so.
Yeah, but you didn't say no homos, so it's hard to believe.
Fuck, you're right. Okay, I'm not gay, no homo, and I'm married to a female. Does that help at all?
How do you know that she identifies as female?
Damn it, you're right again. I'd have to ask her. You know what? I've never asked her. I probably should, huh? How insensitive. I haven't asked my own wife if she identifies as a female or not.
I got to check with my wife too now that you say that.
Yeah, off you go, guys.
Hey, honey, do you identify as female? Do you identify as female? Yeah. Okay.
1 out of 3 so far.
Is that a yes?
She said, yeah.
She said, yeah. Okay, cool. So like sarcastic yes? Totally. Got it.
That means no.
Tell her it's a crazy time we're living in. You never,
She
you
came out
always
of
got
her
to check.
office and she came out of her office and looked at me. She's like, what? I'm like, do you identify as female? She goes, yeah.
That's hilarious. Then she's like, why are you guys even talking about that?
You tell us some crazies on the internet think that men can become women.
She's aware of crazies on the
Yeah, I was
internet.
going to say, they're not just on the internet. They're everywhere. Fucking Fox News, everywhere.
Every time someone says Fox News, I always think of ODD.
See on Fox News?
No, he's got a rap, which is something like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC lying to me or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Seeing him in Ultra HD trying to brainwash me. I like the videos. Good.
Yeah, man. ODD's top-notch work. Original gangsta.
Guys, next time someone big comes in like Charles or Professor Parks or something, I want to go over this Coriolis thing with him, please, guys. I've been waiting patiently for like a week to try to holler at one of these dudes.
Oh, guys, you're gonna love this, right? So I've just looked up on YouTube "New World Order, Fuck You," which is the name of the song. And you know how every single time you like look up a flat Earth video, there's always this like Wikipedia says that this is wrong or whatever.
Right, archaic.
They're doing it with the New World Order now. So it says here the New World Order, all capitalized, right? The capitalization is important because what they're effectively saying is it's a name and not a thing, right? So that's an important thing. Second one, it's a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's not happening, though, does it?
Correct. And you know what? Why do you have to desperately put damage control on videos at all if we're wrong about this? Why don't you just let us be crazies over here and nobody's going to take us seriously because we're not right? Right? Uh-oh. Or do we have a point? Why you got to censor us if we ain't saying nothing? Bitch!
Are there disclaimers on like Bigfoot videos or like ghost hunter programs that they have on television? Is there like a banner at the bottom? Supernatural experiences are not necessarily proven out by science. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I want to see if I put up a video on YouTube that says like grass is blue, if they like have a little Wikipedia article below. Like, grass being blue is scientifically disproven.
Grass is blue and birds work for the CIA. It's all fucked.
Like a really good example is like aliens. Why they should have They should have those little disclaimers on the alien videos, right? But no.
Nope.
So you talk about secret space programs and aliens through wormhole dimensions of space-time, then you're good.
Yep. I remember when I used to talk about that stuff too when I was dumb. My family would be like, "Oh, you don't believe in that crap, do you?" And and then I found flat Earth, and guess what happened? Separated the wheat from the chaff. I'll say it again. I separated the wheat from the chaff in my life. That's what happened. You can do the same. Just be honest with yourself. You don't live on a globe.
It's statistically impossible that we are the only life form in the universe based on the amount of vastness that we have with the galaxies and the other planets.
Yeah, yes.
So therefore, by logical deduction, other life forms exist within the universe.
Logical deduction can get you anywhere because it's a human construct. It's not reality. That's a big thing we need to focus on at some point. Logic is just our opinion of some shit. But then we probably just have to stop the conversation, right? Because the whole point is to try to figure some shit out, right?
Yeah, I mean, logic is like all we really have to figure anything out.
That's true. It's the best we got. But it does logically follow that if we keep getting pushback and resistance from the people we're going against, we might actually have a point. Look at all the damage control that they're trying to perform on us on the internet. Look at all of that. Pathetic too, right? I mean, you can look up where a 4-year-old's dressing up tranny style, right? On YouTube, and that's no problem.
How did I crack you twice?
But then you search for flat Earth, and all of a sudden, that's misinformation. Little boys can be little girls in 2023, sure, but flat Earth, totally misinformation. That's where we live right now, folks. Soak that in.
This agenda is. I typed in "level with me" on YouTube, and I went to the. Of course, nothing pops up. And I went to the because it's free now, right? I went to the filter of upload date. Nothing. No level with me to be found anywhere.
And the agenda is not targeted towards our children. You can just go to Target and figure out that the agenda is not targeted towards children.
Dude, that shit's in my school. I work in a school. That shit's in the school. Like there's a little like display case in one of the hallways, and they got all this LGBT shit.
Yeah, and the problem is they're bringing it in under the guise of acceptance and being accepting of your fellow man and fellow woman and fellow whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah, but then they're the same ones that fight for women's rights.
Yep. So weird, dude.
The funny part is they're ruining women's sports, like totally destroying it. That's not even going to be a thing anymore.
Yeah, like
no, I think it's hilarious and it should happen because that type of mentality eventually eats itself. Hopefully,
it's really sad. It's like that, dude. It's like asking everybody to live without their pinky finger now. Just try to figure it out. Like, there's no women's sports anymore. What? Are you fucking kidding me? And if that happens,
wait.
I mean, who do we contact about that? Because we can't let that happen, right?
Were they ever really a thing though?
Well, that's true too. Shit.
Women do compete against other women. They actually did. Whether people watched it or paid attention, that's a whole different.
There you go. Like people are like, the WNBA players get paid way less than the NBA players. Yeah, because no one watches it, bro.
Unfortunately, it's about ratings.
Like, I have a friend who's she's gay and she played women's professional sports. Right? She played for a women's professional league, and she even understands. Like, she's even though being LGBT, she's super based when it comes to this conversation because she's like, why is the U.S. women's national soccer team asking for all this shit? She's like, they signed the contract that gave them exactly what they have. They were the ones that negotiated for it. Now they're complaining about lack of pay. She's like, nobody showed up for our games. How would I expect revenue to come in to the league if nobody showed up for our games? I wouldn't expect more money than anybody else that was playing with a packed stadium. She's like, it's ridiculous. What's being pushed.
Yeah, exactly. Like they don't want equality; they want advantage. And they do the same thing for LGBTQ and trans, right? Oh, if you want equality, then okay, you represent this portion of the population, so I should only see this much of it. But I see it everywhere, nonstop, crammed down my throat. That's not equality. That's advantageous. Same thing with the women's sports. It's the men should bring in billions of dollars, but should have to split their money with us because there's 7 people that watched us all year.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the men
exactly.
are
But
great.
here's the thing: it's not equality anymore. They have transitioned the term equality into equity. It's a very sly tactic, and the two terms are not the same.
They also did a breakdown on the men and women's sports, and they found that the men get 7% of the proceeds, while the women get around 40%. So if you look at it, the women are actually getting paid more than the men, percentage-wise.
Yeah, dude, we need to make that
Yeah,
fair, dude.
Yeah, put it down to 7
most of the
for the
time,
women. Yeah.
most of the times it's the men's programs that subsidize the women's leagues to even exist.
Yep.
Just the way that it works.
And now you have like weak men wanting to go get a slice of that non-existent pie.
Yeah, because there's people who are butthurt that they can't compete at the highest level of men's sports. So they're starting to realize that they can be a winner if they transition, then they can be at the top of their sport.
Yeah, if you're like just not good enough to get in the NBA, like you just missed the cut, you're gonna shine over in the WNBA, and you're gonna, you they probably make decent money still. I guess I don't know how much they make, but
Dude, you're gonna dominate. Like if you just missed the cut for the NBA, you can go play in European leagues, and if you just missed the cut for European leagues, then you can transition and play for the WNBA and be an MVP.
Did you see the thing they did with the tennis when Serena Williams challenged the man? Did you guys see that?
She got her shit rocked.
Yeah, they got the men's 200th ranked in the world. 200 ranked men in the world. And this is not a diss at women, right? It's just the way the facts are. So he destroyed her. 6'1", 6'2", like complete destroyed the number 1 female, the 200th male. I mean,
Dude,
it's obvious.
a seventh grade boys soccer team destroyed the USA Olympic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was also in Australia, the Australian women's team lost to Newcastle Jets under-15 boy team. They lost 7-0, and they were like one of the best female, football, as I'll call it, teams in the world. But
it's funny. It's funny when they made the video. It's funny when they made the video because they got a soccer chick saying, "Oh, you think it's so easy? Come play with us then. Come play with us on the field." And then they showed the news clip of the boys thing crushing them.
That girl who says that was, I think she's Brazilian. She was one of the best female players in the world. But
Marta,
yeah. So it's like, but doesn't that show a level of arrogance? It's like, well, there are literally thousands of men who are better than football at her. Better at football than her, and she's like, "Oh yeah, come take me on." It's like, well, most guys I know down my local five-a-side could probably beat you and your team. It's like, just be real about it,
Literally, I play on a team with two girls who played in the women's professional league in the United States. One had call-ups and looks from the U.S. national team. Right? They would go practice with them. They were in commercials for the U.S. national team, playing the players on the opposing team. Like, these girls are well connected. They play on my team. Like, they can barely compete at a level where we're in an over 30 league with some guys that have never even played at the college level, right? So people that have never even played at the college level up to people who have kind of played like semi-pro or whatever. And they can kind of compete at that level in the over 30 league. There's no way that they like 100% understand that they could not step on a pitch of guys that all played for like even an MLS team that is their age equivalent and compete. They know that they can't.
Are they actually able to hold their own?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we can have both of them and it's not a co-ed league, it's an all men's league, is because they are really good players. But you're also playing against, I mean, it's literally recreational men's over 30 5-on-5 soccer. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So there's
Well, they're an elite sample of like female football players, then, aren't they, or soccer players? Like they're going to be probably in the top 1% of females worldwide, competing against like guys who wouldn't even be in the top 30%. So that's why it's kind of doable.
Yeah. Like I compete against girls that have played in even European teams and stuff like that, and it's like
Witsit, you're hot, Mikey.
Hold on.
Yeah, Witsit, you're
wow,
hammering us
sorry.
hot,
That was
Mikey.
probably terrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
But you know what I'm saying? Like those girls that play at that like professional, the highest levels of women's soccer, like blend into an average, recreational, and even in the top teams within my league, right? I play with a bunch of people I'm friends with because none of us yell at each other. We all get along. Nobody's too whatever. We're all very, very chill about how we play. So we've all kind of like moved to teams together, right, over the years. And there's teams that are out there that are like highly competitive, play a bunch of tournaments, that play in our league, right, that typically win the league. We usually hang with them within a couple goals each game, right? But the girls on our team can't compete even at the level of those guys. And those guys are just struggling to get like second tier indoor contracts. You know what I'm saying? It's, I don't know. The girls understand. Most girls
I don't know if you guys want to go into this subject, but it's to do with the equal pay thing. I guess you know who Megan Rapinoe is. I did a little bit of research into this, and it's actually quite interesting because the international women's and men's USA football teams, there was like this pay discrepancy, right? But it turned out there's a couple of interesting things about it. The first thing is that the men's team basically just asked for cash for whatever results they got, because things like medical, dental, whatever, all came with their club contracts. Whereas with the female side, they all said, well, we want the medical, we want the dental, we want this, that, and the other, because we don't get that with our clubs. So what I find interesting is that you've got this scenario where the clubs are offering different contracts to the men and women, and that somehow becomes the fault of the US national team to make up for, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing that's interesting is that both the men and women's team would have made more money on each other's deals than they did on their own deals. So that's something interesting as well. So I don't know if you guys have been following this case or not.
Yeah. The women literally negotiated for what they have and then complain about what they have.
Right. And so the thing is, the men did as well. The men and the women both had legal representatives who negotiated the contracts they got. And because the women ended up winning the World Cup, if they'd have just agreed to the men's deal, they'd have made like 400 grand each or something from that World Cup. But because they insisted on dental, medical, all the rest, the US national team then said, well, we can't give you 400,000 if you win. We can offer you maybe 100, right? So obviously they've gone, well, we'd rather have all the guarantees, and then if we do well, we'll take a smaller payout if we really do well, you know? Obviously in hindsight you can say, well, you won the World Cup, you should have made more money, but And then that's what makes the headlines as well. So it's like, oh well, the women's team would be paid a quarter of what the men's team does if they win the World Cup or whatever. First of all, the men's US team is never going to win the World Cup. That won't happen in 100 lifetimes. Whereas the women's team obviously does have a much more competitive edge. But the second thing is that those women, they're prioritizing guaranteed money over potential fortunes, right?
Yep.
So how's that anyone else's fault?
It's their fault. They negotiated for that. That's exactly what they wanted, and they got what they wanted. The problem is, they got what they wanted. And
So wait,
here's the thing,
the
like you were
women
talking about
also are
the
inferior
statistics.
at financial negotiations.
100%. So this goes down to, this is like a how to lie with statistics kind of scenario where the media can just run with a headline title, right? Women's national team wins World Cup, makes less than men who barely qualify, right? That's the headline. And then you have the headlines like Warren Buffett's secretary pays more in tax than he does, right? Because that's what people are going to get interested in. Ooh, this uber rich guy like Warren Buffett doesn't pay taxes, but his secretary does. Yeah, because the secretary has taxable income. Warren Buffett doesn't earn a taxable income in the form of a salary the way that his secretary does. All of his shit is held in trusts and investments and all that, and he gets taxed if he does happen to take anything out on the profit. And the capital gains tax is less than what you would get taxed based on your actual like W-2 income, right? So the headline is just there to get people agitated in a certain direction to push an agenda. People don't care about the actual facts of the matter or to even understand the logic behind why somebody like Warren Buffett's secretary would technically pay more in income tax than Warren Buffett would. Same with the soccer thing. Yep.
He still pays the business tax though, right?
It depends, right? Like business, if you run a business and you can run a business at a loss for a certain amount of time, you can run a business with a very low profit if you know how to reinvest your funds and you use the revenue that's coming in and offset that with expenses. So when you say business tax, what do you mean? Businesses are taxed on profit.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant, the profit. So there's ways around that, but he still has to pay that unless he maneuvers it, right?
No, because business is a separate legal entity to him, right? So
Correct.
he isn't paying anything.
By the way,
No,
everyone
but
should
the
look
business,
into that. By
the
the way,
business
everyone in this
pays.
room should look.
Guys, the business still has to pay capital gains, right? Unless he maneuvers it and shows that it losses and all those tricks. But barring that, he still.
See, Warren Buffett is an investor, right? So if he personally was going to pay tax, most of his revenue is coming from capital gains if he decides to actually actualize the gains. If he has an actual gain, then he'll have to pay tax on it. You can continue to invest. Let's say if you're in the United States and you have a 401k and you're constantly investing money into it, if your 401k goes up for the year, it doesn't mean that you have a tax liability on that increase. You only have a tax liability when you decide to draw on the profits that you've made within your investment.
If you want to make it coin, you have to pay some taxes. But to keep it as that property that isn't coin just yet, right? You're not going to be paying taxes.
Well, just
Are
like
you
crypto,
sure that's how it works?
if you make some profit in crypto, you don't have to pay anything until you pull it out. But what the really wealthy people do is they just continually invest the money and then they borrow against it. So they just go borrow against the investment, right? And that way they're not paying taxes. It's a loan. They go to a bank and they say, look, I flipped this apartment complex and then invested it back into these apartment complexes. They show all the valuation, and then they borrow against it so that they actually have accessible income, but they're not actually paying taxes on it.
Yep, spot on. And then what they can do in addition to that is often let's say they're borrowing at a certain percentage, they might borrow against the value of something for like 4% or whatever. If you have an asset like a property, you can actually rent that out at a higher interest rate than you're borrowing against. And that's then like a second income. So you've effectively made that money twice.
Right. And that's not really, I'm not mad at people for knowing how to do stuff like that. That's a good thing. Like, honestly, everyone in this room should just kind of like, I don't want to say too much, and maybe you can personally message me, but like there are definitely things that everyone in this room like can access. There are definitely ways that you can avoid the government just like raping your money. But yeah, just they're not well known things. I mean, this is just one of the things when we're wealthy people and then borrow against. Maybe not everyone's in a position to do that, but there are other ways, like bulletproof ways to avoid them taking your money. So yeah, it's I don't think as like I've never been like mad at the people that do that. I'm like, oh, it's just obviously a game, and they make sure the slaves don't know how to play the game.
So you're saying if you reinvest your capital gains, you won't be taxed on it. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, well, that's one of the ways that really wealthy people do it. Yeah, I know that not everyone's in a position to do that. You have to be able to go to the bank and borrow against it, and then you're going to pay that interest. But as long as, like, say your profit you're bringing in on even just the properties you're borrowing against is far exceeding, say, the 4% you're agreeing to on the loan, well, then you're fine. It's like a win-win. You're not paying any tax. You pay more than the interest you're paying on the loan anyway. But there are other ways as well. Utilizing a business with an EIN. Yeah, I'll just say that. Yeah. Yeah, utilizing a business is a very good way to keep your money in your pocket. I don't want to say all of it, so I don't want to say exactly some of the stuff, but because you have to be careful with people suck.
Yeah, and there's people in this room who would defend having to pay an income tax. Evil people.
They'll even report you if they think you're not. So yeah, point well taken.
That's what I'm saying. But they can, yeah. But if they report me, like I'm good, but like I'm not gonna say all the specifics, right? Like, yeah. I mean, I'll say it right now. Like, I don't want the government to take my money. So, I pay the government. I have like no moral contention with what I do. I pay tax on everything I buy. I pay tax every time I go buy something, and I don't really see how if I earn money, the government gets to take it. That's not in any way what the original agreement of this country was. You know, it's supposed to be basically like a voluntary thing. Like I chose to go buy from this place that charges tax. That's fine. And like, say if the government came around and they knocked on my door and they're like, "Hey, we really need a new fire department," I'd be like, "Okay, maybe I'll help this place in South Carolina out with the fire department." I could choose to help, but like just this like base rate, take your income is bullshit. In my opinion. It started at 1%. Look where it's at now.
I think it's 30% here, capital gains in Canada. What is it in the States?
Probably somewhere close to that, 30, 40%. But like,
it depends on how much you make. It's brackets.
No, okay, you guys are conflating. No, you're conflating income tax with capital gains. The question was how much is capital gains tax? Yeah. So capital gains tax in the UK is 40%. I don't know anywhere else.
40%. Jesus.
Well, you just
guys understand what that means? Let me just explain to the people what that means, right? Capital gains tax is this. The government is 40% partners with you, but not on the losses, just on the gains. So they invest nothing, they lose nothing, and they make 40% of your gains. It's
Well,
like the biggest step in history.
If you're big enough, they'll bail you out, though. Don't worry.
Yeah.
That's true income as well, though, bear in mind, because if you start a new business, right, let's say I start a business tomorrow and it turns into a 6-figure business or whatever, and I make £300,000 a year profit. Well, they're going to take 20, 30%, whatever they're going to take. But if I start a business and lose £300,000, I don't see them turning around and going, "Oh, you know what, crypto? We see that you started a business and you lost some money. Let's pay 20% of that loss for you."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but there is just ways that you can inform yourself, and then you don't have to worry about it. Like I'm not saying there'll be some people that'll just say, "Just don't pay anything. They won't do anything." That's not true. They absolutely will do something. In fact, they'll even pull money out of your bank account. But there are ways to just get out ahead of it. And they're just legal ways. And they're like, this little guy in South Carolina figured it out. They don't care, like they're like, whatever. The 99% of people didn't figure it out. So I'll just say that in America, I can only speak for America, but I would assume it's the same in Canada and in Europe. Yeah, there are definitely things that are on the books that are in place to help you out of it. They just know that no one's going to find it. And I didn't find it. Someone brought it to me, right? So I'm more than happy to share the knowledge, but just in private.
Just imagine every business you see, every building, every garage station, every store, everything you've ever walked into, spent money in, looked at, flown in, the government gets 40% of that at the end of the day. Just let that ring in your head a bit.
Well, yeah, it's the same with crypto. Like if you make a lot of money in crypto and you try to pull it out, the government thinks, okay, I get 40% of what you made. It's ridiculous. Crypto, you can actually prevent that though, simply because like you have plausible deniability with crypto. I lost my key. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, wait, who? I don't know whose that was.
I just got back. What was the how'd the conversation end with Negator and Shill?
There was never a conversation taking place.
I can sum it up for you. Yaha, nuh-uh.
You're stupid.
Yeah.
All
right, what are we talking about?
It's like a mad mob, That's how they act. They're like, let's get them, Like they just like group together like the anti-flat earther Avengers.
I posted a video today, one in here, one in Bev's, and one in Gems. And it was saying, one of their top scientists, I'll post it after I say this, that what we told you is a lie, right? And they just went ballistic over there. Instead of addressing the issue, they just started insult all of them. Like it's just crazy, man. Their own scientists telling them they were lied to, and they will not accept it.
Yeah, Michio Kaku saying that gravity doesn't pull you down to the earth. We lied to you.
That's one of them. But check this one out. I'm gonna post it now.
Well, of course they lied to them. We have grown men in the room thinking mass attracts mass, and that's not even what their paradigm claims. Like, it's because when you tell a child that you live on a ball, and they're like, wait, what about the people on the other side of the ball? Oh, well, there is no other side. I don't even tell them that. They're just like, yeah, well, gravity holds them to the ball. I'm like, what is that? What is gravity? It's what holds you to the ball.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just like, and then when they get a little older, they're like, mass attracts mass. The earth is mass. Your mass, you attracted to the earth. And then you have adults running around saying, you're so stupid. You don't know mass attracts mass. They genuinely mean it when they say you're stupid because they associate that piece of knowledge with the 7th grade version of themselves at a very simple remedial level. So they're like, what, you don't understand what I learned in 7th grade? That's why they call us stupid. That's why people truly believe that flat earthers are stupid.
Yeah. Well, this guy tells you they outright lie to you about the speed of light. It's a minute short. Have a listen to that. It's like they're telling it to you.
Oh, this is Lawrence Krauss, yeah. That dude sucks.
He's so full of himself. It's unbelievable. They all are, all these guys. And instead of addressing the issue, you're crazy, you're a moron, you're this. I had all of them in the chat. Was like ballistic. Just scroll back and you'll see like they're all insults. Not one of them addressed the issue.
Yikes. Yeah. Wow. Well, for any of those that aren't listening to it, it says, yeah, we lied to you. We told you that nothing to fashion the speed of light. We lied. Nothing can travel through space faster than the speed of light, but space can do whatever the hell it wants. And at the edge of the invisible
like
universe,
Saturday Night Live, bro. Yeah.
the light is traveling through space at the speed of light, but space is traveling faster than that, so the poor light can never reach us.
Like imagine
I don't know how the universe keeps it all together. This story is strange as fuck. I don't know how the universe keeps it all together.
Yeah. But imagine somebody that came up with that theory and then the rest of them said, yeah, okay, we'll go with that one. Yeah. We'll say space expands faster than light. Like, what, man? Seriously, man.
Mother Nature arbors a giant calculator, and she's just directing the flow of traffic.
Like, really what happened was, right, they were like, oh, for the universe to not be in the center, we have to claim it's expanding in all directions and everywhere looks like the center. And they're like, wait a minute. So we're going to say redshift is the cause of is the evidence for this, and that redshift's because everything's accelerating and expanding away. But wait, it's going way too fast, if that's true. It's going 4 times faster than the speed of light, but the light and the material objects can't go faster than that. So we'll just say that it's the space in between the objects that are going faster, but since that's not carrying information, it doesn't violate relativity. So, I mean, it's just like
exactly
crazy shifting the goalpost on steroids. Yeah.
Band-aid after Band-aid after Band-aid, patch after patch until there's no more tire. It's just one big patch. That's what we have now.
A lot of people are like, Austin, your shows are just like way too in the weeds. Like you're way too like, you're talking about time dilation and length contraction and accelerative expansion, Hubble tension, Hubble constant, cosmological constant, and redshift anomalies and all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but the reason that it's important is because the whole spell is that these are really complicated, profound ideas that only the smartest people in the world that devoted their entire life to it can understand. And that's actually not true. So whenever you can look through it and break it down for people and be like, look, you can spend all day listening to people claiming it's true. Or here, I'm going to give you like the synopsis. Like this is what it's actually saying. This is why they said it. This fancy word here actually just means this. And once you pull back the curtain in Wizard of Oz, you see it's just this like gamma addicted to porn that's really small and out of shape and just acting like he's tough. So I do think it's important that we touch on these subjects instead of just ignoring them or just saying space is fake, because that doesn't work on the average person. They hear stuff like space is actually accelerative expansion, 4 times faster than the speed of light, and that's called the Hubble constant. And there's a cosmological constant that's actually the energy source that causes to move faster than accelerative expansion. We know this because of the redshift, and then they're just like, oh man, like
Yeah, dude, they get
I'm out.
overwhelmed and impressed by it. It's like they're not being dazzled by actual brilliance. They're being baffled by bullshit.
Yeah, I think the stupidest statement ever uttered by a flat earther is space is fake. Like that's really moronic.
To try to
Outer
use it in
space
an argument, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Fake
outer
on
space
gay.
has been defined as fake, but I do think it's kind of funny to say space is fake and gay. Like I understand it on that level, right?
I was
Where
about to
someone's
say
just
that.
like, yeah, exactly. Like if you're
It's
talking to
super
someone and
fake
you're
and
just like,
gay, but it's also not an
yeah,
argument.
like someone's just trying to tell you, you stupid flurf, and starts talking outer space. You're like, dude, space is fake and gay. Like I don't, but I don't mind that. But properly said, it's outer space has been defined is fake.
Yeah, you go into the vacuum thing. You don't just say space is fake, right? You explain why you can't have this and that. Like, but just that statement, space is fake, that's moronic. What's
Well,
between
it will turn
you
people
and
off,
space?
right?
Yeah.
It'll turn people off right away. They'll be like, "Space is fake. Who the fuck is it?
Yeah, what
These
the hell
people
is
are
that?
crazy.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
not a good
They'll go
opener.
nuts
You know?
on it because they'll be quick to judge because it's a very hard thing to consider, especially out of nowhere, that you've been lied to about most everything. Right?
Yeah, for sure. It's like tossing them a softball underhanded. It's like say space is fake, so they can be like, "Wow, these flat earthers are actually crazy. I can't even comprehend where they're even coming from." Yeah.
So if we could just get rid of all the things that we say that hit those switches in people, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, or like even the way flat earthers respond to satellites is one of the big ones. It's like specifically like when people ask me about well, then how do satellites work? I'm like, well, for one, I know how they don't work. You know, I know that they're not free falling and changing direction at the same time in the same time in perpetual orbit, right? Like around free falling around the ball. And I know that it's a well kept secret that there are thousands of balloon satellites up in the air. And I know that whenever you look at the supposed satellite mathematics, it actually assumes the Earth is stationary, and it literally uses the forces mathematically, accounts for forces as if the universe is moving around us, causing it a force. So, of course, you can have these paths over top of a plane, and I'm not going to believe in stories just basically claimed that there are satellites free falling around a ball. I don't think that, and I know that's a lot, and I get that's why people don't want to say it, but I don't think that the answer is like satellites are stupid and fake and they're all balloons. I don't think that that's the right answer. I think you point out that it's not well known that there are a ton of balloon satellites up, and why would that not just be very popular public knowledge? Right, that is suspect that people only talk about satellites but never talk about the fact that there are satellite balloons everywhere. But I would never just say they're all just balloons. We don't know that, and that's one of those perfect examples of where they can be like, okay, flat earthers are just crazy. They just deny reality. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my
Well,
opinion.
hold
But I think
on
that's
there.
totally
Well, then what would an explanation for a satellite, quote unquote, be?
Yeah, well, there are all kinds of ways that it could work over a plane. So, for one, like what they're claiming is it free falls around the ball. But like I said, even if they're actually taking a rocket up in the air and then letting go of a quote unquote satellite, and then it starts moving around the Earth. Well, it's moving in over top of the Earth. Even if we just grant them that that's possible, which is not necessarily the case, and I don't disagree with that. That's not necessarily the case, but you could literally just be utilizing like the motion, the angular momentum of the universe or the cosmos, right? Right.
Did he break up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, it doesn't have to be that complicated, bro. You don't got to be that complicated, right? This is what I say when it comes to that. I say whatever it is, I've seen it, I filmed it, right? Whatever that is, let's say the ISS, right? I think it's a military craft. Now, you don't have to go into big, crazy explanations how this is possible, right? This is how I would do it. You get a capsule, you pressurize it, you put not the balloons that pop, right? They have a lot of, and I'll show some of it after. It's used to lift the military straps by helicopters and stuff. I'll show you, and they've tested it and everything. So you get a pressurized capsule, right? You get a balloon, you rocket it up there, and we know at 130, 140,000 feet, there's only 1% atmos, right? And you shoot it up there, and the balloon keeps it going. Or it could be some sort of other propulsion. It could be ion propulsion. They could have a million other things that they figured out, right? This is not rocket science. We see something's there. We know it's got to be there. Conclusion, military. It's not hard. My opinion.
Logically, you're making sense, but logically, yes, for sure. I mean, listen, Jaron figured out a while ago something's up there, right? I just realized, because I talked to a guy who made this shit, that he really feels there's stuff at 22,000 miles away spinning around and around. Whether it's going up and over a ball, I don't know. But he feels there's a circuit or being completed, and that he had to make adjustments on that circuit. It was hard to deny him his life work while he was explaining to me how they were able to adjust that circuit. So something's going around and round, I realized he could be, fooled. He could be a spokesperson for space and science and being fooled. But if everyone's being fooled, it's a big chore. I mean, they're putting up a lot of crap, daily, almost now weekly, and there is some verifiable stuff up there. What I'm noticing now is that if there's this 22,000 mile place where most everything's in lockstep, it's so much closer than the moon. All this shit we don't see, everything up there. No, we don't see a thing transit the moon. Just the big one. And the other ones are so, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's a difference between 350 miles away and 22,000 miles away, but it's all being backdropped on a full moon. There's
So you said you have this guy who deals with satellites, right? I think I listened to part of when he was in here. So
cool.
When you say this 22,000 miles, what was his confirmation of the distance? What led him to believe that he had confirmation of the distance?
More importantly, I'd like to phrase it to him fairly. I said, can you find a way I can be right? Can he find a way that he could have only been looking at data sets that were being laid into the same ball pattern they do with weather?
So what was his articulation of this confirmation?
I have to be, I didn't ask him to join my journey because, he's had his own, and it's going to be very difficult to, aside from just spending time with him, to get him into the mode where he's going to figure out something that he never saw. If he's been fooled, he's been fooled. I almost have to prove it to him. I wish he could show me that he hadn't.
So he didn't show you anything regarding the alleged claim of distance? He just said it is this distance?
He discussed with me his responsibility for calculations to keep it along the same target. See, everything was different there. It wasn't just communications, it was spy satellites. So it was really about coming over the right spot at the same time. So he could have been so focused on that the thing was just going around and around in a balloon, because he was so focused on getting over the target and the mission was of such. He could easily have been fooled, but I have no evidence of that yet. I don't. I have to prove other things are going around in the word orbit. Like right now, you'll see the news changing, the headlines changing. Satellite, balloon, and orbit are in the same sentence all the time now. That's weird. Orbit doesn't belong in the word, with the word balloon there like that. It doesn't. So, are things going?
Sure. Why wouldn't you think that you could use the term orbit?
Because I tend to think of orbit as the free fall and having the larger speed of free fall.
Well, orbit just has to deal with what your relationship to a specific point, right? So things can orbit in the sky around a central point, like say central North Pole. So in relation to the center, it could orbit easily.
So cars in Phoenix are orbiting around Phoenix?
Yeah, that's what he's saying, and it's bullshit. I am looking at the definition of orbit. It does just say around and around. So I don't see a globe inference at all.
But you said 22,000 miles, just to clarify?
Well, generally we talk about things that are in what we would call stationary in the sky. It has to get to a certain point, and it has to keep up. So our 1,000 miles an hour here is 17,000 miles speed at 22,000 miles.
Oh no, I thought you meant it was the satellites were 22,000 miles away.
Well, that is what a
Are you saying 22,000 miles per hour, as in the speed that the satellites are moving in orbit?
To stay with Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, it's generally at 22,000 miles, 17,000 miles of speed. That's a generality, but that's why there's a huge cluster of shit at about 22,000 miles out, because it's trying to keep up with the spot that it's servicing.
I'm not following.
Why not?
Is it 20? So the satellites are traveling at 22,000 miles, 22,000 miles away.
Just imagine the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, and you're at one point on it, and you want to look up at something all fucking day long, right? So what speed does it need to be to keep up? And what distance?
Like 20 something thousand. Like escape velocity is like 18 to 22,000 miles an hour, according to them. But you're saying that not only are they traveling around 20,000 miles per hour, but that the satellites are also 20,000 miles away from the Earth.
The speed is 17, the distance is 22.
All right. Okay, that's all. I was just trying to clarify. That's all, bro. Thanks.
But I mean, that's just what I've been taught. How the fuck would I know, right? That's just what I've been taught. And there's different things from what we're starting to understand. Is if it got further away, it would slow down and eventually come to a stop. And if it got closer in a decaying orbit, it would crash to Earth. So that's kind of a weird thing too, that things would come to a complete stop if they drift away. Where to me, I'd think that they'd just go faster and faster and do one of these slingshot maneuvers. So there is a lot to learn. If we have good questions, I can definitely bring Will on. He'd love to talk, but he don't want to get hassled. You know, we have to bring him good stuff. You know, we can't really just hassle him and go, dude, you suck. It's not going to help, you know? So if we can figure out, listen, I mean, I got to be honest, man. We got a lot to work out to begin with. Flat earthing and being a flat earther is not about flat earth, man. We got to move on and try and use our ability to stand on that platform and trigger people, and now trigger people. Flat earthing and being a flat earther is a quick and easy way to get people's attention. But we got to do something better with flat earth than just argue about it. Let's say it came out tomorrow. We still got people that are fucked in the head. We still got to deal with people, man. I mean, we got to come together here as flat earthers and understand it ain't about flat earth. It's just not. There's so many other lies. There's so much other bullshit that we need to tend to. And just figuring out a way that we can make an honest, you know.
Bro, flat earth is entry level, man. It's not hard to understand. So I don't, the reason we're stuck on it is by design. It's not because these people have a hard time understanding we don't live on a spinning ball in outer space. They understand that. They're just fighting it because that's their job.
But we're doing a piss poor job of weeding out our bad clues. We don't go. For instance, I've been talking about Dubé's number 15 and Flat Earth 101's number 2 with the plane traveling at 500 miles an hour. And you know what? It's still on Flat Earth 101. It's 2.5 years later. I've been blacklisted for it, and we're still preaching it. So we got a problem cleaning up the shit from the past that we're allowing young people to come around and still say. It's fucked up. That's way fucked up. We're saying bad shit and repeating it for 6 years. That's what's preventing us from getting together.
I agree. No, that's true, bro. It's not just flat Earth. It's like light. To understand what light is, how light works, and the constellations, the Mazarot, the firmament. Like, it's a bunch of shit.
Our history, right? What is mankind? Who are we? That's what flat Earth is about. It ain't about fucking mountains and shit. You know? It really isn't. It's like, who are we?
hollow Earth.
Hey, if there's
how
a
far
dome,
does the Earth go down? Right?
if
How
there's
far
a
does the Earth go
dome,
down? What's in the Earth?
we are in hollow Earth. If there's a dome, people don't realize that is hollow Earth. If there's a dome, we're on the inside, and there's an outside. That's hollow Earth, everyone. I mean, there's a dome. We're on the inner ball of the outer cover. Just as easily it could be considered hollow, in that the sky being the hollow portion. Either way, there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of good people that care a lot. But boy, do we fight a lot. And it's so painful for me, man. So painful that we have nothing. I went through this thing over the other day where they tried to paint me into being part of a cult. And they, saw these scores, some sort of test. And at the end, I asked so much. Oh, I go, where can I join them? Well, where can I go join this group of flat earthers? Because it's not there. There is no place. There is no doctrine. There is no place where I could go, look, here we are. Yeah, I'm being accused of being part of a cult with leaders. I can't get away from fucking, being told I'm licking Austin's ass. And it's sad because I'm afraid to join his movement for fear of being an ass licker. So now we're all afraid to even participate in something. And we need to practice participation. We need to figure out how to be seen. We need to take advantage of the fact that people hate flat earthers. They fucking flip out. That's perfect. We got their attention. Most people don't have that choice. If I was going to go, oh, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, or I'm fighting for the Green Party, or I'm a faggot, or whatever the hell I'm fighting for, I'm never going to get more attention than I do as a flat earther. So we need to take advantage of what flat earth means to people. It means, wait, what are you saying? And now
why would you care what people think if you join something like that? Why do you care what people think?
Why do I care what people think?
They can have opinions all day. They don't know the actual facts of what you're doing. So, like, what does it matter? Like, if they want to say that you're doing whatever with Austin, like, whatever, dude. Don't let that get you down, bro.
Okay.
We won't discriminate against you if you have, like a crush on Witsit. No worries, bro.
I have respect. But at the same time, I can show you screenshots where I'm blocked on his channel still.
I'm just messing with you.
So it's a weird dance here, and it's different now that Bob's passed away. People are allowed to talk.
Dude, why do you have to always come to this stuff, man? Like every time I hear you in the VC, it's always this type of conversation.
Oh, because you just rather would bicker about science? Okay, what would you like to talk to me about? Because I could go somewhere else.
You apparently would rather bicker about what people who call themselves flat earthers should or should not do, and what we as a movement should or should not do. Right?
I've had to deal
Is that
with
a better argument?
Physical flat earthing, with gaining real people with you to do real things. That's different than online. It's different than online behavior.
Too. I have.
Tell me about it. What have you done?
With real people?
Yes.
Are you talking about actual interactions with people?
Organizing flat earthers or otherwise to do something.
Flat Earth meetup. I've had them.
So you were able to drink beer together. You were able to drink beer together with 4 people. Is that what you're saying?
I've had them in my home. Right. I've put together tests that I have done myself personally and streamed them to individuals. Right. So I've gotten together with people. I've done observations that I've streamed to individuals.
Let's take advantage of that.
What about it? Take advantage of it for what? What is your ultimate goal, Dan?
Is that flat earthers do not need to be ridiculed and do not need to stay in geographical conversation.
Okay. Well, flat earthers not being ridiculed is a victim mentality. If that's your approach, is that your ultimate goal is to not be ridiculed, maybe this ain't the saloon for you.
Now, let me explain it again. I was told I'm in a cult, and I can't find that cult. I can't
That's an
find
opinion.
I
I was
can't
told-
find that leader. I can't find that location where we meet. I can't find the doctrine to follow. I
Are you
can't
an-
find
I mean,
flat Earth.
Are you a child
Now,
in school? I was
I
told that
can't
I was ugly
find
and that I
flat
was
Earth.
poor and all this stuff by a bully
Okay.
when I was
So-
a child. Do I believe those things? No. Are they true? No.
Okay.
Did I confront my
can't-
bully? Yes. So just because people say you are something, you think that everybody within what you would consider a flat earth community needs to then counteract what somebody may have said to you? Was this online? Was this in person?
Listen. It took Dr. Parks 2 years to get to us to be able to have a normal conversation with flat earthers because he couldn't find them. You can't find flat earthers, okay? You only find loudmouths and idiots. You can't find real flat earth people to talk to. That's why Mark Sargent gets gigs. That's why Witset's becoming a hero, because you can't find anyone that isn't a spastic to talk to about flat earth.
I think that's incorrect.
Well, there's a lot of agents in place, a lot of plants.
Yep.
Dan,
both
you
sides.
sound like you're having
both
a
sides.
crisis. Dan,
My
this guy that you're
whole
talking
life
about,
hasn't
Doctor.
changed. My whole life hasn't changed.
Hold-
It's not a current crisis. It's your current
Well,
awareness
hold on,
of me.
Dan.
It's your awareness
Dan,
of
this
me.
guy,
It's
but this
not a
doctor that you're
crisis.
talking about, the guy that's an expert in satellites, is he like shaking your faith in flat Earth? Because it almost sounds like your faith is being shaken.
Flat earthers have banned me for correcting them. Do you understand that? We can't fix a fucking list of 15 things yet?
So?
And that we're all running around. Nobody looked at Eric Dubé's shit in 6 years? Nobody's looked at it?
Everybody
No one?
has. People call it out. I call it out.
Okay,
Fuck.
so
What do you see right now? I've called out. I've called out SE.
Let's find a way to
Incorrect
organize
arguments.
Okay, so
what is
I
the
have-
proper argument? And who do you think you need to go challenge within this community? Eric Dubé?
Eric told me it's wrong.
Don't believe any of the
Eric
shit
told me it's wrong. Eric told me it's wrong. Why are we reprinting it everywhere?
Who's we? Who's printing it?
Flat Earth 101, for instance.
Who the fuck is Flat Earth 101?
It's the threefold flyer that you see across the country.
Who is distributing it?
I can't figure it out. They won't respond to me.
Then you're literally Don Quixote fighting fucking windmills, dude. I don't know what you expect people to do within the community if you can't give them an actual, this person is doing this for this specific reason, blah, blah, blah. But I do understand why people within the community may have you banned if your tact is to always constantly go
We
down
all
this road.
hoped that we could rally around FE Core, right?
Who's we?
Flat
Do you
Earthers?
do you speak for everybody in this community?
Flat Earthers had hoped that they could rally around. I'm phrasing it. I'm rephrasing it. You know what I'm trying to say. You just don't want it. We thought that there was something solid, people working on our behalf, that there was something going on, maybe what we know of as a 501c3, maybe something that somebody might donate money to a cause. So we thought we had a cause, right? We did.
Who's we?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Suckers like us.
What are you talking about, bro?
So now you're calling yourself a sucker.
I'm trying to tell you a story that was one sentence long that you won't allow.
I've heard this story every single time you come into BC.
Okay. So
it's
the lack of honesty,
victimhood.
the lack of
You're
honesty,
the victim.
the lack of honesty is a big fucking problem. They were dead. They were dead since 2019, and she announced it last month. So for 3 years, they lied that everything was under control.
Who's she?
Who?
What are you talking about, bro?
Karen fucking B.
Who's that? Who cares? Who fucking
cares
Karen B
about
did?
Karen B?
What?
Karen B is the only one carrying a public image of fucking flat Earth out there.
Well,
right
that's
now.
just
You
too
are
bad then.
delusional, my friend. You are delusional. If you think Karen B is the only person who is carrying some sort of public persona regarding FE,
She
there are
saved
so
Mark's
ma-
show. She
how many
saved
people, how
the
many
internet,
people
the
follow Karen
conferences.
B
What are
on
you talking about?
how many followers does
She
Karen B
has
have on TikTok?
salvaged anything we had.
What do you live in this delusionary world that somehow you and a small group of people who you think are the community are somehow controlling the environment of
honest,
everything that is FE. Like,
be
this is a
honest.
group of people that are all individuals, all have different opinions on many different things. There is
Mhm.
no one specific person you can point out. Everybody's trying to figure a multitude of different things out on many different levels, right? So there is no one specific source that you go to for
So
flat Earth information. There is no one specific leader. It sounds like you want that to be the case so that
No,
you
I
can
was
attack
accused
that.
of it. I was accused of following. I'm accused of following Mark. I'm accused of following
By
Austin.
who? By who?
Everyone I talk to.
Who's so literally so the cashier at the gas station is accusing you of this?
You're entering a portion of this conversation that's just bullshit now. Are you
Well, you said
normally full of
everyone.
shit?
So
Are you
can you-
normally full of shit or just
You're
fucking with me?
avoiding specifics.
No. All right. So you have two choices. You're either normally full of shit or you're fucking with me.
What have I said that is full of shit?
I may be done. If anyone else wants to talk, that would be great. Take a bump.
Yeah, Dan, I'm trying to be nice to you, bro. I know people in here being a little abrasive with you, but to me, it sounds like you're having like a life crisis, and you're trying to.
No, flat Earth
on
has a
flat
reality.
earthers to, like,
Flat Earth has a fucking reality problem that we need to address if we're going to go forward as flat Earthers. Otherwise, we're just fuckwiths.
Dan.
Do you want to be a fuckwith?
Hold
But
on.
the thing is, right, is that the
What are you gonna
people
do?
you're talking about, like, so you made this point, look, so you made this statement that Karen B has got like some, I don't know, like she's known by the mainstream or something. If I walk down the high street, like whatever high street I'm in England, and ask 100 people who Karen B is, I will have 0 people confirm that they know who she is. Like in terms of public consciousness, she's nobody.
Do you know that there's nobody in the States that knows a single cricket player? Not one. Not one.
She's barely anybody within the community.
So should we deny cricket? Should we deny
Fine, I'll go
cricket?
to LA or New York or any other major city. I'll walk down the main road in that city.
Can
ask
anyone
100
name a
people who
cricket
Karen
player?
B is,
Can anyone
and
name a
there's
cricket
going to be
player?
like 2 or 3 people at most. It'll be none. In fact, I'm prepared to bet money on you. If I go to New York City right now, go to the main, I don't know, Times Square, wherever, ask 100 people who Karen B is, everyone's going to say no.
Can anyone name the
I
best
don't
cricket player
know
in the
who
world?
Karen B is.
Can
I don't know who that
anybody
is.
name the best cricket player in the world? Anyone?
What?
I'm just trying to tell you. So you have a small market, and you expect the world to know the leader or a known person in a small market.
Argument, Dan.
All right, so shut the fuck up. Don't deny Karen B is what she is. You're going to deny Karen B's existence? What is your problem?
I don't know who that is, but Dan,
straw man.
I don't know. People are being mean to you, bro, and I'm not trying to be mean, bro. For real, just let's hear me out, because I think what you're doing, where you're going wrong, is that you want flat Earth to be your group, your like religion, bro. Flat Earth isn't a religion, bro. You're looking at it like some sort of like you're dependent on it, like I depend on Christ.
No,
you're going wrong with it, bro.
I'm expected to represent flat Earth. Like people go, you're a flat earther. Say something, right? You're a
flat Earth is not. It's okay,
So-
but it's not my identity, bro. You're making
So
it your identity, and you're putting all your life in flat Earth, bro.
A long time ago. I did that a long time ago because
We
I
know that. What are you trying to say?
Because
Brass tack.
I found Discord last, right? I did
Dan.
a lot of other things first.
Okay,
right?
Dan. What do you want us to do?
I want us to talk about what we should do with technique and tactic that is easy because we're flat earthers and we get attention easily.
Okay.
There is
So
no.
hold on, please. So outline everything that you want to talk about and start bringing it up to people privately. If you bring it up here, people will attack you. It's just how it is. New ideas get attacked, flat or globe. It doesn't matter. Okay. You have to gently, with kid gloves, bring in new ideas.
Well, you're not actually articulating an idea. You're just complaining about stuff in the past. Like I've told you this many times, but like what I do is I go out and I try to represent flat Earth in a way I don't see it really done much. I try to talk about a whole bunch of subjects. Try to have conversations with professionals. I'm getting on bigger shows. That's all any individual can do is try to like refresh the view of flat Earth. Eric Dubé woke millions of people up to flat Earth. If you look through the literally hundreds of hours of content that he made, and you found something that he misspoke on, that doesn't somehow mean he didn't do that. And if you think that you can do it better, just go make hundreds of hours of content yourself. There's no way that there's just like crying about FE Core or Eric Dubé slipped up years ago is somehow going to fix anything in the future. I don't understand that. I don't care about Nathan Thompson's flyers. Nathan Thompson screams at school children. Like, Nathan Thompson's a bad look for flyers, period. Who cares about his flyers? You can't in any way absorb a truth about the earth and expect there not to be a huge spectrum of people, some of which are dumbasses.
Dude, without you, we are fucked. We are fucked without you. No one makes sense. Everyone's babbling but you. And it's everyone is babbling but you.
No, that's just you. It's just literally you that's babbling right now.
I'm telling you, we're like one oar in the water. We're like one oar in the water in circles. At least Austin puts an engine behind things, and we can now stop going in circles because that's all we do.
What about Caleb?
Dude, you're just moaning. You're relentlessly moaning, and it's really boring.
I'm talking about momentum.
What about Caleb?
How to take it forward. How to be flat earthers in public and fucking not be fools.
Dan, you need a shepherd, bro.
Some people just like
You're
moaning.
lost, dude. You need a shepherd, bro. You're lost.
You can believe that. And a lot of people think that
you're depending on human beings.
My problem is that I don't take a leadership role, is what other people say. But I wish there were a group. I wish I was part of something where we could talk about stuff and not yell at and decide what we should work with.
There's plenty of groups like
when I
that.
came in here, I just heard you yelling over everyone else. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, you interrupted everyone that was trying to talk to you. Like I don't, I don't have a problem with you, or anything like that. And you're cool, we're boys and stuff. But I really don't like bitching. Like, I don't like when truthers are like, the world's going to end, the Federal Reserve, the food supply. I don't like that. I don't like when people complain about FE Core. I don't like when people, because none of that is a solution. For me, anyone that points out problems,
it is a solution. It is a solution. She tells everyone it's dead. Now listen, I'm going to say this once. We go back to Robbie, what happened, how it happened. We need to talk honestly about what's happened and what's going to happen. And there's no group to do so. There's no forum for that. The show should be you and Sharon can do it. You can just cover what's going on and be cool because you guys aren't biased about this, that, or the other. You don't represent organizations. I love the Globebuster show. It invites different people on. It's a great idea to be, let's talk about who and what we are. But what you're saying,
Jared publicly disavowed FE Core years ago.
No, it didn't do it publicly at all. He did it privately.
Did, absolutely. Jared publicly disavowed FE Core years ago.
No, he didn't. Show me.
Okay,
Because that's not what he told. That's not what he told me. He told me that we should have read into it. That we should have read into it, and that he absolutely couldn't. Listen to me. He couldn't talk about it. He was sitting next to Bob, who was a huge proponent of FE Core. So you think he talked about it? You're wrong. And if you think him,
Jared specifically said he's not going to publicly condone or claim to be part of FE Core. He distanced himself from it, and it doesn't matter. No one in this room had anything to do with FE Core. 99.9% of the world doesn't even know who that is. This is some FE early origin drama that no one knows about or cares about. We got people like Caleb that's literally being viewed by millions of people talking about flat Earth. We have tons of famous people. Okay, so we don't really care. We don't care about FE Core because it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Well, like,
Okay,
oh, let's talk
here's
about
what
how
I
many
care
times
about.
the globe
Here's
messed up.
what I
Let's see how
care
many
about.
times there was corruption in the globe paradigm. Like, who cares?
Here's what I care about. You phrased it a little bit about things you don't want to hear. So whether we take 24/7, Karen, Bob, there's maybe 500 people that have been pushed away over the years for no good reason anymore. Good people that cared. But just because you didn't like the moment that they spoke or what they spoke about, they're fucking gone. And I'm tired of that. And that includes
Okay, can we stop
Patricia Steer.
crying,
That
man? Can we
includes
stop this
Patricia
freaking
Steer.
whining, man?
That includes Paul on the Plane. See, we've pushed a lot of good people away.
Who is we? I didn't push anyone away, man. I didn't push anyone away. So I don't know who we
Okay,
is.
will you please unblock me? Because every time I take screenshots of me trying to super chat you, it hurts. Because I'm the one that told you, get the fuck over onto YouTube where you can make some money, and now you don't let me contribute. And then you're going to be pissed that I'm not part
You
of
didn't tell
NASA.
me to go to YouTube, dude. Bob Nodell made me get on YouTube long before I knew you existed. I don't know if Bob blocked you because of your drama. I'll have to go through the graveyard and find you. I didn't block anybody.
And now
I
you're
don't
going to
care.
deny that
Stop.
we had that conversation, that I said you need to spend more time there because that's where you can make money. Do I need to bring up the DM? Are you going to pretend that we didn't talk about that?
No, you said you talked me into going to YouTube. Okay, yeah,
Yes.
you said that I should spend more time on YouTube instead of
Yes,
Discord because I can
exactly.
make
So don't tell me I
money.
didn't say it.
I didn't do anything because of you, Dan. I did literally nothing because of you. Please stop trying to take credit for all the hard work I put into my shit. This
I'm
is what's
trying
pissing
to
me off.
contribute.
Go make your own channel. Do you
I'm
understand that I
trying to
literally worked my
contribute.
ass off
I
for
don't
Flat
need to
Earth
be
around the clock?
blocked by you. I don't need
Does
to be
anyone,
blocked
yeah,
by
does anyone
Bob
understand what's
Nodell
really standing
everywhere.
here? Like, does anyone understand what's actually going on here? Like, Dan, you're
Hell no.
bringing the room into a level of drama that is unnecessary. Can we move on to something that matters to anyone? Because this doesn't.
It sounds like he wants you to he wants you to unblock him so he could donate. Just unblock him so he could donate.
I literally just said that I didn't block him, and I'll find him and unblock him. So I don't
There you
even
go.
know how that happened. That has nothing to do with me.
Yeah,
Bob
but
didn't
we know
used to
how
be on
that
the podcast.
happened, and we know how that happened.
Okay,
Please
you
move
guys,
on.
Dan.
Don't bullshit
Hello,
me.
everybody. Okay, it seems like Wits is gonna go try to find him and unblock him, right? Perfect. We have a solution, like Crypto said. Bonjour, Crypto. Comment ça va? Let's talk about something else, guys.
Hey.
Yes, please.
Bullshit. The FE
Yeah,
on FE
please
is
move off
bullshit.
the drama.
We need to.
Okay, then leave.
He's
No
still
one wants
going,
to
so I'll
drama,
give him a second, then I'll unmute him till he gets that out.
Yeah, can we just go back to like positive vibrations? If anyone wants to talk about solutions, yeah, I'm about to try to get on Eddie Bravo's show. Oh yeah, I think I'm trying to get on
Eddie
Joe Rogan
Bravo.
and set up a conversation with the physicist about geocentrism on Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast in the world. Oh, but that for.
But bro, Karen B did something bad 3 years ago.
It's like there's so
Are
many
you?
solutions.
It
We have
wasn't 3 years ago, man. It's not 3 years ago. You guys, I
Dan,
can't argue every little
hold on.
point. There's been a
Drama is
campaign
so
against.
boring.
There's been a campaign against being forthright with flat Earth issues.
This is arbitrary
We need to
drama,
be
brother.
forthright.
This
We
is
need to be
arbitrary
forthright.
Dan, you got to stop
drama.
this, bro. You got to get over yourself. I've had scraps with Witsit. I've had scraps with Napalm just a
I'm not
couple of
having
days ago,
scraps.
bro.
I'm asking you to be forthright.
Don't look
I want to tell our
backwards.
story.
Don't
I want
look
to tell our
backwards.
story.
We're not
I wanna
going
speak
that direction.
Get over it.
Yeah, I mean, me and Essie have had probably 2 or 3 arguments in the last week, and we're still cool. I'm not going to be like, oh,
Don't
SD,
focus on the
oh
past,
man,
buddy.
that guy said something I disagree with, so fuck him forever. Like, come on, man, just get over it.
And then what's making people get triggered is like we don't answer on behalf of mistakes other people made.
Right.
Look, you gotta take criticism. Bottom line, you gotta accept criticism. If you don't accept criticism, right? Okay, you can fight and shout while you're accepting it, whatever, and beef it out. But you don't take these things personal. If you have an argument and somebody points something out, this case is completely different, right? You gotta be man about it. That's it, man.
But this is what's happening, SC. Imagine if I came in here and I'm like, SC Oakley said Why
Don't
are you
fucking
letting
do this,
Odysee
Austin.
say this?
Don't do this,
Sure.
Austin.
Sure.
That's not what happened. Don't do it, man.
What do
You
I have
know,
to do with that
because
before then?
first of all, you don't let me talk about Bob, but you're going to talk about Bob, and you're going to allude to it. But if I allude to it, you chastise me. Don't do this.
What are you talking about?
I asked Bob, I said, Bob, here's a great opportunity. You're running reruns right now. We really should go through Eric's stuff because Eric and because I went to the street, to the people, and the people spoke back and they said, wow, you guys are cool. Fix your math. That's Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns and I have been fighting for 2.5 years to correct one little fucking thing. And Bob yelled at me saying he didn't say it, so how dare I ask him to correct it? And since then, he says it, Weiss says it, and Jaron's the only guy smart enough to say, dude, I'm not going to even go near that shit because nobody realized it's not 8 inches per mile squared once you're moving.
Oh, are you drunk or something, man? Like we've had this conversation 10 times.
Right.
Okay? Everyone's already told you that that it required one additional
And
word.
you and Jaron promised you'd do a show on it and clear it up, and you didn't.
I never promised anything, dude. I'm like, here's the deal, man. Okay, this is why people are getting triggered. It's just like I come in here, I'm like, SE. Oakley says that Sexton's proved the flat Earth because of elevation angles. How dare you not stop Oakley from saying that? The reason people get triggered is because Eric Dubé made his own content. Okay, he woke a lot of people up. He said a couple things wrong. I'm not Eric Dubé's keeper. In fact, that man is hard to even get a hold of half the time, much less do a specific show with. So if I get on a show with Eric Dubé, I will happily bring up the freaking plane, bro. I don't know what are we supposed to transverse time? Am I supposed to use Einsteinian mechanics to go back
Eric,
in time?
I have it in writing. Eric's fine. Eric, I have it in writing. He made a mistake. It's not for us to repeat for 7 years again.
No one ever says that, though. Like, you keep saying everyone repeats it. I don't hear anyone saying it. I only hear talking about it.
It's really true. It's really discussed. Banjo is making videos about freefall using those numbers as a basis for error. Come on, man. This is some.
Then go talk to Banjo, man. Am I Banjo's dad? Am I Banjo's dad?
I'm going to tell you the same thing I've told Bob. Make that show valuable. Don't make it bullshit. Okay? Make that show go through things that need to be gone through. We have lots of good people and lots of good guests. Take care of that show, please. That's
Make your own show, man.
I don't need to fight with you.
So important.
Use that show. Use that show.
Be
Keep
the change
doing what
you
you're
want to see,
doing.
man.
Keep doing what you're doing, but there's a past that nobody knew about. Now nobody cares about. Sure, let's go forward. Let's go forward. Have I invited you to the Boulevard? Did I offer fucking the scientist guy to you? Have I offered Rob Parks to you? Have I done everything I fucking can? Yeah, fucking unblock me, all right? Fucking bullshit.
Hey, Dan, that's like, please just stop. This is like really hard to listen to.
I just want to say that Eric Dubé is reachable. I've contacted him through Facebook Messenger, and he does reply. So he's not that hard to reach.
But either way, man.
Wait, did you get on a show with Eric Dubé?
What was that?
Because that's what I specifically said, was to get on a show with him. So.
Oh no. Yeah, not
fucking bullshit.
Okay.
Fucking bullshit.
What's bullshit is that this is turning into some like 7th grade girl drama. When in reality, the truth is that this is just the Earth. We live on the Earth. Everyone lives on the Earth. There's a huge spectrum of people that are discovering we were misled about the Earth. You're gonna have people that believe in Eastern mysticism. You're gonna have people that believe in Yah. You're gonna have people that believe that there's simulation. People that believe there's an infinite plane. People that believe there's a dome, that there's not a dome. This is just a group of people discovering where we live and trying to figure it out. People. Now that it's an entire spectrum of ideas. It's everything on the Earth. Sometimes people make a mistake on what they say. Flat Earth has made many mistakes over the years, okay? But that's okay. That doesn't change the fact that we were lied to about where we live. No one in here is the keeper of everyone else. No one. That's why I wanted to like body slam QE and Oakley, because they're going around and trying to thought police people. And they're doing what you're asking us to do, which is like, it's their responsibility to take care of what everyone says. But it's not, dude. That's what makes Flat Earth suck, because that's why the globes suck, because they tell us what we have to think, Okay, people can have different opinions. People can make mistakes, and it's okay. If you think they
Well,
made a
definitely
mistake, go
with it.
talk to them.
But what about with it? What about this? So the shape of the Earth is not flat or a globe. How about this? The shape of the Earth is the same shape as your brain. So what is that? It's the shape of your organ. What is the brain? It's an organ. Okay. So the Earth is an organ, guys.
Yeah, no one
Yeah,
should
but
be
I think with
thinking
my dick. So shouldn't it be the shape of the other organ?
You think with your dick, okay? Well, that's on you, mate. So that means that's exactly correct because everyone's reality is regards to their consciousness. And if your reality is you thinking with your dick, then yes, the dick is your organ, and that's a chakra you vibe with. And mate, that's on you.
Oh wow!
Yeah, the last
That's
20
on,
minutes, can we just,
that's on
like,
you, mate.
erase it?
That's on you,
I'll
mate.
tell you one thing. We can clip out the last 20 minutes and show it to the world. We'll definitely wake a lot of people up to flat Earth. That's for sure.
Smurf, you're funny. Our
All right, I got
perception
something I
is
gotta
our
do.
reality.
Yeah. Anyway, nice showing with you guys. Everyone try to be nice to each other. Understand that we're all individuals, man. It's all good.
What's it? You doing good, mate?
Thanks.
No, I'm asking you. How you doing, mate? You doing well?
Yeah, I'm good. I gotta go.
Yeah, that's good, mate. Apocryphin, man. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. Just here, just living the dream, bro. Just
Yo,
living the
Apoc,
dream.
what'd you ask Eric Dubé?
I asked him specifically. Actually, hold up. Let me open the messenger.
It doesn't have to be word for word. Just like, what do you recall?
No, it's okay. I'll tell you word for word. Give me a second.
All
Give me a
right,
second.
okay.
All right. Oh, that's not it. Oh, I bet.
Manu, how you doing, brother?
Eric,
Man, I'm doing great. Who's asking?
It was Tora. I just want to know.
Yo,
You know, I
praise
saw you
God.
concerned with everyone. I want to make sure you're doing good too, brother.
Oh, mate, thank you. I'm doing really well. Actually, this later this week, I think I'm on a massive trek to Mount Kosciuszko in Australia. It's gonna be crazy. My mate thinks we're gonna die into some sort of beacon emergency system. If we're gonna die out there, you know, I'm saying no worries. I'm telling him we're capable of anything, mate. You know, so we're going to hike and I need to buy a tent, thermals, all these sort of things, you know, to go hiking out in the snow out there.
I'm gonna screenshot our conversation.
Mate, when's the last time you went hiking out in the snow, Tora?
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm driving.
Hiking out in the snow, man.
Dude, I love your accent. I just don't understand what you're saying.
Hiking out in the snow.
He wants to know when was the last time you went hiking in the snow?
Something about a sea-doo? Yeah, it's hiking. Hiking. You got to speak with your fucking nasally shit to say it.
Hiking.
No, you're right, mate. You're right. Anyway,
We
let's
know how to
talk
say
about
that.
let's talk about the shape of the Earth. So I was saying one thing to you. How about what do you guys think about this idea? So, you know, it's not flat, it's not a globe, but the Earth is the shape of an organ. So the Earth is a brain. Do you see what I mean? And this is why we see double toroidal fields, magnetism, and that's why we have something in Australia. It's winter now, and what is it? Summer in America or in the UK. So we're seeing the North and South poles, and that's what we're seeing, and that's what we see in magnetism. No, we see it with magnets, right? And we can apply this to reality. And if you can apply symbology, think about the yin and yang symbols, right? Yin and yang is reality. That's why we have North and South poles. You don't need a globe. Okay. So what does the globe say? Oh, so you have winter and summer because the globe is on this some sort of slight tilt. When has this tilt of the globe ever been proven? It's never been proven. It's theory. Theoretical bullshit, my friend. Okay?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you don't agree because you're a glober, so you're taking the piss.
Who asked me what I asked Eric Dubay?
That was me.
Who's me? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at my screen.
Me is me.
Okay, me is me. Okay, so anyways, I posted my conversation with him at 4 minutes past the hour. So you can check it out if you want. But I asked him
I was actually like, hoping for like, making it part of the conversation and, talk about it,
I posted what I
and
asked
stuff like
him.
that, not just reading it.
And then
You want to
his
read out
response.
loud?
What was that?
I said, do you want to read it out loud?
No,
Yeah,
no,
who wants to play the part? Who wants to play the part of Eric
Dubay? No, he posted me. He replied a long fucking message, and it's like you'll see it in the screenshots. Like it's a long message that he replied, and then I hit him up again, and that was way back in 2019. By the way, it was a while back. I've been in Discord for a minute, and this is actually about, I want to say, a year or two after I've already been in here, just hearing the conversations. I used to be under a different name when I first joined, but then I switched my name up in 2019. But
2019, I appreciate you going that far back in your messages.
Right. Yeah, it's been a minute. Time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, that was his response, and and then I'm just saying he replies on Facebook. Like he will reply. Like he's a cool dude. I've actually even called and talked to him. Like he's a cool guy. He's a cool dude. He's very open. He's very he's an approachable guy, if you will. He's not like some celebrity that you just cannot reach. Like he's a cool guy. He's down to earth.
Did you did you gather that he's still 100% certain that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Well, that's arguable, but not. He knows that it's not a ball of what we've been taught it to be. I'm sorry, I kind of hiccup and burp at the same time right there.
No, you're good.
Yeah, nah. That dude, he's when I called him and talked to him, he talks like how can I say this, bro, without like disrespecting him? He's
a monotone king.
He talks like a guru. Like he talks like in riddles and puzzles and like like almost like like a like a monk. He talks like a monk. There you go.
Gotcha.
Where he speaks very. He's very careful with his words when he's talking. Now, as far as text goes, that's another thing. He's very like straightforward. But when you talk to him, and he's a cool guy, man. I've talked to him before, like over Facebook Messenger. I talked to him, and voice, and he's a really interesting character, that's for sure.
That's high praise.
So, if anyone wants to hear the story of what's really gone on here, it's that I went out in the street and someone came back and said, "Yeah, you guys are cool, but check your math and shit." And I ignored the guy, and the guy came back again, and the guy got in my face third time, and he's like, "Dude, I'm a math teacher. This isn't right." And it turns out all the flat earthers were making different claims about flight time, drop of an airplane, and it turns out the way it was calculated, it took each distance, speed, and destination came up with a different value. But the Earth only has one value, so you can't have 2,775 feet per minute drop, because at 500 miles an hour, that's only 8.33 miles per minute. And if there are drop claims per minute, the mileage and the formula is only over 8.33 miles, leaving only 46 feet. which makes sense because we know a 10-mile drop is 66 feet. So what all of the flat earthers were claiming, following Eric's stuff and making up new stuff, Weiss made up different stuff, was fantastically wrong based on an average from counting backwards from a 31-mile potential height if you never adjusted at that speed, at that distance, assuming that there was a distance, because it doesn't phrase that there's a distance. It just says a 500 mile an hour. So it doesn't matter what speed, it doesn't matter what you travel, it's retarded that we're talking about globe math at sea level. The whole thing needs to be thrown out from the beginning.
Well, I do agree with one thing. There's no globe to test it on, so it is kind of ridiculous to talk about it.
It's massive. We have so many things we could even try and call proofs. This particular one that everyone's throwing different numbers at needs to be thrown out. The 8 inches per mile square doesn't apply once you're moving.
See, listen, if reality helped us say it was a globe, then we would just be on the globe side and we wouldn't be talking. But we can't do that.
Either way, man, I've had 3 years of hell just trying to fix one thing amongst the whole debacle of Robbie Davidson, the whole debacle of why Patricia had to walk away, and everyone's had to walk away, not from Flat Earth, but from the community, because the community's been fucking nasty, really nasty. And, as much as I think Karen's a hero, she don't mind being nasty, and so we're still nasty. We don't
Okay, so
need...
I have a question, Dan. Do you think that the truth isn't going to get out eventually anyway because of drama between a very small amount of people on the internet?
When you say the truth is out, the truth is probably out about Kennedy and who runs this country.
Are you sure? That's the thing. The truth is going to get out, right? The reason we're so passionate about it is because we know it's the truth. And I don't have any doubt that because I know it's the truth, it will defeat all liars eventually. It will. And you call that faith if you like, sure. But I have supreme confidence in myself. And, if you guys have a fifth of the confidence that I have, boy, we're going to get this done. Do you feel me?
Yeah.
I feel you.
In day-to-day interaction, see, I get out in the public. I work in the public. I'm in the public almost all day, every day. So I'm able to interact with people about whatever the hell I want. And guess what? My boss loves that I'm a flat earther. So I can talk to anybody I want about it. But see, not everybody has that ability. But I really don't care, because eventually the truth is going to get out there and people are going to get addicted to it, right? Because this is a brand new thing. You've never known a truth like this, right? They ain't going to teach you this in school.
Hey, Dan, I hope you don't mind me telling you this, but you seem to have an obsession with people more than the subject. Like, you talk about personalities, about what he thinks, about what Karen B says, and me, I have nothing for or against Karen B, but I can care less what she says, to be honest with you. She's not here. I never talk to her. I never see her. She's irrelevant to me. And I'm sure she's a nice lady, but yeah.
Don't be so codependent on individuals or the community.
Yes.
Don't be emotionally tied to any one group or group of people, because they're gonna fail you, bro. Over and over and over again, people will fail you. So you have to redirect that dependence on something else besides. In my recommendation, it would be to the creator. Whoever that might be, you got to search it out. But you're putting all your energy and emotionally invested into groups and individuals and servers, bro. I'm sure you're in your 50s, bro. You shouldn't be acting like the way you just had a meltdown today. That's not healthy, bro.
Yeah, sorry guys. Is Left Lane or Sean G in the chat? Because you guys are arguing differently. So left lane has just said that level isn't curved. That's an interesting argument for Glenn to make.
Yeah, I mean, up until today, I was today years old when I heard that that's not the case, I guess. They've been using that as the argument until now, right?
Say again, what was the beginning of what you said? Crypto?
Yeah, sure. So this initially started, left lane said the drop is only 8 inches per mile. Per mile,
And that is
right? So ignoring this. So you understand that if something drops 8 inches per mile, that's a slope. You understand that, right?
along your tangential view. So when you're talking about that 8 inches square per mile, it is void of elevation.
No.
So
You've added square. No, sure. You've added square. He didn't say square. He said 8 inches per mile. Right? If something drops 8 inches in a mile, that's a slope.
Crypto, you're a little bit
It's not a slope. It's you guys, you got to get real on this. The per mile or per minute, these are segments. They're all going to be measurable straight line segments
per minute?
based on the segment size. Remember, speed doesn't matter. Destination doesn't matter. There's only one Earth. There's no controversy here. 8 inches per mile squared works up to 1,000 miles, but that's from a stationary position. So once you're moving, it's per segment.
But it's also not what I was talking about. Left lane said 8 inches per mile. So I don't know why you guys keep on adding the squared in, because he didn't
Part
say
of a
squared.
tangent observation. It's one location that happens from. It doesn't mean that if you go all the way around the world, you're going to measure 8 inches drop per square mile per mile. That's not what it's saying. It's saying when you're an observer at whatever observer a height and distance to whatever you're looking at, that observation, the tangential line that you will view, is 8 inches square per mile. It is not 8 inches square per mile all the way around the world to get a radius.
You keep adding the word square that he didn't use.
Okay, so fixate on it for a while and get back to us.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that people are arguing against my point, which was that he left out the square, right? So I'm going to fixate on the argument that's being ignored. Yes.
It doesn't change
because
anything.
if we're not
You're just saying,
they get away with it.
you didn't say a
Listen,
certain
if
word.
we're not hyper specific, Globers get away with murder.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm being accused of being dishonest when left lane just doesn't understand his own argument.
Listen, we need to put together a list of bogus things flat earthers say. Start to drop some of it. That's the reality. We say some stupid shit because nobody's gone over it, and we've been repeating a lot of stuff. And people make small errors. They go like, a rail gun, shoots straight. It's like, no, it targets straight. It shoots like artillery, and it's like. And so we make these small errors that make everything we say crappy. And
Dan, this is boring. I'm just going to say it. This is really boring. You're just moaning like incessantly.
no, I'm talking real. You're talking hypothetical. He forgot the decimal point. Move the decimal point. He forgot this. He said something about. You're making a typical British argument out of this. And tell you the truth, we don't take Brits.
Just shut up. Just shut up and go away. No one cares.
Dan, if I didn't know any better, which I guess I might not, I would think that was all on purpose. Just saying. Can we move past all that now, please?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to be able to actually make arguments and those arguments are actually addressed and then not be criticized by your own side for making arguments.
Right. See, listen, folks, I'm not asking about this. We're focused on principles, not personalities. Once again, principles, not personalities. Marinate in that.
Dan literally killed the room with his moaning. Now no one wants to talk.
Come on, Crypto. He's muted, man.
That doesn't mean I'm not frustrated about it.
I get it, but still.
All right, time to change the subject. How about some uranium eating? Anybody? Little uranium milkshake?
Only if it's well sorted.
You first. You try first.
This is one of my favorite scientists. Everybody knows this dude that eats the uranium and swam in the pool where they kept the radioactive rods.
Yeah, I don't know what to believe about that, bro. SC, like, do you think that nuclear fusion, nuclear energy, do you think that's legit? And do you think that nuclear bombs are legit or not?
Well, I'll tell you what I think after seeing this dude, right? The way he explains it. It makes a bit of sense. Now, apparently what the problem is when you get too enriched uranium bits, whatever you want to call them, right? If you keep them apart, they're harmless. The problem is when you put them together. That's the way he explained it. When these things come together and interact, you get like a blue flash, and that's the part that's dangerous. But the powder stuff on its own, like that, the way he explains it, it's not dangerous at all. So now I don't know what to make of it. I resaw this thing and I go, since we're not talking about anything that's, I want your guys' opinion actually.
So yeah, so let's talk about radioactive fallout. Is that a thing or not? Is radiation poisoning legit?
Well, if you take Chernobyl, right? Let's go by what we see, right? If you take Chernobyl,
I love Chernobyl.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what to believe. Like, never been there, but I've seen specials on it, and you see wildlife abundant. You see grass, you see trees, you see everything. It's like the animals have come back. So maybe there is, maybe it's as long as they say. But if Chernobyl is any evidence, I mean, everything seems to be okay there. And how about Japan? Wasn't it the end of the world? The sea was getting polluted. Billions and billions of gallons, well, not billions, but millions of gallons, whatever they were saying. What happened there? Is anybody dead?
It's
Did
still
everybody
leaking
die?
though. No, it's still leaking.
I know.
It's Fukushima is still a thing. Yeah, they just have
Yeah.
it like somewhat contained, not even contained. It's just
People still think
leaking
that's a
into the
sin,
ocean.
right? They can just milk it on the news and people keep eating it up.
Yeah. So what's true? I don't know. I mean, why isn't half of
believe
Japan dead? Yeah.
Because they eat seaweed.
Hell, I'll believe anything. You put a free donut in it.
Well, it can't all be fake, dude. Like you don't really believe in nuclear fallout, like at all, like in any degree.
Like I said, maybe there's an initial flash, like like when a bomb goes off, the wind, and maybe there is initial radiation. But as long lasting, I don't see it anywhere. I'm going by, they say one thing and we see another thing. I'm going by Chernobyl. I'm going by Japan. And Japan got nuked twice. Those cities are thriving. Everything seems fine there. So I don't know. You tell me.
I just think that the Earth has a remarkable ability of healing itself. You know, they probably overestimated the damage. The Earth is remarkable, bro. Even the BP oil spill, which is supposed to be like insanely deadly in the ocean, for the most part, it's been contained. The Earth just kind of detoxes itself. It really has a remarkable ability of doing that.
I agree.
Okay, how about the
It all
people?
goes in cycles. Do you think the arrogance to think that any kind of life form can fuck up the way this thing works? Come on. What? Fuck
No,
over
but
yourself,
seriously,
kids.
where's the evidence of all this? Where's the evidence of radiation causing, like, where's all this? Shouldn't we be hearing in Japan? So many people have died, and in Ukraine, so many people, so many animals. Shouldn't everything be dead around there? If what they tell us to have, like,
Didn't that happen in the 80s?
I think that one did happen in the 80s. Yeah.
What about birth defects and for sterilization? Are women getting pregnant in Japan right now?
I don't know, man. You'd have to live there. I feel like this, though. Anybody can research this one. I think Florida should be underwater by now because of the quote-unquote global warming. Am I right or wrong about that?
Yeah, it's another one. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Michael Moore, dude. Yeah, man. Fahrenheit 9/11.
Yeah, but when you see a guy eating dust, then he puts a Geiger counter in his mouth, right? You got to say, wait a minute. Eating dust. Yeah.
You should see him at nighttime, dude. He shoots that shit up.
He glows, I bet, huh?
Hey, but you said he swam in the reactor pool, right?
Where they keep the rods.
Yeah. Did you know that it's actually safer to swim in those pools? Meaning you'll actually experience less radiation by swimming in those pools than you will from just being outside in the sun. Yeah. The water actually shields you from the radiation. So
cool.
He should know that if he's like an expert. So I don't know why he does that as a demonstration.
Can you give us the data on that? That'd be great.
Yeah, water shields from the radiation.
Data.
I mean, that's why they work in there. They can work
You keep acting like your personal experience is going to negate ours.
Well, dude, the data is when you go like in water, you don't get sunburned.
Is that data? You show me that data. Like, you guys are just in here going claim, 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 claim. Show me.
Go sit in the sun in the water. See what? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I've never thought about that.
It might magnify it. You never know. I need to see data.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm in the water a lot.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Okay, cool.
The heat just, like,
Data.
evaporates the water on you.
I know, but listen, we're on the internet. These motherfuckers are not going to take personal experience, and we shouldn't expect to take theirs.
True.
I mean, if you think you can sunburn while you're drenched in water,
Well, I don't know because I never tested it.
It'd be good to have data. I agree. Like, if you have an inch of water over your body or a foot of water, is there a difference? How much water?
Yeah, that'd be a cool study to see. Yeah, get some people together.
as long as you're wet.
That water shielding radiation comes from space because they say, well, we'll use the water in case of, because they say, well, solar flares. Oh, well, we'll just go where the water is. So that's a space excuse. Water
What's up with
shielding.
that?
Yeah.
What's up with solar flares, solar storms? What do you think about that?
I think
Well, you could see them here on Earth, right?
Lotion. That's what I think. It's an excuse to sell suntan lotion. That's all.
Yeah. No, we can see something affecting, right? The northern, whatever that is, the northern lights. So, I don't know, man. I don't know.
How can they predict solar storms before they hit? They can see the flares, and then they all of a sudden you have like an increase in northern lights, like literally like a day later.
So
Like
here's
they'll
what they
tell
do.
you ahead of time.
Right, here's what they do.
They have
know when the cycles are coming.
observatories.
They know when the cycles are coming. Whatever's happening in the sky, they just hijack and say, that means we live on a globe.
You ever heard of the SDO? You can go to SDO.gov right now, and
I'm sure you'll tell us all about it.
It's got a camera right on the sun, 24/7. So
Yeah,
good.
And the sun shoots out flares, and it takes usually at least 8 hours for it to get to us. That's what I don't understand.
takes a whole day, sometimes longer.
Is that right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get it. Like, how can that work?
They have a camera that's right outside. It's looking at the sun at all times. They can see it, so they can see when it happens.
Hey,
And
why
they know that it's going to reach the Earth in a day or so.
So, Kosha, why do you believe that?
I mean, I've experienced that happening. I've seen them make warnings based on these sightings, and then those actually occur.
But you don't know because you've never actually traveled to the sun and back.
No, I don't think that's necessary though. Because I'm saying there's a camera on it.
No, you don't.
So you
think
can
it's
view the
necessary.
events
But
happening and then
guess what is
experience it a day later.
necessary? You having experienced something that you come in here and defend.
I'm not sure if you're paying attention to the
But-
conversation, but he's talking about solar storms and
right
advanced notice.
increased solar effects. So like, hold on. For the flat earthers though, I'm curious. I'm honestly curious because these storms are, videographed on the sun. Like anybody can do it. Any amateur astronomer with a solar filter can film sun, and you can see on the sun these storms like popping off. And if they're aimed at a certain area on the Earth, they do affect like the Earth.
How do you know that?
I mean, I'm in a group of amateur, just like right here, like we're chilling right now. I'm in another group of amateur astronomers. Now, I don't have the money to buy like a $10,000 telescope, but they have $10,000 telescope, bro. These little rich kids, right?
That's
and
great.
they
That
film
doesn't mean
the
they went to the
film the
sun.
sun, bro. And
Good
they've
for them.
actually
They
filmed
didn't go to the sun, bro.
Well, hold on, bro. Don't be so defensive, bro. Just
Why?
relax. Just listen. Hear me out,
You
right?
believe in
Because
bullshit
a lot of
too.
Yo, Sensei, please
my
stop
goodness,
interrupting.
bro.
God, no.
So all I'm saying is, like,
No.
at first, people denied the existence of the International Space Station. Oh, that's not really up there. But like, there's amateur astronomers that are literally taking pictures, and SE can verify. Right? We have a guy in this server that will verify that he's actually seen the space station. Right? Is that true, SE?
Yeah, I filmed it, whatever that is. I'm not saying it's the ISS, but there's definitely something up there. Yep, I'll vouch for you, bro.
So at first, I doubted the existence of the space station, but then I was confronted with amateur photography of the space stations. So then I had to reevaluate my beliefs. I'm like, well, there's actually something up there. Now I don't believe it's inhabited at this point, unless I'm proven wrong. I don't believe it's inhabited. I think it's a mock front. It's a prop for NASA, and there's nobody in it for 6 months at a time. That's not happening. I don't see that happening right now. So I had to come to grips with reality right there. And then this is something else that I had to come to grip with is the idea of solar flares and what is causing solar
on the
flares.
space station, pardon the interruption.
All right.
How do you think it's moving?
You don't know any of that
How do they
shit,
have it up
bro. None of it. You don't know what's gonna cause solar flares just by looking at the sun from down here, bro. Come on, you're smarter than this. You came to flat Earth, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but take it easy.
I don't
You don't have
I
those
don't
time.
I don't
Take it easy.
It's just
I don't
looking from the ground. I don't care how expensive your telescope is, brother. You haven't gone to the sun to test the shit, now have you?
Oh my
Seriously,
goodness,
bro. We're out here
weird
accepting
flex.
other shit, but we're going to
Are
say
you
that their shit is
Yo,
bad.
Glat, shut your mouth. You're being a dickhead. You're just jumping on everyone before they've even finished their sentence on the assumption that they're wrong for no other reason than because you got a stick up your ass. Behave yourself.
And we got started with you believers. I'll back off.
we're just trying to have a conversation, a productive conversation with no attacks, no personal attacks, bro. Just chill out, bro. Why are you being so abrasive?
All right, no need to pile up. So my question to you was in terms of the ISS or whatever's up there. You said you think it's a prop by NASA, and my question is, how do you think they put it up there, and how do you, can you explain its movement?
No, I can't. I have no idea. The best I can describe is alongside what Witsit's already talked about, but I didn't get this from Witsit. It just happens that we agree on this, and that there seems to be an orbit of some kind that's going on with the space station. I don't believe the space station's up there by balloons, helium balloons. I don't believe that. There could be some helium involved in the space station itself. I'm not going to discount that altogether, but I don't believe it's just helium keeping it up there. I think there's something more complex going on regarding electromagnetic fields, and that maybe the space station is traveling through a current up there, not a jet stream by air and wind, but by a magnetic jet stream, not like by wind.
It makes sense because you know the speed that people mistook for something else that was measured with the rotation, and it's obvious that this is talking about the luminaries and their cyclical rotation, whatever you want to call it, right? And if that's connected to all the rest of the stuff that you're just talking about, it might be possible that at certain nodes in this wider field, as it were, you can just lock onto that node, and you're in lockstep with the rotation of the luminaries. It's easier. Man, I wish Dice Low.
Yeah, but the luminaries
you
are super
Dice Low,
high
wake up. Yeah, but the whole system.
Why couldn't we do that with drones? And like, when does it stop?
What's up?
Say again.
Like, why couldn't we do that with the drones and planes and hot air balloons and stuff like that? Like,
I think you can.
You think so?
But in the let's say that these nodal points in the vertical, right? Let's say they are every high.
Yeah, there's the
just
minimal.
Choose an
altitude.
arbitrary figure, right? Like thousands of meters between each one. It might be that the playing area that we have in our day-to-day operations between us and maybe like low-flying planes, there's nothing to lock onto in that region, and maybe these regions are
Yeah, maybe the
like
first
region
one
is
is what they call low Earth orbit.
I would suggest that wouldn't be the first one. I would suggest that would probably be one of the latter ones. But it's a
Wouldn't the latter
convenient
ones
one
be
to
like
have
the,
it.
where the luminaries are?
Oh, okay. Let me rephrase. Within our atmos, I would say that what they call low Earth orbit is probably one of the highest points that you could lock on.
So,
But
real
again,
quick,
this is just a suggestion. I don't know
and
for sure.
So the reason I believe this is because in Enoch chapter 18, verse 6, it talks about winds, but these aren't winds like air. It's talking about electrical or magnetic currents as winds. And he says, I saw the winds which turned the sky, which caused the orb of the sun and of all the stars to set. And over the earth, I saw the winds which support the clouds. But these are like currents that are, ethereal currents.
It's like the
And
swastika.
the word wind in Hebrew is ruach, which means like forceful, like it's a force. Invisible forces. That's why it's the closest word to that is wind.
Daiso, by the way, the reason I said your name is what we were talking about the other time about what you can see under the ferrocells or whatever they're called. I think that might be something that you can speak on better about the potential for that in terms of the whole Earth system, how there could be regions within which you could lock onto and potentially follow that orbit that's already naturally occurring. That's that rotation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Just following those flux lines or something.
Yeah, something like that. I just thought you could elaborate with better explanation terminology than me.
What was the purpose though? I missed it. I had a call coming in. Is it for navigating or something, or?
Yeah, something like I think they were talking about the potential for something being up there, the ISS or whatever, but what's actually happening and how they're actually able to maintain orbit up there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I suppose that could be one possibility. Like, because I mean, about it in other contexts of another way that this can be done, of like quantum locking, or what they call quantum locking. So why, like, if you can do that down here under certain circumstances, why couldn't you do that up there, in similar circumstances or by different means? It's all kind of much of the muchness when you stop limiting your mind.
Ken created a device that has no moving parts and has output with no input, and he says that it actually has a feeling of weightlessness to it as it drops. Like as you take this thing in your hand and you drop it towards the ground, it almost feels as if there's a weightlessness to it. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around it because he's only got like 2 or 3 prototypes and he's only done 2 videos on it. But essentially it's no, it's probably about a year old or so.
Would you be able to just quickly post a link? Because I've not seen that one before.
I would have to I would have to find it, search for it. But yeah, I could probably do that and then send it to you or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But
Thanks.
yeah, he elaborates in the video as to what's taking place. Yeah, I'll see if I can provide that.
Because this is, I mean, again, I think because the question that Percentage was asking Lion was, how might this be done? And we can't know exactly what they're doing, but we can use our other understanding to suggest options. So if we go a bit more off into the potential weeds of like ideas, so this view percentage to consider.
Hold on, before you go deeper,
Go ahead.
I want you to understand that if this is what they're doing, then they have this technology and they've manufactured it and they've perfected it enough, and ISS has been up there where what we kind of see is, and they call the ISS for decades now, right? So this is it's not just theoretical, it's actual what you're proposing.
I would suggest that it's kind of like they like to mix, at least from how I observe things, they like to mix the truths with the lies. Straight up lying doesn't always, it's not very effective when you want to manipulate people. So do they have something up there? Is there something that they could be doing? With my understanding of how this technology works, and that's a limited understanding, I don't see what the problem is. This is very simple. But are they doing it the way they're saying it, with all the story and all the narrative behind it? No chance. So, and I think that's on purpose, because if you just automatically dismiss everything ISS or anything related to that stuff just on its face because of what else you know, there's some logic in that, understandably, because you can see the videos and all the BS that's in it. But if you then go to add a conclusion on top of that about something else, when they have the technology to do stuff like that, just generally, they being whoever they are, then you're making an error, right? So we can't know what we can't know, obviously, percentage, but I'd suggest that somewhere in the middle is a better, with a more complete analysis of the situation, is a better way of understanding what actually is going on. And yes, I'm not sure if you were going to go there, but the implications of that are big. But I mean, the implications of a lot of this stuff has always been big, I think.
Okay, so I'm posting one video. I'm posting two videos. Neither of which probably showcased what it was I was talking about as far as his prototype, but it gets into what it is you're talking about in regards of, I guess, what they call anti-gravity. So I'm posting two videos. I'm looking for the third, which showcases that prototype. So if you're interested, check it out.
I appreciate that. Percentage, do you have anything to respond?
No, I appreciate that you're considering the implications instead of just brainstorming ideas. I'm not so sure that NASA did put it up there. It's possible that this is a phenomenon from another source.
I'd agree with
and
that,
then that they just saw it and kind of took credit for it and fashioned the ISS to look like it and what have you. I don't think it's natural. I think it does look machined and is from but who knows.
See, this is where I was going to go with it, a bit deeper. I was going to kind of reference some literature stuff. So have you ever heard or read the Gulliver's Travels before?
I've heard of it, I haven't read it.
Okay, so long story short, to get to the point of it that I'm bringing it up for, there is this there's this part in it where this geezer who's on his travels, he ends up coming across these people who live in a floating city. And it's funny for another reason separate to this conversation, because the means by which they do it is by a crystal called Ethereum. So go and think about that if you wish. But the gist is that they use this technology to have this whole mountain, castle mountain, whatever you call it, floating in the sky. And this is funny again because when you read it, it's written like a comedy, but like a kind of sophisticated comedy. It's not very clear that he's being funny unless you're, I don't know, unless you've got a brain. But the reason is one of the one of the titles of that city, or the way the city's named, is Laputa. But they explain it that it's, even though it's spelled the whore in Spanish, they explain away, and this is where the comedy is in the book. They explain away the pronunciation of it to make it sound different. But basically, it's just the whore written in the Spanish language. And the reason that's interesting is because, if I don't know how familiar you are with biblical prophecy and stuff, but the mystery Babylon is called the whore, right? And there's some theories there that I'd agree with, that what he's talking about in that book is what's referenced to the mystery Babylon, and that it's not like a location on Earth, but it's a location with something that's in the sky. So is this connected to what we were just talking about? Potentially. Is it maybe an offshoot of that, of an older technology? I'd say more than likely, because what people are looking at that looks like ISS doesn't look like a mountain, obviously, and I don't think it's anywhere near as big. But all of this is kind of where I would suggest that this stuff comes from, because the idea of, quote, anti-gravity, or whatever you want to call it, these kind of flying devices and that, this is as old as time. Like, have you ever read percentage or heard of any of the stuff about the ancient Vimanas and these kind of crazy flying things that they had?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so they describe in grave detail, for whatever reason, how this stuff operates, and then when you understand the kind of technologies that we're just kind of scratching the surface of in the general consciousness or whatever, you go, hold on a minute, this is like the quantum locking stuff. This is all kind of connected to that. And yeah, I'd leave it there, because otherwise I might just go on too long. But that's where I was kind of going to go, and also I think it's in agreement with what you were suggesting, that they didn't make it themselves, they being NASA, but that the bigger they had already had it, and they just manipulate the narrative to suit their means.
So Ken talks a lot about this this egg shape of having this geometry of 1 to phi, phi being at the base of the egg, and how if you turn the egg on its side, something to do with that particular geometry, if you can create like a dielectric reflector, it'll actually levitate itself. And if you can somehow manipulate the field, you can direct it. So like you can not only have levitation, but a steerable levitation. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the particular video.
I think I have a way of talking about the general idea in a less complicated way, because some of this stuff is a bit technical, right?
Yeah.
If we consider the ether as just a field that, for whatever reason, we can't usually interact with, though we interact within it. Let's say let's compare it to water, for instance. You jump in water, you can swim around in water, you go up, down, do whatever you like. If you have the machinery, you can do even more fun stuff. So if you had the means to interact with the ether field, as it were, in a similar way as you react in all the other fields that we interact with, water or air, then it makes sense that you could do the kind of things that have been described. And then you just have to
If you're
understand how
interested,
that's done. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're interested, I'll share my screen on this particular video, because he actually talks about it in this video. I don't know if you guys are up for that.
I'm up for it.
I would be, for sure. Everyone else is kind of chilling, so go for it.
Yeah, I got about 10 minutes of my lunch break left, so let's see what we can get through on this video here. Share my screen right now. Okay. All right. Let's pull it up here. This video here. Gotta get through this ad real quick. Okay. Fast forward. I'm just gonna fast forward to see where I can get to it.
Yo, you need ad block.
Yeah, I know.
You're on your phone, right?
Dice low, you're on mic.
Sorry.
That means mute yourself, please.
All right. So I can't actually mute myself while I'm streaming. What I am going to do is I'm going to copy and paste the link. So you guys are 10 minutes and 45 seconds into the video. If somebody else wants to screen share, because I've got to actually get back to work here. Sorry about that.
No worries, bro.
So I'm going to post the link right now here.
Thank you, brother.
10 minutes, 45 seconds. All right. Sorry, guys.
It's a percentage. Were you watching that? Guess not.
Hey guys, since everyone's quiet, I have a question. Can you be a logician and have no proofs?
What's a logician?
I'm trying to ask, what was he trying to prove then? What was his MO?
No, but he says there's this guy, right? He says he's a logician, but he has no proofs. So I'm just wondering, is that is that possible? Can you be a logician and have no proofs?
I mean, people can just say stuff, can't they? They do that all the time.
Sounds legit to me.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Like, I mean,
Bit of a hyperbole. I don't think he means that he has no proof at all.
you're kind of muted there, bro. I didn't really catch what you said.
I think he can prove things. I don't think he meant that he has no proofs of anything ever.
No, I think that's exactly what he said. Yeah, like doesn't have any proofs.
Well, technically,
No, he can't. No
a
geometry
logician
and
is
nothing.
just someone who studies logic. So you
Yes.
can endlessly study something without having anything to show for it. So sure, you can be a
It's
useless
possible.
logician if he wants to be.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think you
But,
can
yeah, no,
make arguments.
I'm only entertaining
they're-
it for the lols. I don't care. Yo, my guy, you need to fix your mic. You're nearly
sure.
unintelligible. Who you talking about anyway? Montreal, Mr. Canada.
Well, there's this gentleman called Ebby, Betty, we call him. And
Is he a fictional character?
No, it's just this guy that came around, and said he was a logician, blah blah blah. But really, it's not about a person. It's about like the idea. Like, is that logical to be a logician and not have proof? Not believing in proof. It's not really about a person, because I'm sure a lot of people hold that view, especially ballers. They say there is no proof, right? But a logician, I don't know.
Yo, I'd say yes.
I mean, I think it's just
in logical arguments, the proof is the premise. Really, you don't need. There's no proof that you have to rely on outside of the syllogism, right? So it's whatever premises that you're putting in place for your argument. Then yeah.
So just the premise alone?
The premises
becomes the proof?
No, the premises lead to the conclusion, obviously. So it's not like proof as you would expect it in another form where you have you have to rely on something externally as a precedent or experimentation or anything like that. It's not that sort of proof, right? It's just whatever follows the premises in the logical argument.
Yeah, but will that result in proof? If your premise is faulty, let's say, for example?
No.
Okay, so
if your premise is faulty, then while it might be logically, I think the word they say is sound. If it's logically sound, then but it wouldn't be true, right?
There's different forms of evidences or proofs. In a court case, they have a whole different there's levels of evidence. I forget the list, but
Mic check. Do I still sound like shit?
Yes.
Fuck.
You got eyewitness testimony. You got circumstantial evidence. You got, let me see what else. So what do you, it depends what you consider evidence. You know?
Anyways, I just found that interesting. A question to put out there. A logician without proof. Like no proof whatsoever. Not a possibility of proof. Now I understand ballers and their scientific method, which they say, well, you can only prove it 99 point whatever, right? Never 100%. But in logic, yeah, I don't know. I would just
on one hand, you could say the the laws of logic, like for instance, the law of non-contradiction or what have you, that those constitute the proof that you hold as a standard for whatever logical argument or syllogism you have.
exactly.
And if you are saying that, like if you do kind of consider that proof, the laws that you kind of abide by, then they would have proof. But if you don't consider that proof, and just like you consider it common sense or what have you, then it wouldn't necessarily be the proof like that, we are
Exactly.
used to.
Some people might consider eyewitness evidence as proof. Others will not, because eyewitness evidence is not reliable. And then you got testimonial evidence, you have circumstantial evidence, you have conditional evidence, you have physical evidence, you have indirect evidence. That's like a whole nother study in itself. Like you got logic, people study logic, different forms of fallacies. And then you have to also study different forms of evidence alongside logic.
Okay, but would you say there is no proof? Would you take that stance? Or would you say, yes, there is things that we can't prove?
I would say define proof.
Exactly, it's hard.
Okay, a triangle has 180 degrees, and you can prove that.
I think the word proof is being misused in that example, I see. You're just demonstrating it. You don't need to prove it, you just demonstrate it. You measure the angles in the story.
Yeah, but I want to establish if you guys believe, like the ballers, that there is no such thing as proof, or that you believe that there is proof.
Yeah,
I think
the whole
that's
point
where
is proof
we're at.
is proof is a loaded word, so we need a specific definition to work with.
Yeah, it's a separate question from you asking earlier, anyway. Also, within logic, they use a proof system, so it's like the guy might just be being incredibly pedantic, which isn't actually a bad thing when it comes to logic. So maybe he doesn't accept the way you asked your question.
Well, we started off as two things, right? Can there be a proofless logician, right? Then we got to what is proof.
Well, you have direct evidence, and then you have individualized evidence. If it can be replicated, where more than one person can replicate something, at that point you have like pretty good proof, But even then, you could still have doubts. So like, it's subjective, bro. Like, I don't know, man.
Is it really? Let's say now, okay.
But what do you know of logic?
Well, I ain't no expert of it.
The first order business is just defining proof.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, that's where we're at now. What is proof?
But the thing is, though, even if you do replicate something and it's established as proof, there could be variables that the people that replicated the experiment didn't see, and down the road, they can find out something that actually we were wrong. Like that's why I'm saying like it's complicated, bro.
Well, not really. This is what I like to use.
Proof is important, but remember the question was asked within the context of this guy being a logician. So, if in the context of logic and how they use the word proof, it's not in agreement with the one that you're using or how you're thinking it, then you're at cross purposes. You're not having the same conversation. So that's why I think, because of how you started your question, you would want to know more about logic before you then go and tackle the proof side of it. Because you might
Are you saying
you might
proof
be
is
making
different?
you
Or we
might be
could just say
making
what's
assumptions about
just say
how they operating within the logic framework.
you could just ask what's the definition of proof within the context of logic.
Exactly, and that's why I was asking what he knows about it, because I'm just reading this stuff from just the online stuff. So, a formal language consists of an alphabet and for flip's sake, let me skip to the bit that's important. Oh, okay, my bad. I was reading the wrong paragraph. A proof system is a collection of rules to construct formal proofs. It is a tool to arrive at conclusions from the set of axioms. Rules in a proof system are defined in terms of the syntactic form of formulas, independent of their specific content. Oh, wait, how did I... My bad, reading from this far away is annoying. Rules in a proof system are defined... My bad, I'm doing a bad job of this. But they're using a proof system, and then at the end it goes, there are different types of proof systems, including natural deduction and sequent calculi. So that's why I suggest, I mean, you raised the SE, so that's the only reason I'm looking into this. I suggest you go and familiarize yourself with the logic world and how they operate with proof systems. Then you might have a clearer answer to your question.
No, just respond to the homie that said.
What are you came in to be a teacher or something? Or what are you doing, dude? Like, what's your angle here now? We're just
you raise
having a
a
discussion.
Yeah, you raise a topic, and I want to address the topic specifically. I don't want to just talk like thoughts that aren't founded in something specific, right? I'm not trying to antagonize you.
Anyways, SE, just respond to the person that said that a logician doesn't need proof or whatever, and ask him to define proof.
Yeah, that's where we were at, but somebody decided to exactly what is proof? Like, define proof.
Yeah, tell him that.
Is he
the
here?
one that told you that statement?
The proof is in the pudding.
yeah.
It's apple pie. But is he here, Ezzy? Just call him out or something. I don't
It's not about a person, dude. It's not about a person. Forget about people now. It was just a statement like I wanted opinions on, can a logician be proofless, right? It's not about me knowing stuff or me being an expert on stuff. And then we went to what is proof?
Yeah, my answer is yes, depending on the definition of proof.
Same.
That's as complex as saying what is truth. You're gonna be here all day, dude, talking about that.
It seems fairly obvious to me that you can use the word proof in different ways. You can use it in a mathematical sense. You can use it in a colloquial sense. Like, do you mean the colloquial sense? Like, what exactly do you mean?
Well, I don't. It's a general question, I guess. I guess in the terms they were talking philosophical. I think they were talking philosophical terms. But yeah, I'm just curious as a general. Like, let me put it this way. In 2022, I went to Gems and I asked them, what is proof? Right? And according to them, there's no such thing as proof. You can't prove anything definitely. There's no absolute proof.
But you can prove there's an infinite number of primes, right?
You can prove stuff.
You can prove a lot of things, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's
even they would say that there's proofs in math.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
definitely that's why I use the triangle, right? With 180. Yeah.
But then it's like, so can I prove that I'm driving right now? I think I would say yes, even if it was a colloquial question. But then the question would arise, oh, how do you know you're not a brain in a jar and all this other philosophical claptrap? Yeah.
You see, most ballers like Sean, he says, be specific. Science doesn't prove, math does. You see? They think that they agree that math proves
don't
stuff.
engage with him, man. He's just being an idiot.
But they'll often conflate.
No, he's not. Why you say that? Don't say
They're
that.
wrong.
I'm not really sure who the fuck you think you are, but I was talking to SE, not you. And the only idiot I'm hearing is the guy who thinks he's leading a conversation by trying to antagonize people.
Nice
So if I were you, I would really calm the fuck down on that.
You don't have
Dude,
to like
science
fight
doesn't
fire with
prove.
fire.
Since when?
Tell me what does science prove? So let me make this more clear to you. Science isn't prove things; it's the knowledge of things. And someone already explained it. If they do a test, they don't know if later on that test is going to change. So no, science isn't about proofs. And if you don't understand what the fuck you're saying and you just want to be a dumbass about it, then I'm going to treat you like a bitch that you are.
Hold up. Elijah and Sensei, ease up on the interruptions, and Sean, ease up on the insults. Let's keep this. Let's keep it.
But yo, SC, sure.
Wait. Ease up on the insults. The reason I came in was because this dumb fuck was being insulting. There's a difference.
But we.
So don't tell me not to insult people if he's the one that did it.
1 second, man.
Fuck, man.
As soon as he said his thing, 2 of us, or maybe even 3 of us, said, "Hey, that's not cool. Don't say that." Right?
Okay, let's put it behind us now. Let's continue.
Come on, man.
What is truth? Come on, SE.
What is proof? What is proof?
Same thing.
Baby, don't have.
What is truth? Okay, I'll give you some truth. That when this conversation gets to this point, this is what I like to say. There's no proof? You guys say there's no proof? Okay. Excuse the bloodiness here, right? But I can prove that every time I take a samurai sword and chop somebody's head off, they will die. How's that? Does that get to the heart of matters?
I'd like to see you prove it.
Prove it.
Without saying sorry.
But do you get what I'm saying now? There's
Yeah,
definite proof, right? Nobody could tell you that there's no proof again, right? After hearing what I just said, right? That's definite proof. Every time you do that, you will get the same results. No question about it.
But the question is,
That's because we know in this context how you're using the word, right? So that it's not ambiguous. But the thing is, when you ask somebody, when you're asking these people these questions, whether they're being genuine or not, right? The word can be applied in so many ways that there is ambiguity unless it's specifically nailed down. But
that's why I phrased it in such a manner.
Say again?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I said that's why I phrased it in such a manner. I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
No. But in that sense, it's clear. But in other senses, these people they don't necessarily think the way you're asking your question. So you have to maybe anticipate that ahead of time, and not like you have to trap them, but just make sure that there isn't this room for ambiguity, so that they know that what you're asking is specifically what you're asking, and not what they're.
Thank you very much for your advice, but I prefer to do things my way. Thanks, anyways. Appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're engaging with people who live in delusional worlds, right? So they
no problem.
They like to play with words all the time.
Yeah, I'm very aware of that.
You either don't engage, or you put them in such a position where they have no option other than to show their hand or answer correctly.
Yeah, well, we all have our own ways of doing things, right?
Does that mean much?
Wasn't meant to mean much.
Oh, okay.
So here's the problem with your earlier example, SE. The problem with that is that it presumes, I don't know if it said presumes, but it hinges on science. There's always a progression in technology. And so you can never know what you don't know. And as an example of what you just said, how do we know at some point humanity will not be capable of transplanting somebody's head? You cut off the head, they just take the head, put it on somebody else's, that person is still alive.
I never mentioned anything about reimposing his head.
But that's the point. That person can still be alive in the
You have
future.
proof of this?
With future technology. That's the whole point of what I'm saying. We don't know what the future holds. So
Yeah, but
it might be
you're
true
adding
now.
more assumptions
Hold
onto
on,
that
I'm not
to make
finished.
that case, dude.
Hold
You're
on.
assuming
I
that
am
somebody's
not
life
finished.
resides in
Hold
their
on.
forehead.
I'm not finished. I'm going to keep doing this until you let me finish.
Let him finish, bro.
Let me
Come
finish.
on.
Let me finish. We don't know what future technology holds, which is the same for science. We don't know what future technology holds for science. So what's true today for science might not be true for the future because of scientific advancements.
Nicely said. Now check that out, everybody listening, right? Look at the lengths that he went to even go against that, right? No matter what we say, no matter how correct it is, right? They will still go against it. They will still find some way to go against it. It's amazing.
I'm gonna have to agree with him though, to be honest, because what could be true today doesn't mean it will be true tomorrow. We don't know what could
Well, it
change.
wasn't true today, then.
What are you
Was it?
talking about, bro? You think that somehow in the future we're gonna evolve to be able to survive a
Yes.
samurai cutting off
I
your
do.
head?
I do. I believe that in the
My
future
God,
there will be a time where death will be no more. So what is true today will not be true tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. Like he's got a valid point there.
You're changing the context, so it's not the same
You're
as what
going
SE was
biblical
talking
on us,
about.
bro. Yeah, you're going on a yeah.
I'm going theoretical. I'm not even trying to talk about biblical. I'm just saying that there could be a time in the future where what's true today, even the actual physical laws that reality is constrained by, could change.
But Lion, the moment that happens, the context is different. So it doesn't disprove what SE was talking about chopping people's heads off in his example. Because in that context, no, shush. In that context, what he said is completely accurate. In a different context, it's a different context, so it can't be applied to the other context.
And that's
Why
my
is this
point.
so hard
That
to understand?
the variables can shift. You're acting like these variables will be eternal, consistent. Even light, we know that is not constant, right? That we can agree that light is not constant. According to them, the light is constant. What I'm trying to tell you is that in both models, whether it's the flat Earth or the heliocentric model, what we believe are constants, right, don't have to be constant for eternity. Variables shift and change. Doesn't have to go biblical. We don't have to talk about eternal life. I'm just he's got a valid point.
That doesn't disprove that doesn't disprove what SE said. If he chops a man's head off, the guy's gonna die. If you're gonna talk about tomorrow, then you're talking about something completely different. So you can't disprove you can't talk about how somebody eats an apple and then bring up an orange and go, well, it doesn't happen with the orange, as if that has any relevance.
It does because so let's change the subject. The speed of light, the induction of light might be a certain. No, hold on. Hear me out. No, hear me out because apparently that example is not working out. So let's change the example altogether. The induction of light has a certain speed. Now we understand if you believe in the electric universe that the light is not actually moving. It's the induction of light. So let's just pretend for a second that rate changes over time, bro. So what might be real today, the induction rate that's established today might change tomorrow, bro. So your whole formula is going to be off. And what they're using as proof is the math. What your math might add up today, that math might not add up in 1,000 years. It's not guaranteed to add up. And that's all I'm saying.
But you can say that without adding it on to what he was talking about. He was being very specific about his example.
No, I know, but it's what his example it only works under a certain set of variables today. No certain set of variables might change in the future.
Yeah, but that's the whole point.
Anyways, I'm good.
Variables will
the
never
context
change.
is always the point.
Gentlemen, how are those variables going to change? Are you saying we're going to evolve into something else? Because that's what it's all about. It's not about reattaching the head. That's not what it's about. You're missing the point here. I think.
No, I'm not talking about attaching the head either. I wasn't talking about that.
So what are you saying? You're saying that somehow man will regrow his head and not
I'm saying
die? Like,
theoretically, in the future, you could try to hit somebody with a sword, and you're not going to get the same result that you got 1,000 times in a row. Yeah, you might have gotten the same result 1,000 times in a row, but there will be a day in the future where if you try to attack somebody with a sword, they're not going to die. It's not going to even go through their skin. They're going to be eternally incorruptible. And that's just that's just biblical.
From his, hold up,
That's not relevant. That's literally a non
thing.
sequitur.
He said he cuts the person's head off. You know, so in the future, if he didn't cut the person's head off, that's not part of what he's talking about.
I know, I understand what you guys are saying, but I'm saying just because it's replicatable, repeatable, right, and you can do it 1,000 times, does not mean that it will be consistent throughout time. That result might be consistent for a period of time.
Because you know what?
No, I'm not.
Essie's example, even in your hypothetical or definite future, right? In
Yeah,
that
yeah.
future, when you then go and read, let's say someone wrote it down in stone or whatever, what Essie's example, for argument's sake, you go and read it, his example is still correct, even in the different circumstances in the future, because his example is contextually specific.
I agree with that.
You're confusing things to
no, I
I'm
already
not sure,
said
like, you're doing it on
contextually.
purpose.
Nah, bro, I already said that though. I already told you. I gave you the disclaimer that under a certain set of variables, yes, his statement stands true. But if those variables change, guess what happens? His statement is no longer true, but it's under the hypothetical that the variables change, bro. You're saying that these variables are consistent forever. Prove that.
Lion,
No,
let me explain
not
it this way.
saying
Hold
that.
up, let me explain it this way.
No one said that.
So let's say he did it 1,000 times in the future, and you know, he's gonna have different results than he has now because it's not eternal, right? We're only looking at the results where the guy's head comes off. We're disregarding any other results, even if they may exist. If the results like change, we're only looking at the results where the guy's head comes off, and he's saying that that's proof that, you know, cutting that person's head off results in death. You understand?
Yeah, no, I understand. Obviously.
Yeah, end of story.
But like that's not what I'm saying though. Like obviously he's dead. He's got no head. that's irrelevant.
No,
That's not what I'm saying.
there's still no room to argue because you could say
doesn't
that
relate.
You could say that it's a simulation, and if he does like you know, if that person or that human dies, maybe his soul lives on. He's not truly dead, or maybe like in terms of if it's a simulation that he dies within the simulation, but not in real life or whatever. You know, there's ways you could say that it's not 100% true that the person dies.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna go there.
You know, I think you said earlier percentage was interesting about the being soundproof. Because I'm reading this thing on the logic, and it goes, thus soundness and hold on. So they would have to have a complete system of proof for it to be sound logic. So if their logic is not founded with a decent system of proof, then their logic is unsound. So maybe in that context, he could be a logician, but he could be an unsound logician, or one could be in the example that SE raised earlier, perhaps. But again, it's like these things are so bored and nerdy sometimes.
It's an interesting convo. Every time proof comes up, yeah, this always happens, right? And it's normal because we've been convinced that there's no such proof. The scientific community has convinced people that there's no such proof. Don't trust in your senses. You're just some numbskull floating around in billions and billions and trillions of stars. You're a nobody, and there's no such thing as proof.
You know what I think it is, SC, is that they like to use it every other, because I guess because of the language that we're using, right? Every other definition of proof than the one that you're talking about. They just ignore that one. So I guess that would be the first one, like trial assessment to try and prove the fact or assertion. But then you have all these other ones that they can just kind of play with and go, no, we're not using that. Oh no, that doesn't exist here. La 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 la. It's just babbling, really. But the reason, I mean, perhaps I broke a rule, but the reason I called the other geezer idiotic is that the way you're using the scientific method, obviously, it's kind of a given whenever, especially in this venue, right? That is dealing with proofs. It's either a proof or a disproof of the hypothesis in the story.
You know, usually when I bring the samurai example out, and I hate to do it, but it's the only thing that gets through, the conversation ends. You know why? Because there's no rebuttal to that. What are you going to say? How can you
Well,
rebut
the guy tried, right? He tried to put a
He
head in a
tried, yeah,
jar.
he tried. Yeah.
But the thing is, he presented it as if, oh, you're making assumptions that in the future this won't be able to happen. But then he's also assuming that that a life resides in a detached skull.
I'm doing the
all
opposite.
evidence to the contrary.
I'm actually doing the opposite of that. I'm making no assumptions about what's possible in the future. Therefore, something might be possible.
If you're suggesting something might be possible, then you're assuming something.
That is
what
the
part of that is
opposite.
hard to understand?
No, I make no assumptions about what might be. Everything is possible. What is impossible in the future?
So you're making many assumptions then.
I'm making the opposite of it. I'm making zero assumptions.
I don't think you understand the implications of the words coming out of your mouth.
I don't think you do.
Okay,
We'll just
so repeating my retort to you, does that achieve
no.
something?
I make what assumption am I making about what might? I don't know what technology is going to be invented. I don't know what humanity could be wiped out. Humanity
Yeah,
might
but
not last.
you're using your lack of knowledge as a response to someone's
years.
to
I
someone's
am
point.
making zero assumptions about the possibility that humanity might discover technology that allows us to do this thing. That is
Dude,
zero
you used
assumption.
it as a point, as a rebuttal to what he said, thereby assuming that the opposite of what he's suggesting is possible. Why is that so hard to understand? Why can't you just acknowledge and concede that you accused him of assuming something while also assuming something? Can you not just be an adult about it? What's wrong with you?
Because you're both wrong. How about that reason?
Okay, because you're a petulant child. Congratulations.
That's exactly what I am. Yes. I'm a petulant child and you're both wrong. Therefore, I claim victory.
The concession is well received.
Why are we arguing about this?
We're not arguing. This is not an argument.
Well, no, I know, but what was the point of yeah, theoretically, we've all seen Futurama. Yeah, we could possibly do heads and jars, but maybe, but that shouldn't be a point or a proof of anything one way or the other, right?
Exactly. You're living up to your name, though, Fuzzy. Yeah, you got some wind noise.
I'm walking the dog. Car just drove by.
I believe in objective truth. Don't get it twisted. Because, you know, if Santiago was here, man, we'd be going in talking about what is truth. And it's all about social constructs and what is moral, what is ethical.
Don't you prove stuff like with experiments, though? Like if you were to say, hey, I'm not going to give a plant water and I'm going to give the other plant water, then you can prove that the water is what kept that plant alive.
Exactly.
Well done. That's another good proof. Deprive a plant of light and water, and it will die every time. Kudos, bro. Nice one. I might use that one in the future.
Unless the
Watch
plant's a
out, I
mushroom.
might
Yeah, because it operates by a different set of rules. But
unless the plant evolves.
But this
I'm
is
joking.
this is the point, right? When we're talking here, maybe we need to be ultra pedantic, but I don't think it's necessary because we all know we're talking about the scientific method when we raise it. They attack it or respond to it using a completely different application, because by definition of the method, it's a proof method. So when they say it doesn't prove anything, then they're not talking about what we're talking about, and they're just being clowns.
Yeah, but that plant thing is genius. Who said that?
Yeah,
Who?
that was Torah for you.
Nice, well done, bro. That is a perfect, and it's less bloody than mine, right? Chopping off heads. So if you deprive a plant of sunlight and water, it will die. Proof positive. Nice one.
Well, any light. You could say any light because I can grow a plant with a light in a closet. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I mean any light, yeah.
Can you grow?
And I don't mean a mushroom either. I don't mean a mushroom either, right? I mean, yeah. We can get more specific if need be, but the idea is there, right? Without a plant that's green and needs the sun and water, if you deprive those two things from that certain plant, it will absolutely die every time.
I feel the same way about that living water.
Say that again?
I feel the same way that I need that living water or I will perish, just personally speaking.
So that's 2 proofs right there. The triangle, that's 3 proofs. Not bad. For a Thursday afternoon.
Wait, it's afternoon. You need to catch up. Wait, if you get your hands on some uranium, SE, let me know. I'll come around for dinner.
I don't know if I would have the guts to do it, bro. I'll tell you though. I don't know.
SC, what do you think about germ theory?
What's a germ?
Well, having caught freaking flus and germs, I would have to say, yeah, it's a thing.
So if you got tested and you came back positive for AIDS or HIV or something more specific like herpes, right? Let's say you got tested for herpes. Is that proof positive that you have herpes?
He's trying to get rid of me.
Nah, I'm just wondering.
I don't know about that, bro. Yeah, your point is well taken, right? They tell us we have a certain thing, we feel ill. I mean, yeah. I mean, who knows, really?
I think the reason they get away with this is they've completely flipped the script. All the immune responses, they've called those the diseases or whatever. So the flu response, they've named it as if it's a thing, but it's your immune system doing what its immune system is designed to do, which is kicking out the impurities or whatever it is that caused you to be in the way that you are, to need that. So like a fever, for instance, that's an immune response. That's not something that just takes control over you. Sometimes it can go out of whack, of course. Let's not get lost in nuance, but that's your immune system doing what it's supposed to do. I think that's one of the biggest tricks here, because people like all this pharmaceutical stuff is to deal with the symptoms, but these symptoms are actually, for the most part, your body doing the right thing. So if you got a headache, it's your body responding correctly to the fact that you might not be hydrated enough, and then hopefully you get the message and hydrate, for instance.
So hear me out. If you have a headache and you got a sore throat, is that proof that you're sick?
It's proof that you got a headache and a sore throat.
Fair enough.
Look, I think it's important not to throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? Let's not just reject everything outright. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ever gotten the flu and were out cold for 2-3 weeks, you couldn't move. You got to believe that something did it to you, right? Now, Well, I mean,
people
here's a
think that
scientific
something
Certainly
with
raises some
with
questions.
like a literal bacteria infection, like where there's literal bacteria that's inside of you that's doing harm or causing something. But then again, also it's sort of like, I love how much the whole modern society brushes under the rug the placebo effect. Everyone agrees that it's a thing, but they just call it just the placebo effect. Well, really? Just the ability to heal yourself because you believe you are? No big deal.
Well, I mean, you don't have the placebo effect without the nocebo effect. So, which is, I think, what you're suggesting. Some people can just get ill because they don't feel well, or because their neighbor got ill. Like the mind is a powerful tool. You have to use it wisely. Same with the tongue.
Well, bro, you should write that in Proverbs or something.
You can do a bit of an
Of course, someone's already
experimentation
done it.
on this a little bit. You could, because people get sick from drinking water, right? They get dysentery or whatever. You could look at the water, see if, through a microscope and see if there's these things called microbes or germs or bacteria in there. You could drink the water, you get sick, right? Then you could take it, take the same water, from the same sample, boil the water. Looks like in the microscope, you killed all the bacteria in there, then drink the water, and then you could determine potentially that those things in the water got you sick.
Not necessarily, because you could, and I think Elisha, you said nocebo, but I don't know if you had the correct kind of usage for it. But basically, like if you had this water and you had these, microbes and stuff like that inside, and you saw them, you could then make yourself sick by, thinking that's harmful, and that's what the nocebo effect is. Even though it's perfectly healthy and the microbes won't do anything to you, and it's perfectly fine to drink, you can make yourself sick just because, mentally you just feel like it's harmful.
Well, that's true. I mean, you make a good point. Then you could do a double placebo. So you find somebody that's willing to drink this bad water for you, and then don't tell them which one's which. Give them no indicator and see which one they get sick, which one
Exactly.
gets
You
sick.
have to make it so they can't see the microbes or what have you.
Right. And it's also the strength. We also have to take into consideration the strength of some of these immune systems, because they might be immune compromised because of like a traumatic event, like their granddad died the other day or whatever. That can affect the way their immune system is operating. So something that would otherwise not affect them, say that bacteria in the water, did actually get them that time because they were brought down below their optimal level. So there's lots of variables in all this thing. I think these kind of discussions are more useful than the general approach, which is, symptom here, take some pharmaceutical grade oil that we've refined because we couldn't find a use for it, and inject this into your system.
Good point, but there's some proven. You want to go ahead, bro?
Oh no, I didn't. I was just going to add to that, like
Go on.
Well, sorry, these monks can actually drink poison, and I haven't looked into all these stories, but I've heard them for years. Where if you're that in tune with your mind and all these kinds of everything we're talking about, you can drink poison, and no, it won't affect me.
As a matter of fact, you're gonna freak. I watched this thing just yesterday. It's about these people in Africa, these young kids that are immune to bee stings. Like they go in trees, they climb up this bark, and they get bitten like dozens of times. And one Western reporter got stung by one bee, and his hand was the size like it swelled up pretty big. Let's say that. But these people are immune to them.
Fucking evolution, man. Get with it.
Yeah,
it's because they get stung.
That's clearly proof of evolution, right?
No,
it's conditioning.
No,
I'm
hold
kidding.
on. Don't run.
I'm kidding. I was joking.
Yeah, they get stung from young,
you can do this.
and they're immune to it. They get immune to it.
It's the same way with, like, I don't know, any of you potheads around here. Like you get to the point where if you've been smoking for a while, it doesn't affect you in the same way. And then you stop for a bit, you let that kind of subside, then the next hit you take, it hits you. It's the same kind of thing.
Or that happens with bananas too, dude.
Differently.
If you don't eat bananas for a long time and then you eat a banana, it's like, wow. Or like, say you don't eat
so
food.
high, man.
If you don't eat food for a long time and then you
get
do
bendy and
eat
yellow.
food, it makes you feel funny, for sure. So I wouldn't say it's just marijuana.
I think the difference.
Wait, what
I
about
think the difference
bananas?
with the bee stings stuff is, I think that's a more permanent state of being. Like that tolerance build-up is like one that doesn't fluctuate with use, from my understanding. But I might be wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, with all their gadgets and gizmos, how do we speed up evolution? There's some of these folks way behind.
Sean wants to do a thing on evolution, so that should be good.
My dentist tells me there's more radiation in a banana than when they give me x-rays.
But hey, you mentioned the bananas. What do you mean? If you don't eat bananas for a long time and then you eat one, what do you feel?
You feel like, oh my God, this is so delicious. Why was I depriving myself of this?
Oh, I see.
Is my cam on? Because I'm literally eating a banana right now. That's funny.
Skin on or off?
But it's true with most any food, though. Almost any food is the same thing. Like if you don't eat McDonald's for a while, you don't crave it anymore, and then you just eat it once, and you're like, well, or Dorito, any kind of food.
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like I was thinking, like food could be a drug for all you know.
Hey, Lion, I like that you brought this up. I was going to bring up the indigenous people that can eat raw meat or even like kind of spoiling meat, but their belly, the microbiome in their gut is fine. And then if I did it, I would be just super sick with diarrhea, food poisoning, etc. So I really been leaning towards terrain theory being more realistic and us being everything being like frequency and vibration. So like if you come in coughing, and the reason I'm saying this is because last year I got sick like 9 times. I got cold and fever and snot and all that because I have 3 small kids. And I was, every time they got their nose was running, I'd be like, oh no, I'm going to get sick and I'm training for these races. I know I'm going to get sick, and I would. And once I started learning about all this truther stuff, and I was like, wait a minute, what's terrain theory? What is this? And I just learned that it may be that I'm empathetically responding to my kids' cues of them detoxing, so my body will detox. And long story short, I only got sick 1 time last year, and I'm not near as fearful when they get sick. And I think the mind is more powerful than we know.
Yeah, what you're talking about is literally nocebo effect. Like you thought that their noses running and getting sick and stuff like that was harmful to you, and as a result, you got sick.
Yeah, but
it's not
it's
so
a little
much
bit
terrain theory. Hold up, it's not so much terrain theory because in terms of terrain, your body is still subliminally getting their whatever they're sloughing off and stuff like that, right?
Right.
So it wasn't an issue of terrain theory. It was more of an issue of nocebo effect. And then when you were conscious of that and recognized it and cognizant of it, then that's when you kind of like controlled that and eliminated it.
Right. But another factor here is, hand, foot, mouth with children. Like kids don't know that they're around somebody that's sick. They don't even know what sickness is really most of the time. And I think that if a kid walks in a room and he's suffering from the symptoms of hand, foot, mouth, it may be a frequency thing of that kid's aura, and the other kids will, like a tuning fork, if a C is brought near another tuning fork that hasn't been touched, it will start to resonate at that C. It could be deeper, is all I'm saying. Yes, you're right with what you just corrected me on, but there could be stuff that goes on that we don't even understand. But the doctors want to say, you know what I'm saying? Like the doctors want to say, oh no, you got sick from a little dead virus or a little germ got in you and started replicating. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think a lot of stuff is about making money and then having power and control.
What about poison ivy though? There's definitely something there, right?
Well, so poison ivy is a person's own response to the oils, and their histamine and their skin is freaking out like there's an invader, where some people have no problem. They don't even react to it at all. I react to poison ivy, and if any of you ever get it, there's a technique with warm water where like if you're showering and you're done getting clean and you have poison ivy, you can turn the water up ever so slightly. You don't want to just go straight as hot as you can stand because you're going to ruin the effect. Take your warm shower, increase it by a notch, a tiny bit more, and put the poison ivy under the hot water, and it will like hyperactivate the histamines and then crank it up a little hotter. Do it again, slowly. Keep going until you're just about to the point where you're like, holy crap, I think I'm going to burn my arm. And then you'll have 8 hours of relief where it's not going to bother you at all. It's really amazing.
Nice. Is that good for like any hives, anything histamine like related?
I don't know. I've only done it with poison ivy. When I get it behind my knee or on my fingers or on my arm, that slow hyperactivation of your histamine, you will get relief. Be able to do it right before bed. You'll be able to sleep all night. Do it again in the morning. You can go to work and not have it going crazy on your arm.
But
There's another
that's
thing you
similar
can
to the
do in
bees
addition.
and how you can condition yourself with the bees. I have some people, if you're around poison ivy all day, every day, eventually it's probably not going to affect you as much as it did the very first time.
Right, but I wouldn't suggest it because I think
Oh,
handling
yeah.
bee stings would be like becoming more used to that, conditioned to that would be a lot less
Right.
problematic than poison ivy, from my understanding. But there's another thing you could do in addition to what Boston suggested is bentonite clay. So I've seen this done not on myself but on someone I know who had a bee sting, and sometimes people get weird reactions where it's not just a localized spot. It becomes like a dark patch throughout like a lot of their skin. It just kind of grows around the sting.
Yeah.
And I suppose this will work also with the ivy. And you just bentonite clay into a poultice, and you wrap it in cling film or something to keep it wet overnight, and it will just draw out the toxin and help you get relief that way as well.
Now, the key is if you know that you react negatively to the oils, let's say that you're like, oh crap, I've been working in the garden or I've picked some up, is to clean it off. Because I've seen videos where basically, like, if you had grease, like black grease on your hands or on your arm, you can't just lightly go over it with a little bit of soap. It's still going to be there. But if you can, use soap 2 or 3 times and scrub with a loofah or like a cotton rag and scrub your skin, then you'll make it to where you won't have a bad reaction. Even if you usually go haywire with poison ivy, you literally can get the oils off before your skin has a chance to go crazy.
Right, because wouldn't it be like at that point, if it's actually oils interacting with each other, isn't that more of an actual physical chemical reaction than any kind of germ?
Well, so the oils can get on a dog and come and get on you. And the problem is when the oils seep into your skin, it's your own response to the oils. There's nothing wrong with the oils at all, but the bad breakouts and all that is just a person's hyper freak out to it. And that's what I'm saying is like, if you can get that oil off before it soaks in, I mean, you've got like, I'd say 2 hours, maybe 3, where you can get it off. But if you leave it on and you don't even know you got into it and you go to bed, the next thing you know, the next day you're seeing those hives like popping up.
Yeah, but I was just saying, like when
710.
people talk about germ theory and all these different things, like, but that's less quantifiable than like a physical, like chemical reaction with oils and stuff. Like that's more of like you can test and manipulate that kind of thing. You know what I mean? As opposed to germ theory, for lack of a better.
Well,
I
like
think the germ stuff is obfuscation of the parasites.
Oh yeah, because I'm saying like, you can
like,
actually have bacteria and stuff that's a physical, actual thing that you
that's
can.
beneficial.
Yeah, sometimes it's beneficial, sometimes it's
Right,
not.
because
Depends
we
on the balance.
have
all
that
yeah.
in the we have that stuff tested in the gut. That some of this stuff, when the balance is right, is you're in a
Gut
healthy
biome.
condition, and when that stuff's wiped
But
out, your immune system is whack. So I think a lot of this stuff is to muddy the waters in our understanding, because it's the parasites that are nearly always 110% the ones that are going to cause you problems. But bacteria,
Because there's
in and of
people that don't
itself,
even believe in bacteria, bro. They don't even believe in
Yo,
viruses.
I'm back, by the way.
because of the way
Elijah.
it's described. Yeah, what's up, Dessa? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying I'm back. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think that's all. But you know what, Lion? I think that's also another case of the way they describe these things, because in the sense of what I was talking about it, there's no argument there. This stuff has been, like, all the probiotics and all this stuff. This has been for time immemorial, as far as I understand.
I believe
But
it too, bro. But the thing is,
but
like, at
people,
one point,
some people
I
just
wasn't
go
sure.
hyper. Yeah, some people go hyper one way, and like SE was saying, like throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Exactly.
It's an understandable reaction, but it's an overreaction still. And this is where the fine art of using your brain comes into play.
Discernment.
You can't just you can't just go, oh, everything they said is wrong. It's kind of like the discussion of gravity, for instance, as described by the globheads. Obviously, it's nonsense, but as indicated by the other stuff that we talk about and the actual observable and demonstratable things that happen, it's not such a nonsense. But when you have one term that's being talked about in 2 or 3 different ways, then you have a problem. That's why you have to be so studious.
But that's the problem. Like in this community, bro, you have people that deny germs altogether, deny that radiation is lethal or that nuclear fuel is lethal, deny the Holocaust, deny space and NASA. And then we have to figure out, like, well, who's right, man? Like,
well, that's the
you know what I
thing
mean?
is you got to look into this stuff. You can't just base your assertions on feelings, thoughts, and beliefs. Like you have to be confounded upon the facts, and the facts have to be logical.
Right.
Yeah, so like you raised the nuclear stuff again. Essie was referencing Galen Windsor, I believe, the guy who's eating this stuff. He to summarize what he was talking about, in certain circumstances this stuff isn't dangerous. It's only in very specific circumstances where it is, and I think he called that critical mass or whatever the thing is. So these guys, prior to all this what do they hysteria that they imposed, where everyone had to wear these suits and all this stuff, these guys who were working, he was one of them, working in these nuclear environments, they would walk around with the refined rods in their pockets. But
Oh, like
one
Homer
in one
Simpson.
pocket, yeah, one in one pocket, one in the other pocket. They just knew enough not to make them touch, because when they make them touch, you got an issue. So this is like you were saying, the discernment. Some of this stuff does cause problems, but the exaggerated stuff surrounding it is obviously BS. And I think the Chernobyl example is good, because you have, when you actually look into it, if anyone has, I'd suggest it if you're interested. There are a lot of cases of very specific deaths, but they were all thyroid issues. So the thyroid is very sensitive to radiation. But that was it, right?
It's how they perpetuate the lie. They perpetuate the lie by telling a little bit of truth and then manipulating the rest.
Exactly. So those were the people who actually died. It was
so
like
if your rod
90.
if your
Can I
rod
just
is
finish?
green,
I'll be quick. Dicelo. So that was the actual data of the deaths. It was all thyroid stuff from what I looked into, right? But then you look, like as you were saying earlier, the rest of the area, there's life growing, people are still living there, and etc. And there's no problem. And that's where you have to cut the line between the bullshit and the lies and the truth to be able to see what the whole story is. Go ahead, Dicelo.
oh no, my bad. I was just gonna tell a quick 2-second joke, but I think we lost the context of that. Basically, it went something like, if your rod is green, then don't touch tips.
I should have let you go. I didn't sense.
Well, I
I've seen the
also,
footage. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well,
Please.
no, it's okay.
Please.
It's okay. I just wanted to say, if they would stop weaponizing these microorganisms and parasites and bacteria, it might be okay. But that's what's called gain of function, right? They're, manipulating the genes and the bacteria and all that kind of stuff. We've heard that a lot lately in the last couple of years.
I got a question. How do we define living versus non-living? And second part of the question is, are viruses living? Do they meet the criteria? You guys able to hear me?
That's a tough one, bro, because I've looked into this myself, and I think that there's certain organisms that are literally robotic, like they're organic robots. Yeah, they're made out of amino acids, but for the most part, I can't prove that they're conscious. They almost seem like programs. Like this viruses almost seem like programs, bro. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some unique qualities that's portrayed about viruses, but there's also some specific hypocrisies and contradictions within the explanation of them. So that's why I'm just trying to determine how we define living and then try to apply that upon the standard of what's provided within virology.
Well, I've heard that they've never isolated one, and that what you see under the electron microscope, the images of viruses, is CGI. And I don't think they're alive, and I think they're made up. But we do have symptoms, and we do have illness or dis-ease. So I'm not trying to say nobody gets a fever and nobody gets sick. I just think that the body is a perfect healing machine, and it is terrain. If you give the body pure water and pure air, good food, clean food, not highly processed, you get exercise, you get some sunshine, you get your feet on the ground. I think that people can go never getting sick. But the reason why,
my own personal experience, I switched over to a high pH RO water, and ever since then, I haven't been sick within the last 4 years. I don't know if there's a direct connection between that, or if I'm just,
No,
I don't know, wishful thinking.
You could arguably still get sick, but the idea is that the body, God created us in such a way that it heals, anything. And well, I mean, unless you get limbs amputated or something like that. But yeah, like any kind of sickness that you go through, any dis-ease that you go through, your body will heal. So you don't need these drugs, you don't need any other, special fancy stuff.
Well, even cancer.
People conflate what a virus is versus what an actual bacteria that is inside your body. I mean, that's a real thing.
Right.
But
I believe in
this idea of having lifelong illnesses, like lifelong HIV or herpes or whatever nonsense. It's a fad, man.
Well, those are all autoimmune diseases.
Right. So the immune system, I think, is relevant to what percentage responded to and whoever who responded to his statement. So the sickness, like I was saying earlier, these are proper, sometimes in a negative way, but these are proper immune responses. The difference is when it's an immune response that's so bad that you can't move for like as he suggested with the flu type stuff for a couple of weeks or whatever. That's a bad case, because that would indicate that your system is really weak, that it can't eliminate whatever the flips causing you, or whatever disbalance you have. They can't eliminate it quickly without you being immobilized. But equally, and I know this from experience, personal and otherwise, that you can be, according to the way these lot define it, you can be under some really heavy sicknesses and your immune system is dealing with it and you have no symptoms. So as they define it, you could have, I don't know, just like type
So what happens is
some crazy malaria or whatever, but your body is so strong that it's just handling it with no issue. And I think that's worth considering in this discussion to like understand the nuance here.
Yeah, typically when you have a white blood cell count, then it's merely impossible for a virus to like take hold of the system. But then to the opposite effect, the immune system could be so hyperactive where it starts attacking itself, where you start running into these autoimmune issues.
And usually that stuff is linked with some toxic imbalance or overload. But when the immune system's attacking itself, somewhere along the line, there's like a buildup of something that shouldn't be in there. And when you actually do the detoxes, like for instance, like some people are allergic to certain foods because something went wrong early on, and then they're just unbalanced forever. But I'm not saying this is always the case, so just don't get lost here.
Right.
if you actually clear the system out and reset, you actually go, wait, I can actually eat this thing that would have like immobilized me earlier before. Like, what happened? And this is like the truer understanding of how health works. When you actually let the body and help the body in the case of what happens a lot these days, to eliminate the stuff that shouldn't be there, you actually operate well. And that's why I think whoever said about the RO water, the reason you don't get sick or that you don't feel the sickness in the same way you felt the symptoms earlier in your life is probably because you're consuming a higher quality water. Your immune system is now more robust and is like it's like up leveling your stats in a game. Like the enemy comes and it just doesn't hurt you anymore. You just flick it away.
Yeah. Ken kind of explains it in the sense that that water is the primary cause to like 99% of illnesses and cancers, and the fact that it's you can quantitatively purify the water, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you qualitatively purize the water. And this is kind of the result of that, like having impure water from a qualitative standard. And
it makes sense because the whole thing with sickness is like I was saying earlier, it's the elimination of the toxins and toxic environmental effects, etc. And if the water is already, like you said, qualitatively or quantitatively not pure, then its ability to be used to eliminate the other stuff is hampered. So when you fix that, both quantitatively and qualitatively, like you were suggesting, then you're supercharged, and then your body can do what it's already like designed to do. Like you don't have to think for your body to take the food that you've eaten, processes it, segment it, and eliminate it. That just happens naturally. But when you've hampered that through either bad habits or an environment that you didn't have control over, it's not going to operate in the same way, and it just builds up problems.
Yeah, I agree.
Or your body is injected with things that hamper that ability.
Yes. Don't
careful.
put anything.
Careful.
Don't put anything.
No,
in your
I
system
can't think
that
of
wasn't
anything off the top of my head. I was just using it as an example.
Yeah, I think that the logic with that topic is really simple. If you were designed to have such substances entering into your bloodstream, then you would have a mechanism by which to do that naturally. But seeing as they have to actually penetrate barriers in your body to do this, it would suggest that this isn't logical and that it's unneeded. There you go. Consider that one.
Yeah, so moral of the story, make sure you're in your water you can. Function of the body can sustain itself and do its job properly.
Water. Yeah, you broke up, but I think you said everybody make sure you get enough water. My thing is, whenever I think I've got enough water for the day, I drink one more glass.
Well, sorry I broke up, but what I meant to say was pure water, the proper water. Water that has a qualitative and quantitative purity.
You know what's interesting about water is, apart from desert type environments, and even then, very, very minimal, people never drank water like we drink water these days. It wasn't necessary because the quality of food that they ate had sufficient water, and water of a higher quality than you'd get anywhere else. So, for instance, fruits and vegetables, the quality of water inside them that hydrates you is amazing, to the point where if you're getting the right amount and the right kind, you never actually have this point at which, oh, I'm thirsty.
It's true.
Problem is we live in a world full of trauma, and that trauma has a frequency, and that frequency is translated to the water. So as we dispel the water into the environment picks it up, and plants often take up that water with that trauma with frequency within it. So
you set
everything
me up. I love this.
everything kind of
this
has
is
a
electroculture
toxic
right
nature.
here. I was wondering because I wanted to bring it up earlier, but I was like, this is too much of just an excuse to mention a topic I'm enjoying at the moment. But that's directly related to the electroculture stuff. And have you been looking into that yourself, Dice Lord?
Well,
I know Ken's spoken about it. He simplifies it because some people make it extra.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like woo-woo mysticism upon the topic, but ultimately, it's just
grounded connection and charging from what's
well,
already in nature.
Yeah, it's just realigning the cellular structure to transmit the information properly.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect way. It's the same way grounding will help you with all the EMF stuff that bombards you, and some people are sensitive, some people aren't, etc. You can mitigate that by grounding yourself. It's a similar type principle with the plants to what you're mentioning. You set that up for the plants, and even though you might be in a somewhat shitty environment in your neighborhood or whatever, you can at least eliminate a portion of that to where your crops will both improve in yield but also improve in their quality compared to the neighbors who might not have that or whatever because of all the pesticides and toxins in the air, etc.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a direct correlation as to why, vegetables and fruits 50 to 100 years ago were like 40 times more potent in nutrition than compared today. I mean, of course, we got GMO as a factor, but just saying, like, this could be something that was completely overlooked.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me is I kind of heard about this stuff tacitly here and there, but I guess it's just kind of picked up in trend. And I just understood it from the point of you would want your plants to be grounded the same way you would want to be. So I just kind of thought, okay, well, if you can't ground them in the real ground, then you got plant pots, just add a wire, put it in. But then when it was raised, I was like, oh, this makes a lot of sense because we know that if you just put a wire up into the air, you got that. However many meters you put it up, you got the ratio equivalent of the potential difference. Like that's going to be helpful. Plants grow up for a reason, trees grow up for a reason, all this stuff, right? And then like separate from that, I was looking into the health stuff because I like that topic a lot. If anyone hasn't noticed, and a lot of the health issues seem to be like this imbalance that's been imposed on people of oversaturation of iron and under like super low amounts of copper, right? Because we're supposed to have the balance. Supposed to have like I think it's 2 to 1 ratio. So the copper facilitates the iron to properly be used by the blood. But what they've done is they flipped the script on everyone, and then because of that, now people have issues that iron cause, and they keep selling the idea that iron's what you need, iron's what you need. And then sorry, it's the way I tell my stories. And then when I consider this with relation to the electroculture, I was like, because people are obsessing with the copper side of it, which is relevant because of what Victor Schauberger did and all of that. It kind of linked the two together. I was like, oh, they've eliminated this stuff from the soil and the environment so that people get poisoned by what they eat. But then also this stuff helps the food that you're growing to be a better quality.
Well, also magnesium. There's a huge depletion within the magnesium found within a lot of biological substances like plants and trees across the board. But yeah, magnesium, zinc, copper, iron. I mean, highly important trace minerals and stuff to have in your body.
Yeah, I think the copper iron thing is important to have a clear picture on though, because they've actually messed up. I can't say it's the only reason, but from my understanding, it's a big reason to the eroding of the topsoil that has happened in the States, for instance, because they've allowed this, like, the whole thing to be full of rust, whereas before they were using different type of tooling, from what I'm told. I might be wrong. And if you're using different type of tooling, you're using copper, then you're actually helping the environment. And if anyone knows about the cellular structure, how the cell operates to flipping hell. These biological chemical terms get lost on me, but basically you have the iron is necessary in the blood, but if there's too much of it and not enough copper, which is part of the reason why vitamin C is so important, right? Then the iron can't be properly deployed to do its job. And
Right.
then
Yeah, they're all kind of work hand in hand.
yeah, and then because of that, you now have something that's actually detrimental to you. And then they're overloading people with the wrong form of iron.
That's what I was gonna say when I interrupted you earlier.
Okay, because they do a lot of that with the vitamins, right? They keep selling like the dead vitamins as opposed to the naturally occurring ones. So
Vitamin D is another one that they often put the wrong type of vitamin D. There's different types.
From my understanding, you don't need vitamin D at all. For one to need it, they would have to be in a very specific case, because just normal, like even in England with all the overcast weather we get, that exposure to sunlight, unless you're living in a box with no windows.
But the point I'm making
is sufficient.
There's different types of vitamin D, and depending on your chemistry makeup, one of the an overloading of one of the types of vitamin D can inhibit the other, having a counteractive effect.
Yeah, you know what? I'll send you something that you might find interesting.
This reminds me of, I remember there was a Looney Tunes episode many years ago. I mean, it somehow stuck with me, but Bugs Bunny ended up eating a metal carrot that was a fake one by, I think, Marvin the Martian or somebody. And he just chews into it anyway and just crunches into the metal carrot, eats it, and is like, lots of iron. I don't know how many kids must have seen that. I don't know. I don't know. It made me think of that.
There have been stories of people who were given iron and prescribed, like, that were just told to take in more iron. And when they did so, that they got more sick, right? So someone told them to stop and start taking more copper, and that helped. Now, when you talk about animals such as goats and sheep, goats need copper. It helps, with the ridding of parasites, and it's also, nutritious. But the sheep, if you give a sheep copper, he'll die. So there are some people whose blood is more, based toward the copper than the iron. And if you think about, what color do these two things oxidize at? What color does, iron oxidize at? And what does copper, oxidize at? You start thinking about those things and it becomes very interesting.
Blue and red. Anyways, sorry.
So what are you getting at? North.
Yeah, what's the point of that? Sorry.
No, I'm interested, that's all.
Well, it made me think of things like, eye color. Because even, the guys who, speak of the scripture and things like that, there's no mention of eye color. Now we have
That's funny you bring that up.
We have blue, brown, and green. When you're talking about iron, you're talking about like a brown rustic color. And when you're talking about copper, it's more of a bluish green.
I was just in this customer's house and they got like Jesus stuff all over the house. And in their master bedroom, they had this giant painting of Jesus with blue eyes. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know Jesus had blue eyes. And they kind of got offended. And I just had to bite my lip. But I don't know. I felt the need to share that since you brought up Ike.
Yeah, I find that weird myself, bro.
Does anybody know what depleted uranium is?
It's a good meal.
Yeah, it's just lead. Lead.
I wanted to talk about the virus, but I'm just afraid that I'm going to say something that's going to get a strike on YouTube. But
just be tactful with your
mental virus of the globe.
No. Because I've done a lot of research on this past couple of years. But basically, like, the V was isolated. Somebody said that there's no evidence that any virus was isolated. Well, they've like done a lot of research on viruses for the last 50 years, and from what I understand, like the stuff is legit. Like I questioned it at first, but like you have scientists in India that came out saying that the V was a chimera, and they actually isolated it. Like they can tell like what it was basically made in the lab, and this came out years ago, and the government denied it, and then they're just coming out now, like the past couple months, they're like admitting that like, yeah, the FBI came out saying like, yeah, it's probably from a laboratory. Because I mean, if you look at it, you could tell the insertion points. Like they can see that this thing is definitely a Frankenstein virus. Like there's no way that this was created naturally in nature. Like they could tell it was tampered with.
Yeah.
You're slipping.
Why
You're
would move
slipping.
on from
Oh,
that
I'm
subject?
slipping. I didn't say.
Yeah, you're slipping.
What word? What word did I say? Just wondering.
It doesn't matter. I think everybody in this room understands this and probably has for a while, regardless of who's saying what. So I don't know if we necessarily need to discuss this. It does have
probably not.
We don't have to
implications
talk
on
about it,
YouTube,
but I was just
things like that.
yeah, we don't have to talk about it. I was just saying that I think that they are legit. Like these things do exist. That it's not like made up. Like space is made up. That's all. Basically, I was trying to get at.
Sure. Yeah.
Guys, have you seen when Ken Wheeler talks about putting a neodymium magnet at the bottom of your plant and it grows taller? Have you ever tried that?
I haven't personally tried it. I've wanted to. I actually got out of farming prior to receiving the information, which probably would have been pretty, profitable for me to have that prior to. But nonetheless, no, that all goes back to electroculture, which was what we were briefly touching on. And yeah, it does work. Rawls and Davis, two scientists, produced a total of 5 books together on this topic, and yeah, it's all well known and established.
Yeah, the thing I was wondering is that like in a pot or even in the earth? Like if I did that just in my garden in the ground.
So if you had a garden, like a 10 by 10, 10 by 12 size garden, you would want to go with the electroculture method, having 3 rods triangularly separated apart from one another, equally distributed. There's a video you can watch, but for like buy all the materials to double your yield upon harvest and reduce the amount of time required for that yield.
Nice.
It really does seem simple when you break it down. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with the fact that humans or our bodies are chemical and electrical. And if you can somehow manipulate those chemical and whatever frequencies, it's very easy to mess with people.
But yeah, I highly suggest you guys look into that electroculture stuff. It does work.
It works for mankind as well.
Yeah,
I wonder. Let's say you're in an environment that's had lots of life going on for the last 1,000 years or whatever, right? So it's like heavily populated, that kind of environment. The ability to ground might be limited slightly for reasons. I wonder if to help the plants become more effective, and as well like your own grounding methods, whether you were to just tap a deeper root than could ever be done by the plant and just pile down like a copper rod way down, and then the rest of your topsoil, your ground, is now further grounded. I wonder whether that would have results as well.
Well, look at some of the largest mining quarries of copper. I think one of them was, I want to say, by the Great Lakes. But yeah, I mean,
I wear 2 copper bracelets, and it makes me better than all of you. Thank you.
well,
That's
now you're just
kidding.
You wear
counteracting
bracelets, you
the
girl.
ability.
Damn it, you're right. Who asked the question?
Dude,
What happened?
is he been drinking?
Me? No, I'm just bored as fuck at work, bro. Bored as fuck.
Okay. You should leave.
Sorry.
But
I mean-
Daiso, what do you reckon about that? Like
Go
just whatever, because the roots, even some of the deepest roots, they can only go like I think it's like 30 foot for asparagus. It's like one of the deepest tap roots. So if we're talking about vegetables and stuff, if you just sent down an even deeper root with a rod, then your topsoil is now more grounded, and it would make the electroculture thing more effective, I think, to kind of bring the two together. But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know necessarily. I'm just making an assumption, I guess.
I mean, you're really. Go ahead, whoever that was. Go ahead.
I was just going to tell you, there's nickel and copper mines in northern Ontario near the Great Lakes, but they're not open pit; they're shaft mines.
Yeah. I mean, the point I was addressing about that is just kind of like look at the topography within those areas and see what their microbial or their plant life looks like. I don't know if there'd be any.
Check this out. You ready for this? Copper, like a police officer, they wear blue. No, nobody? All right.
I don't know that they wear blue anymore out here, but anyhow.
Yeah, and copper, when it starts to not rust, oxidize, it goes brown, like chocolate brown.
Or green.
It goes green. No, it's like an old penny first, right? Most of your old pennies are going to be brown. It takes decades for it to go green. Look at the Canadian Parliament buildings; they redid the roofs.
Well, that's the patina on top of the copper surface. That might not necessarily be the copper itself, but the breakdown of whatever the byproduct of the rust is. If that made any sense.
Yeah, I think the first time around they washed it with deer piss or something to make it oxidize faster.
Yeah, I did a job on this lady's house where she had all of her edges of her deck work and her house done with copper so that they could get that nice patina greenish look or whatever. And I accidentally coated the copper with this primer stuff, this translucent primer, to where it was never going to oxidize. Oh boy, dude, I got stuck for 2 weeks grinding that shit off, dude. They were so pissed.
Well, they're going to be more pissed when it goes ugly brown.
How did they find out?
They saw like the drip marks because I kind of like sloppily did it, so like you could see the unevenness of it and the sheen. It kind of put off a sheen to it.
So you actually spent extra time and money to do something that you had to spend time and money to undo. That sucks.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'll never forget that one.
Were they unclear in their direction, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was basically they just kind of translated the information secondhand to me. So all that side notes were left out where I didn't know what the finished product was.
Yeah, because untarnished copper looks amazing.
Yeah, I wonder, is there a way to keep copper looking brilliant without using that kind of primer stuff? Is there another method?
Put it in a vacuum.
Good question.
Or just constantly polish it, constantly keep it maintained?
Well, maybe.
How long?
Maybe.
Do you remember how long ago that was, Dicelaw?
Oh, this was This was over 10 years ago, maybe even over 15 years ago.
I bet it's not green yet.
I took an electric grinder to it. So yeah, I guarantee it's green. I went down past the surface, so yeah. It's definitely patinaed.
You ever see them copper booties patinaed with baby shoes?
Nope, but I've seen grounding shoes.
What?
Isn't that bronze, not copper?
They do bronzing too, yeah. I've seen some copper statues and copper shoes.
I've had to wear grounding socks at a job I did once in this laboratory where they make components for airplanes, and it was like extremely sensitive, so I had to be grounded everywhere I went. I had these like special shoe covers.
That's a cool story, yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
But it was copper that grounded me. It was like a copper lining.
Yeah, it's a superconductor. What was I going to say about? Oh, when I was younger, I drew on a copper plate, like a really thin copper plate. They had us draw one of our favorite, whatever the hell we were into at that time, onto like 8x11, just like a piece of paper, copper sheet, and you use like this special. It's a different kind of metal, and you just kind of poke through and draw real gently on it, and it's actually pretty cool to do.
That sounds like some pretty neat artwork.
Yeah, and then it stays forever. Well, I mean, unless you touch it.
You guys ready for this 3-day weekend? I know I am.
I work. I'm gonna work the whole thing.
Well, at least it'll be more memorable.
Some make-believe world. What's all this laziness?
No, I'd rather not work, but I do need the money.
We had this Monday off, the 22nd. What's your holiday?
How come you're having a weekend like that though?
What is it, Memorial or Labor Day?
Because we have it as well.
Birthday. Ours is Queen Victoria's birthday, May 24th.
No shit.
It's on Monday.
Long live the Queen.
She did.
It's called May 24 because people just drink beer.
Oof, yeah. Long live the Queen until not, right? Hey, though, monarchies are fun.
What do you guys think about 1 out of every 3 bites of your food coming directly from a pollinator who's now threatened by extinction?
Even more reason for the electroculture.
Shit, I say bring it on. I love a good challenge now.
You know what you can do to help that? Like, let's say you don't have the time or the wherewithal to house your own bees. You could just create an environment for the other type of bees who don't need hives like that. So like mason bees and stuff like that. And it's a really simple process to just, if you have a garden, that is. If you don't, I guess you're somewhat limited.
Mason bees. Wow, we got wood bees, mason bees. What next? Iron working bees?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different species.
Skull and bones bees.
But it's just that these ones they operate under different methodologies, so they don't all gather in like massive swarm hives like the honeybees necessarily, but they still serve the purpose of pollinating. So you can just do minor changes. Look into it if you're interested and you have land.
Well, it's not just bees, that are responsible for pollinating. I mean,
yeah, it's
hummingbirds. We've got birds. There's bird turds. And
I
there's
think
just a lot of
sadly
stuff.
even mosquitoes do it.
Really?
We can let me know that. I heard that. I call bullshit. And don't
The
care.
Chinese do it with little tools as well. So there's always a way.
Just the young Chinese people.
I don't know. They just hire people. Like, have you not heard this? Their
No,
bee
like, are you talking
situation.
about when they? No, they beat. I know they beat trees, like fruit trees, to pollinate each other.
They manually pollinate them because they've had such devastating issues with the bees and other pollinators in their areas because of the industrialization, I suppose.
Pollution.
Yeah, I like the reasons are probably manifold, but they just hire people and they go around with these little things and they just pollinate all the orchards because otherwise the orchards are screwed. So worst comes to worst, then the Mexicans have some extra work to do.
Check the live stream text. I put the bee on a string thing. Some of my favorite old ass videos. CKY turned into Jackass, but yeah, look at this old ass like 1990 fucking 8, 9.
Super 8.
Yeah, I guess we could just make some drone bees or something.
So anyway, what it is, it's a bee on a string. So what you do is you take a bee and you put him in the freezer. You catch him, put him in the freezer. Then when he's frozen, he's cryogenically frozen like in the movies. No, really, bugs can do it, certain bugs. And then you tie a string around its thorax or wherever, and make sure it can flap its wings right under the wings. And then as it wakes up, just put on, like kitchen table or whatever, watch it. And as it warms up, it'll start to come to life. And then make sure you got the other end of that the string, boy, and go outside and watch him try to get away. You got yourself a bee kite.
That's some elaborate torture right there.
It's actually easier with June bugs or Japanese beetles. I did that once when I was a kid.
Did you let the bee go after?
Go ahead.
Stories you tell.
I don't think bees have enough propulsion or flight to handle that, but definitely the Japanese beetle.
Wait a second. Are you saying it didn't happen with the bee?
I've never done it with a bee. I'm assuming. I don't think it would have enough lift to be able to.
Like I said, I posted a
overcome.
video of it happening in the live stream voice text at
Okay. All right.
What do I got? 3:32 p.m. or 32 after the hour.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to flag that video for animal cruelty.
I mean, good luck.
Were any bees harmed in the making of that video?
Probably.
The answer is supposed to be no.
Well, come on. It's Bam Margera. It's Bam Margera and the Jackass crew. Some bees were hurt.
If by bee you meant my bank account for having to pay to watch it, then yeah, you probably. I don't know if anyone still watches Jackass, bro. I think that was like Jackass 1 and 2, and that was about it.
Dude, am I like? Is it the minority of people now, just in general, that know what Jackass is, or am I too old now? What's going on?
We might be too old, dude.
Shit. Yeah, because when I said Bam Margera, people should have perked their ear. Oh, that weirdo skateboarder that had his own show, and
you gotta say Steve-O or.
I guess so. Yeah, Steve-O or Tony Hawk.
Who was the little guy?
Oh, Mini Me, or what was his name?
Wee Man.
Wee Man.
Fern Troyer.
Douchebags were harmed. Douchebags were harmed in the making of those videos. Thank you.
Yeah, they definitely played a huge part with within the.
Well, they kind of started all that. So like they would do shit like take a mannequin, like a full put together mannequin, and and stand on the top of a bridge and wait to somebody to drive under, and then throw it on the car so it hits their windshield and it looks just like a fucking person hitting that windshield. So fucked up, so fucking funny to see. You guys got to watch those old CKY. CKY stands for Camp Kill Yourself. It was a band too, but you search all that shit. A lot of skateboarding, a lot of pranks. It's fun.
That's the OG right there.
Yeah.
If you listen to CKY, it's a hell of a group, man. It's like one of my top 5 groups.
What, the band?
Yeah, fucking awesome.
Yeah, they are really good for sure. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and when they first hear it, they'll be like, "This sucks." Ooh. But if you listen to it, especially if you know how to write songs and how to play instruments, the music is very good.
Yeah, good sound, good tone.
Yeah, and the singer
So,
has a
Roger
really
Zeppelin-
unique voice. The singer sounds like nobody I've ever heard. I really like it.
So Rush, Zeppelin, Sabbath, Floyd, and them.
And yeah, and CKY.
Are you implying Rush is your top?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Dream Theater.
I can't be in this conversation. Love you guys.
Why not?
Nope.
If you don't like the music I like, that's good because
That's
then
not why. That's not why.
I just got back. What happened? What's going on?
I like the music you like, Chucky. We'll say that. I do like it. All the stuff you mentioned.
Oh, you don't want to agree with me.
No, I don't want to actually spend a lot of time disagreeing because I'm a drummer myself since I was like 4. So I have so many just obnoxious opinions about drummers.
So you don't like Neil Peart, or you do like
sucks?
Neil Peart?
Peart's
You like
okay.
Neil Peart?
He's okay. I mean, he can showboat, but he can't play everything.
But
So
he
Danny Carey
wrote all the
or-
music, though. He wrote all the lyrics.
I mean,
for
that's a
Rush.
great musician, but that's not, you're talking about a drummer.
He doesn't want to
Stuart Copeland or
research.
Danny Carey.
Danny Carey from Tool is amazing. Yes.
Yeah. Stuart Copeland.
Copeland from the Police, best of the list so far.
All right, best drummer of all time is John Bonham.
Not true.
No.
But
Rush.
both are.
Try
Neil
doing it
Peart
with one
is
arm,
your
bro, and you
favorite
tell me
drummer's
that.
favorite drummer.
All right, well, tie one arm behind his back, and you tell me he's the same.
Well, then Lars Ulrich is the best drummer because he did it with one brain cell. That wins.
I like that. Chucky, we agree on that for sure.
How do you know there's a drummer at your door? The knocks keep getting faster. What do you call a drummer with no girlfriend?
The
You
drummer.
don't know these? Homeless.
Homeless. That's right. Dude, it's been so long since anybody was telling me drummer jokes. I forgot all of them, and because it's traumatic for me.
So who's your favorite? What, Ginger Baker?
I don't have a favorite. I can't do the favorite thing.
Mitch Mitchell?
Mitch Mitchell. Who's he play for?
Jimi Hendrix Experience.
Oh, that was a good drummer. Yeah, whoever was on that, definitely a good drummer.
Ringo Starr, and then I broke on my mouth.
Buddy Rich was one of my favorites because of his work
Buddy
ethic.
Rich?
Not so much for what he played. I mean, he was good and he was like the fastest at the time, and all that. But he wrote all the music too. But my favorite part was just his work ethic. He was a better worker on the drums than I've seen anybody in anything that they do. And I've seen some professionals, be professional at shit.
Buddy Rich?
Yeah, Buddy Rich. He directed the band. He wrote all the stuff, everything. and he was a dickhead about it, but his work ethic made him the best at the time. You know, and he was the reason I looked up to him is because I always ended up playing manager in the bands that I was in. I always ended up having to deal with everyone else's life and mine. You know what I mean? But that's how it goes anyway. We all deal with each other's life, but I had to keep being like, yo, are we going to practice? Yo, this, that, and the other, and, you know, light the fire. So, that's, you know, it's a hassle. It's a headache. I don't know where I was fucking going with that.
What about Bill Stevenson?
Who's that? Who's he play for?
He's play for Black Flag.
Okay.
Familiar with Black Flag?
Yeah, I know Black Flag. Old punk band, one of the first.
Yeah. Dude, his work ethic
Henry
is
Rollins. Henry
crazy.
Rollins sang for them for a little bit, but that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
probably not their best music. Henry's a weird dude.
Yeah, so he was the drummer for Black Flag and then the Descendants.
Oh, dude, Descendants. Fuck yeah, he's amazing. That drummer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's so super clean with those punk beats. Love it.
Yes, he's one of my favorite, and his work ethic is like incredible.
Yeah, you could tell. You just listen to the records and it's spot on. There's nothing wrong with any of the inflections, the tones, the way how he's hitting it, as fast, as slow as he needs to be. It's ridiculous. He's one of the better. And especially I love when punk rock and pop punk have like the really good drummers where it's like, well, the music's okay, I guess, but that drummer's fucking hitting it. And that's
Yeah, like Travis Barker is a good example of that.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
fucking Tom and Mark could do whatever the fuck they want up on stage because all you got to do is say Travis and fucking let him drum for 2 minutes and everybody's like, fuck yeah, this is worth the price of a ticket. It is $45 a beer. Woo!
I feel like though it's also like it's a difficult question because it comes down to genre, what people play. It's not a question of just simply who's the best drummer of all time. I don't think you can.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's the way.
because you got
I
guys
don't-
in
I don't have the
genres and bands. It's like Carter Buford from the Dave Matthews Band.
Dave Matthews, yep.
Phenomenal drummer, but totally different than a punk rock drummer, right?
Right. Although, you know what's funny? I was trying to do both. I was playing in pop punk and punk rock bands, but when I would practice, I would try to, so I would keep clean with the other styles and shit. I would play, Carter stuff. I would play really simple beats, like I would just see how tight I could play Billie Jean, stuff like that. Anyway, I could go fucking on and on.
Yeah, so I used to play the drums. I mean, I haven't done it in years and years and years, but I have within the past 5 years just jumped behind somebody's drum set that they had at their house. I was like, oh, I still got it. Couldn't go perform, but yeah, drums for me was something that was super easy for me personally. Like, picked it up very quickly, just came natural. I don't know why, but yeah.
Dang, I feel like I gotta have a story or something. It's one time at band camp. About all I got. Actually, no, I do got a story. My dad bought me a drum set when I was like 3 years old, dude. I got some memories of like playing it with him and stuff, but didn't last long.
See, I never really got the chance to like perfect it. I dropped it when it was like, all right, I got to move out of my parents' house, therefore I can't have a drum set in an apartment. So I sold my drum set. Haven't played since.
I was privileged. My mom was in a band. That's how my mom and dad met. It was my dad was trying out female lead singers for the band, and they met. She came up in line. The rest is history. But so I was always exposed to it, and then my mom, once I started doing it, she really pushed for it, and built a part of the house. My stepdad built us a part of the house, kind of off to the left and under it, where no one could hear it if you were inside. These like steel reinforced double doors and all kinds of shit. So we'd party down there and we'd write music all the time and just hang out. And not a lot of people have that kind of experience. That kind of the privilege. It's just super supreme privilege to be able to take your art and craft it. I had a music career. I toured the country a few times and this, that, and the other. And it's because my parents pushed me, to do the thing that I became passionate about. They saw my first biggest passion and they said, okay, well, go do that and we'll support you.
Nice. Yeah. More parents need to do that, and certainly figure out what it is that like the kid enjoys and allow the kid to do what the kid enjoys, not what you want the kid to do.
For sure, and like I said, it worked out for them because they were in a band together. You know, it all kind of just works synergistically. And people, people hear me talking. Hey man, I work this many jobs. You know, I'm a single parent, or I'm this, that, and the other. People got lots more to deal with than I had to growing up, and so I was able to perfect those things in a way that I wish for everybody, to be able to take their talents and their dreams to be able to, do the exact same thing or even half of the opportunities that I had.
Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, parents need to like sometimes take a step back and realize that your kid is not your life. Not saying that your parents did this. I'm just saying parents in general because I had an interaction with a friend of mine the other day at the bar.
Was that the end of it? What happened?
I thought for sure a comedy or a joke was coming.
Bro, I was ready.
Yeah, was that the punchline, bro? Where am
Napalm, you cut out, buddy.
Give me a sec. Sorry. You guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. No. I just had a friend who's one of his sons is getting to the age where in soccer there's more of a dedicated goalkeeper. Usually up until about the age of like 8 or 9, everybody just kind of cycles in. They throw a kid in there every now and again. Nobody's a real dedicated goalkeeper, and his son's getting to that point where it looks like he might want to be a goalkeeper. And he was talking to me about it because that's what I train. And he's like, he's tall and he does really good and he scores goals. And he's like talking to me about being frustrated with the coaches thinking that he might be at least one of the backup goalkeepers. He's like, I don't know if I want him to do that. I'm like, what does your kid want to do? Does your kid enjoy being goalie? He's like, yeah, he enjoys diving around. He's really good at it. And I'm like, if he's really good at it and enjoys it, that's what you should have him do, because that's what's going to make him one of the best, is if he really enjoys it. It's not what you want him to do. And it's like, dad wants him to score goals. It's like, there's a lot of people out there that play those positions. And if he's really good at goalkeeper, a lot more opportunities are open for him than if he's one of 1,000 strikers in a 5 square mile radius, But anyways, yeah, should be about what the kid enjoys and wants to do, not necessarily what you want them to do for your selfish reasons.
And you never know, he could be the next. What's the name of that famous soccer goalie?
Which one? There's a lot.
I don't know. I don't think I can name 6 soccer players.
You couldn't name 6 soccer players?
Like professional. I mean, Ronaldo,
of all time, ever?
I probably could. Maybe not 20 of them. Most of them would be Brazilian and Diego Maradona.
Well, he's not Brazilian, but good try. That would be Pele.
Argentinian.
Yes.
And even actually, Ronaldo is not. No, one of those guys. No, Messi is Portuguese. Okay, maybe I can name 10.
Messi is Argentinian. Ronaldo is Portuguese.
Could I name any American?
I don't know, you broke up.
Napalm, you there?
Yeah, what up?
I just posted a recent picture I just now took of my vivarium. I think the last time I showed you was a long time ago.
Oh, wow. Everything looks good. Yeah, you got something that's got a few brown tips, but everything else looks good, man. Is that a type of like coleus at the bottom? What is that red stuff?
Oh yeah, that's, I forget what it's called. It's nothing rare, nothing. It's a pretty common plant. I forget what it's called. Let me
It's probably a type of coleus.
waiting.
So your name is Die Slow, but you're helping plants live slowly. That's cool.
I mean, does anything live forever?
So do you think we're always dying from the second we're born or the second we're conceived?
That's what it appears.
Hmm.
So if you're dying slower, then you're just living longer, technically, right?
Well, there are people who think it's dying and there's people who think it's living. It's both the same thing.
From what I'm reading about this electroculture, it kind of looks like because of the stimulating electricity in the air, the plants feel that from thunderstorms, so they know to like boost up everything to absorb the water that's coming or something. It's interesting. And one of the dudes kind of came up with this idea from the whole northern lights, the trees in the north growing substantially well for the shortness of season.
Me or him breaking up?
Your robot in Naples.
Magnetism and all that.
Yo, mic check.
Sounds good.
Check. I need to get my I'm already too late in the season, but I need probably me, probably the spot. All right, I should be back. That's fine.
Alrighty. And that was Napalm, everybody. We wish him the best of luck getting back to a good connection, as you were.
Okay. I thought it was me the whole time. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, Napalm, you got a bad signal if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear everybody just fine. I'm trying
Okay.
still.
Well, we got like 5 words out of whatever you just said there.
Maybe.
Yeah, can't really make out a lot of what you're saying still, but I don't know. If you're driving, then just wait till you can pull over, but I'd say drop out and come back.
It's those satellites, bro, just getting all tangled.
It's probably just in a bad spot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. The satellites are now back on. See how quickly they do it? You're lucky to get that.
I think it's the power lines that I have to go under that messes with me.
No, it's because you're a targeted individual, paranoid flat earther.
Yeah, right. No, but I was saying I really want to mess around with that electric culture and growing stuff with magnets, right? North Pole and South Pole, experiment with that. But I'm really far behind on getting my raised beds in that I'm supposed to put in this year. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing something like that, you know, as far as career goes or for profitability, like, yeah, man, you would definitely want to maximize the output of what you're doing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if I can get a pineapple quicker than it takes, I'm all about it. Those pineapples are
Right.
way better than the store-bought ones.
Yeah.
It's crazy too. We've had the craziest like electrical storms and just rain now here, and my garden looks amazing. You know, so there's something to it. I think it's more than just the rain.
Yes, yes. Swoop, swoop, tap, tap.
Hey, did anybody hear, like on the 18th? I don't know where it is yet. I'm trying to find out. On Facebook, a lot of people were posting a sunrise where the sky in different areas, but the sun was just like pure orange, just like crazy, crazy, insane. It looked photoshopped. And then the girl that posted the still shot posted the original post on Facebook, and there were like, I don't know, a handful of people that had caught it, and it just looked absolutely surreal. So I was just wondering if anybody else saw it. It was like I said, what was that? The 18th, I think it was posted. I'll take that as a no.
What happened? What was it? Sorry.
On the 18th on Facebook, somebody posted that they captured the sunrise. It was like, it looked like, I don't know, half an hour after sunrise. So it was a good, a few degrees off the horizon. And then sky looked normal, but the sun was like this surreal orange. Just looked absolutely photoshopped. But then other people were like, yeah, I saw it too. And then they posted all their photographs, and they were from different locations, and it was all the same crazy sunrise. So I just was asking if anybody else here had seen or heard of anybody else posting about it.
No. Not I.
Alrighty. As you were.
Orange sherbet sun.
No, it was actually deeper. It was a deeper orange. It was crazy. Almost just on the verge of being like a burnt orange.
How deep? Like Einstein or Descartes? I'm just kidding.
Trying to be witty. I can't be that fast right now.
I don't know where it came from either, to be honest.
Do we know each other? Who are you?
My name is Glatflobe.
Okay. Glatflobe. I don't know if I've seen you before.
I'm Sensei.
Sensei. Okay. All right. I've seen you post a lot.
Yeah, I've got the cool spelled name because I think I'm cool.
Right.
Yep.
Bow to your sensei. Bow to your sensei.
That's right.
Where are you from?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, all right. You do any observations or anything?
I don't live there now, but I'm from there. Not in Omaha. Well, I mean, I guess you could. Technically, from the top of a building, you could see all the way into Lincoln, which is like 50 miles away.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's pretty cool.
How tall are your buildings in Nebraska?
Well, that one downtown, my mom works on the 52nd floor of it. I think it's 60 stories.
Okay.
It's the first national building, so it's like fucking the only really, really tall building downtown. Other than there's a couple. There's 2 or 3 other ones. But yeah, you can see that far for sure. Globers would be like, well, that's just because you're from a higher vantage. 50 miles, really? Oh, okay. I should never be able to see that.
Right.
But I've also been in helicopters, planes, gliders, all kinds of wacky stuff in the air. I've been in the air a lot. My stepdad's a pilot, and he just goes everywhere. And he's
commercial or.
So my stepdad can fly. He's licensed for everything but commercial jets. He could probably fly it, right? But he just isn't licensed for it.
Right. Okay.
But he's fucking 74 now, 73, so he doesn't fly anymore. But yeah, I spent a lot of time growing up in the air, seeing that there's no curvature. People would be like, well, you weren't thinking about it back then. Right, but I'm remembering back, and now flights that I take, There's no
Right.
curvature. And I do remember saying to myself, this is honest. I promise you, in my word, on my life, I would say to myself, aren't we supposed to see the Earth curvature from up here? I remember saying that a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So empirically, it's not a globe, at least for me.
Right. What do you research?
I just show up to kind of poke fun at anti-flat earthers, really. I mean, to be honest, and I just kind of big brother the situation, and you know, I just want to smack people awake about stuff. But that's just my style. I've researched everything that anybody would want to bring up in at least these circles since 2001. I've been researching all of that garbage because
When?
I saw 2001 because that September I saw something that is impossible, and I wanted to research more.
What'd you see?
Yeah, that's
I
when I
saw
started looking into it.
I saw buildings fall for a reason
Oh, okay.
that doesn't make buildings fall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
So
were you woke before that, or was it that your turning point?
I don't know about woke per se, but you know, I've been skeptical of bullshit my whole life. Both my parents are lawyers.
Uh-huh. So you were trained to be a thinker, or what do you mean by what's the significance of their being lawyers?
I know how to argue.
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. That's cool.
But the problem is I don't want to be right for the sake of it. I'm sick of that. My stepdad did that all growing up. So that's not why I'm here. I don't want to be like that. I want to do the next right thing and give my fellow man the truth about their reality.
All right. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yes,
You
sir.
said you said you've researched stuff. Have you looked into refraction and whatnot with these
Refraction, yeah, a
observations?
little bit. To me, it's too ambiguous to be able to make any kind of decision on what it is, a swell, a wave, a tide, earth curvature, some other kind of optical phenomena that is appears from your vantage to be blocking in the view. But the problem is you're not at that location. You don't know what's happening at the horizon because you can't go there. So all you can do is guess from your vantage. That's my opinion.
Right. Okay.
But it is interesting. We see very far. Refraction is funny too because it's like, hey, you expect us to believe that it refracts perfectly flat no matter how high we travel and no matter where we go? Wait a second. So refraction wants it to be a flat Earth, but it's a globe? I mean, what's going on? That's my stance.
Right. Yeah.
I got to get back to work, but good talking with you.
Where'd he go?
No one talking?
Hey, Travis, you still there? Ether band boy. You still even in the room? Did Sean seriously just leave? I just unmuted to pick on him. Disappeared. All right, let's have a moment of silence for the globe.
It's just this isn't gonna work. I wasn't even gonna freaking talk tonight. Working on getting the last little bit of shit out of my house and moving into my new place. Freaking, I wanted you guys to entertain me while I work.
That's right, you just bought a house, huh?
Yeah, I've had it for almost 2 months now since we closed, but there were tenants in there that I had to get out, and
did you kill them?
I was about to. I'm still thinking about it. They left fucking. At least they got pretty much everything out of the house, but they left the garage just filled with shit. Filled with just. I got like 5 old TVs to dispose of somehow, like big ass projection TVs and shit that have been sitting around for decades.
Dude, my parents, when they moved to Australia 3 years ago, 4 years ago, yeah, so they moved to Australia, and that's actually when I did the Cavendish, because I went over to their place, and because it was supposed to be empty, so I was like, I'm gonna do the Cavendish here, and it was still full of all their stuff. Like they had like all these, they had like flat screen TVs. They had a bunch of shit, dude. And I was like probably in there for 3 days or something, and then the owners came and they were they were like these Chinese people and they were so pissed. They just they went on Craigslist and just had people come and just take all the shit. Like they just said free shit basically. Because it was literally still full of, all their stuff. It wasn't even like old stuff. It was like some of the shit was brand new.
Yeah. These people, these tenants, they were sort of hoarders. Not necessarily the dirty, disgusting kind, like trash and stuff, but I mean, a lot of it was junk, but it like wasn't, like literally like garbage and feces and shit, not like that type of stuff. It was just 12 years of living, not being anything through anything, and just collecting stuff like, ooh, this might be useful someday, and then never use it, just throw it in the corner somewhere. Fucking just tons of like there's 2 big ass bird cages in my garage. Like they're probably really expensive bird cages, but they didn't have any birds. And there's 2 toilets sitting there. One never been used. Been the friggin' yeah, like I got 5 TVs. I got 3 Xbox 360s.
No shit.
Do you
sell
want
you
one?
can sell that. Yeah, fuck. I mean, I'll take anything, dude. You can sell all that shit on Facebook though. That's what my
I don't
friend
use
just passed
Facebook,
away.
and I don't use Facebook at all. And I know, yeah, Marketplace, whatever. If I wanted to take the time and do that, try to make some money out of it, yeah.
Can you put
Market,
can you put a picture of your
eBay,
bird
whatever it
cages?
could be. I can get around to that. Yeah,
it's all right. You don't have to do it right now.
I'm at the other place when I'm moving out.
But no, I'm interested in the bird cages. If you got a big
yeah.
bird cage that looks nice.
Yeah.
Are they big enough for like a small woman?
There's 2 of them. One of them in particular. Dude, one of them I would say is big enough for like a blue and gold macaw. Like it's big. Like
sweet.
So not like a short woman or something.
It stands almost 6 feet tall. And it's probably like 3 feet by probably like 3 feet, 3 feet, like 6 feet tall. But there's obviously light on it, so I think it starts at about knee height, and then yeah, I know those things can be expensive. But yeah, even if you wanted it, like, how am I going to ship something like that? It's going to cost a fortune to fucking ship it.
Shit, you're right.
Unless I guess could break it down into pieces, maybe if it comes
Nah,
apart.
it's not worth. It's not worth
It,
your
it looks
time,
like
bro.
one
That's
solid piece.
I mean, nah, man.
Another cool find in there, something I am gonna keep though, is they got a up in the rafters in the garage. There's a Honda like bicycle, like I don't know if it's BMX or whatever. It's like do it like trick bikes, whatever. Like it's a Honda one. It's a nice bike. I'm gonna fix that up for my daughter.
Wait, you said a bike, like a bicycle, or I thought you said Honda.
Yeah.
A bicycle
Honda
or a
bicycle?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Honda.
Dude, that might be a
bicycle.
Classic. You might have to look that up. That might be worth something,
Yeah,
bro.
no, I think it is. I think, and it like it's like the back wheel ain't on it and shit right now. Is in condition, like it's never been fucking just sit up there.
You ever seen them shows like they'll sell some shit that looks like junk, dude? Come to find out, it's worth some money. Shit looks like junk.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is worth 10 grand. It's like what?
Yeah, that'd be something to find out that bike's worth that much. But still, I'm pretty sure it's kind of a rare bike. I could try to look it up right now. Let's see.
I mean, I had a Honda motorcycle. It was a small one, but yeah, I've never heard of a Honda bicycle.
Lou, you see how easy that was?
I
Now you're distracted.
I keep finding. Yeah, no, I'm not working. Yeah, I keep finding like electric bikes and stuff, but it's not. It's a pedal bicycle, like a stunt bike, like for either like flatland or BMX or something. I think it's probably like a flatland bike. Ooh,
Yeah, I think Honda was like the first to put a motor on a bike, wasn't it?
I don't know. Don't make me do that research. I'll get back to you guys when I get back to the garage and take some pictures.
That doesn't sound right.
Maybe I should say perfected the engine for the motorbike.
Tesla did it first. No, I'm just playing.
I think they did have motorbikes back in the like even I think the turn of the century. I don't know if I feel like I've seen that somewhere, like a makeshift one or something like that.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure there was like actually like electric scooters and electric bicycles even in the late 1800s. It's
dude, I seen a video from like 1820, dude. There was a video from like 1820, bro. Who knew that there was video cameras back then?
No way, dude. Are you
Hold on,
sure?
let me look it up. I might be
dude,
exaggerating.
This is
It was from it was a video from the 1800s.
Wait, is this proof?
This is the type of stuff I came across also after looking into Mandela effect. It's like people were claiming that this has to be a Mandela effect. Like I know, we know for a fact there was not freaking, video cameras at this early, or like how early color even came in, like and stuff like that, or the the electric bicycles and stuff. You start looking at the history of that stuff, and you're like, no, that wasn't the old history.
A motorized bicycle, I can imagine back then, but video camera, no, I don't think so. I don't think they even had cameras back then.
No, not motorized. I mean, it's still a motor,
you're
but
saying
like
electric.
Electric motor. Yeah, an electric motor, not freaking, not internal combustion or anything. I mean, well, when was the internal combustion engine invented? That wasn't even until the early 1900s or like what 1930s even.
Yeah, there certainly wasn't.
Oh, right here, found it. It says 1810, bro. A video from 1810.
I'll watch. I'll check it out.
It's been restored. It's 4K, 60 FPS, and colorized. I'm gonna post the link right now.
But he's lying.
I mean, sometimes people post or title things and they do a typo or something. One of those.
I mean, yeah, look into it. It could be fake.
I'll watch.
Come back to me. I don't know. I'll post it right now. But
it's a pathetic mainstream narrative defense there, Kosho. You're better than that.
Yeah, defend the mainstream. My grandparents